Chapter 1001 Shiji Camp. The survival of the empire depends on this. Wei Qing led 20,000 Qin army cavalry to launch a counterattack and invaded the Chu army camp. Fan Zeng, the counselor who stayed behind in the Chu army camp, tried to lead the Chu army to resist, but was defeated by Chomping Ho Wei Qing, No stopping! After Wei Qing defeated Fan Zeng's more than 10,000 Chu troops, he attacked the Chu army's rear without stopping. Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi led the 80,000 Qin army infantry and arrived after Wei Qing. 100,000 Qin troops appeared in the south, attracting the attention of Jiangdong's disciples and Beifu troops, who had to turn around to confront Wei Qing and Zhang Han. Otherwise, the consequences of being attacked by Wei Qing's cavalry would be quite serious. The Chu army, which was originally on the offensive, was forced to go on the defensive. The allied forces of the descendants of the Six Kingdoms in the north of Jiulu moved south. The Zhao army in Jiulu City also went out to fight against the enemy, but was stopped by Sun Bin with 20,000 surrendered soldiers. Everyone is looking for opportunities for a decisive battle between Chu Tian and Xiongnu. However, Chu Tian was still unable to capture Xiongnu. The number of high-level heavy cavalry who died at Xiongnu's hands had reached 3,000. The excellent horse armor of the high-level heavy cavalry was useless. Even if they had armor, they were still killed by Xiongnu with one move. Xiongnu penetrated the cavalry army 3 times and pursued Chu Tian as if he were in an uninhabited country. If it weren't for Chu Tian's extremely fast famous horse Juing wandering among the cavalry, Xiongnu might have caught up with him and killed him with one move. With Chu Tian's force, there is a high probability that he will not be able to block Xiongnu's shot. 3,000 people evaporated. When Chu Tian met Xiongnu, an unreasonable and holy general, he was almost beaten to the point of being autistic by Xiongnu. 300 people were killed in the Xuanjia army. 700 were killed in the Zhongxia army. More than 1,000 people were killed in the Helihe army. And there were also casualties in the Qingxue army, Yuban army, and Huwei army. These high-level heavy cavalry, which cost countless dollars to build, were killed by Xiongnu alone. 3,000 of them were killed, leaving Chu Tian unable to reason. Chu Tian believed that if there were 10 Xiongnu-level warriors, there would be no need to recruit an army. It would not be impossible for 10 Saint-level warriors to join forces and defeat an army of hundreds of thousands. Moreover, they only need to rest for a day, and their strength will be restored. Such an existence has seriously damaged the balance of the Lord's world. A strong general can recover his physical strength much faster than recruiting new troops. Although Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu and others can kill hundreds of people in one battle, they have not destroyed the balance so much. At least they dare not attack 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry alone. Otherwise, the world of lords only needs strong generals, not soldiers. Based on this judgment, Chu Tian's estimate of Xiongnu's force was biased. Xiongnu is still harvesting furiously, killing another 1,000 high-level heavy cavalry. Chu Zimu, don't leave! After killing 4,000 cavalry, Xiongnu had already discovered the existence of Chu Tian. The black horses galloped and attacked Chu Tian. My lord! Retreat to the second line of defense, and we will stop it! Dian Wei held 2 iron halberds. His fighting spirit was high, but there was a drop of sweat the size of a soybean dripping down his forehead. Challenging a saint-level warrior made Dian Wei feel excited but also a little scared. Being able to make Dian Wei do fearful already shows Xiongnu's terror. Dian Wei led hundreds of tiger guards to attack Xiongnu. After Chu Tian consumed part of Xiongnu's physical strength, he led thousands of cavalry troops to retreat towards the second line of defense. The second line of defense is Chu Tian's last trump card. The 5,000-man Shinji battalion never took part in the Battle of Jiulu from beginning to end. Xiongnu, come and fight me! Dian Wei fell into a state of hysteria. When the Lord is in danger, Dian Wei's abilities will also increase. Suffer death! Xiongnu surrounded hundreds of people in Dian Wei by himself, and the Overlord Spear's offensive opened up and attacked Dian Wei. The churning black energy filled the air, and Dian Wei was like a demon, and his 2 halberds could only be passively blocked. In front of Xiongnu, Dian Wei had no power to fight back. Ah! Dian Wei encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, and then went berserk, with veins all over his body like a horned dragon. Dian Wei didn't want to passively block all the time, and he wouldn't be able to fight back until he died in battle. One short halberd blocked the Overlord's spear, and the other short halberd stabbed Xiongnu. Dian Wei was making a desperate fight. If one life can be exchanged for seriously injuring Xiongnu, Dian Wei thinks it is worth it. Anyway, You can return to the main world after dying in the Jilu battlefield. Break! The black energy rotates, and the Overlord Spear condenses Xiang Yu's power, carrying the power of thunder. The color of heaven and earth changes. The short halberd was knocked away, and the Overlord Spear pierced Dian Wei's chest. Dian Wei's blood splashed onto the Overlord Spear. You can block me for more than 10 rounds. You can be considered a strong warrior. Xiang Yu drew his gun, and the black energy surrounding him decreased. Killing Dian Wei really cost Xiang Yu a lot of energy. Although the strengthening the mountain characteristic can explode with power that surpasses countless generals, and can even kill dozens of high-level soldiers with one blow. Even Xiang Yu's body is still under a huge load. Kill! Avenge the general! When the Tiger Guards saw that Dian Wei was killed by Xiang Yu after more than a dozen rounds of fighting, they regarded his death as hopeless and besieged Xiang Yu, hoping to avenge Dian Wei. The Overlord Spear spun in Xiang Yu's hand, and the black air swirled like a tornado, flying sand and rocks. The 8th level Tiger Guards were all killed or repulsed, and fell to the ground seriously injured. The cavalry army fled north. In Xiang Yu's eyes, the cavalry army had been defeated by him, and their morale dropped significantly. Chu Tian, the real commander of the Qin army, fled on Zhuing. Wu Shui, hold on a little longer until I take his head. With the Overlord Spear horizontally crossed, Xiang Yu rushed north and defeated the cavalry army with one man's strength. As the second line of defense, Xiao Liang was wearing light armor and holding a small piece of jade phoenix tightly in his palm. This is the 4th National War. Chu Tian spent 100,000 points to redeem special props with unknown effects. During the 5th National War, Xiao Liang seemed to have discovered the function of Yufeng, which could enhance the wielder's strength when in danger. Could this jade phoenix be owned by any military commander in history? Xiao Liang speculated that this special prop might be related to a certain civil servant and general. Treasures such as Jinshan's silver spear, Sun Tzu's art of war, Meng Da's new book, and Chimin Yaoshu are all related to civil servants and generals. So this piece of jade phoenix may also be related to a certain civil servant and general. No matter which military commander's item it belongs to, that person's strength must be high. On the first line of defense, the Qin army and the Chu army fought for 2 consecutive days, killing at least 100,000 people. The Xinji camp remained motionless. There was a continuous battle in the south, and the shouts of killing could be heard by the Xinji battalion on the second line of defense. Xiao Liang looked to the south, and saw billowing sand and dust on the horizon. Chu Tian led the cavalry army to flee. It's really unimaginable that 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry were unable to kill Xiang Yu, and had to use the last resort. Xiao Liang's Xinji camp is a last resort. According to the estimates of Chu Tian and Sun Bin, 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry can already kill Xiang Yu. Their estimates were based on the performance of generals such as Lu Bu, Xuerengui, and Guan Yu. However, Xiang Yu's strength was beyond the sky, and he single-handedly defeated 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry. Chu Tian escaped to the north partly to lure the enemy, and partly because Xiang Yu really beat him to the point where his scalp was numb. Xiang Yu's force was extremely terrifying, refreshing Chu Tian's understanding of the upper limit of force in the world of lords. Xinji camp, prepare for war. Xiao Liang ordered the 5,000 Xinji battalion soldiers to cheer up and divide into 3 rows. 1 row was deployed in the trench. 1 row was half kneeling behind the wooden fence, and another row of Xinji battalion soldiers stood behind the second row of soldiers. Prepare! Xianhu of the Xinji battalion pulled out their embroidered spring knives, and the soldiers of the Xinji battalion began to load black powder and lead bullets in an orderly manner. The cavalry army retreated, and only the Xinji battalion in the Qin army camp did not appear on the battlefield. I don't know if firearms can kill Xiang Yu. Xiao Liang originally had confidence in the Xinji battalion, but Xiang Yu could defeat even 20,000 cavalry troops, and the battlefield was full of variables. Spread! Chu Tian led thousands of cavalry troops. After approaching the trench of the second line of defense, he ordered the group of cavalry troops to bypass the trench. Chu Tian stood alone in front of the trench to attract Xiang Yu. Hush! Xiang Yu tightened the reins of Wu Zui's horse and pointed his spear directly at Chu Tian. The two are less than 30 meters apart, and with the speed of a famous horse, they can be there in an instant. I can kill you with just 1 shot. If you surrender to me, I will spare your life. Xiang Yu's arrogance made him despise Chu Tian. There was nothing wrong with Xiang Yu's intuition. With Xiang Yu's force, it only took 1 move to kill Chu Tian. Xiang Yu's attacks were not sloppy, and almost always killed with 1 hit. Only when dealing with Li Guang and Yan Wei did Xiang Yu spend a lot of effort. Chu Tian faced the strongest general in the Eastern Han Dynasty. But he was not timid, but said, "How can I, Chu Zimu, be the one to surrender? Maybe you only need one shot to kill me, but I may need many shots to kill you." Xiang Yu was puzzled. "You have a sword in your hand. Where is the spear?" "Ahem. This gun is not that gun." Chu Tian's long sword pointed at Xiang Yu. Behind Chu Tian, 3 rows of Shinji camp musketeers appeared, with thousands of matchlock guns aimed at Xiang Yu. Chapter 1002, The Overlord's Sorrow. Shinji camp. Shoot! 3 rows of Shinji camp musketeers fired volleys almost at the same time. The burning match ignited the black gunpowder. The black gunpowder burned violently, along with the sound of muskets. White gunpowder smoke filled the air. The entire Shinji battalion was used to deal with Xiang Yu, a general. This was under the premise that Jiangdong's disciples were out of touch with Xiang Yu, and Xiang Yu could not get support from Jiangdong's disciples. Otherwise, it would be at least twice as difficult to defeat Xiang Yu. Primitive firearms have a short range and lack accuracy, and they cannot make Xiang Yu defensive. Otherwise they will not be effective. Chu Tian personally acted as the bait and lured Xiang Yu to a distance of 30 meters so that the Shinji battalion could exert its power. The Shinji battalion has extremely strong armor-breaking capabilities. Originally, Chu Tian wanted to bring the Hongyi cannon to the Battle of Jiulu, but Xiao Chua, a prodigal woman, used up all the solid bullets in Chu Tian's inventory during the Battle of Xinya, and fired a good result. However, the Hongyi cannon may not be as useful as the matchlock gun, because whether the Hongyi cannon can hit depends on luck. The dense volley of guns overwhelmed Overlord Xiang Yu, and the black mist around Xiang Yu was even dispersed, creating a turmoil. Xiang Yu realized the threat from Shinji camp, and the Overlord's spear stirred up the black air, making his defense airtight. "Load gunpowder!" Xianhu and Baihu of the Shinji camp completely regarded Xiang Yu as a legion, although they did not know what the outcome would be. They still went step by step and prepared for the next round of volley. The loading steps of the matchlock gun are cumbersome and time-consuming. The matchlock volley fired with amazing armor-piercing effect. Xiang Yu should be doomed now. Having used 20,000 high-level heavy cavalry and 5,000 divine machine battalions one after another just to kill a general, Chu Tian no longer cared about fairness or unfairness. With the power of one person, Chu Tian's cavalry army was defeated, and even the Shinji battalion had to go into battle. "You are worthy of the title of Overlord of Western Chu." Chu Tian sheathed his sword. "What kind of hidden weapon is this?" In the black mist, Overlord Xiang Yu's voice sounded, and Chu Tian trembled in his heart. Xiang Yu managed to withstand a volley fired by the Shinji battalion without dying, although the accuracy of the matchlock gun is not high. If the entire Shinji battalion fires a concentrated salvo, there will always be lead bullets hitting Xiang Yu. The body-protecting black energy produced by the SSS level characteristic, strengthening the mountain, gradually dimmed. Chu Tian could see Xiang Yu's burly body, riding a black horse and holding an Overlord spear, just like the god of war. "You are still alive." Chu Tian's pupils shrank. Even though he had experienced a battle involving millions of soldiers, he could not help but be shocked by the scene before him. Xiang Yu has exceeded the scope of his knowledge of generals. "He's already injured. Get back quickly." Xiao Liang reminded Chu Tian behind the wooden fence. Chu Tian was frightened by Xiang Yu's bravery, but ignored it. After Xiao Liang's reminder, Chu Tian noticed that Xiang Yu's armor was indeed cracked and traces of blood could already be seen. Xiang Yu was indeed unable to defend against all the attacks from the Shinji battalion, although the cavalry army was large in number. When facing Xiang Yu, only a dozen cavalrymen fought against Xiang Yu at a time. But the Shinji battalion had thousands or even thousands of people shooting at the same time. It was simply a miracle that he could survive such an intensive attack. "Kill!" Xiang Yu probably realized that the Shinji battalion was a mid-range and long-range unit, so he rode forward, intending to break through the Shinji battalion and kill Chu Tian by the way. Zhu crossed the trench and Chu Tian hid behind the wooden fence. The Shinji battalion launches its second salvo. White smoke filled the air. Xiang Yu rode a black horse, broke through the blockade, and entered the Shinji camp. Some of the Shinji camp soldiers had to draw their sabers and fight with Xiang Yu. The Shinji battalion was in chaos. They used matchlock guns, tang knives, and spears to besiege Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu stirred up a black storm in the Shinji camp and strangled the Shinji camp. The Shinji battalion has extremely strong armor-breaking capabilities, but the price paid is the lack of melee capabilities and weak defense. Xiang Yu defeated the Shinji camp, As long as he entered the Shinji camp and fought hand-to-hand with the musketeers, he could easily kill thousands of people. Cavalry army. Fight again! Chu Tian summoned the cavalry army and besieged Xiongyu again. The Shinji battalion's volley of musketry failed, and Xiongyu's attack returned to brutal close-quarters combat. Xuanjia's army held horses. Qishua's army used Mongolian bows, and Shinji's battalion loaded matchlocks to attack Xiongyu with all their might. Tens of thousands of people surrounded Xiongyu on the second line of defense and went crazy. If Xia Jun can no longer capture Xiongyu, he will be defeated in the Battle of Jiulu. Is this the case? It's still impossible to capture Xiongyu. Chu Tian has already brought out all the elites to deal with Xiongyu, but Xiongyu is still fighting. Suddenly, Xiongyu's horse, Wuzui Ma, was exhausted and fell to the ground because it could not withstand the high-intensity battle. Xiongyu fought against the Qin army and the cavalry army successively, and was hit by 2 volleys from the Shinji battalion. The Wuzui horse was scarred and whined, and could no longer support it. The Wuzui horse is just flesh and blood. The horse stumbled. Xiongyu fell to the ground, stabilized his body, and the Overlord spear whirled, cutting off the stabbing horse. Wuzui! Xiongyu's armor suffered more than a dozen holes under the 2 salvos from the Shinji battalion, but Xiongyu ignored his injuries and checked on his horse. Wu Zima's physical strength was no longer enough to sustain the battle. He foamed at the mouth and died on the battlefield. There are also bloody holes left by the matchlock gun and scratches from the sword and horse's armor on the black horse's armor. The cavalry army and the Shinji battalion's life-threatening attack on Xiongyu and Wu Haima finally injured Xiongyu and Wu Haima. I will avenge Wu Shui! Xiongyu saw that his mount was killed in battle, so he charged towards Chu Tian on foot. Every step Xiongyu takes forward brings a strong sense of oppression, and he kills hundreds of cavalry and Shinji battalion soldiers, comparable to butchers in H.L. At this time, the black mist surrounding Xiongyu had disappeared, revealing the bloody armor. Xiongyu slaughtered all sides and was in a state of strengthening the mountain, which made Xiongyu bear pressure that was unbearable for human power. His momentum is declining sharply. Chu Tian could faintly feel the change in Xiongyu's momentum after the effect of strengthening the mountain disappeared. Xiongyu's overbearing aura was reduced. Xiongyu was finally seriously injured by the cavalry army and the Shinji battalion. The physical strength of a flesh and blood body will eventually be exhausted. So Gaishao was defeated and committed suicide in Wujiang. Chu Tian saw that Xiongyu was still charging towards him. Chu Tian retreated again and again, allowing countless elite cavalry and musketeers to attack Xiongyu, draining the last bit of Xiongyu's energy. Xiongyu also realized that his situation was critical. Wu Zima had been killed. Only by killing Chu Tian before his physical strength was completely exhausted could he turn the tide. Strength can lift the mountains, and the world is full of energy. But times are not good, and the glory will not fade away. Xiongyu squeezed out the last bit of physical strength and exploded with all his strength. He stepped on the ground with one foot and swept out the Overlord's gun. Dozens of Heli Alliance army and Shinji camp musketeers were wiped out by Xiongyu with one shot. Xiongyu chases Chu Tian on foot. Xiongyu, who was originally exhausted, once again had high fighting spirit and took action with all his strength. Boom! Dozens more high-level soldiers were swept away by Xiongyu, and they fell to the ground like kites that were out of line. Chu Tian was shocked by Xiongyu for a moment and couldn't help but be stunned. He has never seen such a fierce general. He is simply an immortal war god. Shinji battalion. Fire indiscriminately. Xiao Liang, who was in charge of the Shinji battalion, was in a hurry. She organized a group of Shinji battalion soldiers to fire indiscriminately in the direction of Xiongyu. Generally speaking, the Shinji battalion would not launch intensive volleys at its own people. But the situation was urgent, and they could not care so much. The intensive volley of matchlock guns sounded again. Xiongyu waved his Overlord gun to resist, but was still hit several times. But Xiongyu was not killed yet. He rushed to the Shinji camp team and smashed down the Overlord spear, smashing a Shinji camp musketeer to pieces. The musketeers of Shinji camp drew their swords and stepped forward, but Xiongyu killed them all. The Overlord spear attacked Xiao Liang. The leader? Xiao Liang pulled out Moi's sword to block. Cavalry troops! Come on for me! Chu Tian fell into madness. He had already paid so much price, and wanted to capture Xiongyu no matter what. Boom! Mo Xia's sword blocked the Overlord's spear. Xiao Liang stepped back more than 10 steps. The ground shattered. But he was not killed by Xiongyu. Xiao Liang clenched Yufeng tightly in her palms. and Yufeng was possessed by a hidden military commander in an instant, raising her military power to a higher level. Although he is still no match for Xiangyu, it can be guaranteed that Xiao Liang will not be instantly killed by Xiangyu with one move. Xiao Liang was repelled, and the cavalry army had already trampled over, trying to hit Xiangyu away with their galloping iron horses. However, Xiangyu was rampaging all the way, moving forward in an indomitable way, with his iron cavalry everywhere, and the Shinji battalion attacking indiscriminately. The elite of the Xiao army was in chaos. Chu Tian saw the disrupted army, and Xiangyu's brave advance had reached an incredible level. Chu Tian once again pulled out the Qishao sword and commanded groups of cavalry troops to die. There are more and more wounds on Xiangyu's body, leaving hot blood along the way. On the Jiulu battlefield, more than 100,000 people died, of which tens of thousands were killed by Xiangyu. Come and fight! Xiangyu is only less than 10 meters away from Chu Tian, and he is so majestic. Just as the Overlord's spear and the Red Sky sword were about to clash, Xiangyu suddenly stopped attacking. Chapter 1003 The Battle of Jiulu ends. All the surviving cavalry soldiers and Shinji battalion soldiers looked at Xiangyu, who was standing on the battlefield. Xiangyu was like an undefeated god of war, motionless, while the cavalry army and the Shinji battalion did not dare to make any move. They were silent, and everyone focused their attention on Xiangyu. Xiangyu was now less than 10 meters away from Chu Tian. With Xiangyu's combat power, he could easily kill Chu Tian in just one round. However, Xiangyu just stopped without any movement, and his momentum completely disappeared. Chu Tian swallowed his saliva and sweated profusely. Xiangyu was besieged by the Xiao army's elite legions, and was exhausted. He suffered dozens of serious injuries, and had no physical strength left at all. There was just a little difference. If Xiangyu had even a little physical strength left, he could take a step forward and kill Chu Tian. Ding! Your army successfully killed the Chu army General Xiangyu. The Qin army camp won, and the battle merit was doubled. Ding! Because Xiangyu, the leader of the Chu army, was killed in battle. The Battle of Jiulu is over. The system reminded Chu Tian that Xiangyu had really died in battle. Xiangyu fought until the last moment. 6,000 cavalry and 2,000 Shinji camp musketeers were killed by Xiangyu alone. Two fierce generals, Li Guang and Yan Wei, were killed and returned to the main world. Xiangyu almost made a comeback. Such a record is simply terrifying. He is worthy of being the overlord of Western Chu, and the most powerful general in the civilized area of the Eastern Han dynasty. Chu Tian took back the Qishao sword and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had never experienced a fierce battle with such disparity in numbers. Xiangyu defeated the cavalry many times by himself, and withstood 2 volleys from the Shinji battalion before he fell. If it weren't for Chu Tian, just relying on Zhang Han and Wang Li, Chu Tian could imagine that Zhang Han and Wang Li would be pushed to the ground and rubbed hard by Xiangyu. They are not at the same level as Xiangyu. According to Xiangyu's strength in Lords, it is not impossible for Xiangyu to defeat the Great Wall Army or Lishan Army by himself. Without Chu Tian, Xiangyu would probably have crushed Wang Li's Qin army. There shouldn't be such an extreme saint-level general in the main world. Chu Tian thought that Xiangyu's strength was already a bit unimaginable. Chu Tian checked the morale of the Shinji battalion at this time, and found that after the battle with Xiangyu, the morale of the Shinji battalion dropped from more than 90 to more than 40, which was already in a sluggish state. Chu Tian currently knows Xiangyu's 3 characteristics: breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat, strengthening the mountain, and a characteristic that greatly reduces the enemy's morale. With the combination of these abilities, Xiangyu is worthy of being the most powerful general. There are several pervert-level characters in the Donghan district, and Chu Tian is not willing to mess with them. The great magister Lu Xiu and Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Chu. Lu Xiu can summon meteorites, and Xiangyu can crush the cavalry army single-handedly. No one wants to be their opponent. Chu Tian already used some tricks when dealing with Lu Xiu and Xiangyu. In the 5th National War, Lu Xiu faced off. In fact, Lu Xiu's troops were insufficient, and the ability to summon meteorites had been used. This time the Battle of Jiulu and Xiangyu were fought, trying to separate Xiangyu from the Jiangdong disciples, and only need to concentrate on dealing with Xiangyu. If you don't use tricks, it will be difficult to win. No one knew how terrifying Xiangyu would be under the protection of Jiangdong soldiers. Xiangyu's body suddenly fell down, and the overlord of Western Chu fell. All the soldiers in the cavalry army and the Shinji battalion breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the surviving cavalry and Shinji battalion soldiers were injured. They witnessed Xiangyu sweeping through thousands of troops. If the fight continues, the morale of the cavalry army and the Shinji battalion will be destroyed and completely collapsed. Because Xiang Yu died prematurely, and the Chu army withdrew. The outcome of the Battle of Jiulu changed. When the descendants of the Six Kingdoms saw the shocking battle between the Qin army led by Chu Tian and the Chu army led by Xiang Yu, they were trembling with fear and did not dare to move. In fact, the Qin army is still in danger, because even if Xiang Yu is gone, Liu Bang, Han Xian, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, Xiao He and other big figures are still active. But this has nothing to do with Chu Tian. Chu Tian just wanted to win the Battle of Jiulu and get rewards. Ding! Because the leader of the Chu army, Xiang Yu, was killed in battle. The Battle of Jiulu is over. All the lords will be teleported out of the Jiulu battlefield one day later. In the Chu army camp, Tong Kai, Sun Jian, Yang Sherlang, Wang Defa, and other princes, who were still fighting received system prompts at the same time. Xiang Yu actually died in battle. Sure enough, relying on personal force cannot achieve anything. After all, a commander like Han Xian is better. Tong Kai could only express regret and had nothing to say. Xiang Yu is indeed very brave. These princes have never seen a general who dares to attack the enemy's formation alone. However, Xiang Yu is overconfident in his own power after all. Under Chu Tian's reckless consumption and design, Xiang Yu was severely wounded by the Shinji battalion, and was exhausted by the cavalry army, and died of exhaustion. Chu Zima won a great victory this time. If he gets another reward, it will be difficult for us to defend Hanzhong. Chun Shi, the player strategist of Liu Bei's forces, knew that Chu Tian had the advantage. After the Battle of Jiulu, Chu Tian would definitely receive more rewards than other princes. And the pressure from the princes of the four states in the south would be even greater. Sun Ce learned that Xiang Yu died in battle. But he had other ideas. Xiang Yu is unparalleled in bravery. If he dies in battle, then the world will lose a legendary figure, and there will be no successor. Although Sun Ce is known as the Little Overlord of Jiangdong. After the Battle of Jiulu, Sun Ce found that there was a huge gap between himself and Xiang Yu. Sun Jian said, "This man's strength is beyond ordinary, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for heaven and earth to accommodate him." After hearing Sun Jian's words, Tong Kai felt somewhat convinced. Xiang Yu's existence will cause huge damage to the balance of the main world. Xiang Yu plus an elite army are enough to dominate a battlefield, and no one can let Xiang Yu serve as his general. Xiang Yu doesn't seem like someone who is willing to rely on others. Xiang Yu's counselor Fan Zeng has a face as calm as water, and is taciturn. Xiang Yu did not listen to his advice. If Xiang Yu commanded the steady advance of the 8,000 Jiandong disciples from the rear, and took action personally at the critical moment, he might not be buried in a horse. The Chu army felt lonely for a while the Qin army celebrated its temporary victory. Qin General Zhang Han joined forces with Wang Li. Shi Jian and Su Jiao were killed in battle. They chose to die just like their former commander Ming Tian. The generals from the Great Wall Army are indeed not afraid of life and death. Zhang Han couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he heard that Shi Jian and Su Jiao were killed in the battle. Zhang Han believed that he could not dare to die heroically like Shi Jian and Su Jiao. Such courage is not something ordinary people can achieve. Thanks to your help in this Jiulu battle. Otherwise, we would most likely be destroyed by Xiang Yu. Wang Li witnessed Xiang Yu's head-on attack on the cavalry army and the Shinji battalion, and knew that he was no match for Xiang Yu. If Chu Tian had not designed to besiege Xiang Yu and use high-level troops to kill Xiang Yu, the Qin army would not have one. If there is a chance, we will meet again. Chu Tian was not sure that he would not see Wang Li again. As a general of the Qin dynasty, Wang Li might be recruited by Chu Tian in the future. For every epic battle, most of the generals recruited are related to that epic battle. Sun Bin and Wei Qin completed their respective tasks and returned to join Chu Tian. This piece of Jade Phoenix is really magical. It can actually block Xiang Yu's attack. In the decisive battle with Xiang Yu, Chu Tian saw Xiao Liang using Yufeng to block Xiang Yu's attack, and couldn't help but become interested in this special prop. Yufeng is still in an unidentifiable state. Chu Tian felt helpless about this prop. Chu Tian had an intuition that it could block Xiang Yu's attack, which showed that it was a relatively important prop. But Chu Tian had no idea what else it could do. Now that he had given this Jade Phoenix to Xiao Liang, Chu Tian was too embarrassed to take it back. However, whether there is a prop to increase the force is not important to Chu Tian, who is manipulating the various legions behind the scenes. He is not a Xiang Yu type of monarch. What Chu Tian didn't know was that Yufeng was an accessory for female generals. And even if he equipped it, it would have no effect. Although the Qin army won, its troops were severely depleted. Xia Jun gathered and prepared to return to the main world. Compared with the long national war, the epic battle is shorter. As long as the completion conditions are met, the epic battle will end early. Chu Tian still didn't know that during his participation in the Battle of Jiulu, Lui had already destroyed the kingdom of Goryeo. The deadlock in the main world begins to break. Chapter 1004. The name was changed to Seoul, and the Goryeo Protectorate was established. Ding! You can't take away the holy weapon array breaking overlord gun from the Jiulu battle dungeon. When leaving the Jiulu battlefield, Chu Tian wanted to take away Xiang Yu's exclusive weapon. Xiang Yu relied on his own force, Wu Zi horses, and the formation-breaking overlord spear to sweep through thousands of armies, making Chu Tian doubt his life several times. Wu Zima was killed in battle, but Xiang Yu still left behind a weapon. However, Chu Tian seemed unable to take away this magical weapon. Ding! You can't take away the fallen Wuzue horse from the Jiulu battle dungeon. Ding! You cannot take away the Qin army general Wang Li from the battle of Jiulu instance. Ding! You cannot take away Qin army general Zhang Han from the battle of Jiulu dungeon. Chu Tian thought that he needed to take away some valuable things from the Jiulu battlefield to make up for his mental loss. But the system forced Chu Tian to give up this idea. What a pity! If possible, Chu Tian wouldn't mind trying to get Zhang Han, Wang Li, Fan Zeng, Long Jie, Engbu and others back. Ding! The battle of Jiulu is over. The scene in front of him changed, and Chu Tian returned to Xia City in the main world. There are 120,000 points in total. Chu Tian looked at his points. There is no ranking reward for this epic battle because he is the only one in Chu Tian camp. When the camp won, his points doubled from 60,000 points to 120,000 points. My lord, the Liaodong, Monan, and Mobe armies of Lui, Li Mu, and Prince Yen have captured Kaiying, the royal city of Goryeo. Fan Xianling, who served as Shang Chuling, reported to Chu Tian the biggest change that occurred during Chu Tian's absence. So fast? Chu Tian planned to take over half of the kingdom of Goryeo first, and then capture the king city of Goryeo within a year or two. Lui, Li Mu and the others couldn't hold back. When Chu Tian went to participate in the Battle of Jiulu, they directly captured the king city of Goryeo and completed the task assigned by Chu Tian to destroy the kingdom of Goryeo ahead of schedule. Before Chu Tian could use all his strength, Goryeo was destroyed. Chu Tian's power has now developed to the point that even if Chu Tian does not need to do it himself, as long as he assigns tasks to the generals, his desire for military success will spur each general to fight in all directions. This is the superiority of the military merit system in the period of expansion. Of course, the expansion of the power of the generals will make some kings worried. These kings will either remotely control the situation or send eunuchs, who do not understand military affairs, as supervisors, putting the frontline generals in a dilemma. Chu Tian would not point fingers at the generals on the front line, nor would he worry about the general's superior military achievements shocking the master. Because of Chu Tian's power, no one's military achievements were higher than Chu Tian's. In my opinion, the royal city of Goryeo should be renamed Seoul, in order to let the Goryeo people know that the dynasty had changed. Chu Tian decided to change the name of the Goryeo King City. Fan Xianling paid great attention to Chu Tian's order. I will go down immediately to make arrangements. What should the level of the Goryeo Kingdom be? Establish Goryeo Prefecture? Or the Goryeo Protectorate? Or should we merge it into Yuzhou? It's definitely a problem. Chu Tian faced a more difficult problem. After the development of Mingguan, Liaodong was actually quite prosperous. Liaodong currently belongs to Yuzhou of the Han Empire, but the area under the jurisdiction of Liaodong City covers Liaodong County, Xuantu County, Liaodong Territory, Fuyu Kingdom, Goguryeo Kingdom, Goryeo Kingdom, and the Black Dragon Army River Basin, which is even larger than the other counties in Yuzhou combined. Be vast. Due to the principle of separation of powers and checks and balances, a state with such a vast territory is actually not conducive to centralization of power, and can easily form a separatist force that is too big to lose. So it must be split. Yuzhou is still divided Liaodong County, Fuyu Kingdom, Goguryeo Kingdom, Xuantu County and other places according to the territory of the Han Empire, and establish the Liaodong Protectorate. Separate the Kingdom of Goryeo and establish the Protectorate of Goryeo. Chu Tian retained the 13 states of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and then set up many protective offices on the periphery of the 13 states to protect the Central Plains. At present, The territory of the Han Empire has 13 states and 6 major protectorates palaces, namely the Protectorate of the Western Regions, including Dayuan Kingdom, Wusun Kingdom, etc., the Protectorate of Tubo, the Protectorate of Monan, the Protectorate of Maubei, the Protectorate of Liaodong, and the Protectorate of Korea. The Nammen area belongs to Izhou. The Shanyu area belongs to Jiazhou, and Izhou belongs to Yangzhou. In this way, the territory of the Han Empire at the current stage is basically determined. With the addition of the 13 states and the 6 major protective offices, the territory of the Han Empire was already quite exaggerated. Chu Tian spoke casually, and the Kingdom of Koryo became a government of the Han Empire. Official positions such as the Grand Protector of Koryo and the Deputy Protector of Koryo were established to govern the affairs of the Koryo Kingdom. The main tasks were to collect taxes and recruit young men to serve as cannon fodder and servants. Since the King of Korea, Li Chunggui, has surrendered, he will bring Li Chunggui, Jiang Hansen, Zhang Wan and other descendants of Korea to see me. Chu Tian heard that Li Chunggui and others had surrendered, so he might as well form a Goryeo servant army to fight for himself in the future. Of course, Chu Tian would not let the servant legions of the Koryo Kingdom be stationed in the Koryo Kingdom, but would force them to participate in the Western Expedition or the Eastern Expedition as cannon fodder. The leader of Wuhuan, Taduan, has been rescued. In the past, Shunlin, a navy general under King Ming's command, was detained by King Li Chunggui of Goryeo and also fell into our hands. Taduan barely balances his merits and demerits. Bring Shunlin to see me. Yes. Fang Xianling immediately went down to make arrangements. The Chu Tian forces gradually opened up the situation and captured Xinya City and Seoul. Chu Tian returned his attention to the redeemable items in the Battle of Julu. There are no ranking rewards, so the points are the bulk. Chu Tian ordered to change the name of the Korean King City from Kaijing to Hancheng, and demoted the Kingdom of Koryo to a prefecture, abolished the King of Koryo, and established the Koryo Grand Protector. Lu Yi of the Liaodong army served as the temporary Koryo Grand Protector, suppressed the rebellion in Goryeo. When the news reached Kaijing, which was now Seoul to be precise, the local Koryo players were extremely sad and angry. After the Han Empire occupied the territory of Koryo, it had to rename the cities of Koryo to make the players of Koryo realize that subjugation was tantamount to murder and murder. From now on, all parts of Goryeo will use Chinese characters. Soon, the Goryeo Protectorate under the leadership of Li began to unify writing, weights and measures. There is no language communication problem in Lord, but the characters used in each civilization area are different. Li planned to make Goryeo a part of the Han Empire, so he needed to repeat the great achievements of Qin Shi Huang and unify the system. Writing, weights and measures. Some players of the Koryo Kingdom learned that Chu Tian was working hard to forcibly assimilate the Koryo Kingdom and turn the Koryo Kingdom into a state of ancient times. So they launched a rebellion. However, the resistance of the Koryo players was quickly suppressed in the face of 300,000 Xia troops and 200,000 Koryo soldiers. Even without Xia Jun taking action, the soldiers of Koryo Kingdom became the vanguard in suppressing the rebellion of Koryo Kingdom players. The establishment of the Koryo Protectorate made the Japanese shogunate, Dai Viet, and other kingdoms feel unprecedented pressure. As long as Chu Tian has the idea of expansion, they will also become the territory of the Han Empire since ancient times, and then set up the Japanese Protectorate and the Jiaoji Protectorate. The Kingdom of Koryo is a lesson for them. If the Goryeo Kingdom was Sinicized, the possibility of its restoration in the future would be slim. Goryeo King City, Seoul. The former Goryeo King Li Chunggui and Goryeo generals Jiang Hansen, Zhang Wan and others were escorted to the teleportation array and headed for Xiaoqing. King Xia probably won't kill us. Li Chunggui is taking a risk. Their group of Goryeo generals are still valuable. Heroes pay more attention to interests. And even if there have been some grudges, they may not necessarily retaliate against them. Zhang Xiu killed Cao Cao's eldest son Cao Ang, nephew Cao Anmin, and guard Yan Wei. But Cao Cao still accepted Zhang Xiu. There is no other reason. Just profit. Shen Lin, the naval general under Ming Wan, was originally detained by Li Chunggui. After Li Chunggui surrendered to Xia Jun, Shen Lin naturally fell into the hands of Xia Jun. According to the Lord's order, Shen Lin, you also want to go to Xia City. Zhao Kuo, you are responsible for escorting them. Lu Yi asked Zhao Kuo to go to Xiaoqing. Zhao Kuo has gone from a fledgling young general to a stubbled battlefield veteran. Zhao Kuo experienced the Yuzhou War, the Maubei War, and the conquest of Goryeo. You will definitely live up to your destiny. Zhao Kui cupped his fists and led a group of Zhao's side cavalry to escort Li Chunggui, Jiang Handan, Zhang Wan, Chen Lin and other generals to Xiaoqing. Replace the city gate plaque. After the Goryeo King's castle was renamed Hanxiang, the plaques at various city gates were replaced by the word Hanxiang in seal script. When Goryeo players enter and exit the royal city, the plaque on the city gate always reminds them that Goryeo has been destroyed. I have only been away for a short period of time. Why has the kingdom of Goryeo been pushed aside by the Han Empire? United States. Confederate Governor Marshall returns from an epic battle. Furious. In front of him were Brand, the commander of the Fire Dragon Legion that supported King Li Chunggui of Goryeo, and his aide Adams. The United States spent 800,000 gold coins, but found nothing in Korea. Brand said unhurriedly. Federal Governor, our Fire Dragon Legion only sent 30,000 people, and it was impossible to stop the Han Empire's human wave tactics. At that time, they besieged the king of Goryeo City with as many as 400,000 troops. The Han Empire conquered cavalry on the prairie. It is not a wise move to fight with the cavalry on the prairie in the field. Adams put a stack of collected information on the table. I have collected a lot of information about the Han Empire. As long as all data collection is completed, we will win the decisive battle with the Han Empire in all likelihood. While the lords of the United States were discussing, Chu Tian was looking at the list of redeemable items for the Battle of Jiulu. Chu Tian saw many valuable props again. Chapter 1005 Xiangyu's Characteristics. Randomly obtain Xiangyu's characteristics, which consumes 80,000 points. Randomly obtain a general from the Jiulu War except Xiangyu, which consumes 15,000 points. The Holy Weapon Array Breaking Overlord Spear consumes 150,000 points. The Imperial Warhorse Wazima consumes 50,000 points. The Battle of Jiulu, Great Wall Army Combination, consumes 20,000 points. The Battle of Jiulu, Three Qin Combination, consumes 20,000 points. The Battle of Jiulu, composition of 4 generals of the Chu army, consumes 120,000 points. The recruitment order for the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty is to randomly obtain one of the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty, which consumes 240,000 points. Chu Tian hurriedly looked at all the props that could be exchanged, except for Xiangyu, who couldn't exchange them. Xiangyu's characteristics, weapons, and war horses could all be exchanged. One of Xiangyu's characteristics costs 80,000 points. It is estimated that even if Xiangyu can be exchanged for it, Chu Tian cannot afford it. Not only Xiangyu, but also the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty. It is said that they are the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty. They may be the 3 sages of the early Han Dynasty. Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He. They are the commander, counselor, and logistics respectively. It is a pity that the value of the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty is not lower than that of Xiangyu, and no one can afford to replace them. Chu Tian has 120,000 points, which he can consider redeeming for them. For generals of the Chu army, Long Jie, Ingbu, Zhongli Mei, and Jibu. But Chu Tian was more interested in Xiangyu's characteristics. Long Jie, Ingbu, Zhongli Mei, Jibu, and Chu Tian all have generals who can replace him. But Xiangyu's ability is almost unreplaceable by anyone. The SSS level characteristics are Breaking the Cauldron and Strengthening the Mountain, which are priceless. Breaking the Cauldron is one of the strongest characteristics of adversity, and pushing forward is one of the strongest single characteristics. Xiangyu may have other characteristics. Otherwise, the combat power of Jiangdong's disciples would not be so terrifying. If you exchange for the characteristics of Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Chu, then only 40,000 points will be left out of 120,000 points. Exchange it for the Great Wall Army Combination and the 3 Qin Combination. Chu Tian got along well with Wang Li, Zhang Han and others during the Battle of Jiulu. Ding! You will randomly obtain a characteristic of Xiangyu. Since you already have 6 characteristics, you can choose to give up 1 characteristic, or give this characteristic to other players or NPCs. To Chu Wu, Chu Tian gave one of Xiangyu's characteristics to his eldest son. Now Chu Tian already has 6 SSS level characteristics. It would be a waste to replace any one of them. Chu Tian simply made up 6 characteristics for his eldest son. Chu Tian has a group of arrogant soldiers under his command. If his eldest son does not have enough ability, he will not be able to control a group of arrogant soldiers in the future, and the consequences will be serious. Chu Tian can also suppress these people with his first-class military exploits. In addition, this feature can be used by my eldest son for 20 more years. In this way, Chu Wu has the characteristics of Lu Xiu, Lu Ji, and Xiang Yu. Although Chu Wu's face cannot be seen yet, Chu Tian seems to have created a terrifying successor. Ding! Player Chu Wu has obtained the SSS level characteristic Break the Cauldron. It turned out to be a burning cauldron. Chu Tian had experienced the Battle of Julu and knew the horror of the burning cauldron feature, high legion attack bonus and full morale within 3 days. If used well, you can defeat more with less and reverse the situation in 3 days. That's why burning the boat can be called one of the strongest adversity characteristics. Chu Tian could see the introduction of Leaving the Cauldron. Name, Leaving the Cauldron. Grade, SSS grade. Effect, after triggering. Within 3 days, the Legion's attack power will be plus 40%, and its morale will be at full value and will not decrease. After 3 days, the effects disappeared. This effect is applicable to all arms except the Navy, and will not conflict with the characteristics of each arm. Trigger condition, one's own troops are smaller than the opponent's. Carry 3 days of food and grass, and have no retreat. Cooling time, 1 year. After Chu Tian read the details of Burning the Cauldron, he found that the Burning Cauldron would not be restricted by the upper limit of 2 characteristics of the same military type, and it was considered one of the strongest characteristics. 2 special recruitment orders appeared in Chu Tian's hand. One was Great Wall, and the other was 3 Qin. Ding! You used the Great Wall Army combination recruitment order to obtain the allegiance of Generals Wang Li, Shi Jian, and Su Jiao. Exactly as Chu Tian imagined. This recruitment order directly recruited Wang Li, Shi Jian, and Su Jiao, 3 generals of the Great Wall Army. 20,000 points directly come to 3 Qin generals, which is considered to be great value for money. Although the 3 generals of the Great Wall Army cannot be compared with the 4 generals of the Chu Army, they are still practical and can join Meng Tian's army. Meng Tian happened to be the commander of the Great Wall Army. Wang Li, Shi Jian, and Su Jiao appeared in front of Chu Tian. They no longer had the memory of the Jiulu battle, but were brand new generals. Lord! 3 Qin generals pledged their allegiance to Chu Tian. Name, Wang Li. Talent, Diamond level commander, infantry type. Level 80. Identity, famous general of the Qin dynasty. Grandson of Wang Jian. Defeated by Xiang Yu in the Battle of Julu. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 84. Force, 71. Intelligence, 70. Politics, 50. Charm, 70. Phasiality, brave. Favorability, 60. Characteristic 1, after the famous general, a level trait. When commanding troops with Qin background such as Iron Eagle Ruiz, Qin Ruiz, Great Wall Army, Golden Fire Cavalry. Attack power plus 10%. And combat morale plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Great Wall Army General, a level trait. When commanding the Great Wall Army, the defense power of the Great Wall Army plus 15%. Special arms, Great Wall Army, 6th level light infantry. Upper limit 5,000. Among the 3 generations of famous generals of the Wang family of Great Qin, Wang Li has the weakest ability, but he is still a good general. But he is far from being on the same level as Xiang Yu and Han Xian. In the first battle of Julu, Wang Li became Xiang Yu's stepping stone. The duel between famous generals is very cruel. The winner is king, and the loser eats dust. If Wang Li wins, his and Xiang Yu's evaluations may be reversed. There is no if. Then, there are the 2 Qin generals Shi Jian and Su Jiao. Name, Shabama. Talent, Platinum level general, infantry type. Level 80. Identity, Lieutenant General Meng Tian. Defeated and self-immolated in the Battle of Julu. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 77. Force, 78. Intelligence, 68. Politics, 40. Charm, 70. Characteristic 1, Great Wall Army General, a level trait. When commanding the Great Wall Army, the defense power of the Great Wall Army plus 15%. Characteristic 2, would rather die than surrender, be level trait. Will never surrender to the opponent. Special arms, Great Wall Army, 6th level light infantry. Upper limit 2,500. Su Jiao's statistics and characteristics are similar to Shi Jian's, so the 2 are close friends. Chu Tian roughly understood the situation of the 3 people. The most important thing is the 3 Qin generals' units. A high-level light infantry Great Wall Army with a total of 10,000 people. The 3 of you serve in the Mengtian Corps of the Guanzhong Army. Because they conquered the prairie, the Great Wall was just a decoration. So there was no need for a dedicated Great Wall Army. Chu Tian sent Wang Li, Shi Jian, and Su Jiao to serve under Ming Tian, thus gathering together Ming Tian's Great Wall Army team. Recruiting 3 Qin generals with 20,000 points is unlikely to be too good, but it can add a group of lieutenants and special units. In addition to the Great Wall Army combination, there is also a San Qin combination. Chu Tian had already guessed the so-called 3 Qin. That is, after surrendering to Xiongnu, the 3 Qin generals who were assigned to Qin by Xiongnu, Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi, were known as the 3 Qin. Sima Xian is equivalent to Zhang Han's staff, while Dong Yi is the deputy general. The most valuable among the 3 is naturally Zhang Han, who repeatedly defeated the uprising army in the late Qin dynasty. If he had not met Xiongnu and Han Xian, there is no doubt about Zhang Han's ability. He is not a top general, but a second-level king-level commander, and the king of bad soldiers in the Qin dynasty. Why did Xiongnu divide the princes and kings among themselves? When Chu Tian thought of the 3 Qin dynasties, he thought of Xiongnu's enfeoffment of princes. The enfeoffment system eventually lost to the prefecture and county system, so the Han dynasty established by Liu Bang was more stable. There is also a saying that the Han dynasty inherited the Qin system. Chu Tian consumed another recruitment order. Ding! You used the 3 Qin combination recruitment order to gain the allegiance of Generals Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi. Soon, 3 military generals appeared in front of Chu Tian, and they were given another gift package from the end of Qin. Chu Tian directly summoned the main generals of the Qin army in the Battle of Jiulu to his command. Chapter 1006, Han Xiaoqua and Qinlin. The 3 kings of Guanzhong, Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi, appeared in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian had already seen these 3 people on the Jiulu battlefield. Name: Zhang Han. Talent: king-level commander, infantry type. Level 80. Identity: famous general of Qin dynasty. King Yong of Western Chu. Loyalty: 80. Commander: 91. Force: 74. Intelligence: 75. Politics: 41. Charm: 72. Phaseality: brave. Favorability: 50. Characteristic 1. Lishan prisoner, S-level exclusive characteristic. Can transfer all prisoners to the second-level special unit Lishan prisoner. Lishan prisoner attack power plus 20%. Formation maintenance plus 50%. Lishan prisoners do not need military pay. Characteristic 2. Qin's heroic general, S-level trait. When commanding troops with Qin background such as Iron Eagle Ruiz, Qin Ruiz, Great Wall Army, Golden Fire Cavalry. Attack power plus 15%. And combat morale plus 15%. Feature 3. Suppression, B-level feature. When suppressing rebellion, the Legion's attack power plus 10%. Special arms: none. In a sense, Zhang Han is the king of bad soldiers in the east. His characteristic, Lishan prisoner, can temporarily form a huge army, and his combat effectiveness is stronger than that of the Yellow Turbans and other peasant rebels. Using death row prisoners as cannon fodder can maintain an army of cannon fodder without having to pay military salaries. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, there are Sima Xian and Dong Yi. Name: Sima Xian. Commander: 70. Force: 61. Intelligence: 82. Politics: 71. Charm: 50. Characteristic 1. Lishan Army General, A-level trait. When commanding Lishan Army attack power plus 15%. Characteristic 2. Prison Management, A-level trait. When managing prisons, prison efficiency plus 20%. Dong Yi was Zhang Han's subordinate, and his ability was lower than Zhang Han's. Name: Dong Yi. Commander: 73. Force: 79. Intelligence: 35. Charm: 40. Characteristic: Lishan Army General, A-level trait. When commanding Lishan Army attack power plus 15%. The Lishan Army formed a separate legion and filled it with the world's death row prisoners. In order to take advantage of Zhang Han's ability, Chu Tian formed the Lishan Army as one of the cannon fodder groups to consume the enemy's morale, physical strength and strength. Zhang Han said, "The number of death row prisoners in the world may be less than 10,000. Then the source of soldiers will change from death row prisoners to serious criminals. Those who have done meritorious service can have their sentences reduced." After Chu Tian's order, all counties quickly gathered all serious criminals in Xiaqing to form the Lishan Army. These heavy prisoners need to consume food anyway, so why not send them to the battlefield to wash away their crimes with blood? The Lishan Army has Zhang Han as the chief general, Sima Xian as the military advisor, and Dong Yi as the deputy general. It can be considered that the candidates for the Lishan army have been gathered together. The first batch of Lishan troops numbered approximately tens of thousands. The Lishan army is the cheapest army, and does not even require good equipment. My lord, Li Changui, Jiang Handan, Zhang Wan, the surrendered generals of Goryeo, and Chen Lin, the former Liaodong Navy general, have been brought to Xiaqing. After placing the generals of the Great Wall Army and Lishan Army, the surrendered generals of Goryeo were escorted to Xiaqing by Xiao Kuo. Xiao Kuo, how is the situation in Goryeo? In 1 month, there were 17 major and minor rebellions, and more than 10,000 people were suppressed. Any rebels in Goryeo will be suppressed. When Zhao Kuo brought the surrendered general of the Goryeo kingdom, Chu Tian took a look at Zhao Kuo's panel. A representative figure on paper. Name Zhao Kuo. Talent, Diamond Level General, Cavalry Type. Commander, 84 Force, 70, Intelligence, 83, Politics, 30, Charm, 60. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 80. Characteristic, Talking on Paper, S-Level Exclusive Feature. Based on actual combat experience accumulation. Provides all attribute bonus to the Legion. Ranging from -20% to 20%. Current all attribute bonus to the Legion, 7%. Special Unit, Zhao Guo Border Cavalry, 6th Level Light Cavalry. 5,000. Zhao Guo's ability is very special. And he only has one characteristic. Talking on Paper. As a classic allusion to the Eastern Han Dynasty civilization zone. Paper War is a very wonderful feature. If the actual combat experience is 0, it will bring negative effects. And all attributes of the Legion will be reduced by 20%. On the contrary, if you have experienced hundreds of battles, all attributes of the Legion will increase by 20%. Under Li Mu's careful cultivation, Zhao Kuo finally grew into a good general. Of course, it is impossible for Zhao Kuo to surpass Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Lianpe, the famous generals who truly represent the Zhao kingdom. However, if Zhao Kuo's experience accumulation allows the Paper War characteristic to provide a 20% attribute bonus to the Legion, then Zhao Kuo's Legion will be quite terrifying. Chu Tian estimated that Zhao Kuo's peak might not be until after he was 40 years old. Currently, Zhao Shi and Zhao Kuo are in the Monan army. The Goryeo generals Li Changui, Jiang Hanzhen, and Zhang Wan were brought before Chu Tian. Most of these Goryeo generals were unwilling to give in. No one would be willing to accept his own kingdom being destroyed by people sent by Chu Tian. Chu Tian, however, focused on Navy General Chen Lin. Chen Lin, a general in the late Ming dynasty, participated in the 3 major Wanli campaigns, the Battle of Korea and the Battle of Wuzhou, and made many contributions. In the Battle of Wanli Korea, Ming generals Chen Lin and Deng Zilong, and Korean General Yi Sunshin intercepted the retreating Japanese troops and defeated Konishi Yukinaga and Shimazu Yoshihiro. In this battle, Deng Zilong and Yi Sunshin were killed, and the Japanese navy was severely damaged. However, the Japanese army still withdrew its large forces to Japan, achieving its strategic goal. Chen Lin is considered a good naval general. At the same time, Chen Lin's land combat abilities are also pretty good. Chen Lin, your old master Ming Guan has betrayed the imperial court and is working for me. How about that? Because Ming Guan was in West Asia, it was easy for Chu Tian to recruit the former generals of Ming Guan in this name. Sure enough, Chen Lin quickly agreed. Chen Lin is willing to serve the Lord. Ding! King-level naval commander Chen Lin pledges allegiance to you. Name, Chen Lin. Talent, King-level commander, Navy/Firearms. Identity, famous general of Ming dynasty. Anti-Japanese hero. Commander, 94, only applies to naval battles. Force 81. Intelligence, 73. Politics, 70. Charm, 65. Phaseality, Brave. Feature 1, Navy Admiral, SS level feature. Melee attack power of naval units plus 25%. Shipborne firearms and fire arrow ignition damage plus 25%. Characteristic 2, famous anti-Japanese general, S-level trait. Legion's damage to Japanese soldiers plus 20%. Characteristic 3, famous bandit suppressant general, S-level trait. Damage to bandits plus 20%. Destructive power to cottages plus 15%. Negative impact of mountainous terrain minus 15%. Characteristic 4, land battle is slightly inferior, negative characteristic. During land battle, the commander attribute is reduced by 7 points. Characteristic 5, greed, negative trait. Increased probability of greed for money and bribery. Easy to cause mutiny. Special Unit, Lingnan Navy in the late Ming Dynasty, 7th level naval unit. Can be equipped with firecrackers or matchlocks. Upper limit of 5,000. During land battles, attributes decrease. Chu Tian was stunned after reading Qin Lin's attribute panel. There were many firearms generals in the late Ming Dynasty. Because at the end of the Ming Dynasty, and the beginning of the Qing Dynasty, the Eastern armies gradually paid attention to the role of firearms. Qin Lin's value lies in the 7th level naval unit, Lingnan Navy, which can be equipped with firearms. Qin Lin served as the general of the Shinji Battalion in the Ming Dynasty. So he was really a dual-department military commander of the Naval Department and the Firearms Department. The only drawback is that Qin Lin is greedy for money and likes to bribe her boss. In the late Ming Dynasty, it would be difficult to do big things without bribing your boss. Chu Tian actually understood Qin Lin a little. The situation in the late Ming Dynasty was too complicated, so it was difficult to distinguish right from wrong. There were even two completely different evaluations for a general. For corrupt generals, it is necessary to set up a supervisory army and reward them more in peacetime. You will join the Fubo army from now on. Chu Tian was very eager for a naval general. At this time, he got Qin Lin to join the Navy Army, which was like a tiger with wings. Chu Tian's attack on Jiangnan requires as many naval generals as possible. Then, Chu Tian turned his attention to King Li Chunggui of Goryeo. Goryeo military generals Zhang Hansen, Zhang Wan and others, who were candidates for the generals of the Goryeo Legion. The Goryeo Army, like the Yosan Army, is a cannon fodder army. Due to the two wars that destroyed the country, a large number of young people were killed in the Goryeo Kingdom. Recruiting the young people of the Goryeo Kingdom to fight in the east and west can weaken the potential of the Goryeo Kingdom. Chu Tian has recently been considering whether to move some of the people in the past to Goryeo to forcibly speed up the assimilation. Li Chunggui, you betrayed me one last time. How should I trust your loyalty? Chu Tian stared at Li Chunggui, the founder of the Korean Kingdom of Korea. Chapter 1007, the first general of Goryeo. Li Chunggui is willing to do his best for King Xia and will never betray him. King Li Chunggui of Goryeo vowed to Chu Tian. Of course, Chu Tian didn't trust Li Chunggui. Not long ago, Li Chunggui betrayed Mingwan. Loyalty is loyalty. Use is use. Prove your loyalty with military exploits. Chu Tian planned to attack the 4 Japanese islands, especially the Kyushu island close to Goryeo, and needed Koryo's troops. Yamatai Queen Himiko's special unit, Miko, can only be activated by occupying Kyushu Island. The name of Kyushu Island has nothing to do with the Han Empire. Instead, there are 9 kingdoms on the island: Chikuzan Kingdom, Shikudo Kingdom, Aizen Kingdom, Higo Kingdom, Bunzen Kingdom, Bungo Kingdom, Hyuga Kingdom, and Osumi Kingdom, Satsuma Country. If Kyushu Island is compared to a county, then these 9 kingdoms are equivalent to 9 counties, and each county has many mountain cities and fishing villages. There was no need for Chu Tian to explain directly to Li Chunggui, the surrendered general, about the conquest of Japan. Ding! King-level commander Li Chunggui pledges his allegiance to you. Chu Tian inherited many of Mingwan's original team members. The founder of the 500-year-old Li dynasty of Joseon, Li Sungjiwei, as the first general of Goryeo, had pretty good attributes. Li Chunggui fought against the Red Turban Army in the late Yuan dynasty, the Mongolian warlords in Liaodong, and the Japanese pirates who invaded Goryeo. He repelled all the enemies who invaded Goryeo, conquered the Jurchen tribe, and usurped the throne with his military exploits. He was indeed a good military player. Li Chunggui and Zhu Yuanzhang were in the same era. Originally, the Li family of Goryeo was a local power dependent on the Mongols. After the establishment of the Ming dynasty, Li Chunggui declared himself a minister to Zhu Yuanzhang, and his country was called North Korea by the Ming dynasty. Li Chunggui did the best he could in his situation, repelling all the enemies that invaded Goryeo, including the Red Scarf Army, Japanese pirates, and the Yuan Army. He launched a mutiny based on his military exploits, usurped the throne and became king. The dynasty lasted for 500 years. He could not be expected to defeat the Ming dynasty, which had a population of hundreds of millions, with Goryeo's population of several million at the time. So surrender was the best way out. Name, Li Chunggui. Talent, King-level commander, archer system/cavalry system. Level, 100. Identity, founding monarch of the Joseon dynasty. Loyalty, 50. Commander, 94. Force, 91. Intelligence, 83. Politics, 89. Charm, 85. Phaseality, brave. Favorability 30. Characteristic 1, King Kanxian, SS level monarch trait. Whole army aura. +2 command of the Koryo military generals under his jurisdiction. +2 force. +10% legion damage. Additional +5% damage to foreign races. Characteristic 2, Bow of Change, S level trait. Personal and legion bow damage +18%. Characteristic 3, Archer and Horse proficiency, S level trait. Individual. Legion Archer. And cavalry attack power +12%. Characteristic 4, Land System Reform, S level trait. Grain output and taxation in Goryeo region +10%. Rebellion -10%. Characteristic 5, Seriousness, special trait. Tends to rely on powerful dynasties. And can obtain the characteristics of the attached dynasty. Currently, it has obtained the characteristics of Mongolian cavalry archery. The damage of legion bows and arrows is additional +3%. And supremacy Confucianism. Goryeo rebellion -5%. Special unit, Goryeo elite archers, 4th level unit. Upper limit of 40,000. Chu Tian finally knew why Mingguan would keep Li Chunggui alive. As the #1 general among the tens of millions of people in Goryeo. His face was really gorgeous. In fact, Li Chunggui should be one of the legendary kings. But in The Lord, like Cao Cao and others, he became a military general. Li Chunggui has the king's bonus. So his overall ability is still higher than Yi Sun-sin. Li Chunggui can increase grain production and tax revenue in the Goryeo region. And has a huge effect on Chu Tian's tax collection and grain collection from the Goryeo region. Increasing by 10%. Li Chunggui's special characteristic, making the big deal, is also a very interesting characteristic. He can depend on whoever is strong, and can also gain the characteristics of the other party. Historically, Li Chunggui attached himself to the Yuan dynasty and the Ming dynasty successively, and acquired some characteristics such as Mongolian riding and archery, and exclusive respect for Confucianism. Jiang Hansen. Pledge allegiance to King Xia. After King Li Chunggui surrendered, Goryeo General Jiang Hansen had to go against his own will and surrender to Chu Tian. Is it you who led the troops to resist Li Yi's Liaodong army in Xijing? Chu Tian knew about Jiang Hansen. Li Yi went south to attack Korea. His two biggest opponents were Li Chunggui and Jiang Hansen. Jiang Hansen was a famous Goryeo general in the northern Song dynasty. The son of Liao General Xiao Taolan led the Khitan army in its peak period and tried to destroy the Goryeo kingdom, but was defeated by Jiang Hansen. Like Yi Sun-sin, Kong Hansen is regarded as a national hero by Goryeo players. Jiang Hansen is capable. There were 3 wars between Goryeo and Liao. In the previous 2 wars, the Khitan army of the Liao kingdom defeated the Koryo kingdom, and the king of Koryo humiliated himself and sued for peace. Until the 3rd battle of Koryo Khitan, Jiang Hansen led the Koryo army and, with the help of good weather, defeated the Khitan army. The elite regiment of the Liao kingdom Pishi the Tianyun army, and the Tianyun army suffered heavy losses in this battle. Jiang Hansen faced the 100,000 Khitan army at its peak. For the Goryeo army, which had suffered repeated defeats, being able to defeat the Khitan army was already a miracle for the Goryeo kingdom. Name, Jiang Hansen. Talent, king-level commander, bow and crossbow system. Level 90. Identity, famous Goryeo general. Defeated Khitan. Loyalty 60. Commander, 91. Force, 65. Intelligence, 83. Politics, 80. Charm, 88. Phaseality, calm. Favorability, 20. Characteristic 1, strong wall and clearing the field, S-level characteristic. When adopting stick-to-hold tactics, the enemy supply difficulty increases, and the own army's defense power plus 18%. Characteristic 2, follow the weather and respond to the weather, S-level trait. When the wind direction is favorable to your side, you can use the weather to attack the enemy. The legion's attack power plus 17%, and the crossbow damage plus 18%. Feature 3, water attack, A-level feature. When using water attack tactics, water attack destructive power plus 15%. Special unit, Goryeo elite archers, 4th level unit. Upper limit of 10,000 people. The kingdom of Goryeo is rich in military generals of the crossbow system. Kong Hansen, along with Li Chunggui and Yi Sun-sin, can be regarded as the core military generals of the kingdom of Goryeo. Although he is incomparable to the holy commanders of the Han Empire, Yu Fei and others, he can still stand alone. The combination of Li Chunggui and Jiang Hansen resisted the Liaodong army for a long time after Li Chunggui provided the aura of the entire army. In addition to Jiang Hansen, the Liaodong army also captured dozens of Korean generals. ranging from gold-level generals to diamond-level generals. For example, Zhang Wan and others who resisted Ho Jin Huang Taichi. It is a pity that a number of famous Goryeo generals, such as Ying Guan who fought with the Jurchens, died in battle. With Li Chunggui and Jiang Hanzhen, a Goryeo army can be pieced together, with Li Chunggui as the chief general and Jiang Hanzhen as the deputy general. In order to control Li Chunggui, Chu Tian decided to select a counselor to serve as a military advisor in the Goryeo army, with more power than Li Chunggui. What Chu Tian wanted to use was just Li Chunggui's ability. Chu Tian thought about it, and finally decided to let Cheng Yu serve as the military advisor and supervisor of the Goryeo army. And he was also responsible for recruiting troops for the Goryeo army. The power of recruiting soldiers could not be given to Li Chunggui. Li Chunggui was just a tool used in war. The recruitment, food and salary were all in the hands of the supervisor. The Goryeo army is mainly composed of archers, who are positioned as long-range assists and cannon fodder archers when attacking fortresses. As soon as Chu Tian came back, he directly formed two legions, the Lishan army and the Goryeo army, and recruited dozens of generals, making the army stronger. After conquering the kingdom of Goryeo and setting up the protectorate of Goryeo, Chu Tian could use the troops used to conquer the kingdom of Goryeo. Moreover, Chu Tian could also mobilize the Goryeo legion formed by the surrendered soldiers of the Goryeo kingdom to conquer Liu Bei, Tong Kai and other princes. Li Chunggui was sweating profusely as he faced the most powerful prince in the Han Empire, the future emperor of Xia. If Chu Tian hadn't taken a fancy to his ability, he would have been beheaded. The Goryeo army established military advisors and military supervisors, and their status was higher than that of the army commander, which meant that Li Chunggui could not take over the power of the Goryeo kingdom and have the opportunity to become independent like he did under Mingguan. Currently, the Goryeo protectorate has a chief protector and a deputy protector, all of whom are above Li Chunggui, as well as a supervisory army. Li Chunggui is in the kingdom of Goryeo, and has at least 3 people monitoring him above his head. The main force of the Liaodong army is also stationed in Goryeo, and it is estimated that it will not be transferred before it is completely conquered. However, for Li Chunggui, he could save his own life after defeat, and could not ask for more. After the Goryeo army was reorganized, they went to Wudu County to assist the Shiliang army in attacking Yangping Pass. After conquering Goryeo, Chu Tian's attention returned to unifying the Han Empire. The Jiangdong Navy was strong, and Fubo's army had to go upstream to attack the Jiangdong Navy, without taking advantage of the right time and place. Chu Tian believed that the Shu Han should be captured first. The Shiliang army was blocked at Yangping Pass, and the Guanzhong army was blocked at Qinling Mountains. Each had its own troubles. Chu Tian decided to dispatch Goryeo troops to attack Yangping Pass. If that didn't work, he used the human sea tactic to forcibly capture Yangping Pass. One general's success will lead to tens of thousands of bones being withered. But Chu Tian still thinks he can afford to pay some of the price. I don't know where Huan has marched to now. Chu Tian thought of Huan, Myuk, Gao Xianji, and others, who were still marching hard on the western Sichuan plateau with 100,000 Mongolian cavalry at this time. According to Chu Tian's estimation, Huan carried out a Mongolian-style roundabout and arrived in the Nanmen area of Izhou, the 16th year of the Lord's calendar. In the Roman Empire, the Roman Lord Constantine came back from the Second Punic War dungeon and saw that among the list of items that could be redeemed was Hannibal, the holy commander of Carthage in North Africa. But he did not have enough points. Hannibal? How do you get Hannibal? Constantine felt like Chu Tian when he saw the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty. He did not have enough points to exchange for a holy general. Chapter 1008, A Big Detour. Returning to the southern barbarians. In the 16th year of the Lord's calendar, the conflict between the Han Empire and the 3 kingdoms had lasted for a year. The Xia army's southward march was blocked by the Qinling Mountains and the Yangtze River, making it difficult to cross the natural chasm. During this period, Liu Bei claimed to be the king of Hanzhong and competed with the king of Wu and the king of Xia. Chu Tian formed the Lishan army and the Goryeo army, and ordered the Liaodong army, Monan army, and Mabei army that had experienced the Goryeo war to rest and reorganize, and stationed themselves in the Goryeo protectorate to suppress the rebellion in the Goryeo area. It seems that the 3 kingdoms are in a powerful position, but in fact the Xia army is on the offensive and is constantly building up its military strength. Hanzhong, Yangping Pass. Player military advisor Chen Shi accompanied Hanzhong King Liu Bei to patrol this pass. Wang Meng, Lu Bu, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Deng Chom guarded Yongping Pass. The Xiliang Army plus the 5th White Robe Legion of the Imperial Guard, a total of 5 legions, attacked Yongping Pass and were unable to capture it. Yongping Pass stands between 2 mountains and Nianshui River, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Even if the Xiliang Army makes a surprise attack on Yiping and takes Chengdu directly, it will be of no avail in front of Chen Shi as a player. If the Xiliang Army wants to copy Deng Aki and attack Chengdu, what awaits the Xiliang Army will be ambushes from all sides and beating dogs behind closed doors. The dangers of mountains and rivers are enough to support a 1,000,000-strong army. Chen Shi saw that Yongping Pass had been reinforced many times. It was 16 meters high and up to 10 meters thick at its thickest point, which was disappointing. The Xiliang Army has Ma Chao, and the White Robe Army has Shuai and Gui and Zhao Yun, facing the majestic pass. They are still of no avail. Wang Jian and Li Ji, who attacked the Qinling Mountains, did not achieve much success. In the Qinling Mountains, the 200,000-strong army could not deploy, and it was difficult to supply food and grass. Facing the mountain fortresses set up by the famous Shu army generals, they could only attack with a small force, and it was difficult to gain the advantage of a commander. Play. If the consumption continues, the Xia army will be the first to retreat. It would be great if something happens to Xia Jun during this time. Chen Shi is waiting for something to happen to Chu Tian's forces. Although the Xia army would not be able to break through Hanzhong's perfect defense for a while, the Shu army could only huddle in Hanzhong, unable to openly build plank roads or covertly attack Chinsong. Because Chen Shi is a player, he is familiar with history and knows that the timing is very important to conquer the central plains from Hanzhong. Liu Bang built the plank road openly, secretly attacked Chinsong, and captured Guanzhong from Hanzhong. There were many favorable conditions. First, he worshipped Han Xian as the general, and Han Xian proposed strategies. Second, Xiang Yu attacked the king of Qi and had no time to worry about Liu Bang, who was far away in Hanzhong. Third, Liu Bang made a 3-part agreement with the people in Guanzhong, which was deeply popular. Fourth, the 3 Qins in Guanzhong betrayed Qin North Korea surrendered to Xiang Yu, so the Qin people in Guanzhong hated Zhang Han, Sima Xian, and Dong Yi. Zhuge Liang said to him in Longzhong, "If there is a change in the world, I will order a general to lead the army of Jingzhou to Wan and Luo, and the general will lead the army of Yizhou to Qinchuan." Zhuge Liang proposed that the prerequisite for the crusade against the Central Plains was to occupy Jingzhou and Yizhou, and the world would change. As a result, Zhuge Liang could not wait for the chaos in the north in his life. Sima's usurpation of Wei was also a matter of Jiang Wei's era. Moreover, Guan Yu lost Jingzhou, which made Zhuge Liang, who was not rich, even worse. The strategy Lu Su formulated for Sun Quan was to exploit the Yangtze River, seize it, and then establish it as an emperor to control the world. That is, occupy the entire land south of the Yangtze River, and then wait and see if there is a chance for the northern expedition. Lu Su's strategy was comparable to that of Longzhong, but it was not completely completed, because Yizhou finally fell into Liu Bei's hands. Sometimes, there is a certain destiny. It is too difficult for Chen Shi to wait for changes. If we continue to wait, it is estimated that Chu Tian's eldest son will grow up. By then, Liu Bei's forces will not only face one big demon king in Chu Tian, but 2 big demon kings. The only chance for the Shu army to make a comeback is if Chu Tian dies in battle, dies of illness, or a major rebellion occurs. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for Yizhou to compete with the 9 states in the world, plus the 5 major protective offices. Military advisor. Last summer, the army recruited cavalry from outside the customs to destroy the Goryeo kingdom. It is said that the grassland cavalry is invincible. Fortunately, the cavalry cannot play a role in the Qinling Mountains. Liu Bei mentioned the Xia army's battle to destroy Goryeo last year. At that time, Chu Zimu recruited 50,000 Mongolian cavalry, 50,000 Xiongnu cavalry, 100,000 Xianbei cavalry, etc. When Chen Shi responded to Liu Bei, he seemed to have captured some message. Why did Chu Zimu only recruit 50,000 Mongolian cavalry to destroy the kingdom of Goryeo? He inherited a lot of Mongolian cavalry from Temujin's Mabe. Even the declining Han's cavalry still had 50,000 cavalry to attack Goryeo. The country has only 50,000 Mongolian cavalry, which is really wrong. With many years of experience as a military advisor, Chen Shi was keenly aware of Xia Jun's anomalies. Last year, he was shocked by the news of the collapse of the Goryeo kingdom, so he did not notice the composition of the army used by Xia Jun to pacify the Goryeo kingdom. Now that he took a closer look, there was something wrong. However, for a while, Chen could not explain.
Is it because the cost of the teleportation array from Mobei to Goryeo is too high?
Liu Bei said.
Perhaps the Xiao army believes that it can pacify Goryeo without dispatching too many Mongolian cavalry.
Chen shook his head.
To be cautious, I'd better send people to Halahalan and Longcheng in Mobei to find out the truth. What I'm worried about is that the Mongolian cavalry in Mobei has disappeared.
The survivability of Mongolian horses is amazing. And the Mongolian cavalry has more horses than one man. So the Mongolian army often wanders around, which gives the enemies of the Mongolian cavalry a headache. Chen immediately hired players to go to Mobei to investigate information. Chen thought that Chu Tian might have mobilized Mobei's cavalry to go elsewhere. In the south of Izhou, a tribe of southern barbarians saw a group of cavalry in tattered clothes appearing in the mountains and forests. They thought they were Tibetan cavalry, and the whole tribe panicked.
No need to panic. Everyone, this place is under my high-level jurisdiction. How can we allow outsiders to invade?
Gao Ding, the leader of the Nanman tribe in Yuechi County, heard that a group of cavalry appeared in the mountains and forests, and immediately assembled the troops of 18 barbarian tribes to stop this cavalry of unknown origin. The 18 barbarian tribes have approximately tens of thousands of southern barbarian soldiers and dozens of war elephants, making them extremely powerful. Not only the barbarian tribes in Yuechi County, but Jiao Huang, the governor of Yuechi County established by Liu Bei, was also alerted. He immediately asked people to find out what happened. Even Gao Ding, the leader of the Nanman tribe in Yuechi County, made a big fuss. Tens of thousands of barbarians set up wooden fences to intercept the unknown cavalry.
Maybe it's the cavalry from Tubo who wants to plunder various tribes. Don't worry, clan leaders. With me Gao Ding here, I will make sure this cavalry never comes back.
Gao Ding held a broadsword in his hand and vowed to the leaders of the 18 barbarian tribes. As expected, dozens of cavalrymen in ragged clothes appeared in the mountain road.
Ha! There are only a few dozen people. General you see, can destroy them all with just one person.
He stood in front of tens of thousands of barbarians and looked down upon the opponent's cavalry. The clothes of this cavalry are in tatters, and even the equipment of the southern barbarian cavalry is inferior. Suddenly, dozens of cavalrymen saw the Nanman soldiers and turned back.
They must be afraid of us. Let's go and hunt them down.
Gao Ding excitedly led an army of more than 10,000 southern barbarians to chase down dozens of cavalry. After Gao Ding chased him out of the mountain road for several miles, Gao Ding saw a terrifying scene from a high place. In the mountains and forests, groups of cavalry carrying Mongolian bows and holding spears appeared, covering the mountains and plains, boundless and endless, startling countless birds. Gao Ding's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't help but sweat profusely when he thought about how much he had praised Haikao just now. Instead of dozens of cavalry, there are simply tens of thousands of cavalry, even 100,000 cavalry. Gao Ding's palms were sweating. His 10,000 Nanman soldiers were just going to die in front of this huge cavalry. No, they were not even qualified to die.
Leader, can you really defeat this cavalry? What a joke.
Gao Ding couldn't care less about his appearance at this time. Gao Ding and a group of Nanman tribe leaders were trembling. The two players, with dozens of captains of thousands and thousands, rode to the front of the endless cavalry to confront Gao Ding. One of the female players with a sword came out on a war horse.
I am Yuk, the governor of Izhou County. Which southern barbarian tribe are you from? What is the county here?
Gao Ding suddenly realized that he was his old master. He immediately got off his horse and knelt in front of Muk's horse.
It turns out to be the leader. Gao Ding, a Yueshi man, is here to welcome the leader back to Nanman.
Muk said to himself.
It seems that this place is Yueshi County. When I withdrew from the southern barbarians,
I ordered you and others to go back to the tribes and temporarily stop fighting. Now that I have returned to the southern barbarians, you can return to serve under my tent and conquer the southern barbarians. Gao Ding immediately led his troops to attack Yuebi County.
Gao Ding immediately turned against Liu Bei after the original Muk came back. Gao Ding, the unruly Gao Ding of Yueshi County, groveled in front of Muk and acted like a mad dog. He led the southern barbarian soldiers to clear the way for Muk and attack the city of Yueshi County. If I, Huan, return to the Central Plains, I must ask Chu Zimu for more money. Huan successfully led 100,000 Mongolian cavalry across the western Sichuan Plateau and entered the southern barbarians. At this time, his face was full of stubble. Like a savage, Chapter 1009 The Southern Barbarian Rebellion.
The Mongolian cavalry in Karakorum purchased much less soybeans from grain merchants than a year ago. It is suspected that at least 100,000 fine war horses have left Karakorum. In addition to the war horses used for assault, the Mongols also have a large number of pack horses. I'm afraid it's not just a loss of 100,000 horses. Where did this Mongolian cavalry go?
The player Chen Shi sent to Harala and Lin to inquire about information soon returned the news he wanted to know. Sure enough, a Mongolian cavalry disappeared. In the past, Chen Shi did not pay attention to the movements of the Mongolian cavalry in Mabe. But now, a group of Mongolian cavalry disappeared for a long time, causing Chen Shi to panic.
The news we know so far is that except for the tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry in Goryeo, the Mongolian cavalry has not appeared on other battlefields. So, this Mongolian cavalry.
Chen Shi suddenly had a bad feeling. The garrison in Hala and Lin will not disappear inexplicably, but may only be sent by Chu Tian to deal with the enemy. Liu Bei is currently also one of Chu Tian's enemies. At this time, another strategist of the Shu Han army, Wang Ming, came to Chen Shi in a hurry.
Have you sent someone to inquire about the movements of the Mongolian cavalry?
Chen Shi replied.
Exactly. About 100,000 Mongolian cavalry have disappeared and are missing. I will ask someone to find out their whereabouts as soon as possible.
Wang Ming shook his head.
No need to ask. Jiao Huang, the governor of Yuechi County, was in a hurry. A cavalry entered Yuechi County and joined forces with the local Nanman leader Gao Ding to attack the counties of Yuechi County and directly take Izhou County, the three counties of Nanzhong. All the tribes in Zhou County, Yuechi County, and Izhou County rebelled. The prefects of the three counties are in a hurry. How is it possible? The teleportation arrays in the three counties of Nanzhong are all controlled by our troops and are in our rear area. How could the Mongolian cavalry arrive from Mabe to Nanzhong?
Chen Shi has already guarded Qinling, Yang Pingwen, Ding Zhenchan, and Yi Ping. The Xiao army attacked all roads in Hanzhong. He also accumulated heavy troops in Jianghe, Mianzhu, Chengdu and other places to guard. And there was no possibility of any flaw in the defense at every level. Between Mabe and Nanzhong, it spanned the entire Han Empire. It was so circuitous that it was simply unbelievable.
Could it be that they set out from Longnan, detoured around the western Sichuan Plateau, and took a detour to Nanzhong? This route is not something ordinary military commanders can do.
Chen Shi ignored the western Sichuan Plateau. However, there are deep mountains and old forests with few people. How can a huge cavalry cross the western Sichuan Plateau? Wang Ming said.
I can't believe it. But they did it. Less than 2 or 3 years after we occupied the three counties of Nanzhong. People were dissatisfied. When the Mongolian cavalry arrived in Nanzhong, they waved their arms and responded to every call. It can be seen that the three counties of Nanzhong were invaded. Among the cavalry, there must be someone who has great prestige among the southern barbarian tribes. How to crack it? The Nanman tribe has too much influence in the Nanzhong area, and we are delayed in Hanzhong, making it difficult to send troops to rescue. However, if the three counties of Nanzhong fall into the hands of the Xiao army, Chengdu and Bajuan will be threatened. We will be attacked from both sides, and the embankment of 1,000 miles will be destroyed by ant nests. Who can go and defeat the Mongolian cavalry entering Nanzhong, and at the same time pacify the many tribes of the southern barbarians?
Wang Ming and Chen Shi fell into silence. The general currently guarding the three counties of Nanzhong is Wu Han, one of the 28 generals of Yuntai. Wu Han's abilities are okay, but not enough to deal with such a complicated situation. About 100,000 Mongolian cavalry entered Nanzhong, and there were more than 1 million southern barbarian tribesmen in the three counties of Nanzhong. Wu Han needed to deal with the Mongolian cavalry and the southern barbarian army. This situation can only be handled by Emperor Guangwu Luxiu, the lord of Yuntai 28 generals. Not Wu Han.
Deng Chong. Zhang Hao. I personally went to the three counties of Nanzhong to suppress the local rebellion and repel the Mongolian army. Yangping Pass will be left to you.
Wang Ming thought carefully and decided to go to the southern barbarians in person, and at the same time took away Ding Chong and Zhang Hao, two 10,000 enemies, to serve as military forces. Faced with the sudden deterioration of the situation, Chen Shi asked Wang Ming,
Are you confident in defending the three counties of Nanzhong? Even if you know you can't do something, you still have to do it.
Even if Wang Ming had a plan, he was led by Xia Jun. 100,000 Mongolian cavalry moved into Nanzhong to put pressure on Chengdu from the rear. This was a conspiracy. Liu Bei, Wang Ming, and Chen Shi had to divide their forces to deal with it. When Liu Bei heard about this, he was very worried and came to find Wang Ming and Chen Shi,
two military advisors. There is a change in Nanzhong. What should we do?
Wang Ming said.
Please, my lord, give me 50,000 troops and horses to go to Nanzhong with the two generals Ding Chong and Zhang Hao to repel the Mongolian cavalry. Is 50,000 troops too few? Hanzhong's military strength is tight. If too many soldiers and horses are transferred, the Yangping Pass and Qinling defense lines will be in a hurry, and I will have to go with 50,000 troops to quell the rebellion. If it doesn't work, we can mobilize part of the Chengdu garrison as the second batch of reinforcements. So best.
Wang Ming immediately mobilized his troops and generals. The soldiers of Shu and Han concentrated in Hanzhong, using Hanzhong as a barrier to Chengdu. Therefore, Wang Ming transferred 50,000 troops from Hanzhong to Yizhou County. Wang Ming wanted to leave two powerful generals, Ding Chong and Zhang Hao. At this time, Ding Chong asked for an official position.
I will not go to Nanzhong unless I am made the general of the southern conquest and the prefect of Hanzhong.
Liu Bei and Wang Ming frowned slightly. Ding Chong's military force is not low, or even very high. With a military force of 97, he dares to charge into battle. And his ability to command troops is not low. He was the first general under the command of the former Qin King Ming. Fu Jian believed that Ding Chong had the talents of Lian Pa and Li Mu, but people at the time compared him to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. But Ding Chong's character was very straightforward. He protected his subordinates and openly asked for official positions. Liu Bei thought about it for a while.
If you can accompany the military advisor to protect the three counties of Nanzhong, then I can make you the general of the conquest of the south and the grand administrator of Hanzhong.
Thank you, my lord. Ding Chong readily agreed. If Ding Chong's requirements can be met, Ding Chong will be happy to sacrifice his life.
Take care, military advisor. If we really can't save the three counties of Nanzhong, then it's not impossible to abandon them.
Liu Bei personally came to the teleportation array in Nanjing County to bid farewell to Wang Ming, Ding Chong, Zhang Hao, and 50,000 troops.
Wang Ming's worry is not with Nanzhong, but with Hanzhong and Chengdu. I hope my lord will be careful in everything.
Liu Bei couldn't worry about Wang Ming and Nanzhong, and Wang Ming couldn't worry about Liu Bei, Hanzhong, and Chengdu.
Liu Bei said,
Yangping Pass and Qinling Mountains are like natural chasms. The Xiao army cannot cross them no matter what.
Wang Ming left with 50,000 troops and horses. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei saw Wang Ming leaving with Ding Chong and Zhang Hao. Among them, Guan Yu said to Liu Bei,
Ding Chong has taken refuge with the Lord for a short period of time and has not made any achievements. Why should he be named the general of the conquest of the south and Hanzhong?
Prefect, second brother, if we can keep Nanzhong and tide over the difficulties, what's the harm in having Ding Chong as the governor of Hanzhong?
Liu Bei could still clearly grasp the importance at this time. 100,000 Mongolian cavalry moved to fight in Nanzhong. The loss of Nanzhong would be a fatal blow to the Shu army. Yizhou's population is not large. Losing the three counties of Nanzhong will undoubtedly be a huge loss for Yizhou, and the rear area will also be threatened, compared with the gains and losses of the three counties in Nanzhong. When Ding Chong asked for official positions, Liu Bei was able to respond to his requests. At the Yizhou County office, Guard Wuhan received urgent documents from the cities in the three counties of Nanzhong, after Liu Bei defeated Muyuk and conquered the three counties of Nanzhong. According to Chen Shi's suggestion, in order to weaken Muyuk's remaining power, the governors, magistrates, and city lords of each city were all replaced by Liu Bei's confidants. However, Muyuk occupied the three counties of Nanzhong for 10 years, and his influence cannot be replaced by Wuhan, an outsider. When Muyuk returned to the southern barbarians, he responded to his call. Not only the leaders of the southern barbarians, but also some local powerful Han people also responded to Muyuk and started a rebellion. The three counties of Nanzhong were at war with each other, forming two camps, either loyal to the old Lord Muyuk, or loyal to the new Lord Liu Bei. The two forces fought fiercely to compete for the southern barbarians. Muyuk's influence was obviously greater, and he was deeply trusted by the barbarian tribes. Moreover, Huan brought 100,000 Mongolian cavalry and swept Yizhou County. 30,000 barbarians have joined Huan and Muyuk's army one after another, bringing the number of Huan and Muyuk's troops to 130,000. In addition, Huan and Muyuk received 200 war elephants to help out.
Report: the barbarian leaders of Yizhou County Mingba and the powerful Yongkai raised troops to respond. They are still loyal to me.
Muk returned to Namman, and the chess pieces he left behind came into play, causing Liu Bei a big headache. Huan was looking at the topographic map of the 3 counties in Nanzhong.
We must capture a county and obtain a teleportation array in order to receive a steady stream of reinforcements. Otherwise we may fail.
Muk said.
Yueshi County is within easy reach, and Gaoding has already attacked the city. It went more smoothly than we imagined.
Huan put on his armor. During the Mongolian Revolution, heavy armor was naturally not worn during the march. The armor was usually carried by pack horses. When the Mongolian cavalry replaced their tattered cloth shirts with half-body armor, their momentum suddenly changed, and they were filled with a murderous spirit. Chapter 10:10 King Taungu invades Izhou.
How dare these barbarians attack the county town?
Jiao Huang, the governor of Yuechi County, led 20,000 defenders to defend the headquarters. He was sweating profusely and looked down at the southern barbarian army that covered the mountains and plains outside the city. At least 30,000 southern barbarian soldiers rebelled in Yueshi County and captured more than a dozen cities and towns controlled by Liu Bei's forces. The Namman tribe rebelled, and soon their troops came to the city and besieged the county with the teleportation array. Once the county is captured, it will be even more difficult for Liu Bei's forces to retake Yueshi County. Gao Ding, the leader of the southern barbarians, dragged his sword out of the battle and shouted at the bottom of the city.
Jiao Huang, quickly open the city gate and surrender to my lord, and I will spare your life.
Jiao Huang was greatly puzzled.
Gaoding, not long ago, we were drinking and having a good time. Your barbarian tribe in Yueshi County promised never to rebel. Why did you attack the city? Those are just perfunctory words. I am loyal to my lord. How can I turn to others? Brothers, if you conquer the city, everyone will be rewarded.
Gaoding's sword was swung forward, and tens of thousands of Namman troops carried simple ladders to attack the county and city, advancing one after another.
Mongolian cavalry, provide them with cover.
Huan sent Mongolian cavalry, who were good at archery, to assist the Namman infantry in attacking the city. The Mongolian cavalry fired thousands of arrows, covering the sky and the sun. Almost all the elite of the Shu army were transferred to Hanzhong to maintain a solid defense line. There were only 20,000 low-level soldiers guarding Yuechi County. They were unprepared, facing the fierce offensive of hundreds of thousands of Mongolian and southern barbarian troops. They were like a wave in a storm. Yi Bianzhou may capsize at any time.
Kill.
In order to express his loyalty, Gao Ding personally held a sword and shield, climbed the ladder, and stormed the city wall. Huan, Muku and Gao Xianji were supervising the battle below the city. It is very important to capture a teleportation array, because Huan and Muk currently have insufficient military commanders under their command, and they need to dispatch military commanders from the Western Region Protectorate or Xia City to the 3 counties of Nanzhong. Gao Xianji was a famous marching general, but he was no match for Wang Ming. The resistance of Jiao Huang, the governor of Yueshi County, seemed weak. Jiao Huang showed his loyalty to Liu Bei's forces and refused to surrender. He led the defenders to throw stones at the city, knocking down the Namman soldiers attacking the city. From time to time, screams came from the city. Wooden stones rolled down from the top of the city wall. Fire oil splashed, and the Namman army attacking the city lost 5,000 people. In the end, under the suppression of the rain of arrows from the Mongolian cavalry, Gao Ding climbed the city wall first and broke through the city of Yuebi County. Jiao Huang, the governor of Yuechi County, was killed by Gao Ding, the rebel leader of the southern barbarians.
Open the teleportation array.
After the Mongolian cavalry united with the southern barbarian tribes to break through the county city, Huan immediately came to the stone tablet of the city lord's mansion and activated the teleportation array.
If Chuzimu does not have extra troops, then I can only choose to dispatch military generals and troops from the Western Region Protectorate to successfully capture the 3 counties of Nanzhong and have spare strength to attack Chengdu.
Huan is ready to mobilize troops from the Western Region Protectorate. There is also trouble in deploying troops from the Western Region Protectorate. Central Asia puts great pressure on the Dewan Kingdom controlled by the Western Region Protectorate. The teleportation array flashed with white light, and Wang Ming, Ding Chong, and Zhang Hao came out of the teleportation array. Wu Han, one of the 28 generals of Yuntai, greeted Wang Ming and others near the teleportation array.
How are the 3 counties of Nanzhong? Yuechi County was occupied by Mongolian cavalry. At present, the counties and cities of Izhou County and Zhou County are still in our hands. However, leaders such as Meng Ba and Yong Kai and powerful rebels have rebelled, and many small cities have been captured by the rebels. There is also Yongchan County, which is not in the 3 counties of Nanzhong, but is located in the southernmost part of Izhou. There is also a rebellion in Yongchan County? That's not the case. To the south of Izhou is the territory of the Tungta Kingdom. The Tungta Kingdom had an enmity with the former Nanman Lord Muk, and the two sides were at war in the mountains and forests of Yongchan County. After we occupied the Nanman, Muk escaped, and no one took charge of Yongchan County. For defense, King Mang Yinglong of Dongyu invaded Yongchan County in order to seize the territory of our dynasty. Dongyu country dares to invade the land of the Celestial Empire?
Wang Ming found that the situation in Nanman was very complicated.
There are 4 counties in the Nanzhong area, 3 of which rebelled, and the southernmost Yongchan County was encroached by the Tungta Kingdom. Mang Yinglong, the king of Dongyu Kingdom, had always had ambitions in the Nanzhong region, and was restrained to the south of Yongchan County by Muk. Muk guarded the southern barbarians for a long time, and his role was actually somewhat similar to Huan. He led generals such as Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu, Meng Ba, and Yong Kai to resist the attack of the Tungta Kingdom. As soon as Muk left, Mang Yinglong, the king of Dongyu Kingdom, quickly attacked Yongchan County. Now, in the Nanzhong area, the Mongolian cavalry, the Nanman army, the Shu army, and the Dongyu army have gathered. Dongyu Kingdom and King Mang Yinglong also appeared in the sight of the princes of the Han Empire for the first time. There are several large kingdoms in Southeast Asia, including Dai Viet, Siam, Lanzang, Toungoo, Malacca, Java, and Luzon. Each kingdom has a population ranging from a few million to tens of millions. Toungoo has a population of tens of millions, and Mang Yinglong is one of the great emperors of ancient Southeast Asian civilization. The Toungoo dynasty began to have war with the Ming dynasty during the Mang Yinglong period, encroaching on some of the Ming dynasty's land, and areas such as Mubong and Mingyang began to break away from Chinese rule. To sum up, Mang Yinglong and the princes of the Han Empire were mortal enemies. And Lord, the king of the eastern region, Mang Yinglong, still maintains a strong desire for expansion, and once again invades Yongchan County of the Han Empire. During the civil war between the princes of the Han Empire, no one noticed that Mang Yinglong had encroached on part of the land of Yongchan County. Wu Han, who was guarding Nanzhong, still noticed it. Wang Ming pondered for a while, and then said,
"If the pressure from the Xiao army was not so great, I would personally defeat Mang Yinglong. The top priority is to quell the rebellion of the 3 counties. As for Mang Yinglong, no matter who ends up occupying Izhou, he dares to fight Yongchan County will definitely retaliate tenfold in the future. I will personally lead the troops to attack Yueqi County, and you will be responsible for staying in Izhou County and defeating Ming Ba and Yong Kai."
Wu Han nodded, agreeing with Wang Ming's idea. In Yongchan County, King Mang Yinglong, who unified the Tungta dynasty, led 200,000 infantry and 300 war elephants, known as an army of 500,000, to attack the city and seize territory, and besiege the Yongchan County headquarters. The army of Dongyu Kingdom came out of the jungle and covered the mountains and plains with darkness as far as the eye could see. The prefect of Yongchan County and the people in the city fell into panic. Those who attacked Yongchan County were not the princes of the Han Empire. In order to make themselves have a good reputation, the princes of the Han Empire would not massacre the city or do anything to the civilians in the city. But the Tungta Kingdom did not belong to the Han Empire, and Mang Yinglong was a Southeast Asian civilization. Conqueror. No one knows what will happen to him after he captures Yongchan County.
My lord has hoarded a large number of troops in Hanzhong. It is impossible for reinforcements to come to support our Yongchan County. This is already an isolated city. Master Taisho, should we defend this city or break through to the north and head to Izhou County? This city is the territory of the Han dynasty. How can we abandon this city to protect ourselves? But if this continues, we will all be killed. Death is lighter than a feather and heavier than Mount Tai. The only way is to fight to the death.
The prefect of Yongchan County gritted his teeth and defended. If Muk came to attack, he might choose to surrender. But the troops from the Tungta Kingdom were attacking Yongchan County, so he definitely could not surrender. The officials of the Han Empire all had the mentality of a country in heaven, and were unlikely to surrender to other civilizations. King Mang Yinglong of Dongyu rode an armored war elephant inlaid with gold rims, commanding a high position.
Capture Yongchan County, then attack Izhou County. Songkha County, Uechi County.
All the southwest frontiers of the Han Empire. Then conquer Lansan Kingdom and Siam Kingdom, becoming the Emperor of the Ages.
Mang Inglong has his own ambitions. King Tao indirectly intervened in the civil war of the Han Empire because of his greed. Yongchan County was the center of the later Dali Kingdom, and many players from the Han Empire lived here. When King Mang Inglong of Dongyu invaded Yongchan County, these players spread the news to the Central Plains.
This guy Mang Inglong took advantage of the fact that the southwest border was not taken seriously in the late Ming dynasty. He continued to harass and take away Mubong, Mengyang and other places. But that doesn't mean that I don't pay attention to it.
Chu Tian suddenly felt unhappy when he learned about Mang Inglong's attack on Yongchan County. He had just destroyed the Goryeo Kingdom and asked the Goryeo King Li Chunggui to beg for mercy from him. As a result, another Taunga king came out from the southwest, jumped up and down, and took advantage of the chaos in Ijo to encroach on Yongchan County. Yongchan County has no sense of existence, but Chu Tian attaches great importance to every piece of land.
Chapter 1011 The Ambition of the Mongol Khan.
Qin Liangyu, Wu Tu Gu, you command the 6th Mountain Legion and go to Yusi County.
Chu Tian summoned Qin Liangyu and Wu Tu Gu's mountain troops to go to the Nanmen area. Qin Liangyu has white pole soldiers, while Wu Tu Gu has a special type of vine armor soldiers. As for the Wudong Feijuan, it is actually Muk's special unit, not Qin Liangyu's unit. Qin Liangyu and Hua Mulan have a good relationship. Wu Tu Gu's martial arts has also reached its peak of 98 points. He is 2 meters 7 tall, and even the gate of Prince Xia's mansion cannot accommodate Wu Tu Gu's amazing body. Qin Liangyu vowed,
"Please rest assured, my lord, the general will definitely take back the 3 counties of Nanzhong."
Chu Tian warned,
"Pay attention to safety.
The main world is different from the dungeon. If you die, you are really dead." Qin Liangyu and Wu Tu Gu left and led the 6th Mountain Legion of the Imperial Guard to Uesi County.
Let Mang Inglong struggle in Yongchan County for a while, and then repel it if you have the remaining strength.
Chu Tian was unable to support the Dongyu Kingdom's invasion of Yongchan County for a while, but Chu Tian still held grudges and wrote down this account first.
To capture the 3 counties of Nanzhong and then implement a more risky plan, I need Gao Xianji's assistance.
Because Huan captured Yusi County, he could use the system between players to send messages directly. Chu Tian asked Huan to take Gao Xianji. As a top mountain marching general, Gao Xianji can be used to achieve many difficult-to-achieve surprise operations, such as crossing the Tianshan Mountains to attack the Ili Valley where the Shagatai Khanate is located, crossing the Pamir Plateau to attack the Dewan Kingdom, and implementing a Mongolian-style roundabout from Longnan crossing the western Sichuan Plateau and entering the Nanmen area. This time, Chu Tian will use Gao Xianji to carry out an adventurous plan. Qin Liangyu and Wu Tu Gu came out of Yusi County's teleportation array. Among them, Qin Liangyu also brought a girl from the southern barbarian tribe, Zhu Rong.
Lord Qin Liangyu, Lord Wu Tu Gu.
The Nanmen soldiers who occupied Uechi County immediately gathered around when they saw the 2 generals who had been in charge of them. Zhu Rong held the hand of Qin Liangyu, who was the heir to a large barbarian tribe in Ijo County.
Wang Meng is coming to attack Uechi County. He must be defeated before he can capture Ijo County and Zhou County. Gao Xianji, go to Xia City.
Huan received Chu Tian's order and sent Gao Xianji to Xiachen. Muk asked,
"Are we going to transfer with Xubing and Wang Zhongxi? Wokutai has been making moves recently, and the Dayuan Kingdom guarded by Ban Chao may be attacked. In the basin terrain of Dayuan Kingdom, Xubing can use his abilities to defend Dayuan Kingdom, but in the mountains and forests, Xubing can only use his abilities half. I have ordered Wang Zhongxi to come. Why are troubles starting to happen even in the kingdom of Dewan? King Mang Inglong of Dongyu invaded Yongchan County, and the prefect of Yongchan County was besieged in the county town. There is a high probability that Mang Inglong will capture and kill him. These lords seem to have planned in advance and agreed on the time to attack."
Huan vaguely discerned something from the crisis in Dayuan Kingdom and Yongchan County. Dewan Kingdom and Yongchan County are currently located on the border of the Han Empire's territory, and they feel the pressure almost at the same time.
"You mean someone supports Mang Inglong's invasion of Yongchan County? Perhaps the repeated destruction of Goryeo has alarmed the surrounding kingdoms."
The South Asian subcontinent, the Ganges Plain, supports hundreds of millions of people on just one plain. And this is not the limit of the Ganges Plain. 100,000 Mongolian cavalry, 200,000 Turkic cavalry, and 500,000 Delhi infantry were arranged into dozens of phalanxes of 100,000 people. And every 100,000 phalanxes formed a phalanx of 100,000 people. The banners of the Mongolian army are ringing. The second great Khan of the Mongol Empire, Ogadai. The Golden Horde Khan Batu. The Delhi Khanate Khan Lame Timur. The Khitan Khanate Khan Yeludashi. The Yuan dynasty veteran Wang Baobao, and other powerful generals. Personally commanded thousands of generals. 800,000 troops swept across the Ganges plain. The terrain of the Ganges plain made it difficult to prevent the sudden advance of the Mongolian and Turkic cavalry. The Bengal princes suffered repeated defeats, and were forced to fight a decisive battle with Ogodai in the kingdom of Bengal. Opposite the allied forces of Mongolia, Turks in Delhi were the millions of troops of the Mughal and Bengal princes in India. To be precise, the combined strength of the Mughal and Bengal princes reached an astonishing 1.5 million. However, under Ogadai's offensive, these princes and player lords were crushed by the Mongols and Turks. The lower castes of the Mughals and Bengals in India were timid, but the sabers of the Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry could easily tame them and make them fearful. Yeludashi, Wakwatai's most important right-hand man, said to Wakwatai,
according to stranger speculation, if all the farmland in the Ganges plain reaches the highest level 10, it will not only be able to feed hundreds of millions of people, but even 1 billion people. It's not a problem either.
Ogadai was very moved after hearing this. He pointed his riding whip at the vast Ganges plain.
The population here is no less than that of the Han Empire, but these princes are divided and hinder each other. It is a waste of resources. The Ganges plain should be inhabited by virtuous people. Whoever can destroy the millions of troops on the opposite side will be named the Khan of Bengal.
As soon as Wakuatai finished speaking, many Mongolian and Turkic generals couldn't help but be moved. In order to win over the heroes of various civilizations, Ogadai implemented the system of feudal khanates. The Mongol Khan was the co-owner of all khanates and had direct control of the land. For meritorious ministers, land was granted and the Golden Horde Khan, Delhi Khan, and Khitan Khan were established. Bengal Khan.
Timur, how about you go to Tomdik Kingdom to lobby for Manging Long?
Before the decisive battle with the Mughal and Bengal princes, Ogadai asked Timur. Timur replied,
that reckless man Manging Long should have led his troops to invade Yongchan County of the Han Empire at this time. Although he has some ability, he still doesn't know how powerful the Han Empire is. There is only one person in Dongyu Kingdom. Tens of millions of people. Let the water be as turbid as possible. We can fish in troubled waters. If Father Khan cannot conquer the Central Plains, then it will be up to me, Borjijin and Wokuatai, to fulfill his will.
There was something shrewd in Wokuatai's eyes. Temujin's failure made Ogadai realize that it was actually difficult to conquer the Central Plains with the help of the Mongolian cavalry with a small population. Today's Central Plains is not the Jin Kingdom and Southern Song Dynasty in their decline, but a gathering of famous generals. And it's not just that. The population of the Central Plains was too huge, and the population advantage, coupled with many famous generals, was enough to offset the mobility advantage of the Mongolian cavalry. Therefore, Wokuatai has not had a war with the princes of the Han Empire for a long time. When Wokuatai thought that he was about to accumulate enough population, Wokuatai still did not take action personally. Instead, he encouraged King Manging Long of Dongyu Kingdom to go and test the reaction of the princes of the Han Empire. Manging Long's ambition made him a tool used by Wokuatai. Wokuatai turned to Yeludashi and said,
times have changed. My father's idea of a quick victory has fallen behind. Now the competition is about generals, population and national strength. After defeating the Bangladesh coalition, Yeludashi, you will lead your troops to attack the country.
One kingdom. Uproot the chess pieces laid by the Western Region Protectorate in the Pamir Plateau. Are we finally going to attack Dewan? Dewan's teleportation array is indeed a trouble for us.
Yeludashi recognized Wokuatai's idea. Huan, the great protector of the Western regions, conquered the Dayuan Kingdom twice in a row. He wanted to defeat the Dayuan Kingdom at all costs,
and stationed heavy troops in the Dayuan Kingdom. This was not entirely for the bloody horses, but for the teleportation array of the Dayuan Kingdom. By controlling the Dewan Kingdom, the Han Empire's Western Expedition Army would no longer have to cross the Pamir Plateau and could directly enter Central Asia from the south of the Tian Shan Mountains. There are 3 routes for the expedition to Central Asia. One is the North Tian Shan Road, passing through the Ili region. One is the South Tian Shan Road, passing through the Dewan Kingdom. And the other is the Kunlun Mountain Road. Generally speaking, The south road of Tian Shan Mountain is more commonly used. Luntai City, the seat of the Western Region's Protectorate, is located at the southern foot of Tian Shan Mountain, and Huan works in the local area. Dayuan Kingdom is the bridgehead for the Western Region Protectorate to peek into Central Asia.
Before that, defeat these weak Indians and Bengalis.
Wakutai pulled out his sword inlaid with gold and orbs, and the Mongolian cavalry's cowhide drums vibrated in unison, with a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Thousands of Mongolian, Turkic, and Indian troops drew their swords one after another, driving the infantry as cannon fodder to attack frontally, while the elite Mongolian and Turkic cavalry attacked from the flanks. Heavy war elephants appeared in the phalanx of thousands of infantry, and the camel cavalry waved their Damascus swords. A battle broke out between 2 million troops on the vast battlefield of the Ganges Plain. Its scale is one of the few in the world of Lord. A group of cavalry from the Tang army galloped wildly and defeated the Bengal army. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty, with their Mingguang armors and horses, galloped among the endless armies of millions of princes from India and Bangladesh. The Tang general killed a general of the Bengal kingdom with one arrow, which was awe-inspiring. Timur's eyes reflected the extremely huge battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot out at the same time. The rain of arrows blocked the sun and cast shadows on the battlefield. This Tang general was recruited by Wakutai from the recruitment order obtained from Tang Taizong Li Shimin during the Fifth National War. In order to defeat Li Shimin's legion, Wakutai united with Tuo Lei and Marshall, and combined the power of the legions of the three lords, which shows the terror of the Tang legion. Li Shimin, like Lu Xiao and Xiangyu, was not easy to mess with. Timur said to himself.
Wakutai gathered so many generals and entrusted them on a large scale. His ambition must be not small, and he may be aiming to win the world. But in this way, there will definitely be a battle with Chu Zimu in the east.
Chapter 10:12 Lu Bu's daughter. In Guishan City, the king's city of Dewan, Ban Chao, the general who was ordered to guard the kingdom of Dewan, led 70,000 defenders to reclaim farmland in the Guishan City area and breed sweat horses. The generals of the Han Empire all liked farming, and the tradition of farming has been deeply integrated into the genes of every general of the Han Empire. After occupying the Dewan Kingdom, Huan's generals worked hard to turn the Fergana Basin, where the Dewan Kingdom was located, into a granary, planting rice, wheat, and grapes. According to Huan's estimation, if farmland is reclaimed in Dewan and upgraded to level 10, it may be possible to feed tens of millions of people. At present, Dewan has a population of approximately 2 million.
Lord Ban Chao, the great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, Wakutai, joined forces with Timur, Batu, Yelu Dashi and others to defeat 1 million-strong Indian Mughal and Bengal coalition forces in the Ganges Plain. And blood flowed like a river. The Mughals and the Kingdom of Bengal in India were unable to defeat a group of outsiders. The Kingdom of Dewan is in danger.
Ban Chao looked at the large expanse of newly cultivated fields and fell into a brief silence. Dayuan Kingdom is a threat to Wakutai. Once Ogdi completes his conquest of the Ganges Plain, he may send troops to capture the Dewan Kingdom. The war between the Western Region Protectorate and the Golden Family may break out at any time.
Invite generals with Yubing and Shintang to strengthen patrols on the border fortress and increase the number of 60,000 defenders on the border fortress to 80,000. In addition,
General Li Sai is ordered to go to Xiaoqing. Furthermore, let me tell my lord that if the troops of the Western Region Protectorate are transferred to Yuechi County at this time, Dayuan Kingdom may fall.
Ban Chao gave orders one after another. Currently, Ban Chao, who is both civil and military and good at diplomacy, is in charge of the Dewan defense line. In fact, Ban Chao was not very willing to conflict with Wakutai. Ogdi's power has absorbed the populations of Khwarezm, the Seljuk Empire, the Golden Horde, the Kushan Empire, Delhi, and Bengal, forming a behemoth that is far beyond the reach of the tens of millions of people in the Western Region Protectorate. Dewan State has stationed 150,000 troops, but Ban Chao thinks it is not enough. If he was dealing with the Kushan king, maybe Ban Chao could repel him. Compared with the Kushan king, Wakutai was more foresight. Chu Tian asked the Western Region Protectorate to recruit the fierce General Li Sai and Li Sai's Mo Dao team as Gao Xianji's subordinates to implement the strategy of destroying Shu.
Lu Bu, if you have the ability, come out and show off.
At Yangping Pass, General Shuai and Gui of the White Robe Army held a Fontian painted halberd and called for formation below the 16-meter-high Xiongwan Pass. The fortified Yangping Pass is majestic and insurmountable. The Xiliang army has been blocked by Yangping Pass for a long time. Su Fengyan, the leader of the Xiliang army, knew that he could compete for the Dingjun Mountain Trail and enter Hanzhong. However, Liu Bei's personal military advisor Chen Shi set up 2 strongholds in the north and south on the Dingjun Mountain Trail to garrison troops to prevent the Xiliang army from entering Hanzhong from Dingjun Mountain. Some routes that could have been taken by surprise are clearly visible to the players. The Shu army also knew all the routes that the Xiliang army could think of. Many times, strength speaks for itself. Xuan Gui, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao took turns calling for battle at Yangping Pass. But Lu Bu never came to fight.
Normally, Lu Bu would come out with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to fight with us. Why hasn't he made any move today? This is not like his style.
Xuan Gui, Zhao Yun and Ma Chao returned to camp and couldn't help but wonder. The fierce generals of the 2 forces often fought at Yangping Pass, and no one could do anything to the other. In Yangping Pass, Lu Bu had no intention of fighting. At this time, Lu Bu had passed his youthful and frivolous days and entered middle age, and his ambitions were gradually faded. In particular, Lu Bu was frustrated many times and was controlled by others. Even the title of the most powerful general in the world was evenly divided by Xuan Gui.
My lord, Dongzhuo is dead, and so is the king of Qin. It is better to retire from the market to avoid future troubles. Our wealth is enough to provide food and clothing for a lifetime, and there is really no need to continue to work for the princes. To put it bluntly, these princes are chess players. And sir, you are just a pawn in their hands.
A woman brought a wooden lunchbox to visit Lu Bu at the Yang Penguin camp and persuaded Lu Bu to retreat. Lu Bu couldn't help but get angry.
You are just a woman. How can you understand the military and state affairs? I, Lu Fengxian, have never been weaker than others in my life. But the time has not come yet. So I will stay with others. Dad, don't be angry with mother.
A girl who was following the woman hurriedly stood in front of the woman. Lu Bu was originally furious, but when he saw his only daughter Lu Lingqi coming forward, he quickly calmed down.
I, Lu Fengxian, have been fighting for 20 years and have killed countless powerful enemies. It is impossible for me to live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. I belong on the battlefield.
After hearing Lu Bu's words, Yin couldn't help but sob.
If my husband unfortunately dies on the battlefield, what will Cheer and I have to rely on?
Yin had an uneasy premonition. In the 16th year of the Lord's calendar, Lu Bu has followed Ding Yuan, Dong Zhuo, Jiujiu Laoqin, and Liu Bei. Except for the unlucky Ding Yuan, Lu Bu was used by various princes. What the princes valued was his military power rather than his true sincerity.
If this continues, Lu Bu will sooner or later be shrouded in horse leather. After Lu Bu entered middle age, he vaguely realized that he had been being used. So he said,
I have left 1,000 taels of gold. Even if I die unfortunately, you and Cheer can have food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Again, for Chi find a good family.
Lu Lingqi clenched her fists.
Dad, when I grow up, I will also fight on the battlefield and defeat all my enemies. As expected of a good daughter.
Lu Bu was very satisfied with Lu Lingqi's ambition.
Cheer, you can't practice martial arts.
Yin seemed to be worried that Lu Lingqi would follow in Lu Bu's footsteps, and forbade Lu Lingqi from practicing martial arts. A strong general, even if he has 10,000 enemies, is just a pawn in the hands of those in power. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei sat in front of a large pot, and according to Liu Bei's request, they shared the joys and sorrows and ate together with the soldiers guarding Yangping Pass. Guan Yu was considered a friendly sergeant, but Zhang Fei liked to whip his soldiers. Under Liu Bei's supervision, Zhang Fei felt uncomfortable all over. Zhang Fei caught a glimpse of Lu Bu having a dispute with Lu Bu's wife, Yan Shi, and his daughter, Lu Lingqi.
Lu Bu, I didn't expect to value the love between children.
Guan Yu glanced at Lu Lingqi and couldn't help but be surprised.
Lu Bu's daughter has amazing bones. She may be a good general in the future. She and I are nothing more than this. Can her strength be higher than that of Guan Ping and Zhang Bao?
Zhang Fei put down his wine bowl and disapproved. Guan Yu remained silent. General Huzi. Aristocratic families have a higher probability of giving birth to famous generals. Several of Sun Jian's children, from Sun Su to Sun Quan and Sun Shangxiang, were actually quite powerful in terms of military strength. Cao Cao's sons. Cao Pai is talented. Cao Ji is talented in literature. Cao Zhang inherits Cao Cao's martial arts. And Cao Chong inherits Cao Cao's intelligence. Now, Lu Bu, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei all have their own descendants. And their descendants are gradually growing up. And comparisons are inevitable. Liu Bei inspected the camp and found Zhang Fei holding a wine bowl.
Third brother. Alcoholism is strictly prohibited in the army. Someone, please remove the wine jar.
Zhang Fei suddenly frowned.
We have been guarding Yang Pingwen for nearly a year, and the Xiliang army cannot advance even half a step. Why should I be so cautious? I haven't had a drink for a year, but I am worried to death. This is marching and fighting, not a child's play.
Liu Bei sat down at the same table with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The three brothers were still inseparable. Qin Shi knew that Zhang Fei had violated military orders. But Liu Bei's relationship with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei was too close. So Qin Shi did not dare to punish him severely. Qin Shi realized what Zhuge Liang felt in history. He basically couldn't do anything to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The status of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei in Liu Bei's heart will always be the second or third person besides himself. Qin Shi also noticed that Lu Bu was talking to Yan Shi and Lu Lingqi. He said to Liu Bei,
Lu Bu has a daughter. If either of the two generals Guan Ping and Zhang Bao marry Lu Bu's daughter, they can win over Lu Bu for the Lord's use.
Liu Bei seemed to be moved after hearing Qin Shi's words. At this time, Zhang Fei said carelessly,
How can my son marry the daughter of a domestic slave with a four surname?
Guan Yu knew that Lu Lingqi might become a famous general, but his relationship with Lu Bu was not good.
How can a tiger marry a dog girl?
Qin Shi frowned. If he didn't have a son, he might have considered marrying Lu Bu. Lu Lingqi's strength should not be low. However, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei both disliked Lu Bu and could not force him. I just don't know who will be cheaper in the future.
The Xiliang army has been slow to move and has not fought for Dingjun Mountain. Why is this?
Qin Shi gave up the idea of marriage and refocused his attention on the defense of Hanzhong. The Xiliang army has been blocked at Yangping Pass for nearly a year. In addition, the Xiliang army knew clearly that there was a trail to Dingjun Mountain, but did not send troops to fight for it. Now that the southern barbarians are in chaos, Qin Shi suspects that the Xiliang army will take advantage of the situation. So Qin Shi said to Liu Bei,
My lord needs to send a few more generals to patrol Dingjun Mountain.
Chapter 1013 The Battle for Dingjun Mountain. At the Xiliang army camp, Su Fengnian summoned Ma Teng, Ma Chao, Han Sui, Su Rong, Hua Xiong, Yu Wetai, Ma Yuan, Yang Shiho and other Xiliang army generals. At the same time, the Baibao army and the Goryeo army assisted the Xiliang army in attacking Yangping Pass and Dingjun Mountain. Li Chonggui and Jiang Hanzhen were transferred to Yangpingwen. Goryeo had a large number of crossbowmen. The majesty of Yangping Pass daunted the Xiliang army, Baibao army, and Goryeo army. Su Fengnian glanced at the many generals in front of him, and there was a topographic map of Hanzhong in his camp.
By capturing the two fortresses in Dingjun Mountain, we can bypass Yangping Pass and attack from both front and rear.
Su Fengnian pointed to the location of Dingjun Mountain. This time it was Su Fengnian's turn to attack Hanzhong, and the Xiliang army, which had been blocked outside Dingjun Mountain, finally made a move. Whether Su Fengnian attacks Hanzhong will also be decided based on the comparison of military strength. Being on the offensive side requires far more troops than the defensive side. Not only that, attacking a defender with a favorable location requires more troops. There were 200,000 Xiliang troops and 50,000 white-robe troops. When they occupied Wudu County, they suffered tens of thousands of casualties. Su Fengnian believed that if Yangping Pass was attacked by force, it would not be possible without 500,000 troops, and would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Li Chonggui's Goryeo army, about 100,000 strong, was ordered to come to support the Xiliang army. Qin Qingji marked the locations of the two camps on the map.
The Shu army set up two camps. The southern camp is located on Dingjun Mountain, and the northern camp is located below the northern part of Dingjun Mountain. Even if we attack the southern camp along the mountain road, the northern camp the defenders can immediately support Nanjai. And I'm afraid it will take a lot of troops to capture the two camps and open up the situation. If we take another step back, even if we capture two camps, the Shu army can still camp north of the Han River and confront us. This is true, but we must put pressure on the defenders of Yangping Pass.
Su Fengnian did not refute Qin Qingji's idea, but still followed his own idea and attacked Dingjun Mountain. Many players, who are counselors, know the importance of Dingjun Mountain. Qin Shi has set up a camp in Dingjun Mountain and is heavily guarded. Qin Qingji had already thought about the consequences of attacking Dingjun Mountain.
which would most likely turn into a brutal meat-chopping battle to see who could persist to the end. Qin Qingji was not very willing to use such brutal tactics. The Goryeo army was the first batch of troops to attack Dingjun Mountain, and the Shiliang army's 4 Silver Spear Corps was the second batch of troops to attack Dingjun Mountain. Su Fengnian arranged the troops to attack Dingjun Mountain, planning to sacrifice in exchange for a breakthrough. When Qin Qingji saw that Su Fengnian was going his own way, he probably had his own ideas and did not object. Logically speaking, if the confrontation continues for a long time, the Chutian forces with strong financial resources will have more advantages. But Xia Jun couldn't hold himself back any longer. There are some powerful enemies around us who are ready to move, and we don't have much time. Su Fengnian knew more information, so he had to make progress as soon as possible. The Shiliang army has been delayed for nearly a year. The 16-meter-high Yangping Pass became a natural barrier blocking the Shiliang army. The king of Goryeo, Li Chunggui, was forced to be the first batch of generals to attack Dingjun Mountain, and his face turned pale. The Goryeo Legion was positioned as cannon fodder, and the Battle of Dingjianshan was his certificate of submission. Only by gaining military merit can he be trusted. 2 generals, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun, will supervise the battle and strengthen the army. In order to supervise the Goryeo army's attack on Dingjun Mountain, Su Fengnian gave Xuerengui and Zhao Yun the power to kill first and then report later. At the same time, it was also to deal with Liu Bei's powerful generals. Li Chunggui selected elite soldiers from the Goryeo army, crossed the Mianshui River, and marched towards Dingjun Mountain. In Dingjun Mountain, generals such as Wu Lan and Lei Tong were stationed in the north and south camps. After being reminded by Chen Shi, Liu Bei sent 2 more generals, Lu Bu and Zhang Fei, to garrison the southern camp. Nanjai is located on Dingjun Mountain. It is condescending and easy to defend but difficult to attack. It's really unlucky that I'm patrolling with a slave of the 4 surname. Ring-eyed thief. You are looking for death. I, Zhang Ida, will definitely die later than you. Lu Bu and Zhang Fei disliked each other, and even though they were stationed in the same fortress, they still had disputes. Several generals. Xia Jun appears on the mountain road of Dingjun Mountain. Unexpectedly, the military advisor guessed it. The Xia army came to rob Dingjun Mountain. I will make them look good this time. Zhang Fei led his cavalry out of the camp, and Lu Bu was forced to follow. On the mountain road at the southern foot of Dingjun Mountain, hundreds of Goryeo troops appeared and set up antlers at the foot of Dingjun Mountain to prevent the Shu cavalry on Dingjun Mountain from taking advantage of the terrain to launch a charge. Kill! Zhang Fei led Yin Yun's 18 cavalry and hundreds of cavalry down the mountain before the Goryeo army set up antlers. Fire the arrow! Li Chunggui ordered the elite long archers of Goryeo to fire a volley at Zhang Fei's cavalry. Zhang Fei rushed to the front, swung his snake spear 8 feet long, and knocked away the rain of arrows. A Goryeo general had no time to react, and was pierced by Zhang Fei's 8-foot-long snake spear. Zhang Fei used a little force, and lifted the Goryeo general several meters away. Zhang Ida from Yan is here! Zhang Fei danced wildly with his 8-foot-long snake spear, and all the Goryeo soldiers around him were knocked away. Li Chunggui could feel the morale of the Goryeo army declining rapidly under Zhang Fei's loud shout. This is similar to Xiang Yu's ability to reduce enemy morale. Retreat! Li Chunggui's footing was unstable. As soon as he came up, he was driven back by the fierce General Zhang Fei and had to withdraw his troops. The thief will leave! Zhang Fei took advantage of the victory and pursued him. Yin Yun's 18 cavalry followed closely behind, their spears in their hands fiercely charged, and hundreds of Goryeo infantry and long archers were slaughtered. At the corner of the mountain road, a general in silver armor and white robes appeared, leading a group of white horse followers. He ran into Li Chunggui, who was retreating, and Zhang Fei, who was chasing after him. Zhao Yun raised his spear and immediately stepped forward to support him. The Jinshan's bright silver spear thrust out like a violent storm, killing a Yan Yun cavalryman. The cold light cracked and pierced dozens of holes in the half-armor of Yan Yun cavalry. Boy! How dare you hurt my subordinates! Zhang Fei saw that his confidants were killed in battle, and a snake spear of 8 feet came out of the air, accompanied by a harsh sound. The Jinshan bright silver spear and the Zhangba snake spear collided fiercely again. Zhao Yun's attack was extremely fast, while Zhang Fei's attack was powerful and heavy. The 2 fierce generals fought on a narrow mountain road, and the surrounding trees were swept down. He is truly a fierce general. Li Chunggui saw that Zhao Yun blocked Zhang Fei's advance, so he turned around to fight Zhang Fei. Li Chonggui has a high bonus to the archers, and assists the White Horse followers to shoot the cavalry brought by Zhang Fei. The 18 cavalrymen of Yanyuan, and the cavalry following Zhang Fei from Yuzhou tried their best to block the arrow rain of the Goryeo army. Now Zhang Fei, who only brought a few hundred cavalry with him, had to retreat. At the same time, Lu Bu came holding Fang Tian's painted halberd and killed several White Horse followers with one halberd. The Red Rabbit horse was walking on the flat ground in Dingjun Mountain. Flames were swirling, and the Goryeo soldiers, who were hit by the Red Rabbit horse, were burned. Fang Tian's painted halberd danced wildly, flying sand and rocks. The military commander's force played a huge role in the battle for the narrow mountain road, and the soldiers of Goryeo were retreating steadily. For surnamed servants, I can defeat the enemy in front of me without your help. Zhang Fei's offensive was fierce, trying to overwhelm Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's silver spear and dragon roar were as powerful as Zhang Fei's. Xuerengui joins the battlefield and rivals Lu Bu. The tree trunks of Dingjun Mountain are full of arrows. Just as Chen Qingji imagined, the battle for Dingjun Mountain turned into a fierce tug-of-war. The Xiao army and the Shu army continued to send troops to Dingjun Mountain, fighting for every inch of land. Why are there so many powerful generals in the Central Plains? Li Chonggui participated in the battle for Dingjun Mountain and was horrified when he saw Zhao Yun, Xuerengui, Zhang Fei, and Lu Bu fighting wildly at Dingjun Mountain. Thousands of people were soon killed. The duel between fierce generals has become the key to the battle for Dingjun Mountain. Under the continuous offensive of Xiao army, they finally advanced to the foot of Dingjun Mountain. Wu Lan, the defender of Nanjai, led his cavalry down the mountain to support Zhang Fei and Lu Bu. The battle between the two sides became even more fierce. At the foot of Yangping Pass, the 3rd Wuchuan Corps of the Xiliang army organized trebuchets and began bombarding Yangping Pass, putting pressure on the defenders of Yangping Pass. Yu Wentai, the commander of the Wuchuan army, drew his sword and pointed forward. Attack! The Wuchuan army attacks Yangping Pass head-on. The Xiliang army finally took action. Liu Bei's player strategist Chen Shi felt relieved because the Xiliang army launched a massive attack. Otherwise, the Xiliang army's delay in moving would be even more worrying. Chapter 1014 The famous General Anxi in the Tang Dynasty. In Xiaoqing, 2 famous Tang generals, Gao Xianji and Li Sai, came to see Chu Tian. They didn't know the purpose of Chu Tian summoning them, but they came anyway. Huan is their lord, and Huan is attached to the Chu Tian forces. Chu Tian looked at the 2 famous generals from the Western Region Protectorate with satisfaction. Historically, Gao Xianji and Li Sai were military generals in the Anxi Protectorate of the Tang Dynasty, which was equivalent to the Western Region Protectorate of the Han Dynasty. At that time, the Tang Dynasty was very influential in Central Asia and divided Central Asia with the Arab Empire and the Tubo Empire. Gao Xianji and Li Sai were a pair. Li Sai was Gao Xianji's deputy general and vanguard general, and he was very brave. Gao Xianji is not a top army commander, but he is a top marching general. Chu Tian needs to use Gao Xianji's characteristics to complete the surprise attack. As the lord of the 2 generals, Huan has sent the panels of the 2 generals to Chu Tian so that Chu Tian can understand the detailed abilities of the 2 generals. Name, Gao Xianji. Talent, King-level commander, cavalry type. Level, 95. Identity, Jidushi of the 4 towns of Anxi in the Middle Tang Dynasty. Commander, 90, Force, 87, Intelligence, 75, Politics, 35, Charm, 70. Phaseality, Calm. Feature 1, King of the Mountains, SS level feature. When marching in mountainous terrain, plateaus and mountains have a negative impact on marching speed of -40%. Non-combat attrition -60%. When fighting in mountainous terrain, all attributes of the Legion +20%. Feature 2, 1000-mile march, S-level feature. Continuous march. Morale decrease speed -30%. Physical strength decrease speed -25%. Force march speed +15%. Characteristic 3, Anxi Jidushi, S-level trait. Legion's damage to Central Asian civilization arms +20%. Characteristic 4, not friendly, negative trait. Tends to attack surrounding kingdoms and tribes, causing an increase in the probability of rebellion in each tribe, and a significant increase in the probability of rebellion in the alien servant army under its jurisdiction. Special arms, Anxi 4 Town Cavalry, 6th level light cavalry. Upper limit of 5,000. Gao Xianji's most powerful ability is mountain marching, with the 2 characteristics of King of Mountains and 1000-mile march.
He has completed several surprise mountain marches. Sometimes, marching type characteristics are more practical than some SSS level characteristics. Chu Tian had already experienced the benefits brought by Gao Xinji's marching effect. So he specifically asked Huan for Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji is one of the few generals with negative characteristics, which can easily cause tribes and servants to rebel. Therefore, Huan only allowed Gao Xinji to lead the troops and horses, and did not let Gao Xinji command the servant army. Otherwise, the servant army commanded by Gao Xinji would have a high probability of launching a rebellion, followed by Gao Xinji's deputy general, and the fierce General Li Sai of the Middle Tang Dynasty. Name Li Sai. Talent, Imperial General, Infantry/Cavalry. Level, 93. Identity, Famous General of the Mid-Tang Dynasty. Died in the Umshi Rebellion. Commander, 81, Force, 96, Intelligence, 63, Politics, 15, Charm 80. Phaseality, Brave. Characteristic 1, Supernatural General, SS level trait. When trapped in a formation, Personal Force +1. Attack Power +30%. Physical Consumption Speed -10%. Characteristic 2, Mo Dao General, S level characteristic. When Li Sai uses Mo Dao as a weapon, Mo Dao damage +20%. Legion Equipment Mo Dao. Attack Power +10%. Mo Dao damage +18%. Characteristic 3, Vanguard, B level trait. When serving as a vanguard, the unit's basic attack and defense +2. Morale +5%. Special Arms, Detong Modeo Team, 8th level heavy infantry. Upper limit of 2,000 people. Characteristics, Cavalry Restraint. Trapping. There is nothing good to say about Li Sai. He is a strong general. Coupled with a Special Force Detong Modeo Team, he is enough to serve as a vanguard general. The characteristics of the Tang Dynasty Modeo Team are to restrain the cavalry, charge into battle, and attack the enemy. Gao Xinji asked, I wonder why King Xia summoned us two here. I need you two to come with me to conquer Bashu. Bashu? 30,000 troops are ready to go at Didao, Longxi County. Before Chu Tian left Xia City, the cavalry troops disguised themselves as low-level cavalry and arrived at Didao, preparing to enter Shu. Are you going in person? Xiao Liang saw that Chu Tian sent troops with two generals, Gao Xinji and Li Sai, and knew that Chu Tian wanted to personally deal with Liu Bei's forces in Bashu. The action of entering Shu has been delayed for too long, and changes will occur if it is too late. If Wu grows up, perhaps his burning cauldron will be more suitable for this task. However, at this time, he can only go into battle in person. Chu Tian knew that his eldest son had Xiang Yu's SSS level trait, Break the Cauldron. This trait combined with Gao Xinji's Mountain March trait made it easier to carry out surprise attacks. However, Chu Wu is only 10 years old now, so his characteristics cannot be effective, and Chu Wu cannot be expected to lead troops as a child. Therefore, Chu Tian planned to defeat Liu Bei personally and convince Liu Bei. Miss Sir, please be careful. Emperor Rufu came to see Chu Tian's third son in her arms. Chu Tian never thought that his third son would come from Emperor Rufu, and he could be regarded as continuing the bloodline of the Song Dynasty royal family. You stay at the palace. In a few months, the offensive against Shu should have made progress. Chu Tian ordered several wives and concubines to guard the palace and personally sent out troops. In Didao, the headquarters of Longxi County, the ordinary Chu Tian disguised his identity and personally led his troops out of the teleportation array. The teleportation arrays at the frontier fortress have troops mobilized almost every month, so Chu Tian's small army does not attract much attention. Jia Su has arrived at Didao in advance. Jia Su's strategist auxiliary effect can weaken the enemy's defense and facilitate breakthroughs. The siege general Gun Yin was also transferred to Didao by Chu Tian to participate in the surprise attack. Even if it fails, we can rely on Gao Xinji's marching ability to quickly withdraw our troops. Chu Tian has the warhorse Juing, and it is not difficult to escape. In the Battle of the Giant Deer, Xiang Yu could not catch up with Chu Tian for a while. 30,000 people are enough. Chu Tian took away the cavalry army, Modeo team, Xinji camp, and Trap camp to carry out the attack mission. There are many sharpshooters among the cavalry, and the damage of the cavalry's bows and arrows is also high. Dian Wei, Yang Dian, and Gao Shun served as guards, while the 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army, Mi Fang, Xing Durong, and Xia Haoan, also participated in the surprise attack. Chu Tian also brought the Queen of Yamatai, Hemihu, who has special abilities. Xia Haoan carried the Qingzi sword made by Oyezi on his back and became Chu Tian's sword guard. Chu Tian already owns 3 famous swords: Qishao sword, Ganjian sword, and Qingzi sword. Of course, Chu Tian couldn't carry so many swords by himself. Not only Gao Xianji and Li Sai didn't know the marching route. Mi Fang, Xing Durong, Xia Haoan and others also didn't know the marching route. Only Chu Tian, Sun Bin and a few others knew it. Xia Haoan was young and energetic, and he had defeated the Bei army. He was full of energy and asked Mi Fang,
"Brother, my lord has brought us to gather in Didao. Where are we going to attack?"
Mi Fang pretended to be serious.
"Knowing too much about some things can cause trouble." "Yes, yes."
Xia Haoan was intimidated by Mi Fang and obeyed. Du Ruhui, who was in charge of logistics, arrived and reported to Chu Tian.
"My lord, all the war horses, food and grass have been prepared, and we are ready to set off. You stay in Didao and be responsible for transporting food. I accept your order."
Chu Tian was satisfied with the performance of these ministers. Now Chu Tian only needs to give an order, and all ministers will soon prepare a large amount of food, weapons, and war horses. The major forces in Lords advocate imperialism and are extremely capable of gathering troops.
Set off!
Tens of thousands of cavalry broke out of camp at night and headed south along the mountain road. Because of Gao Xianji's mountain marching bonus, Chu Tian discovered that the cavalry's marching speed was not slow. Chu Tian is Juing and is less affected.
If you encounter enemy soldiers along the way, don't let anyone go.
30,000 people, and a total of 100,000 war horses and pack horses were used to carry out this surprise attack. A pair of Gao Xianji and Li Sai opened a path in front of the 30,000-strong army and crossed the Tao River.
This route is the Yiping Road.
Mi Fang had done enough homework before coming to Longxi County. He was shocked when he realized that Chu Tian's marching route was the mountain road from Yiping Road to Shu in Longxi County. Now, Xiegu Road, Luogu Road, Qishan Road, Yiping Road, and even Nanman all have Xia troops. The Xia army divided its troops into 5 groups to attack Shu. Chapter 1015, Dayuan Kingdom. The smoke rises. The Dawan Kingdom's border fortress and the Western Region Protectorate set up many beacons. Each beacon was guarded by a few to dozens of Han troops. Once enemy cavalry invaded, the beacons would be lit immediately to alert the city behind.
I don't know where the Great Protector is gone. I haven't seen the Great Protector for a long time. Little soldiers like us still want to see the Great Protector? That's not necessarily the case. I saw the Great Protector with my own eyes when we fought with the Mongols before. The Mongols have not fought with our Western Region Protectorate for a long time. The Dawan Kingdom has not conquered for at least 5 years. More than a dozen Han troops stationed at one of the beacons have become somewhat lax. The Western Region Protectorate conquered the Dawan Kingdom for several years, and regarded the Dawan Kingdom as its own territory. Suddenly, the cowhide wine bag in the hand of the Han army scout standing on the second-level wooden arrow tower fell, and the wine spilled on the ground. The Han army scout's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Enemy cavalry! Quickly! Light the beacon!
The other Han soldiers chatting immediately picked up their weapons, and the Han soldiers lit the beacon's smoke. At the end of the horizon, a thin black line appeared. Khitan General Yelu, with his big stone, golden sword and big horse, led a group of Turkic cavalry to invade the Dawan Kingdom in an attempt to break through the Dawan defense line and reconquer the Western Region Protectorate. This is the second time Wokuotai and Yeludashi tried to conquer the Western Region Protectorate. The last time, the combination of Wokuotai and Yeludashi and Temujin launched a large-scale attack on the western regions, but were repelled by the expeditionary force of the Han Empire princes. This time, Wokuotai, who had worked hard and tried hard, had accumulated enough population and troops, and sent Yeludashi to provoke the Western Region Protectorate.
Capture the Dawan Kingdom, and all the people in the Dawan Kingdom will be your slaves.
Yeludashi drew his saber and flooded the beacon with 50,000 Turkic cavalry. The Han soldiers stationed at the beacon fled after lighting the smoke.
Master Wu, look, there is smoke in the southwest. Light the beacon, send out the cavalry, and notify Lord Witzubing.
The Han army stationed at the nearby beacon tower immediately lit up the smoke, and the scout cavalry rushed to each camp. For a time, war broke out in Dawan Kingdom.
General, a large number of cavalry appears in the southwest. Follow me to meet the enemy.
In addition to the 30,000 soldiers and horses stationed scattered throughout the border fortress, Witzubing also had 50,000 cavalry. When he learned that Yeludashi had led the Turkic cavalry to invade the Diwan kingdom controlled by the Western Region Protectorate, he immediately faced the battle.
The Turkic cavalry came to attack. The gates of each city were closed, and no one was allowed to leave the city.
Ban Chao, who was in charge of Diwan's internal affairs, was sweating profusely. He had already smelled the presence of Wakuatai forces invading the Western Region Protectorate in advance. As a famous general with both civil and military skills, he had a very keen sense of smell. The thing I'm most worried about still happens. Wakuatai and Yeludashi gathered their strength and chose the time when Chutian forces were all out attacking Shu. At this time, Huan, the protector of the Western regions, was not even in the protectorate of the Western regions.
The timing chosen by Yeludashi is simply perfect. If it is not handled well and Dayuan is lost, with the current strength of Wakuatai and Yeludashi, it will be even more difficult to cross Songling again in the future. Even if Dayuan cannot be defended, it will be even more difficult.
We must delay as much time as possible.
Come,
gather 70,000 troops in Guishan City, and ask Generals Chintang to come and help me.
Ban Chao believed that it was necessary to send troops personally. King Meikai of the Dayuan kingdom, who was supported by Huan, and a group of Dayuan nobles were panicked. Guishan City had been sealed by the Han army, and no one was allowed to enter or exit. The war was about to break out. Rumors are rife in Guishan City that the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire, Ajadai, is recruiting millions of troops to attack the kingdom of Dayuan. Thinking of the terrifying Mongolian cavalry, Matsai had no choice but to ask Ban Chao, who is preparing for the war, on behalf of the interests of the Diwan nobles.
Ban Chao, there is a rumor in the city that the Mongol Khan personally conquered Diwan with 1 million cavalry. Our Diwan has a population of less than 2 million. The number of young men is not as large as the number of soldiers in Wakuatai. Moreover, many of the Mongol and Turkic generals may massacre the city. Matsai, there is no need to panic. This is just a test by Wakuatai. He has occupied so much territory that the princes of Indian states and the 5 nobles of Guishang are dissatisfied with Wakuatai. The main force of Wakuatai is not convinced. Dare to leave the Indian peninsula easily.
Ban Chao's understanding of the situation was astonishing. When Yeludashi spread rumors and the Diwan nobles put pressure on King Matsai,
asking the Western Region Protectorate to withdraw troops from Diwan to ensure the security of Diwan, Ban Chao judged that this was not Wakua, the main force of the station. Ban Chao continued,
Meikai, you are the king supported by the great protector. If our Han army retreats from Diwan, those nobles who are ready to move may kill you to curry favor with the Turks. At that time, the Turks have established a new king.
I am sweating like rain. Ban Chao was right in what he said. Without Huan's support, he would not have been able to ascend the throne of Diwan. His power came from the Han army stationed in Guishan City. Once Ban Chao leaves, the nobles of Dayuan Kingdom will most likely appoint a new king.
Don't worry. If Yeludashi wants to take over the Diwan Kingdom, he has to pass me. As a general guarding the border, he must be loyal and fulfill his duties.
The soldiers put on armor for Ban Chao, and Ban Chao personally sent troops to support Huatsubing. Huatsubing only had 1 person, and the Turkic cavalry attacking Diwan might not be just Yeludashi's troops. Although Yeludashi was a Khitan, he had only a few Khitan cavalry, and was the only large-scale Khitan tribe. Chutian arranged for him to breed war horses for the empire in the Monan grassland. Yeludashi's cavalry were Central Asian Turkic cavalry, who had taken refuge with him. A second-level town was captured by Yeludashi's cavalry, and the Turkic cavalry looted the city wantonly. Yeludashi had no intention of stopping him. And, Lord, in addition to the characteristics that can quickly restore morale, plundering can also restore morale. The negative effects of plundering are that a city's public security and public sentiment will be reduced. Various buildings will be destroyed, and even its level will be reduced. For example, a level 5 blacksmith shop will have a probability of being reduced to a level 4 blacksmith shop. Generally speaking, if you want to take a place as your own, the generals leading the troops will not easily let the army plunder. Otherwise, a prosperous city may become ruins. Ordering a city massacre can even completely destroy a city. However, Yeludashi is currently fighting within the sphere of influence of the Western Region Protectorate, so he will not show mercy. Yeludashi watched the entire second-level town fall into a sea of fire, unmoved. Those who want to achieve great things must pay a price that they can bear. A Turkic general took the initiative to lead troops to plunder. Yeludashi said to the Turkic general,
Chieli, lead your own cavalry and be on guard all around. Take orders.
The Turkic generals took away thousands of elite Turkic cavalry. This group of Turkic cavalry was somewhat dissatisfied. They had not looted enough property. Yeludashi was extremely cautious. The Western Region Protectorate has 400,000 soldiers and horses, and the quality of the generals is not low. Huitsubing and Ban Chao are in charge of the Dayuan kingdom, and both of them are old enemies. Yeludashi believed that he was not as good as Huitsubing, but he adopted a strategy of dividing his troops. Dayuan kingdom, a small city with a population of tens of thousands, was attacked by another group of Turkic cavalry. Khan, the beginning of Turkic civilization, led the Turkic cavalry into the city to loot. The firelight reflected in Shibi Khan's eyes, and there was no mercy. This was a war in the era of cold weapons, and there was no order at all. In addition to Yeludashi and Shibi Khan, Bata Khan of the Golden Horde and his younger brother Bilge led a cavalry composed of Mongolian cavalry and Indian Kshatriya warriors to attack Guishan city in Dayuan kingdom. The Grassland Empire suddenly launched a large-scale attack on the Dayuan kingdom. For a time, the Wusun kingdom, Cheshire kingdom, and Chiotsi kingdom in the western regions were all alarmed. In the Wusun kingdom, King Wusun, who followed Huan in the war, was already a little old and his temples were turning white.
When something goes wrong in the territory of the Great Protectorate, how can we, the Wusun kingdom, stand by and watch? Everyone in the Wusun kingdom, follow me to the Duan kingdom.
King Wusun was also a vassal supported by Huan, and was a fanatical supporter of Huan. With one order, 100,000 Wusun cavalry were sent to Dayuan one after another.
The Wusun people also intervened in the war.
The Duan people in Guishan city were even more panicked when they discovered that Wusun cavalry appeared in the city. This battle may cause the population of Duan to be reduced by half. Chapter 1016. Surprise attack on Yiping. Dingjun Mountain. Hundreds of thousands of troops fought over and over again around the mountain, leaving corpses everywhere. Zhao Yun stood with a gun in the sea of blood among the mountains of corpses, his white robe already stained red with blood. Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun confronted each other. During the battle for more than 10 days, Zhang Fei's armor cracked and was shattered by Zhao Yun's Jinshin silver gun. Zhao Yun's silver armor also has a few spider web-like cracks, which were injured by Zhang Fei. The two evenly matched 5 tiger generals now face each other in life and death because they belong to 2 different camps. Zhang Fei gasped for air. The muscles all over his body were trembling, and he pointed his 8-foot-long snake spear directly at Zhao Yun.
Your martial arts are not bad. You can actually block me for more than 10 days. If you are not an enemy, maybe we can fight side by side.
Zhao Yun snorted coldly.
You surrender to my lord, and we will turn enemies into friends. Don't even think about it. I will only fight for my eldest brother in this life.
Zhang Fei shouted loudly. The dragon walked like a tiger, and the 8-foot-long snake spear carried the black evil spirit and swept across Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun shook his spear, and the silver spear made a roaring sound, directly receiving Zhang Fei's attack. 2 of the real 5 tiger generals, Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, one black and one white, flying sand and rocks, and the cracks on the ground spread into the distance. Neither the Xia army nor the lower-level troops of the Shu army dared to intervene in the battle between the 2 fierce generals. Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun can easily kill low-level soldiers with one strike, unless it was Overlord Xiang Yu who was obviously superior to other generals. No one would pose a threat to Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun. During the battle between Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, Li Chengui and Jiang Hansen led the elite archers of Goryeo to throw rain of arrows at the Shu army in Dingjun Mountain. The Shu army set up antlers, and Liu Bei and Guan Yu came in person. Liu Bei raised his male and female swords high and commanded the Shu army's cavalry to attack from a high position. Guan Yu dragged the Qing Long Yanyu sword, slashed out a green light, and killed a Goryeo military general.
Father, let me help you.
Zhang Fei's son, Zhang Bao, armed with a snake spear, led the cavalry to attack. The cavalry used the terrain to gain a large impact bonus.
Silver Spear will help the army follow me to resist the enemy.
Yang Shiho's silver spear appeared. As a high-level spearman, the silver spear effectiveness army has a restraining effect on cavalry. The 7,000-strong silver spear army was unable to fully enter the battlefield, so Yang Shiho had to personally lead a squad of 500 silver spear army troops to attack Zhang Bao's cavalry on the narrow mountain road.
Damn it! If the terrain here could be expanded, our Shiliang army would have won long ago.
Because Yang Shiho fought for Dingjun Mountain, about 2,000 people had been killed by the 7,000 silver spears. Yang Shiho was bleeding in his heart. He had rarely experienced such a tragic loss. Because the Shu army had the upper hand. It had already seized the favorable terrain of Dingjun Mountain before the Shiliang army arrived at Yangping Pass. Therefore, the situation of the Shiliang army at this time was different from that of Liu Bei, who attacked Hanzhong in history. When Liu Bei and Xia Huiyuan fought for Hanzhong, Liu Bei took the lead in grabbing the top of the mountain. Wang Zhong attacked from a high position and beheaded Xia Huiyuan, who was mending antlers at the bottom of the mountain. Now the Shiliang army is located at the foot of the mountain, and the Shu army is located on the mountain, occupying all the geographical advantages. Logically speaking, if he, Yang Shiho, was the commander of the Shiliang army, he would have given up the meaningless fight for Dingjun Mountain. However, Su Fengnian must capture Dingjun Mountain. Even if he pays more losses than the Shu army, he must put pressure on Liu Bei and contain the three brothers Liu, Guan, Zhang and Lu Bu at Dingjun Mountain. Yang Shiho couldn't understand Su Fengnian's intention. The order he received was to be the second batch of troops to attack Dingjun Mountain. Even if all 7,000 silver guns were used to save the army, as long as Su Fengnian did not issue an order to retreat, they would continue to attack Dingjun Mountain. Zhang Bao's heavy cavalry took advantage of the mountain and had no way to retreat, and ran into the Silver Spear army. The first few rows of Silver Spear soldiers stabbed Zhang Bao's cavalry to death, while the galloping horses collided with the Silver Spear army squad. The Silver Spear army squad was crowded in the mountain road, making it difficult to attack from a pinch. Zhang Bao inherited part of Zhang Fei's military force, broke into the enemy's formation, and flew several silver spears to save the army.
Let me!
The general Yang Shiho was furious, raised his spear, and jumped on his horse, and fought with Zhang Bao. The two men are equally indistinguishable from each other. During the battle for Dingjun Mountain, Su Fengnian led a small group of Shiliang cavalry to climb a mountain among the mountains to observe the entire battlefield. Two groups of soldiers and horses competed with each other halfway up the mountain. The Xia army was located at the foot of the mountain and was scattered by the Shu army's cavalry from time to time. Chen Qingji worried.
If this continues, I am afraid that even if 30,000 to 40,000 people are killed, we will not be able to capture Dingjun Mountain. This is destined to be a hard battle.
Su Fengnian disagreed.
Soon, we will be able to break the situation. Wang Ming, Ding Chong, Zhang Hao, and Wu Han went to the three counties of Nanzhong. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Lu Bu were restrained by our Shiliang army at Dingjun Mountain. Yang Su, Shi Wan Cui, Hu Luguang, and King Lanling are restrained in the Qinling Mountains. Then,
Chen Qingji suddenly realized after Su Fengnian's slight reminder.
You mean, there is another route of soldiers and horses, and they can take Chengdu directly? Wait, Yinping Road?
Chen Qingji couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of Yinping Dao. The combination of Wang Ming and Chen Shi of the Shu army had imagined almost all roads into Shu, and they must have been prepared for the Yinping Road. However, knowing that the other party was prepared, Chu Tian still tried to sneak across Yinping and attack Chengdu. The reason is also very simple. Huan, Su Fengnian, Wang Jian, and Li Ji are all attacking Shu. The pressure on the Shu Han is unprecedented. If Chu Tian crosses Yinping again, Liu Bei will have to divide his troops to resist Chu Tian's army. 5 groups of soldiers and horses are attacking Shu. As long as Liu Bei is unable to block one of them, and there is a flaw, then Xia Jun will take advantage of the whole game and successfully win Bashu.
I will lead the White Robe army to put more pressure on Liu Bei.
Chen Qingji understood Xia Jun's strategy and no longer opposed Su Fengnian's seemingly death-defying behavior. Instead, he personally led the White Robe army to fight for Dingjun Mountain. In Yinping, with the help of the top mountain marching General Gao Xianji, the cavalry army, Shinji Camp, Trap Camp, and Modeo team quickly traveled through thousands of miles of mountains and captured the city here. When the Xia army's cavalry appeared in Yinping, the Turkic prince Ashina Shir, who was stationed in Yinping, tried to fight the Xia army. But Queen Bimihu of Yamatai used the power of charm to make hundreds of Turkic cavalrymen under Ashina Shir's command. In the rebellion, Gao Shun led the camp and took the opportunity to violently attack the Turkic cavalry. The cavalry army then attacked Ashina Shir. Ashina Shir was defeated and was forced to retreat to Jiangyu Pass and seek help from Liu Bei. The 30,000 Xia troops who smuggled across the Yinping Road are not ordinary soldiers, but a special force composed of high-level special units, including various generals. Jia Su, who weakened the enemy's defense. Bemihu, who induced a small number of enemy soldiers to defect. Gao Shun, who was trapped in the battle, and Geng Yan, who attacked the city, all cooperated with each other to defeat the Turkic prince Ashinashir. You can only ask Liu Bei for a commander who can turn the tide. Once Jiangyu Pass is breached, Chengdu will be in danger. Deng Ai took this route to destroy Shu. Qin Shi was also prepared. But Qin Shi did not believe that Chu Tianjin really dared to take the risk and repeat Deng Ai's attempt to destroy Shu. In addition, Qin Shi was unable to mobilize his main force to return to defense for a while. The Xiliang army's attack on Dingjun Mountain is extremely fierce. Once any one of Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Lu Bu leaves, the Xiliang army may use the force of their fierce generals to capture Dingjun Mountain by force. Therefore, when Qin Shi learned that a group of Xia army cavalry had captured Yinping without anyone noticing, Qin Shi was stunned.
Zhu Zimu actually dared to take the Yinping road. Wasn't he worried that he would not be able to leave Yizhou? Except for a few cities in Chengdu, Mianzhu, and Nanjing. Other cities do not have teleportation arrays. If Chu Zimu cannot capture a city with a teleportation array, his entire army will be annihilated?
Qin Shi knows how dangerous it is to walk on the Yiping road. The absence of a teleportation array means that it cannot obtain supplies from the rear. This Xiao army must deal with the forces in the entire Chengdu plain. And at the same time, it must capture Jiangyu Pass and other checkpoints.
Could it be that God doesn't want me to succeed?
Liu Bei frowned when he learned that the Xia army wanted to surprise Chengdu and had occupied Yinping. Liu Bei's forces knew that Chu Tian wanted to steal his home. But this was already a conspiracy. The problem was that Liu Bei's forces no longer had any extra troops to return to Chengdu. The Xia army had at least 600,000 to 700,000 troops. And the troops were divided into 3 groups to attack Hanzhong. Many of the original troops in Hanzhong were taken away by Zhang Dao. And the troops who stayed in Hanzhong came from Shu and Bajuan.
At this time, we can only recall Wang Meng and order him to guard Chengdu. As for the southern barbarians, we give up for the time being.
Qin Shi was also frightened by Chu Tian's move to sneak into Yinping. So he chose a strong man to cut off his wrists and give up the Nanmen area. But in this way, treating the symptoms does not cure the root cause. As long as Huan and Miuk occupy the 4 counties of Nanzhong, then the Nanmen army may go north, come out of the mountains and forests, and attack Chengdu from the north and south with Chu Tian's group of strange troops. No matter what. In Qin Shi's opinion, get over the immediate difficulties first.
The real miscalculation was that I thought nothing would happen to the southern barbarians. Otherwise, even if Chu Zimu sent a general to sneak across Yinping, with Wang Meng stationed in Chengdu, this army should never return. Now there are more southern barbarians. If it's a variable, it's hard to say.
Qin Shi believes that what cannot be calculated is that Huan and Miuk led 100,000 Mongolian cavalry from the western Sichuan plateau to attack the southern barbarians, causing the Shu army to fall into passivity. But what Qin Shi has not yet calculated is that the person who sneaked into Yinping this time was not the general sent by Chu Tian, but Chu Tian himself. And Xiao Liang issued orders in the name of Chu Tian in the Xia prince's mansion. So that the intelligence obtained by Qin Shi believed that Chu Tian was still in Xia city at this moment. This estimate would make him misjudge the combat power of the 30,000 troops who unexpectedly attacked Chengdu. Chapter 1017 Sun, so become stronger.
The Xiao army is attacking Shu in 5 directions. Please ask King Wu to use all his troops to attack the Jianghuai River or attack the Central Plains. Otherwise, we will lose Bashu and the Xiao army will go down the river. And there will be no danger to defend Jingzhou and Jiangdong.
In front of King Wu Tongke, Su Qin, the foreign minister of Liu Bei's forces, asked for help. The Xiao army attacked from 5 directions with such ferocity that Liu Bei could not hold him back alone. At this time, Jiangdong still had the advantage. Except for Wancheng and Fancheng in Jingzhou, which were besieged, Yangzhou was not attacked by the Xiao army. Therefore, Jiangdong still had troops to use. Tongke also knew that once she was lost, there would be no danger to defend Jingzhou and Jiangdong. There has never been a precedent of losing the land of Shu and still holding on to Jiangdong.
I will send a supporting army to Chengdu to help you defend the city. At the same time, I will personally attack the Langya kingdom in Shuzhou and attract Chu Zimu's most elite imperial guards. Maybe you don't have to withdraw from the southern barbarians. Otherwise, the southern barbarians will all be killed by Chu Zimu. Occupation will be more difficult.
Tongke thought for a moment and agreed.
I will go back first and report this matter to the king of Hanzhong.
Su Qin bowed and left Jianya.
If this consumption continues, a breakthrough will be found sooner or later.
Tong Ke is considering the commander-in-chief to support Chengdu. The Beifu army is the most elite army of Tong Ke. Zhou Yu, Lu Meng, Lu Sun, Gan Ning and other naval generals were in charge of the Jiangdong Navy. Chen Ping, the leader of the Jiangdong army, suggested to Tong Ke,
My lord, you can send Ming Gong to Shu County. He is indeed a suitable candidate. This time, I am going to attack the Langya Kingdom on a large scale. I must take down the Langya Kingdom to see if I can attack the Xia army and cause changes in the north.
Tong Ke tapped his fingers on the handle of the throne. The last time the Jiangdong Navy attacked the Langya Kingdom, they only looted a few coastal counties and did not actually attack Xia City in the He Plain. At this time, Tong Ke had to consider attacking Xia City. It's a bit of a risk.
Order Sun Jian to attack Jianhuai again. The troops will be divided into two groups. One to attack Hefei, and the other to attack Shouchuan. Order Xiang Yin and Long Jie to attack Guanling County. I personally command the navy, with Xie Xian, Zhou Yu, and Wei Rui as the three generals, and vow to take over the Langya Kingdom.
Tong Ke seemed to have made a major decision, and made a desperate attempt to open up the situation. Jiangdong soldiers and horses gathered again. This time Wu Jun tried his best. In Tongqua's view, instead of being consumed by Chu Tian, it is better to give it a try. Even if he loses, he will not regret it. In Lujiang County, Sun Jian's residence, Sun Jian and Sun So are competing in martial arts. In the last attack on Hefei and Shouchuan, after Sun Jian and Lu Su reached an agreement again, they stopped fighting and returned to Lujiang soon after. Sun Quan, Sun Yi, Sun Kuang, Sun Lang, Sun Shangxiang and other children were watching the contest between Sun Jian and Sun Su. Originally, Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong, and Sun Su, the little overlord of Jiangdong, were almost the same in terms of military strength, and the two should be equally matched. But this time, Sun Su's overlord's fierce spear danced wildly, faintly filled with black energy, and actually suppressed Sun Jian. Sun Su took a step forward. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the attack was heavy. Sun Jian wielded the ancient ingot sword to parry left and right, but it was extremely difficult, and he was sweating profusely.
Drink!
Sun Su shouted violently. His black energy surged. He spun quickly with the overlord's fierce spear, and stabbed Sun Jian with a shocking shot. At this moment, Sun Su was like an overlord reborn.
How is it possible? This feels like it.
Sun Quan couldn't help but be horrified when he saw Sun Su using his skills. His momentum was somewhat similar to that of Xiang Yu seen in the Battle of Julu. Although he is still far behind Xiang Yu, Sun Quan has already seen the shadow of Chu Bawang and his elder brother. Sun Quan was very ambitious and dreamed of becoming a famous general like his father and brother. However, he found that the gap between himself and Sun Su was getting wider and wider. Sun Shangxiang watched his father and brother fighting with excitement, and seemed to be very enthusiastic about the competition. The two generations of Jiangdong's Sun family are quite good at martial arts. Sun Shangxiang tugged at the corner of Sun Quan's clothes.
Second brother. One day I will surpass father and eldest brother. Even my second brother can't do it. Xiangxiang, you should study hard and become literate.
Sun Quan disagreed. Although Sun Jian and Sun Su were not considered top-level commanders or saint-level warriors, they were still top-notch. Sun Quan admitted that his ability to command troops may never be as good as that of Sun Jian and Sun Su in his lifetime. However, and Lord, in addition to ability, qualifications, loyalty, opportunities are also important. And even origin is also important. Mi Fang didn't have much ability, but because Mi Zhu greatly supported Chu Tian and could spend millions of taels of silver every year to fund military supplies, Mi Fang could be promoted to General Wu Wei, making the Mi family a powerful family in Suzhou. When Sun Quan was thinking about how to get ahead in the future, Sun Jian was already being suppressed and beaten by Sun Su. Sun Su's overlord fierce spear was thrust out with a black whirlwind. The ground was shaking, and the scattered stones were shaking. This spear thrust out and broke through Sun Jian's defense. The ancient ingot sword in Sun Jian's hand could no longer be held firmly. With a thud, the ancient ingot sword fell out of his hand. The overlord's fierce spear was only an inch away from Sun Jian. Sun Su stopped in time and almost seriously injured Sun Jian. Sun Jian picked up the ancient ingot knife that had fallen to the ground. His hands numb.
Since Julu returned, Bo Fu, your martial arts have greatly improved. Dad is no longer your match.
Sun Su was also in disbelief.
My child feels that he is much stronger and has endless power in his body. Maybe you have acquired some of Xiang Yu's abilities. The abilities of the Overlord of Western Chu are truly breathtaking.
Sun Jian was surprised by the abilities Sun Su obtained from Xiang Yu. Fortunately, it was his eldest son who inherited some of Xiang Yu's abilities. As a result, Sun Su became a more ferocious military commander and the real overlord of Jiangdong.
Dad, I also want to practice martial arts. Just like my elder brother.
Sun Shangxiang clenched her fists and trotted up to Sun Jian. Sun Jian frowned. As Sun Shangxiang rose up, if she really wants to practice martial arts, she should find a teacher for her.
Yang Yuji's archery skills are superior to all of us. From now on, he will teach you archery skills.
Sun Jian selected Yang Yuji, the god of bows, as Sun Shangxiang's archery master among all the generals. Yang Yuji and Hua Rong are both famous marksmen. But Yang Yuji's archery skills are so superb that
100 steps can penetrate the Yang
is an idiom specially invented for Yang Yuji. Therefore, Sun Jian decided to let Yang Yuji be his teacher. Although Sun Jian did not object to Sun Shangxiang's martial arts practice and believed that the descendants of the Sun family in Jiangdong should have a certain amount of force for self-protection, this did not mean that Sun Jian was willing to let his eldest daughter take risks. Sun Shangxiang is currently the candidate for the future prince concubine. As long as Sun Shangxiang successfully ascends to the throne, the Sun family in Jiangdong will be one of the top aristocratic families for at least 100 years. Sun Jian believed that it would be safer for Sun Shangxiang to learn long-range bow skills than close combat. Sun Shangxiang had his first teacher, and his little face was full of joy.
I will surpass Dad in the future. It's a pity that you are not a man. Maybe you will be more powerful than your elder brother.
Sun Jian still approved of Sun Shangxiang's attitude. General Tiger Girl Huang Gai entered the palace at this time and said to Sun Jian,
My lord, the king of Wu has sent a secret order.
Sun Jian looked cautious.
Quan, take your brothers and sisters down. Yes.
When Sun Quan passed by Huang Gai, he looked at Huang Gai curiously. The orders of King Wu were mostly related to the general trend of the world. The king of Wu wanted to divide the world with the king of Xia and the king of Hanzhong. But he couldn't. Generally, all major decisions of the Sun family are made jointly by Sun Jian and Sun Su. This is a matter of course. Sun Su was originally considered by Sun Jian to be the first heir, and would inherit the Sun family's legacy in the future, because Sun Su was so similar to him. The two have similar martial prowess and similar personalities. They both like to rush to the front in battle, and they can easily lose their lives because of their bellicosity. As for Sun Quan, Sun Jian did not intend to train Sun Quan as a general, but as a civil servant. Everyone left, leaving only Sun Jian, Sun Su and Huang Gai. Huang Gai is Sun Jian's old subordinate, and has followed Sun Jian for 20 years. There is no possibility of betrayal. Huang Gai's tone was solemn.
The king of Xia sent 5 troops to attack Shu, and sent Wu Qi to besiege Fancheng. The king of Wu asked my lord to attack the 2 cities of Hefei and Shouchuan. This time it is not a test, but an all-out attack. My sworn brother may have realized that continuing to delay is not a good thing. However, the terrain of the Central Plains is flat, and it is not easy for my sworn brother to make the northern expedition smoothly. If he is accidentally captured alive by the king of Xia in the future, I will definitely intercede for him. Absolutely. Save his life.
Sun Jian basically had no hope for Jiangdong's northern expedition. The most difficult part of the northern expedition to the Central Plains was the duel with the northern cavalry in the Central Plains. Jiangdong army lacked generals and sufficient cavalry in this area. Therefore, Sun Jian believed that the probability of Tonkei succeeding was not high, and that at most it could only be divided into one party. So he had the idea of finding a way out for the Sun family. Huang Gai said,
My lord, how should we respond to King Wu?
Sun Jian seemed to be struggling.
It's still the same as before, fighting the Xia army, but there is no need to fight to the death. Father, last time I led troops to attack Luan County and Shouchuan, and fought Zhang Liao. We were evenly matched. This time, I want to fight Zhang Liao again.
Sun Su mentioned Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao is a strong enemy of the Sun family in Jiangdong. Now Cao Cao has gathered 5 good generals, and is stationed in Shouchuan City. Sun Jian groaned.
With Bo Fu, your current strength is enough to defeat Zhang Liao. I just don't know if your soldiers from Jiangdong can defeat his Bingzhou Wolf cavalry.
Chapter 1018 Cao Cao's Headache. In Huang County, Donglai County, 400,000 Fubo troops and naval forces gathered. Zheng He, Shen Lin, Su Sheng, Yu Yunwen, Zheng Zhilong,
Li Sunchen and other famous naval generals gathered together. They owned 2,000 to 3,000 warships of various types. 20 huge turtle boats rippled on the sea. The turtle ship is a unique warship of the Goryeo Kingdom and has strong defensive power. Chu Tian did not give up building the turtle ship. Li Sunchen, the famous naval general of the Goryeo Kingdom, commanded the turtle ship fleet, and the combat power of the turtle ship will be improved. In addition to the turtle boats, there are also a large number of lucky boats, among which the 1,500-meter Big Lucky boat is the flagship. Hundreds of thousands of Jiangdong naval forces have left Jianye, and most of them will come to attack Langya Kingdom. Our Fubo army has been established for many years. We have many soldiers and horses, and the number of warships is countless. However, our Fubo army has achieved only a handful of results. If we, the Fubo army, do not make military exploits, we will live up to our Lord's love for us. Investment. Su Sheng and Zheng Zhilong were the first to form the Fubo army. Fubo's army now has 400,000 people, and Chu Tian has invested a lot of gold and silver in order that one day Fubo's army can be used. Until now, Fubo army's role has only captured Jeju Island and invaded Korea, but has not played a decisive role. This time, the Xia Palace mobilized the Fubo army and finally decided to have a head-on water battle with the Jiangdong Navy to show off. According to the estimation of Prince Xia, after years of development, the Fubo army should have the strength to defeat the Jiangdong Navy, or in other words, be evenly matched with the Jiangdong Navy on the sea. Jiangdong Navy is famous all over the world. Jiangdong shipyards can build tens of thousands of large and small ships a year. Even the number of Jiangdong Navy soldiers is not enough to use all the warships. The fire attacks of Zhou Yu and Lu Sun, the gods of fire, are unparalleled in the world. We must guard against their fire ships. On the sea, the direction of the wind is difficult to determine, and the fleet has more room to maneuver. As long as the boats are not connected with iron ropes, it will not be easy for Zhou Yu to attack with fire. Zheng He, Chen Lin, Su Sheng, Yu Yuan, Zheng Zhilong, Li Sunchen and other famous naval generals discussed the matter of defeating the Jiangdong Navy. The Fubo army mainly sources troops from the north. The northern army was good at cavalry, and the southern army was good at navy. This time, Zheng He, Yu Yuan and others felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. If it loses to the Jiangdong Navy, not only will the Fubo army be severely damaged, but the Jiangdong army will also take the initiative. Xuzhou, Qingzhou, and Liaodong will all be threatened by the Jiangdong Navy. Do you understand? Yes. Zheng He's robes rustled in the sea breeze, and various generals led their fleets to set off. Zheng Zhilong wears an eye patch and holds a ghost-headed sword in his hand, looking like a pirate leader. According to Zheng Zhilong's opinion, such a shape can effectively scare the enemy. Huge fortune boats, turtle boats, and tower boats floated up and down. Smaller fighting boats, stern boats, and smaller boats abounded, leaving Huang County one after another, vast and endless. Above the East China Sea, the Jiangdong Navy led by Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Lu Meng, Xie Xian, and Wei Rui swept in, with thousands of large and small ships, and once again invaded Xuzhou and Qingzhou. Like the last attack on Langya and Beihai, Zhou Yu ordered a large number of small fire ships and fire arrows to be used for fire attacks. The last time we attacked Xuzhou, we failed to use fire attack. But this time, if the fire attack is successful and we defeat Fubo's army, there may be a chance of improvement. Zhou Yu also realized it. Only by defeating Fubo's army and taking full advantage of the water can the northern expedition be successful. Otherwise, it will be difficult to achieve success by simply defending. The Fubo army is getting larger and larger, posing a huge threat to the Jiangdong Navy. The three of us set fire together. An older general appeared next to Zhou Yu and Lu Sun. Wei Rui, a general in Nanliang who was in the same era as Qin Qingji, had the same fire god characteristics as Zhou Yu and Lu Sun. The three Vulcans joining forces were so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Tonkei also has its own special combinations and trump cards. The 5 tigers of the Shuhan dynasty are one of the best combinations of fierce generals, while the combination of Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, and Wei Rui is a Vulcan combination. Their legion has a high amount of fire damage, which is disappointing. Tonkei relied on the combination of Beifu army and Vulcan to defeat the Song army. This time, Tonkei still relied on the combination of Beifu army and Vulcan to try to capture Xia City. Tonkei stood on the bow deck of a giant building ship. With the help of all my dear friends, I can attack Xia City with confidence. I hope you will fight hard when you get to Langya Kingdom.
In Guanling County, the prefect Chen Deng led his troops to garrison the county city, reorganizing his troops and horses, and preparing to attack Xiang Yin and Long Jie. Xiang Yin was originally a subordinate of a lord in Yangzhou. Historically, he defeated the General Li Xian of the Qin state. Long Jie was a general recruited by Tang Ke in the Battle of Julu, and was a powerful general under the overlord of Chu. Chen Deng faced Xiang Yin and Long Jie, who were invading Guanling County, as if facing a formidable enemy. However, when recruiting soldiers and horses in various cities in Guanling County was extremely tense, Chen Deng, who had been guarding Guanling County for about 10 years as the prefect of Guanling County, suddenly fell ill during his patrol.
What's going on? Lord Prefect? The soldiers and horses from Jiannong are approaching fiercely, and the governor fell ill at this time. What should we do?
Officials in various counties in Guanling County were panicked. Xiang Yin is a famous general of the Chu state, and Long Jie is a fierce general of the Chu army. They are not easy to mess with in the first place. Chen Deng, the prefect responsible for the defense of Guanling County, suddenly fell ill, which only made matters worse.
Inform Prince Xiao's mansion and ask Prince Xiao's mansion to dispatch other troops to defend Guanling County. Ask the miraculous Dr. Hua Tui to save the prefect. Only miraculous doctors can help.
After Chen Deng fell ill, the officials of Guanling County thought of the miracle Dr. Hua Tui. As long as the end is not imminent, there is basically no one who cannot be saved by the miracle Dr. Hua Tui. In Prince Xiao's mansion, Chu Tian went to attack Chengdu, but Xiao Liang temporarily took Chu Tian's place and issued orders in Chu Tian's name. She received a letter from Guanling County officials asking for help. It is not a good thing that Chen Deng, the governor of Guanling County, fell ill at this time. Chen Deng has been guarding Guanling County and has made no mistakes for 10 years. Based on his achievements, after the unification of the Han Empire, he may be promoted to governor, or he may enter the direct-controlled official organization of the imperial court. But at this time, Chen Deng may die of illness.
I remember that my husband reminded Chen Deng a long time ago not to eat too much sashimi. Why didn't these people listen?
Xiao Liang also felt helpless. Gu Jia was addicted to alcohol and dissolute, and Chen Deng's disease entered through the mouth. Chu Tian often reminded them. But these people go in with one ear and out with the other. Geniuses are sometimes paranoid. It's good now. Calculating the time carefully, Chen Deng may only have 1 year to live.
Send someone to ask the miracle Dr. Hua Tui to see if Chen Deng can be cured.
Xiao Liang also immediately thought of the miracle Dr. Hua Tui. Logically speaking, the miracle Dr. Hua Tui has the ability to cure Chen Deng.
As for the defense of Guanling County, let Lu Su and Wen Yang take over for the time being.
Xiao Liang is facing a very difficult situation. While Chu Tian's 5-root army was attacking Shu, Wakutai sent 3 routes of troops to attack Dayuan Kingdom. Jiannong army divided into 3 routes to attack Jiujiang County, Guanling County, and Langya Kingdom. King Dong Yumeng Yinglong invaded Yongchang County. At that time, there were turmoils everywhere. During the civil war among the princes of the Han Empire, heroes from other civilizations entered the battlefield from time to time, making the situation even more chaotic. To orderly mobilize troops, horses, food and grass in such a chaotic situation requires amazing abilities. Xiao Liang also had some incompetence, so he asked Xiao Chua to assist him. Only by joining forces can the two of them manage to maintain the normal operation of Prince Xiao's mansion.
Master, the miracle Dr. Hua Tui is currently in Shouchuan.
Soon, Xiao Liang sent a maid to the residence of the miracle Dr. Hua Tui to report back.
Did Hua Tui travel to Shouchuan to practice medicine?
Xiao Liang knew that Hua Tui, the miracle doctor, would not be loyal to any lord, but just traveled around according to his own wishes, which was normal in Shouchuan. The maid said,
Master Cao Cao had a splitting headache and invited a miracle doctor to go to Shouchuan for treatment.
Xiao Liang suddenly realized.
It turns out that Cao Cao arrived first. You go to Shouchuan City. If Cao Cao's illness is okay for the time being, you can ask the miracle doctor to save Chen Deng first.
Players throughout the Eastern Han dynasty knew that Cao Cao suffered from head wind in his middle and old age, so it is not surprising that summers are cold. Shouchuan City. Cao Cao commanded 300,000 Hebei troops stationed here. However, at the same time that Chen Deng fell ill, Cao Cao suffered from a headache and was in terrible pain. So he hurriedly sent for the miracle Dr. Hua Tui.
Every time I get sick, I feel dizzy and have unbearable headaches. Please ask the miracle doctor to save me.
The high-spirited Cao Cao lay on the bed, his face pale. After the miracle doctor Hua Tua performed acupuncture on Cao Cao, Cao Cao improved. Hua Tua said to Cao Cao,
General Cao, this disease is difficult to cure in the short term. If you treat it for a long time, it can prolong the life. If you want a serious cure,
you can use a sharp axe to chop off the head. Only by treating it can the root cause be eradicated.
Cao Cao was surprised.
Do you want to kill me, miracle doctor? I can chop my head open.
Hua Tua said,
I have numbness. And General Cao will not feel any pain even if I have a craniotomy. Even when I am having a craniotomy, General Cao can still talk to me normally. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There is no such thing in the world.
Cao Cao was suspicious and still didn't believe Hua Tua. In Cao Cao's view, craniotomy was too appalling. Hua Tua sighed.
If the general is afraid, then he can use decoction to prolong his life. If he takes the medicine for a long time, he can live for 20 years.
After hearing this, Cao Cao couldn't help being overjoyed.
70 years are rare in life. 20 years from now, I will be 65 years old, which is enough. Well,
Hua Tua shook his head. If you are a player, you are not resistant to craniotomy. But for a suspicious NPC like Cao Cao, it would be extremely difficult for Cao Cao to undergo craniotomy.
Mr. Hua Tua, Master Chen Ding, the governor of Guangling County, is ill. Please help me. Sir.
The maid from Prince Xia's mansion quickly found Hua Tua.
Chen Ding.
For Hua Tua, Chen Ding was an old patient. Chen Ding's illness had symptoms 2 or 3 years ago, and he sought help from Hua Tua.
Good medicine tastes bitter, but honest advice offends the ears.
As a miracle doctor, Hua Tua was helpless when he encountered patients who did not listen to his advice. The maid asked,
Can the miracle doctor cure it?
Hua Tua replied,
Of course you can. But Chen Ding can't control his hobbies and will keep repeating them, making it difficult to live a long life.
After Hua Tua left, Sun Yu came in and reported to Cao Cao.
Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiandong, attacked Luan County again, marched toward Shouchuan, and threatened to challenge Zhang Liao. I've just recovered from my headache, and I'm just in time to return to the battlefield. Last time I let Jiandong's little bully escape, and this time I will capture him alive.
Cao Cao thought of Hua Tua's advice. He still had 20 years to live, enough to make great achievements.
Sun Yu asked, I saw that the miracle doctor had just left. Does he have any cure for the general's headache?
Cao Cao replied,
Hua Tua actually wants to cut open my head with a sharp axe to treat my illness. Is there such a ridiculous thing in the world? I think the name of the miracle doctor is exaggerated, and I cannot completely believe it.
Sun Yu said,
I think what this good doctor said may not be untrustworthy. Maybe we can let the miracle doctor take a look at Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao's body looks a little haggard. I'm afraid he only has a few years to live.
Chapter 1019, The Little Overlord of Jiandong fights against the 5 good generals. In Lujiang County and Luan County, Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiandong, led a group of troops and still put pressure on Shouchuan City like last time. But this time, Sun Ce named him to fight Zhang Liao. It is said that Zhang Liao is a strong enemy of the Sun family in Jiandong. Cao Cao was stationed in Shouchuan, supervising 5 good generals and 2 generals Xiahou. He had strong soldiers and horses, not inferior to Sun Jian. Hefei was also guarded by Yu Fei. Just when Cao Cao wanted to send out a large number of troops to defeat Sun Jian and capture Sun Ce, the secret order from the Xia Palace to Cao Cao was that there was no need to fight to the death with Sun Jian and Sun Ce, and the 2 armies could just confront each other.
My general is about to defeat Jiandong Shower and achieve great success. Why did Prince Xia's palace ask me to confront Sun Ce outside Shouchuan City?
When Cao Cao received this order, he was puzzled. If the Xia Palace did not trust Cao Cao's abilities, they would not have allowed Cao Cao to take charge of the 300,000 Hebei army, supervise 5 good generals, and have 2 military advisors, Sun Yu and Guijia. However, the Xia Palace asked Cao Cao to reduce the intensity of the war so that he did not have to expend a large number of troops to fight the Sun family to the death. Cao Cao had never heard of someone showing mercy when 2 armies were fighting. Weird. Really weird.
Cao Cao's headwind was slightly better, but he fell into deep thought because of the strange order of Prince Xia's palace. Guijia said,
Maybe the Xia Palace has other considerations besides the battlefield. We just need to follow the order. That's it.
Cao Cao couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. Otherwise the headwind would attack again.
General Zhang Liao has already engaged Sun Tzu's Jiandong troops in battle.
When Cao Cao summoned Sun Yu and Gui Jia to discuss the strange order from the Xia Palace, Zhang Liao's troops, who were appointed by Cao Cao as the vanguard general of the 5 sons of good generals, had already engaged in a small battle with Sun Tzu, who was marching toward Sichuan. Hundreds of soldiers and horses were fighting on the broken plains. Sun Tzu took the lead, the overlord's fierce spear whirling in his hand, and black energy lingering. Last time, Sun Tzu and Zhang Liao were inseparable. Sun Tzu was unwilling to fight again, just to have a showdown with Zhang Liao. The overlord's fiery spear roared and attacked. Sun Tzu overwhelmed Zhang Liao. Each shot was like a violent storm, holding back billowing black energy.
How can it be?
The halberd in Zhang Liao's hand trembled, and he almost lost his grip. In less than a year, Sun Tzu's military force improved even more. Moreover, Sun Tzu's offensive became more and more fierce. Even Sun Tzu's horses could not support Sun Tzu's gradually rising momentum.
Zhang Liao, whether you admit it or not, you are no longer my opponent now.
Sun Tzu passed Zhang Liao and fired another shot, breaking Zhang Liao's weapon. Zhang Liao tightened the reins of his war horse and said,
"Your force has indeed improved by leaps and bounds, even a little terrifying. Children of Jiandong, follow me to defeat the Bingzhou Lingqi."
Sun Tzu knew that a small-scale battle involving a few hundred men would not affect the overall situation. So he attacked Zhang Liao with confidence. Jiandong soldiers are also proficient in mounted archery, and they can compete with the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry without falling behind. The 2 high-level troops launched an attack, and Jiandong's disciples fought head-on with Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. Jiandong soldiers are rare soldiers with a full range of troops. Even when facing cavalry, they will not be timid. The war horses galloped across the broken plains. Sun Tzu led the soldiers from Jiandong to rush forward. Dozens of Bingzhou Wolf cavalry fell down. Zhang Liao retreated in the face of the powerful Sun Tzu. Cao Cao urged General Su Huang, Eugene, Le Jin, and Zhang He to come one after another. They were surprised to see Zhang Liao being suppressed by Sun Tzu.
It's really strange. Although Sun Tzu was brave last time, he was not as domineering as he is today.
Zhang Liao retreated to the Xia army's camp, believing that he could no longer suppress Sun Tzu. Zhang Liao didn't know why Sun Tzu's ability would be greatly improved. The last time Sun Tzu fought to the death, he fought to the death to compete with Zhang Liao. But now, Sun Tzu seems a little calm, but he is capable of defeating Zhang Liao.
Perhaps Sun Tzu has some opportunities. Giant deer battle? It is said that the Sun family is the descendant of Sun Wu, a famous general in the spring and autumn period. And Sun Tzu is the little overlord of Jiandong. He may have benefited from Xiang Yu.
Although Sun Yu and Gui Jia didn't know what happened in the Battle of Julu, they had already thought that Sun Tzu also participated in the Battle of Julu not long ago. And no one knew what benefit Sun Tzu gained from it. Now it seems that Sun Tzu's military power has improved, and he has become a veritable overlord of Jiandong.
Su Huang, Zhang He, you two go with Zhang Liao to fight Sun Tzu. But you cannot kill him. Can't you kill him? Yes. You just can't kill it.
Cao Cao saw that Su Huang and Zhang He were confused. And he was also confused. But this was the order of the Xia Palace. If Sun Tzu is killed, there will be many troubles.
Then let's go teach him a lesson.
Su Huang clashed his axes with both hands, making a harsh collision sound. Zhang Liao, Su Huang, and Zhang He go out together. 5 good generals. 3 of them go into battle. On the opposite side, Huang Gai and Cheng Pu, senior generals of the Sun family, arrived. Seeing that the 5 good generals wanted to bully the few, they came out. Huang Gai and Cheng Pu were veteran generals of the Sun family in Jiandong. They were loyal to the Sun family, and although they were not first-rate in terms of command and force, there was nothing to criticize.
You guys stand down, and let me fight alone.
Sun Tzu waved his overlord fierce spear, and faced 3 of the 5 good generals alone. Cheng Pu said to Sun Tzu uneasily,
Young master, it is said that the king of Xia assigned the 5 good generals to Cao Cao's jurisdiction. The 5 good generals are quite impressive in terms of commanding troops and horses, as well as personal force. Don't take risks easily. Today we will fight against the 5 good generals.
Sun Tzu wanted to know his current upper limit, so he still faced it alone. Huang Gai and Cheng Pu looked at each other, and had no choice but to leave, leaving Sun Tzu to fight the 3 enemy generals alone.
Sun Tzu, you are too trusting.
Su Huang swung his battle axe and struck, enough to cut off a war horse.
Break!
Sun Ce drew his gun, and the battle axe was knocked away. Su Huang was stunned, and his face turned pale. Su Huang did not expect that Sun Ce's force would become so terrifying. Originally, Sun Ce and Taisher Ci were evenly matched. But now it seems that Sun Ce's performance has surpassed that of Su Huang. Zhang He and Zhang Liao looked at each other. They basically didn't have to worry about Cao Cao's warning, but went all out to attack Sun Ce. Cao Cao asked the 5 good generals not to kill Sun Ce. Zhang He and Zhang Liao believe that even if they attack with all their strength, it is difficult to say whether they can defeat Sun Ce. Zhang He and Zhang Liao took action, cooperating with Su Huang, and the 4 fierce generals fought. Sun Ce only felt that he had infinite strength in his body, facing 3 fierce generals whose strength exceeded 90%. He was not at a disadvantage, and still had a slight advantage.
Le Jin, Eugene, you go up and help the 3 of them.
Cao Cao was surprised by Sun Ce's sudden display of strength, and wanted to see Sun Ce's upper limit. So he sent 2 generals, Eugene and Le Jin, into battle to fight against the Jiangdong overlord. When 5 good generals appear on a battlefield, the bond feature,
good generals of time, 5 suns first,
can be triggered. The 5 generals command, force, and intelligence +1, legion attributes +5%, enemy damage +5%, and enemy morale descending speed +5%, producing fear effect. Zhang Liao, Su Huang, Zhang He, Eugene, and Eugene all had their strength increased a little, and their momentum was great. Chapter 1020 Langya Kingdom preparing for war. The 5 good generals besieged Sun Ce, the little overlord in Jiangdong, and attacked him in turn. Veins popped up on Sun Ce's forehead, and he was sweating profusely. It was obvious that Sun Ce also felt extremely overwhelmed by the joint attack by the 5 good generals. However, instead of being afraid, Sun Ce became even more excited, and the black energy around him became even stronger.
Strengthen the mountain!
Sun Ce suddenly shouted loudly. His body swelled up, his armor tightened, and black energy lingered around his body. At this moment, Sun Ce's momentum rose crazily.
Kill!
Sun Ce's eyes were red, and his body seemed to be bearing an astonishing force, and his whole body was trembling. The overlord's fierce spear danced wildly, knocking away Yu Jin's spear and repelling Lu Jin's sword. Su Huang felt suffocated, facing Sun Ce. His axe was originally heavier, but was repeatedly smashed away by the overlord's fierce spear. Sun Ce fought against the 5 good generals alone, and was in the upper hand for a while. Hu Sanyang, Xiahou Yuan, Xiahou Dun, and other generals were a little worried. Now it is no longer whether the 5 good generals will show mercy, but whether Sun Ce will kill the 5 good generals.
This is a rogue. Retreat quickly. It's hard to compete with him.
Cao Cao couldn't help but exclaimed and ordered his troops to retreat. The so-called rogue is a mad dog. Sun Ce suddenly broke out, conquered the mountains and rivers, and used force to suppress the 5 good generals, which shocked Cao Cao. If Sun Ce went straight to Cao Cao at this time, Shouchuan Xiao army would be leaderless, and would probably be defeated. Cao Cao didn't know that Chu Tian had a secret agreement with the Sun family, so Sun Ce would not actually take Cao Cao's life. He just wanted to see how far his military power had reached. The 5 good generals retreated, but Sun Ce did not pursue him. He immediately stood up with his spear drawn, his hand holding the overlord's spear, and his whole body muscles trembling. His body uses Xiang Yu's SSS level characteristic to strength the mountain, and needs to withstand huge pressure. Huang Gai and Cheng Pu, 2 senior generals of the Sun family, widened their eyes in surprise when they saw their young master defeating 5 good generals by himself. If Sun Jian was allowed to come, he would probably have to decide whether to defeat Zhang Liao. And their young master Sun Ce seemed to have been reborn after returning from the Jiulu battlefield. In Langya Kingdom, war breaks out again. Different from the last time, they were attacked by Jiangdong Navy. This time, after learning that Jiangdong Navy was setting off from the port near Jianya City, the officials of Langya Kingdom immediately moved the people along the coast, and the Imperial Guard stationed in the coastal city, preparing for a decisive battle with Jiangdong Navy. Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua have the highest command over all soldiers and horses stationed in Langya Kingdom, while Hua Mulan and a group of generals of the Imperial Guard are mobilizing soldiers and horses on the front line.
The areas attacked by Jiangdong Navy are nothing more than Donghai Kingdom, Langya Kingdom, Beihai Kingdom, and Donglai County. It focuses on defending Langya Kingdom, and mobilizes the Fubo army to go south to supply supplies in the Jiaozhou Bay area. The main force of Jiandong Navy will be discovered soon. From now on, we will immediately launch an attack on the Jiandong Navy. We give the Fubo Army up to tens of millions of dollars in military pay every year. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it takes a short time to use it. I hope the Fubo Army will not let us down.
Xiao Liang has been following Chu Tian for a long time, and has seen with his own eyes that the Fubo Army has grown from a silver-level general, Sun Luan, to 6 naval generals and 400,000 troops. The Fubo Army occupied a lot of expenses of the Xia Prince's mansion, and never recovered the cost. This time it was finally the turn of the Fubo Army at its peak to face the Jiandong Navy. Jiandong's shipbuilding ability is very terrifying, so Fubo Army has not fought with Jiandong Navy until now. The 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sanha Cavalry of the 2nd Guard Corps have been stationed in the eastern part of Langya Kingdom. The leader will be General Gum Gong, Mi Fang, Xing Durong, Xia Howen, and other generals from the 5 schools of the Northern Army were taken away by Chu Tian. So the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sanha Cavalry were temporarily under the command of Gum Gong. The current Imperial Guards in Xia City, including the troops transferred back from the Xiangfan battlefield, include the 2nd Guards Army, the 3rd Women's Army, the 7th National Protector Army, and the 8th Khitan Army, the 1st Iron Cavalry Army, and the 4th Divine Machine Army. The Legion went to sneak attack Yiping. The 6th Mountain Legion went to Namman, and the 5th White Robe Legion was at Dingjun Mountain. Xiao Liang is planning the defense near Xia City, with about 300,000 troops, in order to strengthen the strength of the Imperial Guards and balance the local troops. Chu Tian established 8 legions. Xiao Liang has 4 legions in his hands. There is also a Lishan army. Xiao Liang thought of Zhang Han's Lishan army. At present, the Lishan army has absorbed various prisoners, with the number reaching 30,000. In order to increase the population, Chu Tian implemented a very moderate policy. It was unlikely that there would be hundreds of thousands of prisoners like Lishan, so Zhang Han's Lishan army was not large in scale. However, the 30,000 Lishan army does not need military pay, and only needs to give them a bite of food. Therefore, the Lishan army can be called the lowest-cost cannon fodder. Jiandong's army tried its best to come across the sea, and it was most likely Xiacheng. Once Xia City is captured, and a series of high-end special buildings in Xia City are destroyed, it will be a big blow to the Chu Tian forces. For example, the important 8th level firearms camp is located in Xia City. If this firearms camp is burned down, then Chu Tian will not be able to produce solid bullets for Hongyi cannon. The King of Wu has commanded the entire army to fight, and it is very likely that they will land from Shihai County of Langya Kingdom. The Beifu army captured Shihai County last time. They know the terrain near Shihai County well, and can deploy defenses quickly. Then they will use a group of elite cavalry can quickly pass through the mountain roads between the coastal hills to reach Ju County. After capturing Ju County, they can go down the river to reach Xiacheng. Xiao Chua marked Wu Jun's possible attack route on the map. Xiao Chua was very enthusiastic about marching and fighting, and he was also able to make suggestions. Joan of Arc. The 2 Roman legions of the Protectorate army were severely damaged by the Beifu army in the coastal hills last time. Have they recruited new troops? Xiao Liang asked Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc nodded. The 2 Roman legions, Apollo and Doom, have re-recruited soldiers and horses to make up for the last loss. But the Roman legion's General Varus was hit in the last war, and once again facing the Beifu army. There may be psychological shadow. Waluz. He is really an unlucky guy. Xiao Liang also knew about this unlucky Roman general. When Varus was serving for the 1st Augustus Octavian in history, he was defeated, resulting in the annihilation of 3 complete Roman legions, which was regarded as a shame by the Romans. But this time, Varus became Chu Tian's general and met Xiaxian, the commander of the Beifu army in the main world. He was defeated by the Beifu army commanded by Xiaxian and lost all confidence. Let Valus prove his bravery with blood. This crisis in Xia City is no small matter. Xiao Liang probably guessed that King Wutanke was going to give it a try. At this time, we must not let down our guard. Otherwise, if Xia City is lost, Chu Tian's forces will inevitably be in chaos. After all, Xia City has many special buildings, famous literati, aristocratic families, as well as various treasures in the treasury, such as essential art of Qi-Min, Wei Gongzi's art of war, etc., as well as special props. 9 dragon seismometer. Furthermore, for Xiao Liang and a group of people who started working hard from the Langya Kingdom, This place holds too many memories. Xiaochua asked.
Should we let Rufa take Wu, Xian, Chier and others to take refuge in Yeqing or Chang'an?
Xiao Liang said categorically.
No need, because Xia City will not be lost.
The official offices of Xuzhou and Langya Kingdom are all established in Xiaoqing. Zhuge Liang currently serves as the chief clerk of the Langya Kingdom government. Compared with Zhuge Liang's age, he is actually a quite prominent position. Those who are at the top usually have to mingle in the official circles of Langya Kingdom. The Langya Kingdom prepared for war, and Zhuge Liang participated in the logistics. Rumor spread throughout Xia City that King Wu was commanding 1,000,000 troops to attack. Zhuge Liang frowned slightly. Chapter 1021-1 Crisis.
8 ox crossbows. 117 in total. There are approximately 102,812 divine arm bows in reserve, corresponding to the reserve of crossbow arrows, which is approximately 5 million. The grain and grass stockpiled by Langya Kingdom are enough to support an army of 500,000 people for a year.
The officials of Langya Kingdom hurriedly counted all the weapons and equipment. Zhuge Liang, who was less than 20 years old, held the account books and checked them one by one. Zhuge Liang still has obsessive-compulsive disorder and must do everything himself. People in Xia City were in panic. There were at least 100,000 soldiers and horses stationed outside Xia City, and they were all elite. Zhuge Liang said to the officials, who were preparing weapons and supplies.
Comrades, at this time of crisis, we must count all the weapons, supplies, and make sure there are no mistakes.
Many Langya officials replied.
Yes. Alas, there are constant disputes in the world. When will they stop?
Wang Lang, a native of Donghai, was transferred from the Ministry of Rites to assist the officials of Langya Kingdom in counting weapons and food. The Ministry of Rites did not have much practical role at this time, and all departments were serving the war. The middle-aged Wang Situ and the young Zhuge Liang met at this time, and Wang Lang couldn't help but take a second look at Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang was from Langya, and Wang Lang was from Donghai. Langya Kingdom was adjacent to Donghai County. After all, Zhuge Liang can be regarded as Wang Lang's descendant.
What a formidable young man. I am already in a high position before I am 20. Am I already old?
Wang Lang couldn't help but sigh.
Master Wang, King Xia has ordered you to go to Dayuan Kingdom.
When Wang Lang was assisting the Langya government in preparing food and grass, the Xia Palace asked Wang Lang, who was serving as the Minister of Rites, to go to Dayuan.
To one country? I'll go there right away.
Wang Lang probably knew that war had also broken out in Dayuan, and the Xia Palace transferred him to Dayuan, presumably to keep abreast of the situation in Dayuan. Part of the responsibility of the Ministry of Rites established by Chu Tian was to appease the various tribes and kingdoms that submitted. Wang Lang quickly packed his bags. From Xia City to Dawan Country, you need to teleport to Luntai City and then arrive at Dawan Country. It doesn't actually take much time. In Gushan City, Wang Lang appeared with several officials. Compared with Xia City, Gushan City, which was built on the mountains, was in chaos. Ban Chao personally went out to fight. Currently, Gushan City is guarded by King Meikai of Dayuan Kingdom and General Chen Tang of the Western Region Protectorate.
Wang Shirlang, Mongolian, Turkic, and Indian cavalry have invaded the Dayuan Kingdom in large numbers. Our Dayuan Kingdom's troops cannot resist it. The two generals Wu Yubing and Ban Chao are in a bitter battle and must rely on the heavenly masters from the Central Plains. The one closest to Gushan City, the enemy's cavalry is less than 150 miles away. The king of Dayuan frowned and complained to Wang Lang, who arrived. Wang Lang represents the Central Plains dynasty, and Dayuan is one of the vassal states. The king of Dayuan can only seek help from the powerful Central Plains. Wang Lang did not expect that the war in Dayuan Kingdom would be so tragic, and the royal city of Dayuan Kingdom might be captured at any time. Who led the troops to attack Dayuan Kingdom? And even the Western Region Protectorate was unable to parry it. The Khitan Khan Yeludashi, the Golden Horde Khan Batu, and the Turkic Khan began to attack from 3 directions. Wokuatai did not personally attack.
Chen Tang, the military general of the Western Region Protectorate, came with more than a dozen subordinates and met Wang Lang. After all, Wang Lang has some talents as a prince.
How many soldiers and horses did Yeludashi bring? As little as 150,000. As many as 300,000. Although there are not many soldiers and horses in Yeludashi, most of them are elite. The Western Region Protectorate has 400,000 troops. Most of them come from the city-states of the 36 countries in the Western region. Their combat power is uneven. Only a few generals can exert the combat power of the servant armies of the 36 countries in the western regions.
And I am one of them. The Protectorate of the Western Regions has summoned soldiers and horses from the Wusun Kingdom, Chiosi Kingdom, Cheshire Kingdom, and Dewan Kingdom. As well as there are 270,000 Han troops in total. There are also more than 100,000 troops guarding Ili River, Luntai City, Turpan and other places.
Jin Tang explained the troop deployment of the Western Region Protectorate to Wang Lang, who arrived. The main force of the Western Region Protectorate has entered the Dewan Kingdom, and 11 of the 42 cities in the Dewan Kingdom have been captured.
I will report to the court. If there are extra troops, they will be transferred to Dewan to help you.
Wang Lang learned that Dayuan was in crisis, so he made a promise to Jin Tang.
The last time I fought with Yeludashi was a few years ago. If I have the chance, I would like to fight with Yeludashi again. He is a strong enemy, and has an extremely brave Khitan soldier. The Imperial Army is superior to the Shan Army.
Jin Tang looked to the west of Dayuan Kingdom. Huitsubing, the first commander of the Western Region Protectorate, was dealing with Yeludashi. Yeludashi personally led 200 Khitan cavalry and tens of thousands of Turkic cavalry to contain Huitsubing. Yeludashi is also a strange person. In history, when the Liao Kingdom fell, Yeludashi fled with 200 cavalry, conquered the remaining forces of the Liao Kingdom in the western regions, established the Western Liao dynasty, defeated the Seljuk Empire, the original overlord of Central Asia, and dominated Central Asia. Until 1,000 years later, many civilizations still call the East Khitan. Yeludashi tried his best to avoid a head-on confrontation with Huitsubing, knowing that Huitsubing was difficult to deal with, and would be defeated by Huitsubing if he was not careful. Two cavalrymen chased each other in the basin where Dewan Kingdom was located. At the same time, Batu and Shibi Khan drove forward. Among them, Shibi Khan's Turkic cavalry was intercepted by Ban Chao's coalition forces from the western regions. Shibi Khan was also considered a hero and once besieged Emperor Yang Guang of Sui dynasty. However, when Shibi Khan fought with Ban Chao's western region allied forces, he suffered a small loss and lost 5,000 cavalry. So he tried his best to avoid fighting with Ban Chao.
My infantry from the western regions can hardly keep up with the Turkic cavalry.
Ban Chao also has disadvantages. Dewan's large cavalry regiment was taken away by Huitsubing. Ban Chao's troops were mainly infantry and archers from the 36 countries in the western regions. If the Turkic cavalry was unwilling to fight head-on, it would be difficult for Ban Chao to catch up with the Turkic cavalry. Ban Chao retreated towards Guishan City, abandoning some unimportant cities. Batu and Biel's 30,000 Mongolian cavalry and 50,000 Indian cavalry have bypassed Huitsubing and Ban Chao. Under the cover of Yeludashi and Shibi Khan, they once again carried out the deeds or tactics that the Mongolian Empire was good at. If Guishan City is captured, the Han army in Dewan and the 270,000 troops from the 36 kingdoms in the western regions will not be able to use the teleportation array to leave. They will have to cross the Pamir Plateau and return to the western regions, narrowly escaping death. Therefore, the surprise attack tactics formulated by Yeludashi and Batu were very fatal to the generals guarding Dewan. However, Batu's 80,000 cavalry met King Wusun and the cavalry of the Wusun Kingdom, who came to stop the march. King Wusun, who had white temples, stopped the endless Wusun cavalry. At the end of the horizon, the Mongolian cavalry and Indian cavalry commanded by Batu and Bielj appeared. After conquering parts of Mughal India, Batu added a group of Indian cavalry. The founders of the Mughal Empire in India were Turkic Mongols, who valued cavalry, and the number of cavalry was quite astonishing. King Wusun was sweating profusely when he saw the powerful cavalry appearing. What he has to face are the two grandsons of Genghis Khan Temujin, Batu and Bielj, both of whom are heroes. Compared with the Mongolian cavalry and the Mughal cavalry, the Wusun cavalry is still inferior.
The soldiers and horses along the way are like entering uninhabited territory, and Dewan Kingdom has no soldiers and horses to intercept them. It seems that Huitsubing and Ban Chao are in trouble.
King Wusun bit the bullet, took off his bow and arrow, commanded 100,000 Wusun cavalry, and launched an attack on Batu and Bielj. The overwhelming Wusun cavalry drew their sabers, and the Wusun cavalry at the front fired thousands of arrows.
This is the cavalry of Wusun Kingdom. Kill them all.
Batu recognized the identity of the Wusun cavalry and was very angry. Temujin once fought a decisive battle with an expeditionary force composed of princes from the Han Empire in the Wusun Kingdom. As a result, King Wusun pretended to surrender and betrayed Temujin at a critical moment, resulting in Temujin's defeat.
Brother, let me lead the Chieshue army to defeat the enemy. Brother, farewell. No need to show mercy.
Yes. Brother B leads the Qingxue army of the Golden Horde to attack. The Wusun cavalry and the Indian Mogul cavalry attacked and killed each other. King Wusun personally went into battle and shot and killed 20 Mogul cavalry.
You lead my troops and behead enemy generals, and I will make you deputy kings.
King Wusun ordered 2 Wusun commanders with a strength of about 90 to attack Batu.
King, what kind of cavalry is that?
Just as the 2 Wusun captains were trying to kill Batu and resolve the crisis into one, an elite Mongolian heavy cavalry appeared, far more brave than the Mogul and Wusun cavalry. The iron armor is fierce. Temujin's grandson Birj holds a spear and leads the Qishue army to break the formation.
It turns out to be a cowardly Shui army. Fight and retreat at the same time.
King Wusun recognized that he was the most elite Qishue army in Mongolian civilization, and he couldn't help being shocked. At Temujin's peak, 10,000 Qingxue troops could easily defeat 100,000 Wusun cavalry. King Wusun, who had fought with Temujin, knew how terrifying the Qishue army was. After the Koxu army entered the scene, the Wusun cavalry quickly retreated towards Guishan City. Chapter 1022 Grassland Elite Cavalry.
Masters Ban Chao and King Wusun returned to Guishan City. The Wusun people were defeated by Batu and suffered tens of thousands of losses.
A few days after Wang Lang arrived at Guishan City, Ban Chao and King Wusun, 2 senior military generals from the Western Region Protectorate, returned to Guishan City with their troops. Shibi Khan and Batu's cavalry also arrived near Guishan City one after another.
King Wusun, since you are here, lend me your cavalry.
Ban Chao was having a headache because he did not have enough cavalry to catch up with the Turkic cavalry. King Wusun happened to have 80,000 cavalry left, so Ban Chao directly wanted to take away King Wusun's cavalry.
Go ahead and take it.
King Wusun was defeated by Batu, resulting in the death of 20,000 Wusun cavalry. Fortunately, the Wusun cavalry was handed over to Ban Chao's command.
We cannot let them form a siege on Guishan City. Otherwise they will be isolated and helpless.
Ban Chao did not choose to enter the city. If Guishan City is surrounded by Batu and others, all the Western Region legions trapped in Duan Kingdom may be completely annihilated. The transmission array in Guishan City was cut off, which also meant that the Dayuan Kingdom was unable to receive reinforcements and supplies from the Western Region Protectorate and the pass. The Western Region Protectorate wanted to reinforce the Dayuan Kingdom and had to cross the Songling Mountains again. Therefore, Ban Chao and King Wusun chose to camp outside the city, and Batu and Shibi Khan had to be blocked from Guishan City. The north wind was howling, and Ban Chao was riding a war horse, standing side by side with King Wusun, looking at the Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry that appeared one after another at the end of the field of vision.
According to the information obtained by the scouts, after Temujin died in battle, the Qishue army was divided into 2 parts, one owned by King Xia and the other owned by Tuo Lei. King Xia's Qishue army order was to defeat Temujin's Qishue army. However, Temujin left most of his troops to Tuo Lei. Why did the Ajadai forces also have Qishue troops? Or should we say that this army was not Temujin's Qishue army, but the Golden Horde Khanate? The cowardly Shui army was established.
Ban Chao learned from King Wusun that it was the famous Qishue army that defeated the Wusun cavalry. So he thought of the Imperial Guards of the Golden Horde. Although the Golden Horde was destroyed, Batu still had a Qishue army modeled after the Mongol Empire. The rank was lower than that of Temujin's Qishue army, but its combat power was not weak. King Wusun looked heavy.
It's not just the Shui army that is timid. It seems that there are also the eldest son army of the Golden Horde and the vassal army of the Turks. The eldest son army and the vassal army.
Ban Chao felt the pressure. The Qishue army, the Changzi army, and the Fuli army are all elite cavalry on the grassland. It is extremely difficult to stop the advance of these 3 elite cavalry under the premise that they cannot rely on the city to defend and can only fight with this group of grassland cavalry in the wild. Big Wang Lang and Chen Tang stood on the ancient wall of Guishan City, overlooking the confrontation between the Western Region army and the grassland army. Batu's cavalry numbered 80,000. Shibi Khan's Turkic cavalry numbered 70,000. And there were about 150,000 cavalry. These cavalry are not good at siege, but they do not need to siege the city. As long as they cut off the teleportation array of Duan Kingdom, they can achieve their goal.
It seems that we must ask the palace for instructions as soon as possible to dispatch reinforcements. Otherwise the kingdom of Dewan may fall.
Wang Lang couldn't help but worry when he saw that the prairie cavalry had strong soldiers and horses, and a higher proportion of high-level troops. So he immediately sent people back to Xiaoqing for help. Not only the Qishua army and the Changzi army of the Golden Horde, the vassal army of the Turkic Khanate, but also the Kshatriya cavalry of the Indian Peninsula are all high-level cavalry. Chen Tang was also worried.
If it's just these soldiers and horses, if Wokuotai dispatches hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses from the Kushan Empire to support Yeludashi and Batu, then I'm afraid we will have to withdraw from the Dewan Kingdom. Or maybe we will stick to it.
Gushan City. Defending Gushan City and losing the teleportation array is not much different from losing Dewan Kingdom. It's really tricky.
When Wang Lang first arrived, he already felt the critical situation in Dayuan Kingdom. Hundreds of Dewan nobles also came to the city wall to watch the military strength of Batu and Shibi Khan, and were greatly panicked. If it weren't for the troops of the Western Region Protectorate, perhaps the nobles of Dewan would have chosen to surrender to the Mongolian and Turkic cavalry sweeping across Central and South Asia.
Not far away is Gushan City. If we capture Gushan City, the Han army will have to withdraw from the Dewan Kingdom. If they want to conquer the West in the future, they can only go all the way to the Ili Valley.
Bata pointed to the camp of Ban Chao and King Wusun on the opposite side. As long as Ban Chao and King Wusun are defeated and Gushan City is besieged, it is almost equivalent to the victory of Dewan Kingdom. And Bata can also successfully complete the tasks assigned to him by Wokuotai.
Let my vassal army fight with them.
The legendary Turkic hero Shibi Khan personally went to battle. The Turkic guards attached themselves to the army and attacked the Han army's camp on horseback. The war horses galloped. The Turkic sharpshooters released their bows and arrows. Tens of thousands of arrows fell into the Han army's camp. Many servants and soldiers were killed. The attached soldier shot and killed him. The Han army's crossbowmen managed to fight back. But the Turkic cavalry did not directly attack the camp where the antlers were set up, but just wandered around the periphery, trying to find a weakness.
Kill!
Huitsubing provoked a Turkic captain of thousands, and hundreds of Han Empire hussars followed Huitsubing. They raised their bright ring-headed swords and killed thousands of Turkic cavalrymen. Huitsubing used the mobility of the Ninth Order light cavalry to finally catch up with Yeludashi and fight against Yeludashi's Turkic cavalry. And Yeludashi led 200 Shilyu armored cavalry to attack the Dewan cavalry arriving from behind. Although Shilyu's armored cavalry only had 200 men, they defeated thousands of Dewan light cavalry, and their lances even penetrated the bodies of 2 Dewan light cavalry. Huitsubing defeated Yeludashi's Turkic cavalry, and Yeludashi defeated Huitsubing's Dewan cavalry. Both sides were using high-level cavalry to take the lead in defeating the other side's low-level cavalry. The two gathered the scattered low-level cavalry and fought again. It was rare for Huitsubing to encounter a quite formidable opponent. Xiao Weili, the general under Yeludashi, held the iron bone flower in his hand and passed by the Han Empire hussar. The iron bone flower roared and hit the armor of a Han Empire hussar. The impact was so strong that even the 9th level cavalry could not withstand it. From the horse, he fell off his back and died. Huitsubing also tried his best to choose a Shili cavalry, not to be outdone. The two armies fought 6 battles in 3 days. Yeludashi was hit by 3 arrows in the melee, but he was not injured because he was well equipped with armor.
Huitsubing is worthy of being the top commander of the Western Region Protectorate. Xiao Orla and more than 40 generals led 50,000 troops to fight with him, but we couldn't win.
Yeludashi's generals included Khitans, Hans and Turks. According to Wokuotai's instructions, he basically refused to refuse all the generals who took refuge, so he continued to grow his own power. Even so, Huitsubing's defense line was still unable to be overcome. Yeludashi even personally supervised the battle and led the cavalry to attack.
Request the Great Khan to recruit the surrendered soldiers of the Kushan Empire, enter the Dewan Kingdom, sweep the entire Dewan Kingdom, and seize the Western Region Protectorate's thorn in Central Asia.
Ezhou, Jiangyu Pass. Xu Tian sneaked into Yiping, marched towards Chengdu, was blocked at this pass, so he immediately raced against time to attack Jiangyu Pass. Above Xiongwan, arrows rained down like rain. The fierce General Li Sai's shield was hit by more than a dozen crossbow arrows. He was like a hedgehog and had to retreat.
The road to Shu is as difficult as climbing to the sky.
Xu Tian looked at the majestic Jiangyu Pass and couldn't help but sigh. This place is surrounded by mountains, with dangerous peaks standing on the wall, reaching straight into the sky. The Guanxia River flows rapidly, and the turbid waves roll in, taking up all the natural dangers. Li Taibai's lament that the road to Shu was difficult was not an idle statement.
Deng Ai sneaked into Yiping. The reason why later generations rated him highly was because Deng Ai was too adventurous and succeeded. From Mongnan to Shu through the Yiping ancient road, you must pass through Jiangyu Pass. Zhuge Liang discovered the importance of this pass. So the Shu kingdom always stocked up heavy troops at Jiangyu Pass. If the guard of Jiangyu Pass had not seen Deng Ai's magic soldiers coming from the sky and surrendered without a fight, perhaps Deng Ai would not have been able to make a forced landing in Shu so easily. If Jiangyu Pass does not surrender, Deng Ai may face Chutian's current predicament and be blocked by Jiangyu Pass, making it difficult to overcome natural dangers. There are no reinforcements in the rear, and arrows and food may be exhausted at any time. We must break through Jiangyu Pass as soon as possible to obtain supplies. Chu Tian summoned many generals: Dian Wei, Yang Dian, Gao Shun, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, King Arthur, Tai Shirzi, Xia Howen, and other powerful generals are among them. In order to break through Jiangyu Pass as soon as possible, Chu Tian decided to let a group of fierce generals take the risk to break through the pass. Chapter 1023: Breaking Through Force. Let's join forces and take Jiangyu Pass together. Tai Shirzi and a dozen fierce generals stood at the foot of Jiangyu Pass holding various weapons. Chu Tian invested almost all the fierce generals, as well as the trap camp, tiger guards, Zhongshu army, and other elites. The Shu army at Jiangyu Pass seemed to feel the Xia army's strong desire to attack, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Once Jiangyu Pass is breached by Xia's army, Mianzhu and Chengdu will be threatened. The guard of Jiangyu Pass will be the Turkic prince Ashinashir, who is also one of the few Turkic generals loyal to the Central Plains dynasty. Every crossbow and fire arrow team is ready. Ashinashir held a spear and stood at Jiangyu Pass. Hundreds of fire arrow teams and dozens of crossbows were aimed at the Xia army, who was about to attack the city. General Li Yan has already led his troops to come for reinforcements. King Wu has also sent reinforcements to Fu County. We must defend Jiangyu Pass. Ashinashir encouraged the Jiangyu Pass guard. Below Guanqing, the Xia army's war drum sounded, and the trap camp drove the Chong soldiers captured in the Yinping area to attack Jiangyu Pass. King Arthur and Bedivere's Knights of the Round Table are everywhere. In siege battles, the Knights of the Round Table gave up lances and instead used knights' swords and shields. King Arthur holds the sword in the lake with both hands and looks down upon Jiangyu Pass. The number of Knights of the Round Table is small, but among the 9th level arms, their individual combat effectiveness is very high. Chu Tian obtained Western-style knight plate armor from Ekaterina to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Knights of the Round Table, regardless of the knight's sword or knight's plate armor. The grade is diamond level. This small group of Knights of the Round Table became one of the core of the siege. Knights are military nobles in the West, similar to the 100 and 1,000 households in the East. Knights of the Round Table, go to battle, raising troops for 1,000 days and using them for a while. Chu Tian did not care about the losses at the critical moment and let the expensive Knights of the Round Table go into battle. The Xia army emerged from the Yinping ancient road without carrying large siege equipment, and only used simple ladders to attack Xiongwan. Nearly 1,000 fire arrows fell. A ladder was ignited, and the fire spread. Rolling stones and logs knocked down the first batch of Chong soldiers who attacked the city. The Chong soldiers rolled down and screamed repeatedly. The damage of the city defense equipment is very high, and low-level soldiers cannot resist it at all. Gao Shun led the trapped camp and forced a counterattack. A falling stone rolled down the ladder. Gao Shun clamped one side of the ladder with one arm to avoid the falling stone and kept climbing up. Above the city wall, the garrison soldiers carried the boiling oil to the edge of the city wall and sprinkled it downwards. Any soldier who was doused with scalding fire oil, even those trapped in the camp as high-level infantrymen, screamed and fell from the ladder. Gao Shun held up the shield, and when the fire oil hit the cowhide shield, it splashed along the shield and onto Gao Shun's armor. Gao Shun endured the pain and continued to break through without saying a word. Dozens of crude ladders hooked up to the wall of Jiangyu Pass. The Chong soldiers, trap camp, Knights of the Round Table, and tiger guards climbed crazily, regardless of losses. Xie Shui's army and Shinji battalion, cover the siege troops. Chu Tian saw the trap camp, tiger guards, and Knights of the Round Table rolling down the ladder and being shattered into pieces. Hundreds of corpses quickly piled up under Jiangyu Pass. At this time, the only thing he could do was to supervise the long-range troops and use all his strength to suppress the defenders. As long as the Xia army's fierce generals are allowed to board the city, they can use force to solve the dilemma. The fierce generals of the Shu army, Lu Bu, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, were pinned down at Dingjun Mountain by Su Fengyan, while Deng Chong and Zhang Hao, two enemies of 10,000 people, were pinned down by Huan and Nanman. In other words, the only general in Jiangyu Pass who was good at force was Ah. Sure, Nasher is one person. King, please let the Modeo team go into battle. Li Sai held Mo Dao and took the initiative to ask for it. Behind Li Sai, 2,000 soldiers of the Tang Dynasty Modeo team were high in fighting spirit. Modeo team and Heli army are the second batch of siege troops. Chu Tian's face twitched. After opening up the Shu road, even high-level troops will only be consumed as cannon fodder. The five-pronged expedition to Shu was probably not going to exhaust the high-level troops that they had managed to accumulate over the years. When Chu Tian was in a trance, Jie Shui's army and Xinjiang braved the arrow rain from the defenders and fired a salvo at the defenders on the city wall. The rain of arrows and lead bullets suppressed the defenders. The characteristics of military advisor Jia Su reduce the defensive power of the defenders and increase the casualties of the defenders. Hemihu used the ability to confuse people's hearts. Chu Tian specially took Bei Mihu to sneak across the Yinping Road. Himiko, as a hidden military commander in Japan, has the SS-level characteristic of bewitching people's hearts, which has a probability of causing enemy troops to rebel. It can only be applied to the same soldier once. The proportion of soldiers who are bewitched is not high, but they can play an important role at critical moments. Yes! Yamatai Queen Himihu used the ability of Onashindo to pull out an ancient sword and wave it, triggering her own characteristics. The Jiangyu Pass defenders all showed painful expressions, and their attacks were as fast as a beat. Suddenly, among the thousands of people defending on the front line, about 200 defenders went crazy and attacked their comrades. A low-ranking soldier pushed down the scalding kerosene. The kerosene splashed and more than a dozen defenders were affected. A Shu army archer pulled out a dagger, while his companion covered the bloody wound and looked at his comrade in disbelief. The 200 rebellious defenders caused considerable commotion on the city walls. All rebels will be killed without mercy. The defender Ashina Shir did not know why there was a small-scale rebellion, but the rebellion of the 200 defenders caused great damage to the small city wall. If they are not killed as soon as possible, Jiangyu Pass will be lost. At this time, Gao Shun, whose arm was injured, led the soldiers trapped in the camp to climb the city wall, cut down several defenders, and gain a foothold. Drive them off! When Ashina Shir saw enemy troops ascending the city, he knew he could not let Gao Shun open the gap. The long sword in Gao Shun's hand fell, and a Shu soldier was cut off. At the same time, Gao Shun's shield knocked away the spear. Under the command of Ashina Shir, a large number of Shu army soldiers besieged dozens of Gao Shun who boarded the city. With spears like a forest, Gao Shun's small group of soldiers and horses were blocked at the edge of the city wall, unable to expand the scope of their occupation. KU formation! Gao Shun, who was usually taciturn, finally spoke. Dozens of trapped soldiers formed a half-moon formation, pressed against the city wall, and fought to the death. If a soldier from the trapped camp dies in battle, there will be other soldiers from the trapped camp who climb the ladder to the city to make up for the losses. Gao Shun's high-level infantry, regardless of casualties, attracted the attention of almost all the defenders of Jiangyu Pass. The holy sword's cold light flashed, and King Arthur's sword in the lake suddenly bloomed with blue light, cutting off more than a dozen spears. King Arthur held swords in both hands and ascended the city from another direction. He slashed with the sword in the lake and quickly killed dozens of people. The Knights of the Round Table are coming to the city one after another to protect their King of Knights. Bedivere, the hero of the Knights of the Round Table, held a silver knight's sword and loyally followed King Arthur. In a flash of silver light, a Shu soldier was broken into two pieces. When elite troops boarded the city, the defenders gradually lost control of the situation, and more soldiers and horses boarded the city one after another. The second batch of troops, the fierce General Li Sai of the Middle Tang Dynasty, led the Tang Dynasty Modeo team to the city. With a swing of the heavy Modeo, even the heavy armored infantry would be cut in two. The Turkic prince Ashina Shir was still struggling and shot Gao Shun, almost forcing Gao Shun into a desperate situation. Ashina Shir's military strength is superior to Gao Shun's, but Ashina Shir could not control the deteriorating situation. After King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table landed on the city, they took full advantage of the Knights of the Round Table's personal combat power and were invincible in the narrow terrain. The defenders were constantly killed by the Knights of the Round Table. The fierce General Li Sai was like a mad dog, carrying Mo Dao and charging into the Shu army, completely ignoring the arrows and spears fired at him. As crazy as Li Sai, there are 2,000 Mo Dao soldiers. Dian Wei commanded the Tiger Guards to ascend the city, lifted a Shu soldier with one hand, and threw him down from the 12-meter-high Guanqing. Taisher Si held a strong bow and shot 30 arrows in a row, all of which were missed. Monk Wan Yinchen, Yu Qigong, Zheng Yaojin and other military generals also boarded the city one after another, killing all parties, fighting for the city gate, and fighting with the tens of thousands of Shu troops inside Guanqing. The Shu army in Guanqing continued to reinforce the city wall and fought repeatedly with the Xia army. Seize the city gate! Zheng Yaojin held a big axe and chopped all the way, followed closely by the Xuanjiao army, fighting a bloody path among tens of thousands of densely packed Shu troops. About 1,000 Shu army heavy infantry defended the city gate, setting up antlers and sword carts to block Zheng Yaojin. The mountain opening axe danced wildly in Zheng Yaojin's hands, kicking up sand and dust. Zheng Yaojin chopped and shattered the antlers in front of his eyes, and strode forward. The heavy infantry of the Shu army felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. The soldiers of Xuanjia, wearing iron armor and holding horse spears, charged into the Shu army from between the antlers. Crunch, accompanied by the heavy sound of the door opening. Zheng Yaojin seized the city gate, opened the city gate, and led in the ready-to-go cavalry such as Jie Shui Jun and Hu Bin Jun. Enter the customs! Enter the customs! Sword god Xia Haoan drew out his green sword and rushed to the front. Kill! The two great generals Wu Anhua and Xing Darong shouted loudly, with a sound like thunder, and rode into the pass. When attacking Xiongwan, the most difficult thing is how to climb the city. If you successfully board Jiangyu Pass, then with the force of a group of fierce generals, you will be able to break through the pass. Thanks to you this time. Chu Tian knew that Himahu's ability was actually of great help in breaking through the barrier this time. If it weren't for Himahu's characteristic of bewitching people, which caused riots in the Jiangyu Pass defenders, perhaps Xia's army would have needed to consume more troops to board the city. Queen Yamatai Himahu became one of Chu Tian's female guards and said humbly, "Whatever the Lord has asked for, Himahu can do it." Chu Tian discovered that although Himahu was the queen of Yamatai, she did not have the arrogance of the queen, but was very humble. Himahu would tend to rely on the powerful king of the Central Plains. Jia Su coughed twice and reminded Chu Tian. Seize Jiangyu Pass. You can loot the cities along the way, pass through Deyang Pavilion, and attack Fu County. There is a teleportation array in Fu County. If you take down Fu County, you can go from Longxi County to Fu County. The county transports grain, grass, weapons, and dispatches reinforcements. Surprise attack on Yiping. Break Jiangyu Pass, attack Fu County, and go down to Mianzhu before reaching Chengdu. The road to Shu is so difficult. Why can Deng Ai's partial Wei army make an emergency landing in Chengdu? Chu Tian personally experienced Deng Ai's march route to destroy Shu, and found that there was a checkpoint or city that needed to be attacked every certain distance. The Shu army fortified themselves layer by layer, which took a long time. However, it took Deng Ai 4 months to capture Chengdu. It can only be said that at that time, except for Jiang Wei, Zhuge Zhan, Liao Hua and others, the soldiers of the Shu kingdom were tired and had no fighting spirit. The demise of the Shu Han did not cause much loss to the local nobles. They were still the local leaders of Bashu. Jiang Wei was ostracized. Liao Hua was old. And Zhuge Zhan did not have the talents of his father Zhuge Liang. He took the initiative to go out of the city to fight Deng Ai, but was crushed by Deng Ai. If the generals guarding Jiangyu Pass did not surrender, and Zhuge Zhan strengthened his walls and cleared the country, perhaps the Shu Han would not have perished so easily. However, it is difficult to say that when Zhuge Zhan went to war, Hanzhong had already been captured by Zhong Hui. Chapter 1024 Famous Generals Gather in Izhou. My lord, the Knights of the Round Table have captured the Turkic general, Ashin-Ashir. Oh! Chu Tian personally led a surprise attack on Jiangyu Pass and captured Ashin-Ashir, the guard of Yiping and Jiangyu Pass alive, which greatly surprised Chu Tian. Ashin-Ashir was originally a subordinate of Tian Khan Li Shimin. The Tang Empire was very powerful and had many powerful generals. In addition to the heroes of Lingyan Pavilion, the Tang Empire also liked to appoint foreign military generals to fight for the Tang Empire. Gao Xianji from Goguryeo, Ashin-Ashir from Turks, Li Guangbi from Khitan, and Li Qiong from Shatu all regarded themselves as Tang people and outstanding figures of the moment. Ashina Shir served Liu Bei for more than 10 years, but was captured by the Xia army during the battle at Jiangyu Pass. The tied-up Ashina Shir was brought to Chu Tian with a bit of unwillingness in her eyes. He guarded Jiangyu Pass alone. Lu Guanzhong, Lu Bu, Hu Luguang, Yang Su and other famous generals were pinned down on the Hanzhong battlefield by 6.7 million Xia troops. No one could come to the rescue in time. As a result, Jiangyu Pass was captured by the Xia troops. He himself was fighting with during a battle between King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Artoria was wounded by the sword in the lake and then captured. Although Liu Bei claims to be the king of Hanzhong, the general trend of the world will inevitably unite after division for a long time. Work for me and extend the territory of the Han Empire to the limit. Chu Tian stood in front of Ashina Shir, wanting to recruit this Turkic general to surrender. Ashina Shir is a famous general of the Tang dynasty. He is more loyal to the Tang dynasty than to the Turks. He is considered an outlier and can be used with confidence. Strong enemies such as Waquitai and Alexander are actively recruiting generals. And Chu Tian is naturally also searching for generals to strengthen his own power. Liu Bei has many generals under his command. Delusion. Ashina Shir directly rejected Chu Tian's offer of surrender and was loyal to Liu Bei. Liu Bei has a strong ability to win over people's hearts. Don't look at Mi Fang's betrayal of Guan Yu in history. When Mi Fang followed Liu Bei was displaced. Cao Cao promised Mi Fang a high official position. And Mi Fang always followed Liu Bei. Even though Liu Bei's ability to command troops may not be top-notch, his charm is definitely top-notch. However, Chu Tian was not discouraged, and instead ordered people to take Ashina Shir into custody. After the forced landing to Liu Bei, he would consider recruiting Ashina Shir to surrender. Liu Bei was desperate and might surrender. Cao Cao tried to recruit Liu Bei to surrender. Remember your merits for now. Chu Tian asked people to record King Arthur's military exploits. King Arthur has made many military exploits in the Chu Tian forces. If this trend continues, Chu Tian may even consider naming him a British Duke in the future. In Fu County, Mianzhu guard Li Yan led his troops to the city. On his way to Jiangyu Pass for support, he encountered the cavalry who had been defeated from Jiangyu Pass. He learned that Jiangyu Pass had been captured and guard Ashina Shir was captured by the Xia army. He couldn't help but he was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. Jiangyu Pass is a dangerous pass. One man can guard it, but 10,000 men cannot open it. If it was only a partial force that sneaked into Yinping, then even if there was only one general, Ashina Shir, defending the city, it would definitely not fall so quickly. The only possibility is that those who sneaked into Yinping were an elite division, maybe even the most elite troops among the Xia army. Retreat to Fu County and join forces with Wu Yi, the defender of Fu County. When Li Yan was sweating profusely, he returned to the army as soon as possible and joined Wu Yi in Fu County. The geographical advantage of Chengdu, the land of abundance, is that it is surrounded by mountains. From Jiang'a and Jiangyu Pass to Chengdu, you still need to pass through Fu County and Mianzhu before you can reach the city. When the enemy attacked Fujian and Mianzhu, Chengdu had enough time to recruit soldiers and go to reinforce them. In Fu County, famous generals from Shu gathered together. Wu Yi, Li Yan, and even Fa Jing, Zhang Song, Huang Quan, Yan Yin, Zhang Yi, Ma Zhong and other Izhou celebrities or generals all came to the city to discuss defense. Izhou's famous generals seemed a bit weak during the Three Kingdoms period. During the Three Kingdoms period, the famous generals of the Shu Han dynasty and the Five Tiger generals were all outsiders. Zhuge Liang, Wei Yan, and Jiang Wei were not from Izhou. And Lord, because there are so many famous generals from other dynasties, the famous generals in Izhou do not have a high sense of existence, and there are no particularly outstanding ones. At this time, Liu Bei was restrained in Hanzhong, and Izhou's famous generals gathered together, so he had to rely on his own strength to defend Chengdu. However, not all Izhou families worked together. Shuji, the Xia army has already conquered Jiangyu Pass, which is far from Chengdu. If Fujian and Mianzhu are captured again, and the Xia army approaches the north city of Chengdu, it will be a big deal. We will all be meat on the chopping board. It is better to join the Xia army. Zhang Song privately sold his new plan to his friend Fa Zheng. Fa Jing sternly refused. In the past, Liu Yan could not reuse the two of us because his son was mediocre and could not keep Shu. That's why we welcomed the left General Liu Xuande to Chengdu. Now that Liu Xuande is the king of Hanzhong, he has reused the two of us. How can we be ungrateful and act in a critical situation? Moment. adding insult to injury? Zhang Song suddenly felt dissatisfied. After Liu Bei became king of Hanzhong, he appointed Fa Zheng as Shang Shuling to appease the people of Shu. However, Zhang Song's treatment was not as good as Fa Zheng. Although Wang Ming bribed Zhang Song and Zhang Song attracted Fa Zheng and others to join Liu Bei, due to ability and character issues, Liu Bei was a bit trying to burn bridges and did not give Zhang Song an equal status with Fa Zheng. This made Zhang Song uncomfortable. According to his contribution in helping Liu Bei occupy Yizhou, he is still above Fa Zheng. Everyone in Yizhou did not know that Zhang Song was already dissatisfied, but actively planned to defend Chengdu. Liu Bei and Wang Ming have been gathering people's hearts in Yizhou in recent years and have won the hearts of Shu people, except for Zhang Ren and several of Liu Yan's old troops who were unwilling to surrender. All other Yizhou generals and civilian officials surrendered. Huang Quan proposed, recruit soldiers and horses from all over the country. Station 100,000 troops in Fu County and 50,000 troops in Nianzhu to block the Xiao army. Strengthen the walls and clear the fields. Avoid fighting. And win. That's the only plan for today. The famous generals in Yizhou did not dare to go out to fight at this time and mainly focused on defense. Jiangyu Pass is a powerful pass, and the defender Ashina Shir was no worse than any of the famous Yizhou generals present. As a result, Jiangyu Pass was captured quickly, which shows the eliteness of the Xiao army that broke Jiangyu Pass. Fa Zheng asked, when will Wu's reinforcements arrive? Wu Yi, the guard general of Fujian County, replied, 20,000 Wu troops have been sent to Fujian County. It is estimated that their leader will arrive soon. Zhang Song asked, who is the commander-in-chief of the Wu army? My surname is Ming, and my name is Gong. According to what strangers say, this person is known as the master of mobile defense. If he defends the natural dangers, no one can surpass him. Meng Gong? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. The famous generals in Yizhou looked at each other. They had never heard of Meng Gong, the famous general who blocked the Mongol Empire from moving south during the Southern Song dynasty. Yu Fei was a famous general during the Southern Song dynasty's war with the Jurchens of the Jin kingdom. And Meng Gong was a famous general during the Southern Song dynasty's war with the Mongol Empire. Both of them turned the tide and did a beautiful job. Among the famous generals in Yizhou during the Three Kingdoms period, Meng Gong, the master of mobile defense, has never been heard of. King Tongke of Wu is willing to send this commander to assist in the defense of Fu County, which has given Liu Bei a lot of face. Report, the Xiao army broke through Jiangyu Pass, and after obtaining supplies, they marched non-stop towards Fu County. A group of Yizhou famous generals were silent. The hand holding the sword of Fu County guard Wu Yi was trembling. Zhang Song's eyes were wandering. Li Yin was sweating profusely. Yin Yin was blowing his beard and staring. And Fa Zheng was silent. The pressure Xia Jun brought to Yizhou was too terrifying. Although from the perspective of Chu Tian's party, the road to Shu was difficult, and many troops had to be sacrificed for each step forward. But from the perspective of Yizhou's famous generals, Chu Tian was like a big devil, pressing forward step by step, making them feel suffocated. Chapter 1025 Mobile Defense Master. Lord, Fu County is ahead. The Shu army must have deployed heavy troops in Fu County. After Fujian and Nianzhu, you will reach Chengdu. Capture Fujian as soon as possible. Chu Tian had already sensed that the Wu and Shu armies might support Fu County in a large scale, so he accelerated his march. The Xiao army plundered grain, grass and weapons from Jiangyu Pass and nearby cities, and obtained their first supplies. However, in order to break through Jiangyu Pass, there are still Fujian and Nianzhu blocking the periphery of Chengdu. In Fu County, Wu Army General Meng Gong came out of the teleportation array. Wu Yi and Li Yin were responsible for the defense of Fu County, while Yin Yin, Ma Zhong and others guarded Nianzhu and defended Chengdu. Xia Jubing arrived at Fu County. And the Lord, Fu County is about 600 kilometers away from Chengdu. However, compared to the long Yiping ancient road, 600 kilometers is not that long. The natural environment of the Yiping ancient road is harsh. And on the next Jinyo road, Chu Tian needs to face the encirclement and suppression by the army of the Kingdom of Abundance. Historically, it took Liu Bei 2 or 3 years to fight from Baishui Pass to Chengdu, which shows the difficulty of the road to Shu. The Xiao army has approximately tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, but it is impossible to know who is commanding this extraordinary group of soldiers. Didn't one of Xiao's soldiers be captured in the Battle of Jiangyu Pass? My lord, We have indeed captured several Xia soldiers alive. According to their account, the commander of this Xia army is Gao Xianji, the general of the Western Region Protectorate. Who is Gao Xianji?
Li Yin had no experience in dealing with the Western Region Protectorate and had no idea who Gao Xianji was.
Gao Xianji is a famous general in the Western Region Protectorate. He is good at marching. It was he who commanded the troops and horses, sneaked across Yiping Road, and attacked Yiping and Jianjuwen. Fortunately, it's not King Xia. It's just a general from the Western Region Protectorate. Maybe things haven't reached an irreversible point yet.
Li Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he learned that it wasn't Chu Tian who came in person. If Chu Tian comes in person, the pressure on the defenders of Fujian County will be even greater. In Li Yan's eyes, at least Gao Xianji is not as scary as Chu Tian. If Chu Tian comes in person, Xia Jun's Imperial Guards will definitely enter Shu.
General Meng Gong is here.
Before the Xia army appeared at the city gate, Meng Gong arrived at Fu County in advance. There were about 30,000 Wu troops in Fu County and 70,000 Shu troops. A total of 100,000 troops. Wu Yi and Li Yin met with Meng Gong.
King Wu asked you to come to help us. Do you have the confidence to help us defend this city?
Wu Yi and Li Yin didn't know Meng Gong's ability. Meng Gong's tone was calm.
I don't know who the enemy general is, and it's hard to say whether his troops are strong or weak. The general of the Xia army is Gao Xianji,
and the number of soldiers and horses is about 30,000. How about it? If the opponent is really Gao Xianji and has 30,000 troops, then there is a high probability that Fujian can be defended.
Meng Gong was accompanied by 2 small groups of soldiers, each with only a few hundred soldiers. However, these 2 groups of soldiers were different from the lower-level soldiers in that they had a murderous spirit. In addition to the 2 squads, Meng Gong's main force is also the Zhongchuan army, a special unit. Wu Yi and Li Yin were not confident in themselves at first, but with Meng Gong as their foreign aid, they felt a little more at ease. Meng Gong brought elite troops and an active defensive commander. Meng Gong came to Fujian and immediately took over Fujian's defense line to prevent the Xia army from advancing towards Chengdu. On the outskirts of Fujian County, the Xia army camped and confronted the Fujian defenders.
Lord, we captured 2 Shu army scouts alive. Bring them to me.
The black-faced Wei Qiong brought a Shu army scout to see Chu Tian.
Who is the guard in the city? Wu Yi, Li Yin, and Meng Gong. Meng Gong? How could he be Wu Jun's Meng Gong?
Chu Tian attacked Shu in 5 directions and pushed into Xiangfan at the same time. Naturally, he knew all the generals of Shu and Wu. Meng Gong was considered one of the first famous generals in the Southern Song dynasty. He participated in the Southern Song dynasty and Mongolia to jointly destroy the Jin dynasty, and became a sworn brother to the Mongolian clan King Takhar. Later, the Mongolian Empire attacked the Southern Song dynasty and turned the tide to resist the Mongolian army. Meng Gong's grandfather was Yufei's general, and the Ming family formed an elite loyal and Shan army and became one of the main forces in the Southern Song dynasty. It can be said that Meng Gong used natural dangers to stop the Mongolian army during the era of Ajadai and Menggu in the Mongol Empire. He was also regarded as a strange person who turned the tide, because Meng Gong commanded the battlefield to Sichuan, Shu and Xiangfan in the Southern Song dynasty and traveled back and forth. He was also called the Master of Mobile Defense by players and was considered one of the famous defensive generals of the Han Empire.
Meng Gong and his loyal army are probably in Fu County. We are recruiting low-level troops from nearby towns to use them as cannon fodder to attack the city.
Chu Tian didn't care about benevolence and righteousness. If he didn't attack Fu County as soon as possible, Chu Tian's troops might have to be handed over here.
In addition, I'm going to inform the Xiliang army to divide their troops from Yangping Pass to attack Baishui Pass, Jianga, and Zitong. They will join us and open up the entire Jinyo Road.
Chu Tian also asked Su Fengyan to send a legion south to attack Baishui Pass and Jianga. Chu Tian's layout has bypassed Hanzhong and gone straight to Chengdu, even if it is difficult to capture Hanzhong for a while. Liu Bei and Chen Shi cannot sit back and watch Chengdu fall. After learning that the opponent was Meng Gong, who was good at defense, Chu Tian did not attack the city immediately, but waited to join the Xiliang army and at the same time deter Chengdu.
I don't know if Huang captured the southern barbarians.
After Chu Tian occupied Jiangyu Pass and ensured a retreat, he patiently waited for the other 4 armies to conquer Shu to achieve a breakthrough. The 5-pronged attack on the Shu army turned into each other's horns, leaving the Shu army in a panic. In the Nanman area, Wu Han, one of the 28 generals of Yuntai, was busy suppressing various rebellious Nanman tribes. However, Muk's influence among the southern barbarian tribes was so great that he almost responded to his call. At least hundreds of southern barbarian tribes responded to Muk's call. Wu Han led his troops to destroy a southern barbarian tribe, and the fire spread in the mountains and forests. Wu Han's cloak rustled, but he frowned. There are at least tens of thousands of Nanman rebels in Ezhou County. The total number of Nanman rebels in the 3 counties of Nanzhong was more than 100,000, and war broke out in the Nanman area. The prefect of Yongchan County was besieged by King Manging Long of the Tungta Kingdom and sent people to risk their lives to ask for help from Wu Han, who was in charge of the southern barbarians. But Wu Han had no soldiers to save him. In Yueshi County, Wang Ming and 10,000 enemies, Ding Chong and Zhang Hao, came to attack. Qin Liangyu once again took over Wudong Feiyuan and ambushed Zhang Hao in the mountains and forests. The flying army of Wudong was running like the wind in the mountains and forests, and the javelin in its hand was thrown out, piercing the armor of the Shu soldiers. Qin Liangyu commanded the Wudong flying army and the White Pole soldiers to attack Zhang Hao and defeated Zhang Hao's Shu soldiers. Zhang Hao used force to fight his way out and was hit by more than 10 arrows. Qin Liangyu held a gun in his right hand, standing on the hillside, looking at the sea of fire. The Wudong Feiyuan lost 500 people in battle. The White Pole soldiers lost 300 people in battle and killed about 3,000 enemies. Go back and meet your lord. After Qin Liangyu successfully set up an ambush, he quickly withdrew his troops and went to join Muk. Zhang Hao returned to coach Wang Ming with disgrace, being ambushed and defeated by a female prostitute. Zhang Hao's face was dull. Qin Liangyu is not an ordinary female figure. She is now in charge of 2 elite divisions and should not be underestimated. Wang Ming fought in the mountains and forests of the southern barbarians with Qin Liangyu, who had an unworthy flying army and White Pole soldiers. In fact, he suffered a considerable loss. Wang Ming's army may not be able to defeat Qin Liangyu in mountainous terrain. On the other side, Qin Liangyu returned to Muk, while Wang Zhongxi, another general under Huan, came to Yueshi County to confront Wang Ming head-on. Wang Zhongxi was the military governor of the 4 towns in the Middle Tang dynasty, and all the important towns were under his control. Wang Zhongxi fought Wang Ming head-on, and Qin Liangyu served as a surprise soldier. The combination of good and strange made it difficult for Wang Ming to resist. Gather soldiers from all the tribes of the southern barbarians to fight with Wang Ming. The protectorate of the western regions is in urgent need, and the Dawan kingdom may be difficult to defend. As the protector of the western regions, Huan received requests for help from the protectorate of the western regions. Is it Yeludashi who attacked Dawan? Yes. He is a bit troublesome. After 7 years, Ajadai's power has become very strong. The expansion rate of nomadic civilization is much faster than that of agricultural civilization, because they only need to consider conquest. Then, as long as I give the order, we can gather at least 100,000 barbarians to defeat Wang Ming. When the time comes, we will also defeat Manging Long. He is an old rival. Muk guarded the southwest border and fought many times with Manging Long, the king of Tunggu. He was a little angry when he learned that Manging Long had invaded Yongchan County. Come here. Please summon the barbarian tribes from the 3 counties of Nanzhong to gather in Yuechi County and besiege Wang Ming. You go to Yongchan County. Gather the local barbarian tribes. Attack Manging Long's grain road, and force him to retreat. Muk's order spread to various tribes, and most tribes in the southern barbarians all obeyed. Tens of thousands of Nanman troops gathered towards where Muk was. Menghua, the chief has summoned our troops. You come with me to see the chief, the leader of a large southern barbarian tribe in Ezhou County. Meng Ba took young Menghua with him and summoned 20,000 southern barbarian soldiers and 80 war elephants to assist in the battle. Menghua was wrapped in a beast's skirt and had a strong body. Gradually growing up, Menghua said to Meng Ba, Father, if we help the leader defeat the Shu army, can I leave the Nanman to practice? Meng Ba rubbed Menghua's hair with his rough hands. Isn't it better to stay in our tribe and be the local emperor than to be outside? Outside the mountains and forests, there are many famous generals. Your father and I are no match for them. Take that Wu Han for example. Dad was beaten by him not long ago. Menghua was dissatisfied. I, Menghua, can also become a famous general for a while. All tribesmen, let's go to Yuezhou County. Meng Ba ignored Menghua. He just wanted to defeat the Shu army
and put his tribe in a better situation.
It would be nice if I could see her. I don't know where she went.
Meng Huo couldn't help but think of Zhu Rong, who was taken away by Qin Liangyu. And his memory was still fresh. Barbarian tribes from all over the country entered Yicheng County. And their military strength increased from 70,000 to 100,000 and 130,000. Wang Meng faced 100,000 Mongolian cavalry and 130,000 barbarian troops, which gradually exceeded Wang Meng's capabilities. Chapter 1026 Jiang's famous generals gathered together.
The Beifu army is in the eastern part of Langya Kingdom. The Prince of Xia ordered you, General Varus, to lead the Roman legion to contain him. It's Beifu army again.
The famous Roman general Varus used his dagger to support his body and stood up. Xie Xian, the commander-in-chief of the Beifu army, was his old enemy. Xie Xian has exceeded the range that Valus can handle. If we compare the Roman civilization and the establishment of the Beifu army, Xie Xian, who influenced the direction of Chinese history, would be on the same level as Scipio the Great and other famous Roman generals. Not on the same level as Varus. During the Eastern Jin dynasty, Xie Xian defeated Fu Jian in the Battle of Feishui. The Eastern Jin dynasty once ordered its military commanders to oversee the military affairs of Su, Yan, Qin, Si, Ji, Yu, and 7 states. There are 13 states in the world, and the military governor of 7 states shows his great military achievements. However, Xie Xian also belongs to one of the geniuses who died young, Xie Jiabeishu. In the last battle, 2 Roman legions of Varus were severely damaged by Xie Xian, and Varus had a psychological shadow on Xie Xian. However, after receiving the order from Prince Xia's palace, Varus still had to bite the bullet and face Xie Xian. The 15th Apollo and the 17th Doom, 2 Roman legions, plus a group of low-level auxiliaries, about 20,000 soldiers and horses, attacked the landing place of the Beifu army. Xie Xian, the governor of the Beifu army, and the generals of the Beifu army, Lu Laoji, Sun Wuzhong and others, commanded all the Beifu army soldiers and horses to abandon the ship, with the intention of burning the cauldron and sinking the boat. The Beifu army has a great reputation, and the most talented are Xie Xian, Lu Laoji, and Lu Yu. Lu Yu, who joined the Beifu army, replaced the Eastern Jin dynasty and established the Lu Song dynasty. However, there is currently no emperor-level commander Lu Yu in Xie Xian's Beifu army. The current Beifu army has Xie Xian as the main general and Lu Laoji as the deputy general and vanguard general.
This is the Langya Kingdom. Zhou Yu, Lu Meng, Gan Ning. You guys don't need to participate in the attack on the Langya Kingdom for the time being, but command the navy. Chu Zimu has a Fubo army and has never fought with us. I suspect this time Fubo army will compete with us. If Fubo army's warship is found, I will personally take action and destroy it. Tong Ke himself is a player general of the navy type, possessing many water combat characteristics. As early as the First National War, Tong Ke had obtained a characteristic, rocket continuous fire, SS level characteristic of Lu Rengui, the famous naval general of the Tang dynasty. During the water war, the rocket damage of the fleet he personally commanded was plus 20%, and the shooting speed was plus 20%. 10%. The probability of igniting enemy ships increases significantly. In addition, Bronze Bird has other characteristics. Chu Tian took the cavalry route, while Tong Ke took the naval route. This is why Chu Tian has not ordered the Fubo army to attack the Jiangdong Navy. The powerful naval warfare generals of the Jiangdong Navy are not just Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Lu Meng, and Gan Ning, Lu Laoji and others, as well as Tong Ke as the Lord. Tong Chua's water combat ability is not inferior to that of any emperor-level naval commander. This is also the horror of Jiangdong Navy. This time, the Fubo army finally made up its mind to fight the Jiangdong Navy. But in fact it took huge risks. In addition to the Beifu army, Tong Ke ordered the Southern Dynasty army and the Shan Yu army to assist the Beifu army in attacking Xia City. This time we will see if Xie Jiabeishu can turn the tide. There is also the leader of the Southern Dynasty army, Wei Hu, and the leader of the Shan Yu army, Lu Sun. Tong Ke tried his best. He, Zhou Yu, Lu Meng, and Gan Ning served as the Great Wall on the sea to resist Fubo's army, while the 3 generals Xie Xian, Wei Rui, and Lu Sun, each commanding 150,000 troops, launched a massive attack on the Langya Kingdom. In addition, Xiang Yin and Long Jie commanded the Western Chu army with 200,000 troops to attack Guangling County. Tong Kai had almost wiped out all his family wealth. The generals he had obtained through various dungeons, and the elimination of other lords over the past 10 years were all gathered together, and they were organized into the 4 armies of Beifu, Southern Dynasty, Shanyu, and Western Chu. This time Tong Kai will fight hard. Xie Xian, Xie Jiabeishu, the Eastern Jin general in the Battle of Feishui, defeated the former Qin Fu Jian. Wei Rui, nicknamed Wei Hu, was the commander-in-chief of Nanliang in the Battle of Zhongli, defeating Northern Wei Yuanying and Yang Dian. Lu Sun burned the entire camp, defeated Liu Bei, and wiped out the main force of Shu. All 3 are miracle workers. Therefore, Tong Kai had special trust in the 3 men and appointed them as legion commanders. Their legions are large legions with more than 100,000 troops, and each has a group of generals under its command. Wan Wen and Zhu Ti were also transferred by Tong Kai to attack Langya Kingdom and join the Beifu army. The navy is divided into 3 divisions, one for Zhou Yu and one for Lu Meng. I will lead one myself. Gan Ning will lead a small group of warships alone as a surprise attack team. Tong Kai is fully prepared this time. We will definitely try our best. The 3 major generals Xie Xian, Wei Rui, and Lu Sun surrendered to Tong Kai. Behind the 3 men, Lu Laoji, Sun Wuzhong, Xiao Mok, Ling Chao, Huan Wen, Zhu Ti, Dong Shi, Pan Zhang, Ding Feng and other generals lined up in several rows with complete armor. Some of these generals were favored by Tong Kai, while others for their own benefit swore an oath to gather their troops to capture Xia City. This is an attempt by Jiangdong Army's famous generals, and it may be the last attempt. If successful, perhaps the north will be shaken and things will turn around. If they fail, they will retreat to Jiangdong, which is equivalent to waiting for death. This time we will focus on fire attacks. I am afraid that no one else in the world can match your fire attacks. Tong Kai knew that his power did not have many advantages over Chukin's power. One was the navy, and Jiangdong had terrifying shipbuilding capabilities. The other was the fire attack. Tong Kai, Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Wei Rui and other generals have a high bonus on fire attacks, which gives them an advantage in using fire arrows and fire ships. Qualified generals need to maximize their strengths and avoid weaknesses, create opportunities as much as possible, and give full play to their own advantages. The 3 armies of Xie Xian, Wei Rui, and Lu Sun were divided into 3 groups to attack their respective targets. The Bronze Bird stayed behind to guard the navy. Jiangdong Navy is his greatest reliance. Spies from Donglai County have learned that the Fubo army has gone to sea, and there are thousands of warships. It is impossible to hide their whereabouts. The Fubo army is currently staying in Jiaozhou Bay, and we are going to defeat it. Sail! The Jiangdong Navy was in a strong position and took the initiative to search for traces of Fubo's army. Jinfan thief Gan Ning was appointed General Zhicheng, in charge of 300 large and small warships, and served as a raiding party. No matter what happens to Fubo's army, the Lord will defeat them in the end. Gan Ning is a tiger general and is not timid. There will come a time when you will make great achievements. Tong Kai looked around at the endless warships. The warships of the Jiangdong Navy covered the sea. The military appearance was unprecedented. If you include the troops of Sun Jian and Sun Ce, as well as the troops who stayed behind in Jianya, Tong Kai mobilized all the famous generals of Jiangzhou to give it a go. Jiangzhou, that is, Jiangdong. The ancients used to sit north and face south, with east as left and west as right. Jiangzhou has given birth to countless famous generals and powerful soldiers. King Go Jian used 3,000 Yujia. Xiang used 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers, and Qi Jiguang's 3,000 Qi family troops are all the best among the best. Jiangzhou's famous generals attacked with all their strength, and Langya Kingdom was under tremendous pressure. Wang Lang, who is going to Dewan Kingdom? Said people to report back. Dewan Kingdom may have suffered a loss. Please ask for a supporting army to relieve the siege of Gushan City. Xiao Chui handed a letter to Xiao Liang. The Langya Kingdom has insufficient troops and may not be able to fully support the Dewan Kingdom. Order Prince Yin and Di Qing to supervise the 50,000 Mongolian cavalry as the first batch of reinforcements to support the Dewan Kingdom and delay as much as possible. Xiao Liang marked all troop movements on the map. Millions of soldiers and horses were deployed on various fronts, and every battlefield hoped to receive more reinforcements. After Chu Tian broke through Jiangyu Pass, he was able to use the player-to-player system to contact Xiao Liang in the city.
and ordered Xiao Liang to issue orders on his behalf near Fujian County to deal with the Mongolian cavalry. We still have to rely on the Mongolian cavalry.
Jiangdong army launched a massive attack on Shihai County of Langya Kingdom. What's the strength of the troops? Around 400,000. It seems that the Jiangdong army is using all the strength of the country to attack and has to deal with it cautiously. Orderly moves Monan army to enter the pass and assemble in Ju County.
Xiao Liang is also mobilizing troops. The total number of soldiers and horses from all walks of life of Jiangdong army's attack has exceeded 1 million. It can be seen that Jiangdong's army came out in full force and tried their best to fight.
Perhaps this is better. If Jiangdong's army is severely damaged in Shuzhou and Qinzhou, it will be much easier to cross the river.
Xiao Liang saw the positive side. But it's also very dangerous. Once Xia City is really captured by Jiangdong's army, it may cause a series of consequences.
Mom, I also want to join the war and repel Jiangdong's army.
Chu Wu, who was only 10 years old, saw officials and generals constantly coming in and out of the front yard of Prince Xia's mansion. He knew that the Langya Kingdom War was about to start, so he took the initiative to ask for help.
You are still young. Wait a few years before going to the battlefield.
Xiao Liang knew that it was inevitable for Chu Wu to go to the battlefield. As the heir to the empire, he could not be ignorant of the battle. Moreover, Chu Wu had the characteristics of Xiang Yu, Lu Xiu, and Lu Ji, and actually had considerable potential. However, Chu Wu is indeed too young.
But Sister Lu, why can you go into battle?
Chu Wu pointed at Ma Yunlu, who had his own armor.
She is older than you. There will be no danger if she follows Ern Yang. But the kid also wants to go into battle.
Chu Wu felt a little aggrieved.
Xiao Ning, protect Wu and don't let him go into battle. Wu, do you know that military orders are like mountains?
Xiao Liang was still quite strong in his heart, and Chu Wu could not disobey orders.
Xiao Chua, let's work together to protect Langya Kingdom.
Xiao Liang looked at Xiao Chua. Xiao Chua responded with an affirmative look.
Since my sister plans to go on an expedition in person, my sister will definitely accompany her.
Xiao Chua and Xiao Liang had served Chu Tian together, so the two of them had a tacit understanding when they joined forces. The imperial guards began to march towards the coastal hills to meet the gathering of Jiang's famous generals and the main force of the Jiangdong army. Chapter 1027 Jiangdong army attacks.
Roman legions, do not retreat.
The famous Roman general Varus held his dagger high, and the highest-ranking Roman reserve army held spears and shields and attacked the northern army's defense line. The light infantry and Roman recruits in the first few rows were already fighting with the Beifu army. The highly resilient 15th Apollo Legion was used by Varus as the front army to fight the vanguard of the Beifu army. Lu Laoji, the vanguard general of the Beifu army, broke into the Apollo Legion and flew a Roman centurion away with his spear. The Roman centurion fell among the Roman soldiers and died. The Roman soldiers around him couldn't help but feel terrified. Lu Laoji pushed a dozen Roman soldiers and stepped on a Roman heavy infantry with his boots, leaving a dent in his armor. A group of white-robed Beifu soldiers followed Lu Laoji and drove back the Apollo Legion.
The Legion of Doom, take over from the Apollo Legion.
Valus had to send in the 17th Legion of Doom. The 17th Roman Legion was plagued by misfortune. But there were only 2 Roman legions in Valus. So when the Apollo Legion suffered considerable losses, the 17th Legion of Doom could only be used to replace the 15th Apollo Legion.
Don't even think about leaving.
Lu Laoji did not let the Apollo Corps leave easily. Instead, he led a group of Beifu army cavalry to pursue them and charge into the Apollo Corps. After 3 consecutive attacks on the Apollo Legion, the Roman soldiers attacked Lu Laoji with spears and daggers. Lu Laoji's spears shot away these weapons and harvested the Roman soldiers along the way. Sun Wuzhong, the partial general of the Beifu army, came to join Lu Laoji to strengthen the Beifu army's offensive. The Beifu army formed a white wave and swept through the Roman legions. The Legion of Doom was overwhelmed by the Beifu army. Each Roman soldier was killed, and Roman square shields were broken and could be seen everywhere.
Protect the eagle flag.
Even if the Roman legions were defeated, they would do their best to keep the legion's flag. When the 2 Roman legions were in trouble, a group of Byzantine Empire heavy cavalry appeared, using lances as weapons, to attack the flanks of the Beifu army's vanguard.
Form a spear array.
Sun Wuzhong held a long sword and shouted with all his strength. Thousands of Beifu soldiers reacted quickly. More than a dozen rows of spears pointed straight ahead like hedgehogs. Byzantine General Siphias took the lead, and 4,000 Byzantine heavy cavalry advanced.
attacking the Beifu army's spear phalanx one after another. Cepheus was also a brave general. He held a lance in both hands and mounted a heavily armored war horse to attack. A Beifu army soldier was knocked several meters away and fell into a dense forest of guns, knocking him down. Jiang's famous general commanded Jiangdong's troops and horses to attack Shuzhou in a large-scale attack. They would soon face an unavoidable problem in dealing with the northern cavalry. The Beifu army is one of the few Jianzhou elites capable of attacking head-on. The Byzantine heavy cavalry, under the command of Cepheus, failed to defeat the dense spear formation of the Beifu army general Sun Wuzhong. However, due to the threat posed by the Byzantine Empire's heavy cavalry to the flanks, the Beifu army was unable to completely annihilate the two Roman legions, which relieved the Roman general Varus, Xian, the chief general of the Beifu army, and famous Eastern Jin generals such as Huang Wen and Zhu Ti came to support him. Cepheus fought his way out of the Beifu army covered in blood and then retreated. The Beifu army has tens of thousands of people. Cepheus's 4,000 Byzantine Empire heavy cavalry cannot pose a fatal threat to the Beifu army, unless there is a legion in the front that can contain the Beifu army, and Cepheus launches a surprise attack. It is possible to defeat the Beifu army, military, with the ability of Xian, Huang Wen and other famous generals of the Eastern Jin dynasty to spread out scouts. It would be very difficult to achieve a surprise attack, and most of them would have to be fought head-on. The Beifu army marched towards Shihai County, while the Southern Dynasty army attacked Zhu County. Lu Sun's Shanyu army quickly penetrated the coastal hills and took Xiaqing directly. There are many Shanyu tribes in Jiangdong. These Shanyu tribes, like the Nanman tribes, are good at fighting in the mountains, especially in hilly terrain. Therefore, the hilly coastal terrain in the eastern part of the Langya Kingdom is like walking on flat ground for the Shanyu army. Even the Langya Kingdom's army will have a terrain disadvantage when fighting the Shanyu army. The Jiangdong army chose to attack the Langya Kingdom not just because Xia City was in the Langya Kingdom. The hilly terrain of the Langya Kingdom could help the Jiangdong army block the assault of the Northern Cavalry Corps. Jiangdong army's tactics seemed a bit clumsy, but for Jiangdong army, the winning rate was much higher than in a decisive battle with Xia army's cavalry on the plains. Lu Sun was young, but he was entrusted with important tasks by Tong Kai, because Tong Kai needed to use Lu Sun's characteristics to burn the camp. Lu Sun's fire attack ability is no less than Zhou Yu's. Zhu Lang, Peng Hu and other Shanyu leaders, as well as generals such as Ling Chao, Dong Shi, Pan Zhang, etc., were all under Lu Sun's command. In addition, Shanyu from Danyang County can be transferred into elite Danyang soldiers, which are high-level mountain infantry. It's really crazy. We are actually going to attack King Xia's main city. If we fail, all the members of our tribe will be killed. Zulong, the leader of Shanyu, was defeated by Tong Kai and had to serve for Tong Kai. All his men came out. The king of Wu promised that if we can capture the Langya Kingdom, we can be crowned the king of Langya, the king of the East Sea, and the king of the North Sea. If we really succeed, we will not be bandits and bandits in the future, but princes and generals. Another Shanyu leader, Peng Hu, went out with Zhu Lang to serve the Wu army. King Wu Tong Kai generously promised that after the event was completed, he could make a group of Shanyu leaders princes. This was a temptation for the Shanyu leaders. Chutian is unlikely to make a group of Shanyu leaders kings. The Chutian forces tried to keep official positions as low as possible, and they did not even grant kings. Only Huan Chutian tacitly allowed him to serve as the king of Liang. This is because he will have to attack other civilized empires in the future. If he becomes the king now, he will face the embarrassing situation of being unable to reward his subordinates in the future. Therefore, Chutian Lian Gong, Ho, and Bo were rarely conferred unless they made great achievements. Tong Kai and Liu Bei were different. They were not thinking about what would happen if they attacked other civilizations in the future, but how to overcome the current difficulties. So they became princes. Through the mountain road here, you can reach the east of Xia City. The alien scouts reported that Xia City has a population of 3 million. If you draw 1 from 20, you can also get 150,000 low-level troops. If you want to capture this city, it is not easy. But at this time, we can only take a risk. It is best for Xia Jun to take the initiative to leave the city and fight in the mountains and forests. Lu Sun was just starting out and was tasked with an extremely difficult task to capture Xia City. The Shanyu army marched in the mountains and forests, and the Danyang army opened the way in front. Because they were mountainous troops, they ran like flying in the coastal hills in the eastern part of Langya Kingdom.
Several war eagles soared among the hills and passed over the Wu army's battle flag. Lu Xun looked at War Eagle thoughtfully. In the eastern part of Xia City, the Women's Legion commanded by Hua Mulan has approximately 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers and horses under its jurisdiction, including Jianyan crossbowmen, Iron Eagle scouts, Shiliang Iron Cavalry, Jiasong heavy infantry, and a group of low-level troops. The defense system of Langya Kingdom is centered on Xiaqing, Zhu County, and Shihai County. Hua Mulan's army defended the outside of Xia City to prevent the Wu army from crossing the coastal hills and making a surprise attack on Xia City. Iron Eagle Scout had noticed that Lu Xun's Shan Yu army was invading from the Junan Mountain Road, so he immediately reported to Hua Mulan.
There are about 100,000 people, divided into several groups, marching towards Xiaqing on various mountain roads in Junan. Can we attack?
Hua Mulan summoned Fan Lihua, Mu Guiying, and Liang Hongyu. The four major heroines gathered together, and now the four of them joined forces to resist Lu Xun's Shan Yu army. Mu Guiying said,
"The Wu army is large in number, at least more than we imagined. We can try to fight with them in the mountain roads. If the battle is unfavorable,
we can gather cavalry in the Shua plain east of Xia City. Defeat it."
Okay.
Fan Lihua, your Shiliang cavalry cannot function in the mountain road, so stay and camp in the Shua plain. If we are defeated, the Shiliang cavalry will take up position in the Shua plain to attack the Wu army coming out of the hills.
Hua Mulan left behind Fan Lihua, one of the four major heroines, and personally went with Mu Guiying and Liang Hongyu to test the Wu army who entered Jinan Mountain Road. Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua went to Zhu County to resist the Southern Dynasty army attacking Zhu County. In Shihai County, Guard Gum Gong led the Northern Army's 5th School and Sanha Cavalry to defend the city. After repelling the Roman legions and the Byzantine Western Teaching Corps, a group of famous generals from the Beifu army besieged Shihai County and put pressure on Gum Gong. Gum Gong has the defensive characteristic.
13 generals returned to Jade Gate,
which is an S-level characteristic. When defending the city, the defense power of the defenders in the city is plus 12%. The morale decline rate is minus 13%. And the defenders' probability of rebellion is minus 25%. The 5th School of the Northern Army can hold on for a longer period of time. The Roman legions and the Byzantine Western Teaching Corps retreated to Shihai County, where Varus, Siphias, and Gum Gong fought side by side. For Gum Gong, who was born in the protectorate of the Western regions, it was not uncommon to fight alongside foreign generals. Most of the troops in the protectorate of the Western regions were actually servants of various Western region city-states.
The Beifu army is really powerful. It deserves to be the largest army in Jiangsu.
Gum Gong saw the Beifu army approaching the city with a mighty momentum, and the leader was Xie Jiabaishu and Xie Xian, so he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. The Beifu army besieged Shihai County on 3 levels, and the Jiangdong Navy continued to transport supplies to the Beifu army. Jiangdong's army tried its best to do what they knew was impossible. In Jiaozhou Bay in Donglai County, Qingzhou, the Fubo Corps was anchored here and had discovered traces of the Jiangdong Navy, which was coming towards them.
It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it takes a moment to deploy it. This battle with the Jiangdong Navy will determine the world, and we must win. Jiangdong Navy is good at fire attacks. Remember not to be affected by fire ships. Fight on the sea, or fight in Jiaozhou Bay.
The generals of Fubo army hesitated. The initiative lies in the hands of the Fubo Legion. They can choose to introduce the Jiangdong Navy into Jiaozhou Bay, or take the initiative. Zheng Xilong, who had a background as a pirate leader, believed in offense, so he suggested taking the initiative to attack. 2,000 to 3,000 warships of the Fubo army left Jiaozhou Bay one after another.
The weather seems to be a little unfavorable.
The Fubo fleet left Jiaozhou Bay and sailed some distance south. Zheng He frowned when he saw the gloomy sky and strong sea breeze. A storm at sea could destroy an entire fleet. At the beginning, the Mongolian fleet attacking Japan was destroyed by the divine wind, so the Mongols gave up their plan to conquer Japan. Chapter 1028 Lu Xun's Fire Attack. On the Yellow Sea, there were strong winds and heavy rains. Not long after the Fubo army's 2,500 large and small ships went to sea, they encountered a hurricane. Hundreds of ships were affected, and many Navy soldiers were swept into the sea by the wind and waves. The maritime navigation characteristics of Zheng He and Zheng Xilong came into effect to reduce the losses caused by hurricanes. However, the destructive power of the divine wind at sea is so powerful that the Spanish Armada and the Dutch sea coachman cannot compete with the hurricane. Zheng Zhilong was wearing a raincoat. His armor was soaked by the wind and waves. And he cursed.
What AHL? I encountered a storm as soon as I went to sea. This is the consequence of not reading the almanac when I went to sea.
The more than 40-meter-long Dafu boat tilted due to wind and waves, and Zheng Zhilong almost fell into the sea. Zheng Zhilong grabbed the hemp rope tied to the mast and stopped. Su Sheng,
the naval general, had rarely seen such bad weather. He entered the cabin of the Dafu ship and said to Zheng He, who was currently the governor,
Grand Governor, it is impossible to fight with the Jiangdong Navy in such weather.
Zheng He held up a copper lantern, spread out the navigation chart in the constantly shaking cabin, and pointed to an island in the nearby sea.
There is a small group of soldiers and horses from our Fubo army on Qinjia Island. They are temporarily sheltered from the wind and waves on Qinjia Island. Go to Qin Family Island.
The Fubo fleet sailed to Qinjia Island to avoid wind and waves.
Heavy rain is coming.
In Shihai County, Guard Gong Gong looked at the hazy sea. The heavy rain affected not only Donglai County, but also Langya Kingdom. Boom! A huge boulder hit the arrow tower. The arrow tower collapsed and the stones broke apart. The defenders on the city wall had to avoid the rubble. The Beifu army used a large number of trebuchets to bombard Shihai County. The number of crossbows used by the Beifu army was as many as 700. The dense crossbow arrows covered the city wall. One of the wooden arrow towers was filled with 200 crossbow arrows and was completely destroyed. Gong Gong braved the fierce offensive of the Beifu army and led his troops to defend desperately. Xie Xian, Lu Laoji, Sun Wuzhong, Huan Wen, Zhu Ti and other famous generals of the Eastern Jin dynasty supervised the battle under the city. And the offensive of the Beifu army continued.
General, let me board the city first.
Lu Laoji was in great physical condition and asked Xie Xian for help.
Wait until the bed crossbow completely destroys the arrow tower, and then attack the city.
Xie Xian used 700 crossbows and thousands of giant crossbow arrows to destroy almost all the arrow towers in Shihai County. Arrows rained down like rain.
The Lord commanded the Navy to find the Fubo army for a decisive battle. But it seems that the Lord may have encountered a storm on the way.
Xie Xian was also considered half a naval general. He saw dark clouds covering the sea and concluded that both large fleets had encountered a storm at sea. On Junan Mountain Road, Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying, and Liang Hongyu had an encounter with Lu Sun's Shanyu army. Jianyan's crossbowmen fired thousands of arrows, killing Shanyu soldiers, and more than 200 elite Danyang soldiers were killed. However, Lu Sun pretended to retreat, and when the infantry and armored soldiers were chasing him, the small group of soldiers and horses left behind by Lu Sun made a big move to attack with fire, causing Mu Guiying, who was rushing at the front, to fall into a sea of fire. Lu Sun's characteristic fire company came into effect, greatly increasing the damage of fire attacks. The fire spread quickly and almost swept across the 10-mile mountain road.
We were ambushed by the Wu army, and they used fire attacks.
Thousands of infantrymen and soldiers who advanced suddenly saw that the mountain road was on fire and black smoke was billowing. Pan Zhang, Zhu Lang and other generals led the Wu army to launch a massive counterattack. They immediately understood that Lu Sun's previous retreat was intentional. The firelight reflected on Mu Guiying's face, and her expression never relaxed.
Lu Sun prepared hay, rags and kerosene in advance. Once the battle is unfavorable, he will set fire according to the direction of the wind. However, such a fire is too strong. It's too scary. Let's withdraw our troops.
Mu Guiying wanted to retreat, but Lu Sun ordered his generals to pursue him and use fire to kill thousands of infantrymen and soldiers. The defensive power of the infantry armor is amazing, but the price paid is a decrease in speed and increased physical consumption. When encountering a fire attack, the infantry armor soldiers suffered heavy losses.
You guys go back, and I'll cut you off myself.
Mu Guiying saw that the Danyang soldiers were running like flying in the hills, and were immune to some burning damage. But the infantry and armored soldiers suffered a lot of casualties. So he personally cut off the rear and blocked the Wu army to buy time for the elite heavy infantry under his command to withdraw. Danyang soldiers armed with swords and shields came to attack. Mu Guiying knocked away one of the Danyang soldiers with one shot. And with one sweep of the spear, the power contained in it defeated a dozen Danyang soldiers. Mu Guiying's military strength is not low, second only to the 5 tiger generals.
We are willing to advance and retreat together with the general.
About 500 armored infantrymen remained in the rear with Mu Guiying.
Lord Mulan, General Muguying is besieged by the Wu army.
The terrain of Junan Mountain Road is narrow, and Muguying is the vanguard. However, he is caught in a sea of fire and is in a dilemma.
Muguying is my general and must be rescued. If something happens to me, Liang Hongyu will be the main general.
Hua Mulan heard that Muguying was under siege, so she immediately led the Iron Eagle scouts to rescue him.
We are ready to meet Lord Mulan.
Liang Hongyu was a bowed general, not a cavalry general. When he reacted, Hua Mulan had already led the cavalry away. The Junan Mountain Road was a sea of fire. Burning the mountains and forests, Muguying killed 200 Shan Yu soldiers and Danyang soldiers in a bloody battle, and his armor cracked. The soldiers around her died one after another, leaving less than 100.
This person must be General Xia Jun. Take him down.
Pan Zhang, a general under Lu Sun, saw Muguying in the sea of fire and single-handedly killed 200 soldiers. The elite Danyang soldiers were also easily killed by Muguying. He knew that Muguying was probably a member of the Xia army. General, if Muguying can be captured alive, it will lower the morale of the women's army.
He's not bad looking. Anyone who captures this man alive will be rewarded 500 silvers.
Zulong, the leader of Shan Yu, holding the ghost-headed sword, became interested in the situation and wanted to capture Muguying alive for his own use. There are not many female generals with higher martial arts, and Chutian is the only one with more power.
How can I let you capture him alive easily?
Muguying's spear swept across all directions, and any Shan Yu soldiers who came close to her were instantly killed by Muguying. Only the elite Danyang soldiers might be able to survive Muguying's attack for 2 or 3 rounds.
Boss, should we use crossbows?
The Shan Yu crossbowman under Zhu Lang asked Zhu Lang for instructions. No matter how powerful a general is, he is still afraid of cold arrows.
It would be a shame for such a beautiful woman to be left like this.
Zhu Lang couldn't help but hesitate. He even considered plundering Muguying back to Jiangdong and using her as the wife of the Shan Yu tribe.
Grandpa, this is a war, not a robbery. Kill her!
Pan Zhang, the general of the Wu army, showed no mercy. Instead, he ordered a row of Danyang crossbowmen to aim at Muguying, and fired dozens of divine arm bows at Muguying. The pear blossom gun whirled in Muguying's hand. The surrounding flames were swayed by the strong wind, and dozens of arrows were knocked away. Only one crossbow arrow penetrated Muguying's armor, and was blocked by layers of armor-piercing iron sheets.
Continue.
Pan Zhang was different from a group of short-sighted Shan Yu leaders. Like Lu Sun, the first thing he considered was how to win, not to capture Muguying alive.
Let me kill him!
Another general, Ling Chao, held a broadsword and led the cavalry to attack Muguying, who was exhausted. The cold light bloomed, and Ling Chao's broadsword hit Muguying's pear flower gun. The sharp blade left a mark visible to the naked eye on the barrel of the pear flower gun. Muguying wanted to fight back, but his arms were shaking violently, and his strength had been exhausted in the battle with the Danyang soldiers and the San Yu soldiers. After the physical strength decreases, the force also decreases. Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, was also exhausted.
No matter how powerful your force is, it only ends here.
The sword in Ling Chao's hand was raised high again and slashed towards Muguying. Ling Chao's attacks opened and closed, and Muguying used her last strength to block every attack of Ling Chao. The Danyang cavalry also followed Ling Chao in attacking, and the two sides fought in a sea of fire. With the sound of a stirrup, a Tang sword knocked away Ling Chao's sword. Hua Mulan came out from behind and knocked back Ling Chao with one strike.
Withdraw troops. Retreat to Shua Plain.
Hua Mulan turned her back to Muguying.
Retreat together. Good.
Hua Mulan and Muguying joined forces to fight and leave.
The road is closed, and they have no way to retreat.
Lu Sun, dressed in Xingyi, stood on a hill and saw that the fire had spread for more than 10 miles. Hua Mulan and Muguying were deeply trapped in the sea of fire. He concluded that the Xia army still stranded in the sea of fire had almost no way to retreat. Completely annihilated, Hua Mulan and Muguying broke out in the sea of fire, and their retreat was swallowed up by the sea of fire. They were trapped in the mountain road, surrounded by fire. The fire was so terrible that Wu Jun also stopped pursuing, and they did not dare to go deep into the sea of fire.
My husband and Xianer.
Hua Mulan's pretty face was blackened by the thick smoke, and she felt a little unwilling to think about Chu Tian and her only daughter Chu Xian. If no miracle occurs, they will surely die in a desperate situation.
Lord Mulan, look at the sky.
Hua Mulan was reminded and suddenly looked at the sky, only to see dark clouds, silver light and electric snakes. The mountain wind roared, and heavy rain fell in Langya Kingdom. The rain curtain flooded the mountainous areas of Langya Kingdom and extinguished the fire caused by the god of fire Lu Sun.
Is it my husband's luck?
Hua Mulan heard that Chu Tian had received a
son of the plain,
with a destiny that defied heaven's destiny. At this time, it rained heavily, and Hua Mulan escaped from the desperate situation. Hua Mulan had to suspect that Chu Tian's characteristics played a role, but Hua Mulan is not sure, because
son of the plain
is a metaphysical characteristic. Hua Mulan shook her head.
Let's go!
The war horses galloped on the muddy mountain road, and the surviving Xiao army evacuated smoothly. Moreover, other Xiao army soldiers and horses who were besieged by the fire were also saved and broke through the siege. Lu Sun's face was pale, and his whole body was soaked by the heavy rain. He Qi, the general in the eastern part of the Yangtze River, said to Lu Sun,
Sir, this small group of Xia troops is very lucky. They have escaped. It is raining heavily at this time, and the mountain roads are muddy. It is better to withdraw the troops temporarily and wait for the heavy rain to pass before making progress again.
Lu Sun sighed quietly.
Thousands of soldiers and horses are gone. It's just the weather and luck. I'm afraid God will help Xia, but not Wu.
The Sango Corps retreated, and the mountain road was first hit by fire, and then heavy rain poured down, making it a mess.
900 Danyang soldiers were killed, and 2,000 Shanyu soldiers were killed.
Lu Sun camped at a high place and counted the losses in the battle on the Junan Mountain Road, compared to the Shanyu Legion, which numbered more than 100,000 people. This loss was nothing. It's just that there was heavy rain in the mountains, so I'm afraid there will be losses. Chapter 1029 Li Mu and Zhao Shi. From the teleportation formation in Zhu County, 3 military generals with Zhao backgrounds, Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Qua, came out of it. Their armors were soaked by the heavy rain from Langya Kingdom. Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Qua were ordered to come to Langya Kingdom to provide support. They did not expect that heavy rain would fall in Langya Kingdom, and they were caught off guard.
3 generals. Her Royal Highness the Princess is summoning you at the Juxian County Government Office. What's the situation in Zhu County? A Jiangdong army of more than 100,000 people is marching towards Zhu County. There was a sudden heavy rain yesterday, and the speed of the Jiangdong army's march must be affected.
3 generals belonging to the Monan army came to the Juxian County Government Office, and rainwater flowed down Li Mu's scarred armor. Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Qua are experienced in many battles in Lord, Xiao Liang, Xiao Chua, and Joan of Arc took shelter from the rain in the Juxian County Government Office and dispatched troops at the same time. The one who attacked Juxian was Wei Rui, the commander of the Southern Dynasty Army, nicknamed Wei Hu, and he was a powerful enemy.
Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Qua of the Monan army have met Her Royal Highness the Princess.
The 3rd general of Zhao State took the initiative to visit Xiao Liang. Zhao Qua looked around with his peripheral vision and found that Chu Tian, the king of Xia, was not present at this critical moment. Chu Tian's whereabouts are unknown. The Monan army did not know that Chu Tian had entered Shu at this time.
Come here. Give the 3 generals seats and tea. Jiangdong came with all his national strength and came fiercely. The 3 generals who attacked Langya Kingdom were Xie Xian, Wei Rui, and Lu Sun. All 3 of them are strange people. They may not be much worse than you. Xie Xian relies on the Beifu army, while Wei Rui and Lu Sun are good at fire attacks. The women's army was destroyed by Lu Sun's arson in the battle on Junan Mountain Road. About 5,000 soldiers and horses were lost, and the main generals were almost killed.
Xiao Liang asked people to give him a seat, and went over the 3 generals of Zhao. Hua Mulan and Mu Guiying were almost killed by Lu Sun's fire attack, which also made Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua more defensive. Wei Rui and Lu Sun's commander-in-chief and intelligence are above 95, and they are good at commander-in-chief and strategy. Hua Mulan and Mu Guiying were also tricked by Lu Sun. Xiao Liang then dispatched Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui to help him and serve as military advisors. With the combination of Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui as military advisors, it would be difficult for Lu Sun to attack again. After Li Mu heard that his main opponent was Wei Rui, the commander of the Southern Dynasty Army who was attacking Zhu County, he said,
"The last general has been ordered to dispatch 20,000 Han cavalry, 20,000 Hun's cavalry, 30,000 Xianbei cavalry, a total of 70,000 Moning cavalry. After entering the customs, They will be sent directly to Zhu County. Whenever Her Royal Highness the Princess has any assignments, she will just obey the orders. Good.
Xiao Liang has already obtained the data panels of the three generals Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Kuo from Chu Tian. Among the three generals of the Zhao Kingdom, the one with the strongest comprehensive ability was Li Mu, one of the four famous generals of the Warring States period. Name Li Mu. Talent, Imperial Commander, Infantry/Cavalry. Level, 97. Identity, one of the four famous generals of the Warring States period. Commander, 97, Force, 73, Intelligence, 91, Politics, 40, Charm, 85. Phaseality, Calm. Characteristic 1, Wu Anjuan, SSS level trait. Army-wide defense aura. Defense power of all friendly armies on the battlefield plus 12%. Morale decline rate minus 13%. A unit can only apply to 3 army-wide auras at most. Li Mu's headquarters army defense power extra plus 18%. Feature 2, defensive counterattack SS level feature. When on the defensive, the Legion's defense power plus 15%. When switching to the offensive, the Legion's defense bonus disappears, and the Legion's attack power plus 15%. Characteristic 3, Encirclement and Annihilation Tactics, S-level trait. When using two-wing breakthrough tactics, the defense power of soldiers deployed in the middle is minus 10%, and the attack power of soldiers deployed on both wings is plus 25%. Special Unit, Zhao Bianchi, a unit created by Zhao Willing King Hufu Cavalry Archer. 6th level Light Cavalry. Upper limit of 20,000 people. Features, high mounted archery damage. Li Mu's ability is also quite interesting, as it can provide a defensive aura for the entire army. Moreover, Li Mu's commonly used tactics are to consume the enemy's morale and physical strength by using a high defensive power bonus when holding on, and then defend and counterattack, using roundabout encirclement and annihilation tactics on two wings to annihilate the enemy. Each general has his own combat style. For example, Lu Bu emphasizes rushing, Lu Sun fire attacks, and Li Mu uses very safe defensive counterattack tactics. Zhou Yafu is actually a military commander with a similar style. However, Li Mu's defensive counterattack ability has been strengthened. Name Zhao Shi. Talent, King-level commander, cavalry type. Level, 95. Identity, famous general of Zhao State. Ma Fujian. Commander, 90, Force, 67, Intelligence, 87, Politics, 88, Charm, 82. Phaseality, Calm. Feature 1, The Brave Will Win, S-level feature. When encountering the enemy, if you launch an attack immediately, the morale of the Legion will be plus 30%, and the attack power will be plus 30%. The effect will last for a period of time. If the attack is unfavorable, this effect will disappear early. Characteristic 2, Tax Collection, S-level trait. When in charge of land tax, it is extremely strict. Tax collection efficiency plus 20%, and the corruption probability of officials who collect land tax is reduced. Special Unit, Zhao Bianchi, 6th level Light Cavalry. Upper limit of 5,000. Zhao Shi's ability is also very special, and the tactic he believes in is that when encountering each other on a narrow road, the brave will win. Zhao Shi is actually more of a civil servant. The total number of Zhao Bianchi that Zhao Guo's 3 generals can recruit is 30,000. The special troops of Chutian's forces may not be fully equipped, because the special troops are too expensive and there are restrictions on the number of troops. Li Mu brought 20,000 Zhao Bian cavalry and 50,000 nomadic cavalry. The generals of these nomadic cavalry included Yu Fulua and Hu Chuquan.
During this period, you must gather 70,000 cavalry in Zhu County to restore morale and attack Wei Rui on the eastern plains. If Wei Rui comes out of the Jubai Mountain Road, attack immediately.
Because Zhao Shi has a characteristic similar to that of the brave, who encounters enemies on a narrow road. It is more beneficial to Zhao Shi's army to attack as soon as possible when encountering an enemy. Xiao Liang asked Li Mu and Zhao Shi to guard the exit of Jubai Mountain Road. Zhao Kuo, Yu Fulua, Hu Chuquan and others followed Li Mu and Zhao Shi. The commander of the Monan army is Li Mu, and his deputy is Zhao Shi.
As commanded,
Li Mu and Zhao Shi had no more words to say and immediately went to make arrangements.
There are 50,000 people from the 8th Khitan Army stationed in Zhu County and 70,000 people from Monan. They must be enough troops. Joan of Arc, go and help the women's army.
Xiao Liang considered that Hua Mulan's troops had suffered considerable losses, so he transferred Joan of Arc to assist Hua Mulan and defeat Lu Sun, who attacked Xia City from Junan Mountain Road.
I will lead my troops southward right away.
Joan of Arc also has two servant armies, the French Protectorate Army and the Bohemian Hussite Army.
Chen Ding, the prefect of Guanling County, fell ill. The generals currently defending Guanling County are Lu Su and Wen Yang, with 50,000 troops and horses, and lack of high-level troops. Xiang Yan and Long Jie gathered 200,000 troops to attack, and Lu Su and Wen Yang. The pressure we are facing may be unprecedented. It would be better to transfer Yufei to Guanling County and make Tianji guard Hefei.
Xiao Liang considered that Sun Jian was a potential ally. If Sun Jian did not attack Hefei with all his strength, it would not matter even if Yufei left Hefei. On the contrary, if Sun Jian attacked Hefei with all his strength, only Tianji would not be able to defend it. Tianji would be much inferior without Sun Bin as his military advisor. Xiaochua said,
There is continuous heavy rain in Langya Kingdom, and there is a depression in Guanling County. Both Fubo Army and Jiandong Navy may be affected, and the expected time of the battle may be postponed. It's raining heavily at this time, and the military strategists are fighting. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but the heavy rain saved Mulan, so it should be a good thing.
Xiao Liang was not sure how much impact the heavy rain in Langya Kingdom, Donglai County, and Guanling County would have on the entire situation. Not only Langya Kingdom, but also Xiangfan and Qinling battlefields had heavy rain. In Guanling County, Xiang Yan, the famous general of Chu State, led an army of 200,000 and attacked Huizhua. General Long Jie was the vanguard. Long Jie's commander was not high, but his force was very high. He destroyed 9 large and small camps of the Guanling County garrison and opened the Hongou so that ships could reach the ancient Huai River from the Yangtze River. The Grand Canal was not entirely built by the Sui dynasty. During the spring and autumn period, King Wu Fucha had already dug the Hongou. Later, canals were dug in the Qin, Han, Chao Wei, Suqiao, and southern dynasties. Later, the Sui dynasty dredged and connected the old roads. Ships from Jiangnan can enter the hinterland of Guanling County from the Yangtze River.
Wenong, you lead a group of cavalry to test Long Jie's strength.
After Lu Su took over the defense of Guanling County, he sent the fierce general Wen Yang to resist Long Jie. Chapter 1030 The Fierce Dragon and the Dragon King. In Guanling County, Wen Yang led a group of cavalry to attack the Wu army general Long Jie. The war horses trampled through the puddles and splashed water.
The tent camp next to Hongou was attacked by the Wu army. Come to the rescue.
Wen Yang's 2,000 cavalry attacked in the heavy rain. 10 camps were set up outside Guanling City, which were successively captured by Long Jie. Guanling County is considered a relatively weak breakthrough point in Huainan. It has water networks, and is not suitable for large-scale cavalry operations. It has become the focus of the Wu army's attack.
Xia Jun is nothing more than that.
Long Jie broke through the camp, with more than a dozen arrows stuck in his armor, and threw the gold-level general stationed in the camp into the ditch, killing more than 1,000 defenders of the camp.
All the camps outside Guanling City have been captured. We only need to capture Guanling City. Once the teleportation array is broken, Guanling County will be ours. General, Xia Army's reinforcements have arrived. Defeat it.
Long Jie immediately summoned all his troops and went out to fight against the enemy. Wen Yang left the city and arrived at the 10th camp, which had been captured by Long Jie. However, the order Wen Yang received was to test Long Jie's strength, so he continued to march. 2 cavalrymen met on the edge of Hongou. Wen Yang held a spear and led the cavalry to attack Long Jie. Long Jie was even more reckless than Wen Yang. When he saw Wen Yang, he immediately launched an attack without saying a word. 2 cavalrymen fought fiercely in the heavy rain, and the cavalry galloped. In one confrontation, Long Jie instantly killed a Xia army cavalryman. His spear penetrated the armor of the Xia army cavalryman and killed him. Thousands of cavalry staggered. Hundreds of cavalry fell. Wen Yang reined in his horse, turned its head, and launched a second round of attack with Long Jie in the heavy rain. In the heavy rain, Long Jie is dressed in iron armor and fires a gun bravely. Wen Yang responds at the same time and fires a gun at the same time. The figures of the 2 fierce generals swayed, and Wen Yang could feel the huge force coming from Long Jie's spear, which made Wen Yang feel very strenuous. Long Jie is the most powerful general under Xiang Yu. He once defeated Ing Bu and suppressed Wen Yang to attack with all his strength.
Ha! Die!
The shadow of the dragon and the gun opened and closed, and the rain splashed. The 2 spears fought for more than 10 rounds in a few breaths, making a harsh collision sound. Long Chia had the upper hand and passed by Wenyang.
Call!
Wenyang was panting, and his muscles were trembling. A dragon is as strong as a tiger. But in terms of strength, he is still above Wenyang. In addition to fighting Long Chia, Wenyang was also observing the combat effectiveness of the cavalry commanded by Long Chia. Wenyang came to test Long Chia's ability on Lu Su's order. Not only Long Chia's force, but Long Chia's bonus to the Legion was also within the scope of testing. Different generals have different characteristics. In Lords, historical generals rarely have repeated characteristics, unless they are players or ordinary generals who are not historical facts. Long Chia's abilities are only known to Tang Ke, who recruited Long Chia in the Battle of Jiulu.
His cavalry attack ability is very strong, but its defense ability is very low. Moreover, this person is quite reckless.
Wenyang and Long Chia fought against each other twice, and they have roughly figured out Long Chia's characteristics. If the weakness is discovered, it will be much easier to deal with it. In short, Long Chia is a fierce general, but not a qualified commander. He focuses on offense and is brave, but without strategy.
One more fight.
Long Chia led the cavalry, and the pig suddenly attacked Wenyang for the third time. The cavalry came galloping. Long Chia rushed to the front, and all the cavalry who blocked Long Chia along the way were killed by him. Long Chia's target is not the low-level cavalry brought by Wenyang, but Wenyang himself. The spear is domineering, a bit like the hero Xiang Yu. Wenyang's figure was shocked again, and he could feel Long Chia's terror. Long Chia attacks crazily and barely defends. After the third battle, there were less than 1,000 cavalry around Wenyang. Wenyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and already roughly knew Long Chia's true and false intentions.
Let's evacuate.
Not far away, Xiang Yan, the chief general of the Wu army attacking Guangling County, appeared with his army. If Wenyang didn't retreat in time, he might be surrounded by Xiang Yan. It is easy to infer that Xiang Yan's level of commander is lower than Wang Jian and higher than Li Xian, so he should be at the level of a king-level commander. Wenyang didn't dare to be surrounded by Xiang Yan in Long Chia's presence.
Don't leave.
Long Chia had Xiang Yan to provide support and was confident, so he pursued Wenyang with a gun. Guangling City is near the Yangtze River in Hongou, and Wenyang fled directly to Guangling City. The heavy rain continued, and Guangling County became Zigua. Jiangdong's warships appeared in many places in Guangling County. Xiang Yan had already sent his generals to capture Gaoyu County in Guangling County. Lu Su was wearing a raincoat and standing on the wall of Guangling City. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw the flood outside the city. In ancient times, Guangling County was covered with rivers and lakes, which were once the sea.
Is Chen Deng's health getting better?
Lu Su temporarily took over Chen Deng's defense in Guangling County and asked an official in Guangling County.
The miracle Dr. Hua Tua has returned to life. Mr. Chen is no longer in danger, but he still needs time to adjust his body. Let Chen Deng take a break for the time being, and I will guard Guangling City. Come! Come out of the city to meet Wenyang.
Although Lu Su looked like an honest man, as a local powerful man, he had the ability to command troops and horses. So he led a group of cavalry out of the city to meet Wenyang. Long Chia pursued him all the way to the outside of Guangling City. Just then Lu Su led the cavalry out, joined Wenyang, and defeated Long Chia. Lu Su personally killed 2 of the opponent's cavalry, and rainwater ran down the sword. Guangling County's cavalry came from all over the mountains and plains. Long Chia killed hundreds of enemy cavalry, but was unable to kill all the thousands of cavalry brought by Lu Su and had to retreat. Lu Su successfully took Wenyang into the city. Wenyang took off his wet armor, revealing his bronze-like muscles. Lu Su asked,
"What are Long Chia's talents? My strength is superior to mine. The cavalry is good at attacking, but weak at defending. They are brave and foolhardy. It seems that Xiang Yan is the greater threat."
After listening to the intelligence obtained by Wenyang, Lu Su believed that Xiang Yan's threat was still greater than that of Long Chia. With sufficient troops, the threat of a king-level commander is greater than the threat of an emperor-level general. Wenyang's expression was not relaxed.
Guangling County is raining heavily, and the country is in swamp. Xiang Yan's fleet and infantry are attacking cities and territories in Guangling County. We can't stop it. If Xiang Yan captures Guangling County, Dahai Kingdom and Xiapi Kingdom will be destroyed. Everyone will be threatened.
Lu Su replied.
The Xia Palace has considered this situation and ordered Yu Fei to lead the Beiwei army to come to support. Yu Fei? If the Beiwei army is coming, then Xiang Yan has nothing to fear.
Wenyang admitted that Yu Fei's command was very high, and he had the ability to save Guangling County from the crisis. The powerful warship capabilities of the Jiangdong Navy gave them an advantage in Guangling County, especially during the rainy season. Many places in Guangling County were flooded by the swollen river water, and the fleet could run rampant. In the Yellow Sea, the Jiangdong Navy heading north was also avoiding hurricanes at sea and temporarily stopped advancing. Zhou Yu and Lu Meng looked at the gloomy sea, waiting for the right weather, and then waited for the opportunity to go north to find Fubo's army for a decisive battle.
As soon as the weather improves, head north.
Tang Ke knew that even though Jiangdong army was on the offensive, time was not favorable to Jiangdong army. Chapter 1031 The Battle of Qinjia Island. On Qinjia Island, 400,000 Fubo troops and 2,400 large and small warships were anchored in Tangao Bay, waiting for the wind to set off. Navy Supervisor Yu Yuan sat on the edge of the deck, carving wooden statues with a knife. The great pirate Zheng Jilong came over and said to Yu Yunwen, who was more like a civil servant,
"I didn't expect you could do this."
Yu Yunwen's expression was calm.
"The rain has subsided slightly. We should send out a sentry ship 20 or 30 miles out to sea to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of us. The north wind is blowing now. Even if Jiangdong Navy goes north, it will be against the wind. There is no need to worry."
Zheng Jilong disagreed. The 2 points that naval generals pay most attention to are wind direction and current. The side downwind is often on the offensive, though it quickly turned into a wooden carving of a lucky boat in Yu Yuan's hands. Yu Yuan stood up and said,
"The wind direction here is unpredictable, so it's better to be careful. I'll send someone to patrol right now."
Because Yu Yuan is the supervisor of the army, he monitors the generals of the Fubo army and can report to Chu Tian. So Zheng Jilong also has to obey orders. 30 sentry ships left Qinjia Island and patrolled the periphery. Zheng He was counting the damage caused by the hurricane.
About 147 ships were sunk by wind and waves, and 2,000 soldiers and sailors were killed or missing.
Soon Zheng He learned about the ships and soldiers lost due to the storm. The destructive power of hurricanes at sea goes far beyond that. If it weren't for Zheng He's SSS-level feature,
7 voyages to the western seas,
the fleet would have suffered less damage when hit by storms. Otherwise, the losses might have been even greater.
Prince Xiao's mansion has said that as long as we defeat Jiangdong Navy, each of our 6 generals can get 10,000 taels of silver.
Shen Lin, the new general who joined the Fubo army, was calculating how much reward he could get. Chu Tian treated the high-ranking generals well and promised the 6 generals of the Fubo army that as long as they defeated the Jiangdong Navy, the 6 generals would receive 60,000 taels of silver. Goryeo Navy General Yi Sunshin fell silent. The kingdom of Goryeo fell, and Yi Sunshin became a subject of the Goryeo Protectorate. The leader of the 30 sentinel ships patrolling the periphery is Su Sheng. Su Sheng was cautious, so he personally led the patrol boat. Sergeant Fubo was cleaning the deck and ropes.
It is said that the head coach of the Jiangdong Navy is King Wu himself. He is confident in being the head coach. Does that mean his ability is still above Zhou Yu's?
Su Sheng has obtained information about the Jiangdong Navy. The person in charge of the Jiangdong Navy is not Zhou Yu or Lu Meng, but King Wu Tang Ke. Because Tang Ke is a player and knows the statistics of each general, he is not overly excited about his achievements and has to go into battle even if he has no ability. He personally serves as the commander-in-chief of the Jiangdong Navy. Basically, there is only one possibility, and that is that Tang Ke has a higher data bonus to the fleet.
"General, look!"
On the sentry ship, a Navy soldier suddenly shouted in panic. Su Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at the horizon. A hard sail dozens of meters high appeared in Su Sheng's sight.
"This is Jiangdong Navy. Report to the fleet immediately."
Su Sheng recognized Jiangdong Navy's fleet at a glance. In the waters near Qinjia Island, other than the Fubo army, the large warships that appeared could only be the ships of the Jiangdong Navy. Su Sheng's ship raised smoke, notifying the surrounding sentry ships to retreat northward. The large and small ships of the Fubo Corps were resting on Qinjia Island, and Zheng He had already seen the sentry ship coming back in the smoke.
"Weigh anchor, hoist sail, and go out to sea for a battle."
As the commander of the Fubo army, Zheng He's opponent this time is a player lord who possesses many naval combat characteristics. Jiangdong Navy sailed against the wind and approached Qinjia Island. If the Fubo army did not set sail as soon as possible, the more than 2,000 warships anchored on Qinjia Island might be wiped out. The 400,000 Fubo soldiers were extremely nervous. The generals urged the sailors to put away the anchor and set sail.
"Quick! Quick!"
Zheng Jilong kicked a dazed sailor. A dozen sailors worked together to turn the winch and pull the heavy anchor onto the deck.
Zheng Zhilong, you lead a small fleet to stop the enemy.
Yu Yuan ordered Zheng Zhilong to lead a small fleet composed of ships and boats as a vanguard to prevent the Jiangdong Navy from launching a fire attack. 2,000 moored warships are crowded near Qinjia Island. If they encounter a fire attack from Jiangdong Navy, the consequences will be disastrous.
Brothers, follow me.
Zheng Zhilong jumped from the splint between the warships to astern and led about 200 small ships to meet the enemy. Navy General Chen Lin summoned the Lingnan Navy soldiers he recruited. There were only 7,000 soldiers, but they were the source of troops from the south. Currently, they are the best team of naval soldiers in the Fubo army who are good at naval warfare. In order to get the reward promised by Chu Tian, Chen Lin gathered 7,000 soldiers of the Lingnan Navy before the battle with the Jiangdong Navy.
This battle must be won no matter what, and anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy. I will win this time.
Ask for rewards from Prince Xiao's mansion, and everyone will be rewarded.
7,000 Lingnan Navy soldiers shouted in unison.
I am willing to fight to the death.
Chen Lin looked at the most elite group of soldiers under his command with satisfaction. Suddenly, Chen Lin looked at the flag on the mast dozens of meters high and found that the flag was fluttering to the north.
Wait a minute. The wind direction seems to have changed.
Chen Lin's face gradually turned pale. During a naval battle, the most fearful thing is the unpredictable wind direction. The wind direction determines the offensive and defensive positions of both sides. At this time, Chenjiadeo's Fubo army was located in the north and Jiangdong Navy was located in the south. When the wind blows from the north, Fubo army is in the upwind direction. When the south wind blows, Jiangdong Navy is in the upwind direction. The wind direction changes simply, and the offensive and defensive positions can be easily changed.
Leave Qinjia Island as soon as possible.
Zheng He, Yu Yuan, Li Shunchen, and Chen Lin tried their best to urge all naval soldiers to leave the increasingly dangerous waters of Qinjiadao. Navy generals are very sensitive to changes in wind direction and current. When they realized the change in wind direction, they immediately knew that Qinjia Island had become a dangerous place. Qinjia Island is located in a sheltered bay, which can protect it from hurricanes at sea and reduce fleet losses. However, the sheltered bay means that once the terrain is blocked, the ships in the sheltered bay will be doomed. In water battles, the defending side is often at a disadvantage. This is why Zheng He, Chen Lin and others were eager to get rid of such an unfavorable situation after the Jiangdong Navy appeared. Yi Sunchen boarded the turtle ship as the second batch of ships to attack the Jiangdong Navy. The Goryeo turtle is about 30 meters long and looks like a huge black turtle. Chutian smashed in real gold and silver. So the Goryeo turtle ship had a strong defense with iron sheets and cowhide as its dome. The dragon's head of the turtle ship faces southwest, and there are dozens of holes in the wooden boards on both sides of the hull. It is equipped with cold weapons such as bed crossbows and bull-mouthed blunderbuss, as well as primitive firearms. The Korean Navy soldiers in the cabin were extremely nervous. This time the Jiangdong Navy is approaching, and a decisive battle between the two huge naval forces is imminent. There may be 4 to 5 out of 10 people killed in this battle. In addition, once the turtle ship sank, all the soldiers of the Goryeo Navy might be buried in the sea.
The wind direction is unfavorable, but we should still fight to the death and live or die with this ship. No matter what, we should at least severely damage the Jiangdong Navy so that it cannot make a large-scale attack. Yi Sunchen drew his sword and fought to the death. Yi Sunchen is a die-hard military commander, and he may really choose to die in battle instead of just talking about it. If Yi Sunchen's lord had not been killed by Mingwan, Chutian might not have been able to recruit Yi Sunchen. The Fubo army rushed to fight, and Zheng Zhilong's 200 small and medium-sized ships could already see the Jiangdong Navy's huge fleet. Tong Kai, wearing iron armor and carrying a sword on his waist, commanded 3,000 warships to march northward. The storm had not stopped, and he had ordered the Jiangdong Navy in advance to sail against the wind. Although the Jiangdong Navy was damaged by a hurricane and lost many ships on the way, Tong Kai still went his own way and arrived at Qinjia Island earlier than planned to launch an attack on the Fubo army stationed here. This was the largest naval battle in the history of the Han Empire. The number of warships invested by both sides reached more than 5,000. Even Western maritime civilizations may not be able to achieve a naval battle of this scale unless these maritime civilizations join forces.
Prepare fire arrows and gunpowder arrows. Prepare fire ships.
Tong Kai saw Zheng Zhilong commanding a group of Fubo ships appearing from the direction of Qinjia Island. So he ordered Lu Ming to command a group of ships to fight. Zhou Yu is preparing a fire ship. preparing for a battle to decide the outcome and determine the dominance of Jiangdong Navy. The sky was still hazy. Lu Meng, dressed in white, led 500 warships to break away from the main force of Jiangdong Navy, ride the wind and waves, and break out a contact battle with Zheng Jilong.
Fire the arrow!
Thousands of rockets shot towards Zheng Jilong's ship like fireballs. The warship at the front was hit by hundreds of rockets. The fire spread rapidly, and the raging fire swallowed the entire warship. The Navy soldiers on the deck were shot to death by fire arrows, and their bodies were scattered everywhere. The surviving Navy soldiers were unable to put out the fire and had to jump into the water to escape.
Fight back!
Zheng Jilong also became fierce, holding a sword and a shield, and commanded 200 warships to fight back against Lu Meng's fleet. Among Zheng Jilong's fleet, a fire arrow was also shot at Lu Meng's fleet. Chapter 1032. The naval battle breaks out.
Kill!
Jiangdong General Chen Wu fought hard with a sword, boarded a Xia army's stern, and cut down more than a dozen Zheng family soldiers on the deck. The soldiers of the Zheng family raised their swords to attack, but they were all blocked by Chen Wu's shield. Chen Wu slashed with his short sword, and the soldiers of the Zheng family around him were killed. Naval generals have additional force bonuses during naval battles. Lu Meng was dressed in white and calmly watched the sky full of fire arrows pouring between the fleets of both sides. Dozens of ships were burning and smoke was billowing. The sea surface reflected the light of the fire, and broken wooden boards and barrels were floating on the sea surface. The fallen Navy soldiers held the wooden boards and barrels to save themselves. After the two fleets approached, a fierce boarding battle broke out, fighting for each other's ships and setting fire to each other's decks. Lu Meng has the characteristics of
crossing the river in white clothes.
At the same time, as one of the 4 major governors in Jiangdong, his navy's combat power is not weak. Zheng Jilong used 200 ships and boats to block Lu Meng's 500 warships, buying time for the main force of the Fubo army. It takes time for more than 2,000 warships to go to sea and form an array, especially the cumbersome turtle ships and Daifuku ships. Although their cost and combat effectiveness are higher than those of stern ships and stern ships, using a small and medium-sized warship like Gugu also means that it is not flexible enough. Zheng Jilong had a hand-to-hand fight with a Jiangdong Navy soldier who climbed onto his warship. He stabbed a Navy soldier in the abdomen with his short knife, then pulled it out and killed him.
Sir, we are about to be surrounded!
Zheng Jilong's men shouted. Zheng Jilong was caught in a boarding battle with the Jiangdong Navy. Lu Meng commanded 2 warships of 80 each, detouring from the left and right, cutting off Zheng Jilong's retreat and trapping Zheng Jilong in the middle.
The warships and soldiers of Jiangdong Navy are indeed extraordinary.
Zheng Jilong gritted his teeth and commanded the army to attack Lu Meng's encirclement, trying to break Lu Meng's siege. The soldiers of the Zheng family navy were not inferior to those of the Sichuan navy. They cut off the ropes. The Jiangdong Navy soldiers who were clinging to the ropes and trying to board the ship fell into the sea one after another, splashing with water. Zheng Jilong's resistance was quite fierce. Under Lu Meng's siege of 200 warships, only 70 were left, still rushing left and right in the Jiangdong fleet.
Ganding surprise team! Capture this Fubo army vanguard for me!
Ta Ke saw that Lu Meng's siege against the great pirate leader Zheng Jilong was very difficult, so he ordered Gan Ning, who was a special force, to attack Zheng Jilong. Gan Ning's Jinfan thieves were not many in number, but they were of a higher rank. They were good at boarding battles and fought bravely. The Jinfan thieves set sail to attack, and Gan Ning boarded a warship.
You go and attack the other cockroaches. I alone am enough.
Gan Ning saw that the Jinfan thieves wanted to help him, but he fought with dozens of people from the warship alone. The ship was rising and falling, with swords and swords flashing on the deck. Gan Ning single-handedly killed the entire ship and killed all the soldiers. Blood splattered on the deck, mast, and sails. Gan Ning is like a god of war on the water. Even a 5-tiger general might not be Gan Ning's opponent on the water. Teams of Jinfan thieves successively captured the warships commanded by Zheng Jilong, cleaned them, and took away more than a dozen of Zheng Jilong's warships. Hateful! Zheng Jilong once again killed a soldier of the Sichuan navy. Under the siege of Lu Meng and Gan Ning, there were only about 30 warships left, surrounded by warships of the Jiangdong navy. Zheng Jilong was trapped in a situation of embarrassment from all sides. Lu Meng coordinated the overall situation, while Gan Ning was responsible for close combat, and they cooperated tacitly. Suddenly, there was a commotion in Jiangdong navy. The main force of the Fubo army anchored at Qinjiao Island finally went to sea one after another,
while Zheng Jilong was restraining the Jiangdong Navy, forming a battle formation and spreading out on the sea, trying to break through the Jiangdong Navy's blockade and gain a chance to counterattack. This is an extremely difficult test for the 6 naval generals of the Fubo Army. Once it fails, the Fubo Army, which Chu Tian invested tens of millions of taels of silver to build, will be completely annihilated and destroyed in one fell swoop. There will be no 5 years later. There is no way to make a comeback. In history, many empires managed to build a huge navy, but could go bankrupt at any time due to a naval battle. More than 2,000 warships of the Fubo Army covered the sea, densely packed, stretching for dozens of miles, as far as the eye could see.
Is this the Fubo Army that Chu Zimu spent tens of millions of dollars building?
Tom K stood on a huge fortune ship. Tom K, which focuses on developing its navy, also has various warships, ranging from walking boats, stern boats, fighting ships, tower ships to lucky ships. Tom K was sizing up Jiangdong Navy's only opponent. Chu Tian invested the most in cavalry, followed by navy. So Tom K was using Jiangdong Navy, which invested the most, to deal with Fubo Army, which was not the most important force in Chu Tian. Tom K looked at his left and right arms.
Zhou Yu, are the fire ships ready?
Zhou Yu replied.
The fire arrows, gunpowder arrows, and fire ships have all been prepared. As long as we find the right time to release the fire ships, we may be able to completely destroy the Fubo Army. Very good. Annihilating Fubo's army will make Chu Zimu feel distressed for a while. Once Fubo's army is destroyed, no one can stop us from attacking Qinzhou.
Tom K places all its hopes on the naval battle on Qinjiao Island. In the naval battle of Qinjiadao, the Jiangdong Navy was not always in a favorable situation. If you missed this opportunity to annihilate the Qinjiadao Navy, it will not be easy to find another opportunity to fight the Fubo Army.
What is that?
Among the Jiangdong Navy, Chun Wu, Sun En and other naval generals saw the Goryeo turtle ship in front of the Fubo Army Navy. The Goryeo turtle ship has a unique shape, like a black turtle.
It should be the turtle ship, a unique ship of the Goryeo Kingdom. Chu Zimu recruited Yi Sunshin, a celebrity in water warfare of the Goryeo Kingdom. So it is not surprising that he got the manufacturing blueprints of the turtle ship. Don't be intimidated by the strange shape of the turtle ship.
Tom K recognized the turtle ship at a glance. Although the Goryeo turtle ship was a giant ship in the Goryeo Kingdom, it was smaller than the Han Empire's Lu ship and Dafik ship.
Fire attack ship prepares.
Zhou Yu ordered the ships loaded with hay and kerosene to be lined up. Hundreds of thousands of Jiangdong Navy soldiers and Fubo soldiers nervously clenched their weapons, waiting for the war to break out. More than 5,000 warships gathered on the sea near Qinjiao Island. So far, almost all the famous water warfare generals in the Han Empire had participated in this battle. On the Fubo Army side, all the warships were waiting for Zheng He's Dafu ship to issue an order to attack.
Zhou Yu will definitely use fire attacks. We cannot withstand his fire attacks.
Zheng He knew that Zhou Yu was the general with the highest fire attack bonus in the Han Empire, especially the fire attack in water battles. Therefore, Zheng He must use his own command to avoid Zhou Yu's fire attack as much as possible. Only Zheng He, the master of navigation, has the possibility to create miracles in such unfavorable terrain, because Zheng He can increase the sailing speed of the fleet and reduce the impact of headwinds.
Order Yi Sunshin's turtle ship to meet Zheng Jilong.
Chapter 1033 Fire God Zhou Yu vs Navigation Master Zheng He. The Goryeo turtle ship breathed poisonous mist and enveloped the Jiangdong Navy in front. Many Jiangdong soldiers were paralyzed and fell on the deck.
What kind of monster is this?
The soldiers of Jiangdong fought against the turtle ships for the first time and were not familiar with the fighting methods of the turtle ships of Goryeo. When fighting the turtle ships, the poisonous mist sprayed from the dragon's head made many soldiers of Jiangdong lose their combat effectiveness. Gan Ning held a sharp blade in his hand, and after killing the soldiers of a warship again, he looked up at the approaching turtle ship and held on to the rope. With a roar, the turtle ship hit the cockroach, and the impact destroyed the cockroach. Broken wood flew into the air, and Gan Ning almost fell into the sea. Yi Sunshin commanded the turtle ship to ram Lu Ming's fleet away. The bed crossbows and bull-mouth muskets on both sides of the turtle ship fired volleys, covering the Suqiao warships along the way. Crossbow arrows and stone bullets smashed the hulls of Suqiao warships, and dozens of Suqiao Navy soldiers were shot dead by turtle ships. The Suqiao warships also fired at the turtle ship fleet, and their crossbows and bows were blocked by the turtle ship's domes and hulls. The latter looked like hedgehogs. The turtle ship's defenses worked, blocking most of the crossbow bolts. Use fire arrows and gunpowder arrows to burn the hard sails. Lu Meng saw that the turtle ship's defense was amazing, blocking the arrows and stones from Jiangdong's warship. So he launched a fire attack. Thousands of fire arrows and gunpowder arrows covered the turtle ship. Focusing on the sails of the turtle ship, the hard sails burned. Black smoke billowed, and flaming canvas fell continuously, setting the mast on fire. "Sir, the turtle ship is out of control, and the sail may have been destroyed." Yi Sunshin was in command of one of the turtle ships. The turtle ship suddenly lost control, and the cabin shook violently. "Use oars and steer the boat with human power." Several meters long oars protruded from both sides of the turtle ship and fell into the seawater. The sailors paddled hard to control the direction. At this time, a 3-deck building ship hit the turtle ship where Yi Sunshin was located. The huge impact force almost destroyed the turtle ship. The turtle ship was knocked and moved more than 10 meters. And the soldiers of the Korean Navy were staggering, facing the closed-deck turtle ship. Lu Meng and Gan Ning were unable to engage in a boarding battle. So Lu Meng adopted the simplest and crudest method, taking advantage of the size advantages of the Han Empire's large building ships and large food ships to ram the turtle ship. "Attack!" Tong Kai pressed his sword, stood on a Zhenghe treasure ship, and urged Jiangdong Navy to attack in an all-out manner. The Jiangdong Navy used large ships to clear the way and destroyed the Koryo turtle fleet. The originally dense turtle ships were in disarray in front of the larger 8th and 9th level warships. However, the turtle ship had Yi Sunshin's bonus. It was only washed away and not so easily destroyed. "Hook the turtle ship!" A group of small fire attack ships appeared. The Suchao Navy soldiers hooked the edge of the turtle ship with flying hooks, and then set fire to the hay on the ship. The blazing fire attack ship was driven by the wind and waves and hit the turtle ship, directly burning the hull of the turtle ship. About 10 turtle ships were attacked by fire. Flames shot into the sky, and the expensive warships were completely destroyed. Zheng Jilong took advantage of Yi Sunshin's turtle ship to ram away Lu Meng's fleet, and commanded his own ship to break out of the encirclement and return to the Fubo fleet heading south. With a 400,000 Fubo army, even Zheng He, an emperor-level commander, could not provide bonuses for so many warships and soldiers. Therefore, the Fubo army only needed 6 navy generals to command it. When Li Shunshin restrained Lu Meng and Gan Ning's vanguard fleet, Zheng He led the central army, Yu Yunwen led the left army, and Chen Lin led the right army, putting pressure on the Jiangdong Navy from 3 sides. Su Sheng led the small and flexible ships to guard the front of the Chinese army, which had the largest number of large warships, to block any fire attack ships that might encounter them. After Zheng Jilong escaped and returned, he quickly took over a fleet of about 300 fighting ships, sterns, and boats, and assumed the same tasks as Su Sheng. Zhou Yu's fire attack was very fierce. What Zheng He had to consider was how to induce Zhou Yu to use fire attack ships and successfully avoid Zhou Yu's fire attack. Battle on the side is a better choice for the Fubo army. The waves were rolling, and even the big boat was tilting. Zheng He's cloak rustled as he paid attention to the change of wind direction. Large sailing ships are bulky, so changing course is not as easy as imagined. It is even more difficult for a fleet of thousands to turn. Perhaps the strong winds and waves will make the Jiangdong Navy's fire attack more difficult. Zheng He could roughly deduce the impact of waves on different ships by the degree of tilt of the Dafu ship in the wind and waves. The Jiangdong Navy filled up its sails and got closer to the Fubo army. Zhou Yu is also always alert to changes in the wind direction, and looking for the timing and direction to release the fire attack ship. The central force of the Fubo army was directly downwind, with thousands of warships crossing the sea in a dense formation. The 2 fleets of Gan Ning and Sun An are covering the fire attack ship. Zhou Yu found the opportunity and finally used fire attack in front of Jiangdong Navy. Fire attack ships loaded with hay, rags, and kerosene sailed at full speed to attack the Polish army's center. Jiangdong Tiger General Gan Ning and Wudou Rice Religion General Sun An led ships and fighting ships to cover. Gan Ning held a sharp blade in his hand, led the Jifan thieves, rode on the first team of sterns, and made great progress with the help of the wind. Su Sheng and Zheng Jilong tried to intercept the fire attack fleet of the Jiangdong Navy, while Gan Ning tried his best to break through the blockade of Su Sheng and Zheng Jilong and open up breakthrough for the fire attack fleet. Thousands of arrows fired together, and the cockroach collided. Bump them away! The naval battle between Gan and Ning was extremely brave and rampant. Many fire attack ships passed through Su Sheng and Zheng Jilong's fleet with their flexible and compact size. Burn these fire ships with fire arrows. Su Sheng was extremely afraid of fire attack ships. The target of the fire attack ship was not the small and medium-sized warships commanded by Su Sheng and Zheng Jilong, but Zheng He's Dafu ship and Lu ship. The archers of the two fleets of Su Sheng and Zheng Jilong released fire arrows. The fire arrows covered the fire attack ships. Many fire attack ships were burned by the fire arrows, and the fire shot into the sky. The fire intensity of these fire attack ships is so terrifying. Su Sheng's eyes reflected the light of the sky. Zhou Yu's bonus fire attack ship has higher fire attack damage, and can roll up blazing fire faster. If approached by these fire attack ships, the Dafu ship and the building ship may be burned quickly. Boom! When Su Sheng was attracted by the fire attack ship, a Wu Jun fighting ship collided with Su Sheng's warship. The terrifying impact spread throughout the entire warship in an instant. The planks broke, and Su Sheng fell heavily on the deck. When Su Sheng got up, a strong general with a dozen Jinfan thieves jumped onto the fighting ship where Su Sheng was. The arriving warrior was naked from the waist up, with tattoos on his bronze-like muscles, like steel, holding a broadsword in his hand. Kill him! Xia's soldiers held long spears and attacked the enemy generals. No! Su Sheng saw that the coming general was majestic, full of murderous intent, and had a lot of enemy blood. He speculated that the fierce general of the Wu army who arrived must be quite powerful. There is no way that more than a dozen Xia soldiers can be his opponents. Sure enough, with swords as big as dragons, more than a dozen Xia soldiers were quickly killed by Wu Jun's fierce generals and fell to the ground. Hateful. Su Sheng originally had some confidence in his own force, but in front of Gan Ning, Su Sheng's personal force could not be Gan Ning's opponent. Die! Gan Ning marched toward Su Sheng with dragon and tiger steps. The broadsword glowed with cold light and struck Su Sheng 17 times in a row. Su Sheng struggled to hold on, and was almost killed by Gan Ning. As a high-level navy soldier, Jinfen thieves occupied the entire battleship during the battle between Gan Ning and Su Sheng. Almost all of Xia's soldiers on the battleship were wiped out. General Su, we are here to help you. A warship approached Su Sheng's battleship, and Xia's soldiers boarded the ship to help Su Sheng. Gan Ning's sword struck, and the Xia soldiers who were supporting Su Sheng were also killed by Gan Ning. Don't fight with it. Burn this battleship! Su Sheng knew that Gan Ning's force was unparalleled in water battles, and he would be a great disadvantage if he approached Gan Ning in close combat. So Su Sheng withdrew to the stern, threw torches at the fighting ships, and burned the original fighting ships, not giving Gan Ning a chance to capture his warships. The fire spread on the deck of the battleship, and Gan Ning had to evacuate the battleship. The entire sea area was covered with warships, and hundreds of ships were already on fire. The sea was filled with warships filled with flames and black smoke. About 300 fire attack ships, under the cover of the Wu army generals Gan Ning and Sun En, broke through the blockade of Su Sheng and Zheng Jilong and approached the main force of Zheng He's fleet. Set fire! After the soldiers on the fire attack boat estimated that they were far enough away, they started to set fire and then jumped into the sea. The fire attack ship takes advantage of the wind and is bound to win. 300 burning boats or stern boats are a great threat if the fire attack ships are allowed to get close to Zheng He's main fleet. The Fubo army's main fleet will be destroyed by Zhou Yu's fire attack ships. Change course. Yaw to port. As Zheng He's flagship issued the order, the central army of Fubo army began to sail to the left. Zheng He's SS-class characteristic, 7 voyages to the western seas, takes effect, reducing the adverse effects of headwinds and increasing the sailing speed of the fleet. When Zhou Yu made a big move to attack the ship with fire, Zheng He tried his best to avoid it. In addition, a second fleet of ships and boats appeared from Zheng He's fleet and stepped forward to block the fire attack ship that had slipped through the net. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the fire attack ship hit the boat, and the latter was swallowed up by the raging fire. No matter Zheng He, Yu Yuan, or Chen Lin, they were all shocked by the power of the fire ship. Zhou Yu's fire attack ship has a special bonus. Once it comes into contact with Zhou Yu's fire attack ship, it is very likely that the warship will be immediately swallowed up by the fire and turned into ashes. All the sailors in Zheng He's fleet rowed hard and tried their best to change the course. Takei and Zhou Yu's estimates were still wrong. As a navigation master, Zheng He could increase the fleet's sailing speed. At the most critical moment, most ships avoided Zhou Yu's fire attack ships. Zhou Yu's fire attack ships passed by Zheng He's fleet. About 200 warships on the right side of Zheng He's fleet were attacked by Zhou Yu's fire attack ships.
A 1,500 material Dafu ship was hit by 2 fire attack ships. Soon, the raging fire spread to the Dafu ship, and the entire Dafu ship turned into a sea of fire. The 3-deck building was extremely vulnerable to the fire attack. The Navy soldiers standing on both sides of the building holding halberds could not put out the fire, so they had no choice but to abandon the huge building and jump into the water to escape. The fire was blazing into the sky when the fire attack ship collided with 200 warships. The sea surface was also illuminated by the fire caused by the fire attack. However, at the expense of 200 warships, Zheng He's main force narrowly avoided Zhou Yu's fire attack ships. Tongke and Zhou Yu changed slightly at the same time. Their estimate of Zheng He's fleet was off. Zheng He's SSS level characteristic,
7 voyages to the west,
increases the fleet's sailing speed by 1% to 40%, because it is a random value. If Zheng He's characteristic triggers a 40% bonus to the fleet's sailing speed, then Zhou Yu will increase the fleet's sailing speed by 1% to 40% based on the wind speed. There will be a huge deviation in the calculation using fire attack. A slight difference can lead to a loss of thousands of miles. There is no doubt about Zhou Yu's fire attack ability, but he did not achieve the brilliant results expected. At this time, Zheng He's fleet joined Yunwen's left army and swept towards the Jiangdong Navy. Chapter 1034 Both sides suffer losses.
Hack me!
Fubo commanded the naval general Qinlin to copy the sword and personally seize a Wu army ship. 2 groups of Navy soldiers were fighting in the corridor of the building ship, and the dead Navy soldiers were everywhere. Qinlin slashed all the way to the 3rd deck of the building ship and captured the entire building ship.
Put on our battle flag!
Qinlin ordered the Xia army's flag to replace the Jiangdong Navy's flag. Qinlin looked around from the tall ship. Thousands of warships were burned or destroyed by ballistae and muskets, and smoke billowed. It was difficult to tell the time because of the hazy sky. However, the sky was getting darker and darker, and finally it started to rain lightly on the Qinjiadao battlefield. Qinlin estimated that the 2 warring parties fought from early morning until night. The Jiangdong Navy blocked the sea outlet near Qinjiao Island, while the Fubo army bypassed the fire ships and attacked the Jiangdong Navy from both sides, firing thousands of arrows. The Jiangdong Navy used gunpowder arrows, a special type of arrow from the Northern Song dynasty. It was composed of an arrowhead and a gunpowder barrel. It had an igniting effect, coupled with the damage caused by Zhou Yu's fire attack. The damage was extremely terrible. The large warships of the Fubo army were equipped with bull-mouthed blunderbuss, which was also a primitive firearm, and could fire stone bullets to destroy the warships of the Suqiao Navy. Both navies used special attack methods to continuously destroy the other side's ships, and at the same time engage in hand-to-hand combat. They even directly relied on the advantages of the larger ships to destroy the other side's small boats, such as sterns and boats head-on. The ships and battleships were torn apart by the collision horns in front of the large warships, and the planks were shattered. Nearly 1 million Navy men fought fiercely, and both sides were furious.
I didn't expect that we would get into a stalemate. It's already a lose-lose situation for both sides.
Tongchua's eyes were bloodshot. The brutality of the naval battle on Qinjiao Island was far beyond his imagination. In Tongchua's plan, Zhou Yu used fire to attack the ships and severely damaged Fubo's army. Then the Jiangdong Navy worked hard to destroy Fubo's army. However, the navigation master Zheng He avoided Zhou Yu's fireship offensive at a relatively small cost, causing the Jiangdong Navy's fireships to be exhausted, and the 2 sides fell into a fierce boarding battle. This is the situation Tongke least wants to see. Even if the Jiangdong Navy ultimately wins, the boarding battle will cause the Jiangdong Navy to suffer heavy losses. Fubo's army was even equipped with weapons such as bull-mouthed blunderbuss and crossbows, which caused many Jiangdong warships to be destroyed.
It's getting late. The storm is coming. We're temporarily out of the fight.
Tongke saw that the sky was getting dark, and 1/3 of the Jiangdong Navy's large and small warships were lost in the naval battle on Qinjiao Island. So he temporarily withdrew his troops.
How can we retreat before the winner is determined?
Gan Ning, with only a few dozen Jifan thieves, captured a Fubo army's Dafu ship and killed 300 Navy soldiers. When Gan Ning saw the flagship of the Jiangdong Navy issuing orders raising a flag symbolizing retreat, he had no choice but to have this great fortune ship maneuvered away from the battlefield.
Retreat.
Zheng He saw that the sky was dark, the wind was strong, and the rain was coming again. So he returned to Qinjiao Island. At this time, a hurricane broke out at sea again. If he rashly entered the Yellow Sea and was followed by the Jiangdong Navy, the consequences might be more serious than hiding on Qinjiao Island. The Jiangdong Navy was unable to fight for a long time and was threatened by hurricanes at sea, so it had to find shelter. In the sea near Qinzhou Island, there are still half-burned buildings and ships emitting thick smoke, and there are broken flames undulating on the sea surface. The two navies seem to have reached a tacit understanding, leading a small group of ships to rescue the soldiers and sailors of their own navy who fell into the water, and then retreated to avoid the storm. Zhou Yu leaned against the parapet of the building ship, with rain hitting the deck. This naval battle rarely suffered a loss.
The leader of the Fubo army is Zhang He. His fleet's sailing speed suddenly accelerated, and he narrowly avoided the fire ship. Could it be that Zhang He has the ability to speed up his fleet?
As a player, Tonke knows that different water fighting celebrities have different abilities. Zhou Yu is good at fire attacks, while Zhang He is good at fire attacks. Based on the judgment of the naval battle on Qinzhou Island, Tonke has realized that Zhang He's characteristics are related to navigation. In terms of navigation, Zhang He provided a higher bonus to his fleet than Zhou Yu. Insufficient judgment of Zhang He's ability caused the Jiangdong Navy, the number one in the Han Empire, to be indistinguishable from Fubo's army on Qinzhou Island. In the end, it had to retreat due to the approaching hurricane. In fact, even if the fight continues, it will most likely be a lose-lose situation.
Nearly 1,000 large and small warships, including fire attack ships, were lost in this battle.
Lu Meng roughly counted the ships lost in the water battle on Qinzhou Island, and found that there were as many as 1,000 ships, and as many as 100,000 naval soldiers were killed, injured, and missing.
Warships can still be manufactured, but without 2 or 3 years of training, it will be difficult for Navy soldiers to develop combat effectiveness.
What Tonke felt distressed was not the 1,000 warships, but the loss of 100,000 naval soldiers. Tonke estimated that the Fubo army's losses were almost this amount. Lu Meng said to Tonke,
"My lord, what should we do next? Temporarily retreat to Langya Kingdom,
join up with Xiexian and others, and transfer fire ships and crossbows from Jiangdong."
Tonke consumed a large number of fire ships and fire arrows, which was also an important reason for retreating. The Jiangdong Navy retreated, and Fubo's army spent a day fighting with a lot of crossbow arrows and stone bullets. Therefore, even if Zheng He could catch up with the Jiangdong Navy, he would still lack weapons. The physical strength of each general was also exhausted.
We lost about 100,000 soldiers, 1,000 large and small ships, and 2 generals, Zheng Zhilong and Yi Sunshin, were injured. It's good to repel the Jiangdong Navy when the wind is against us. When the hurricane passes, we will return to Buqi County and Donglai County for supplies, and go south again to threaten the Jiangdong Navy.
Zhang He considered that fighting on the sea would most likely avoid fire ships, which was actually more beneficial to the Fubo army. In addition, in the naval battle at Qinzhou Island, the always powerful Jiangdong Navy did not gain an advantage. The Fubo army was already confident of fighting again. Jiangdong Navy battle. According to Chu Tian's plan, the Fubo army does not necessarily need to defeat the Jiangdong Navy, as long as they are evenly matched. The mission has been completed. The Jiangdong Navy was unable to operate unimpeded in the Yellow Sea, so the decisive battle between the two sides turned into a contest on land. In the Xiangfan battlefield, Wuqi besieged Fancheng and Wancheng for a long time. The Xiao army upgraded Xinya City into a large city, and used it as a transfer point to continuously transport supplies to the Central Plains army of Wuqi. Wei Wuji, Pengwan, and Chaoren. Guangling County turned into a marsh country, and the Xiangfan battlefield also suffered from heavy rain for days, and the Han River surged. In order to avoid being flooded, Wuqi seized the high ground in advance. The defender of Fancheng was a defensive general named Lu Renjian of the Southern Tang dynasty. He defended Fancheng to the death, and had a high bonus to the defenders. The Jingzhou Navy used the surging Han River to transport grain, grass and weapons to Fancheng, which prevented Fancheng from being captured. The chief generals of Fancheng and Wancheng are all defensive generals. Like two nails, nailed to the north of Xiangyang, Yang Shilang led a large army and relied on the Han River and Jingzhou Navy to confront Wuqi. But he did not dare to attack Wuqi to relieve Fancheng. Located in Shangyong City on the upper reaches of the Han River, Zhang Dao, the former Hanzhong prefect, gathered 100,000 soldiers and formed the Shangyong Navy to sail down the river. Zhang Dao is located in the 3 important counties of Hanzhong County: Shangyong, Bangling, and Xiqing. Chu Tian ordered Zhang Dao to attack Xiangyang eastward, but Zhang Dao has not moved yet. The reason is also very simple. Zhang Dao, who did not pay attention to the navy, had just formed a navy after escaping to Shangyong City. He had to go through a period of training to improve the level of the navy soldiers. Only then can they be sent to the battlefield. In addition, it also takes time to build warships on the upper reaches of the Han River. The Han River surged and the water surface widened, giving Zhang Dao the opportunity to launch an attack from the relatively narrow upper reaches of the Han River. 100,000 peasant troops, including yellow turban chiefs holding swords, yellow turban warriors holding hammers, Chuang Wang's army, and late Qin uprising troops, boarded the ship one after another. Chu Zimu urged me many times to cooperate with Wu Qi in attacking Fancheng and Xiangyang, but I could only send 100,000 troops. Supporting 100,000 peasant troops with only the population of 3 counties is already the limit. Zhang Dao, wearing a dark yellow cloak, stood on a ship and waved his hand. Send troops to Fancheng. Send troops. 100,000 peasant troops and 800 warships came down the river. Although Zhang Dao's improvised peasant army navy was far inferior to the Jiangdong Navy and Fubo army that broke out in a naval battle on Qinjiao Island not long ago, it could pose a threat to the Jingzhou Navy and cooperate with Wu Qi to launch an attack. The 3 Zhangjiao brothers, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and Chuang Wang's army still served under Zhang Dao, and all participated in this battle. Chapter 1035 The Price of Zhang Jiao's Magic. A fleet appeared in the upper reaches of the Han River. It was probably Zhang Dao from Shangyong City who sent troops. Inform the Lord immediately. The sentinel ship sent by Jingzhou Navy generals Wang Yun and Wat Pin noticed the Shangyong Navy coming down the Han River. North of the Han River, in the camps of Yang Shilang and Guizi, the fierce General Qin Qiong was patrolling. Because Yang Shilang garrisoned troops north of the Han River, Wu Qi's troops were scattered, and Wu Qi was unable to concentrate his troops to capture Fancheng. The Han River surged, which was an opportunity for the 3 armies to be flooded. But Wu Qi avoided low-lying areas, and it was difficult to succeed. Yang Shilang, Guizi, and Su Shu studied the places where Wu Qi, Wei Wuji, and Chaoren garrisoned. Wei Wuji was besieging Wancheng, while Chaoren was besieging Fancheng, and Wu Qi was confronting Yang Shilang. Wu Qi and Peng Wan blocked Yang Shilang, Guizi, Han Shizhong, Wu Jia and other generals, preventing them from relieving Fancheng. After the imperial guards were transferred back to Langya Kingdom, it was equivalent to Wu Qi and a few people holding back the general group in Jingzhou, and they were still on the offensive. Wu Qi, unlike Eugene, did not give the Jingzhou army a chance to flood the 7th Army. Even Su Shu couldn't do it if he wanted to use water attacks to defeat Wu Qi. Report. In the direction of Shangyong City, there is a navy heading south. It seems that Zhang Dao from Shangyong City, Han Shizhong, you take over from Wang Yun and Wat Pin to command the navy. Yang Shilang heard that a fleet appeared on the upper reaches of the Han River. Apart from Zhang Dao from Shangyong City, he could not think of anyone else. Han Shizhong is the #1 naval general under Yang Shilang, and his bonus to the fleet is higher than that of Wang Yun and Wat Pin. According to Yang Zhulong's intelligence, Zhang Dao did not have any decent naval generals. What was more troublesome was Zhang Dao's explosive ability and the fanatical belief of the peasant army. Zhang Dao simply relied on the population of 3 counties to create an army of 100,000 peasants. Han Shizhong immediately went to take over the Jingzhou Navy. Report. Wu Qi's troops have moved. What? Yang Zhulong hurriedly checked the map. Wu Qi sent troops to attack the Song army. It was difficult for Yang Zhulong not to suspect that Wu Qi and Zhang Dao were sending troops at the same time, which was probably agreed in advance. It seems that we are in trouble this time. Let the navy be prepared to meet us. If the situation is unfavorable, we will return to Xiangyang. Yang Shilang was very afraid of Wu Qi. Zhang Dao's ability is somewhat special. The Han River surged. Fancheng and Xiangyang were divided by the Han River, and many places along the river were submerged. Zhang Dao did not choose to fight the Jingzhou Navy, but landed on the north bank and went straight to Yang Shilang's camp in Jianbei. The Jingzhou Navy includes Han Shizhong, Wang Yun, Wat Pin and others. We cannot be their opponents. Only by fighting on land can we have a chance of winning. Zhang Dao knew the abilities of his generals. The 3 brothers Zhang Jiao, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and Chuang Wang Li Zicheng were all generals who fought on foot and were not good at water battles. Li Zicheng and others were hung up and beaten by Han Shizhong, Wat Pin and other naval generals at the Han River. 80,000 peasant troops came ashore, while 20,000 navy soldiers temporarily left. posing a threat to the Jingzhou Navy. 80,000 peasant regiments marched towards the camps of the Song and Tang armies in heavy rain. At the same time, Wu Qi and Peng Wan commanded 100,000 troops and horses, and cooperated with Zhang Dao to attack the main force of the Tang and Song coalition forces. In Xinya City, a group of soldiers and horses came from Yuo to support, in order to besiege Huacheng and Fancheng. Wu Qi used 100,000 troops to besiege each city, leaving only 100,000 troops and horses to use. Therefore, Wei Qing, Zhou Yafu, and Li Guang of the Yuzhou army were transferred to Xinya to intervene in the Xiangfan battlefield. It's raining heavily here. When Wei Qing, Zhou Yafu, and Li Guang came out of the teleportation array, they were caught off guard and were suddenly soaked by the heavy rain. Li Guang muttered, "It's more fun to fight in the north. There are dense rivers in the south, and it's the rainy season. It will take 200,000 Yuzhou troops and provisions to be transported to Xinya City within 15 days at the earliest. It should be in time." The first batch of cavalry arriving from Yuzhou was only a few hundred, and subsequent Yuzhou troops came out of the teleportation array one after another. Li Guang, you take the lead to support Wu Qi. His army needs a strong general to break through the enemy's formation. Wei Qing transferred Li Guang to assist Wu Qi. Shiliu Camp, as the first batch of legions sent to Xinya, will set off tomorrow after all the troops are assembled. Wei Qing asked Zhou Yafu to serve as the second line of troops to support Wu Qi. Wei Qing's special unit, the Yuling Guards, may not be as practical as Zhou Yafu Shiliu Camp in areas with flooded rivers. After all, the terrain has a great impact on combat. Li Guang led hundreds of Western Han Dynasty border guard cavalry and rushed to the battlefield of Xiangfan. The Xia army launched a three-pronged attack, and the Xiangfan battlefield was one of the major battlefields. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses crowded the Xiangfan battlefield, and the situation between the two armies was like a criss-crossing situation. After Wu Qi had a confrontation with the Jingzhou army for a period of time, Zhang Dao of Shangyong City took advantage of the rising Han River to march eastward, forming a pincer attack with Wu Qi on the Jingzhou army. Wu Qi and Zhang Dao had about 180,000 troops. Yang Sherlang and Guizi's combined troops were nearly 300,000, but they were on the defensive. The large number of Wu Qi's Wei soldiers put unprecedented pressure on the Jingzhou army. Jingzhou generals Cao Bin, Pan Mei, and Wu Jie were ordered to lead 100,000 troops to stop Zhang Dao's peasant army. Yang Sherlang and Guizi worked together to resist Wu Qi's offensive and prevent the Jingzhou army's camp from being destroyed by Wu Qi on his own. Cao Bin and Pan Mei were the founding generals of the northern Song dynasty, and their abilities were not low. Wu Jie was a general in the southern Song dynasty, at the same time as Yu Fei, Han Shizhong and others. According to Yang Zhulong's idea, the three Song generals joining forces would be enough to defeat the peasant army. The two armies met in the wild west of Fancheng. It rained heavily, and Zhang Dao ordered a confrontation with the three Song generals. It is not easy to defeat professional soldiers with a peasant army. Scouts from both sides were already fighting in the rain. If we defeat the Song army in front of us and join forces with Wu Qi in the west of Fancheng, the king of Song will definitely be defeated. At this time, the Han River will surge, and the Song army will suffer countless casualties. Zhang Dao knew the situation at hand very well. Wu Qi has decided to launch a general attack on the Song army in the Fancheng area, so this battle cannot be missed. If it doesn't work, my subordinates will use magic to help my lord defeat the Song army. Zhang Jiao, the true great teacher, took out a scroll from his arms. The Tianzi scroll of Taiping Yeshu returned to Zhang Jiao's hands. In the world of lords, various special characteristics actually have restrictions and require payment of a price. For example, burning the boat has harsh prerequisites, putting it to death before resurrecting. And there is also a time limit. Zhang Jiao's sorcery also comes at a price, and he must use the Tianzi scroll of the special prop. The art of Taiping. The cost of using the art of peace is too high. Zhang Dao is not very willing to let Zhang Jiao use magic, because in addition to using props, it will also shorten Zhang Jiao's life. It can be said that the special skill of Bong Yanchan color comes at a very heavy price. In the decisive battle between the Yellow Turban Army and the officers and soldiers of the Han Dynasty, Zhang Jiao relied too much on Taiping issue, so the oil was exhausted. During Zhang Dao's battle with the Xiliang army, the reborn Zhang Jiao had already used Bong Yanchan color once, using the abnormal characteristic effect of Bong Yanchan color. At this time would only shorten Zhang Jiao's life limit again.
There is no doubt that Zhang Jiao's ability is very special and powerful, and he can change the weather to his own advantage. However, as Zhang Jiao's lord, it is actually a bit cruel to let his subordinates use the feature of shortening their deadlines. Zhang Jiao disagreed. Life should be as gorgeous as summer flowers. Instead of remaining unknown all your life, it is better to devote all your efforts to become famous all over the world. You are already famous. Zhang Dao murmured in his heart. Is there any player in the entire Eastern Han dynasty who doesn't know Zhang Jiao, the great sage who initiated the Yellow Turban Rebellion? Whenever the three kingdoms are mentioned, the prelude is the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and the Yellow Turban Rebellion cannot avoid the three Zhang Jiao brothers.
The last time you used Feng Yan Changse, you lost 5 years. If you use Feng Yan Changse again, you will lose 10 years. The next time, you will lose 20 years. You have to think carefully.
Zhang Dao reminded Zhang Jiao. As a special SSS level characteristic, the price paid by Change of Storms is probably among the top 10 among all SSS level characteristics. Each time
wind and cloud changes color
is used, the pay limit is twice as high as the last time, until the user dies. Zhang Dao is not qualified to make decisions for Zhang Jiao. It is Zhang Jiao himself who really decides whether to use
Feng Yan Changse.
Zhang Jiao said slowly.
The world has been in trouble for a long time. The troubled times started because of me. So let me speed up the end of the troubled times.
Chapter 1036. The situation changes and thunder strikes.
Zhang Dao is commanding just a group of peasant troops. We will send troops tomorrow to defeat them and drive them into the Han River. The three of us will take turns patrolling tonight to prevent Zhang Dao Qian from attacking the camp.
Good. Pan Mei, Qiao Bin, and Wu Jia discussed attack and defense at the Song Army's camp. Because there was continuous heavy rain in the Xiangfan area, marching consumed physical strength. When the two armies met, they did not launch an attack immediately, but waited for the rain to subside. The Song Army planned to rest overnight and recover their morale and physical strength before launching an attack on Zhang Dao's peasant army tomorrow. The generals of the Song Army looked down upon the peasant army. The high-level peasant army's combat power is also very average, and they cannot fight head-on with the Song Army equipped with divine arm bows and infantry armor. Zhang Dao is so far the only lord among all the princes of the Han Empire who still uses the peasant army as the main force. However, in Zhang Dao's camp, Zhang Dao gathered 80,000 peasant troops and prepared to attack the Song Army camp on a rainy night.
Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Our peasant army failed to attack Hanzhong, just because the world was in trouble and heroes gathered together. It was not that we were too weak, but that the opponent was too strong. This night attack can only succeed, not fail.
Zhang Dao glanced at the peasant army generals present. Zhang Jiao's three brothers, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, Li Zicheng, Lu Zongmin, and Zhang Wei, the younger brother of Zhang Lu who taught Wu Do Rice. Zhang Dao decided to join Chu Tian. And as Zhang Dao's generals, these generals had to show their military exploits if they wanted to gain official positions in Chu Tian's forces. This battle is the time for meritorious service.
Li Zicheng and Lu Zongmin attacked from the front. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang attacked the left camp, and Qin Sheng and Wu Guang attacked the right camp. When they heard the sound of drums, they advanced in 3 directions. Do you understand? Take orders.
People like Li Zicheng and Zhang Bao have been following Zhang Dao for more than 10 years. Their ambitions have been exhausted, and they have fully assisted Zhang Dao in his battles. In the mountains and forests near the Song Army's camp, the rain decreased, and 80,000 peasant soldiers divided into 3 groups to attack the 100,000 Song Army. Zhang Jiao followed the left army of brothers Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang and climbed to a nearby high ground, holding a special prop,
the Art of Taiping,
in his hand. Brothers Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were worried and said to Zhang Jiao,
Brother, do you really want to use Feng Yan Changse? You don't need to persuade us. We will attack with all our strength later, and my brother will help us with the power of heaven. If you perform great military exploits, our Jiulu Zhang family will also have a place in the future.
Zhang Jiao cast the spell with all his strength and activated the SSS level characteristic,
changing colors of the wind and clouds.
He could no longer regret it.
Brother, the 2 of us will definitely defeat the Song Army camp.
Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang saw that Zhang Jiao had actively triggered the characteristic, and it was irreversible. So they could only fight desperately to live up to the price Zhang Jiao paid. On a rainy night, drums suddenly sounded loudly outside the Song Army camp. Li Zicheng,
Lu Zongmin, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang launched an attack on the Song army camp almost at the same time. Enemy attack! Although Pan Mei, the general of the Song army, despised Zhang Dao's peasant army and looked down upon a group of mud-legged soldiers, it did not mean that Pan Mei was not on guard. When the three-way peasant army approached the Song army's camp, Pan Mei had already discovered the traces of the peasant army and deduced that the peasant army was about to attack at night. So she immediately notified the sleeping generals Qiao Bin and Wu Jia and their troops. Song Jun woke up from his sleep and hurriedly picked up the weapons beside him. Zhang Jiao stood alone on a high place. His robe was soaked by the skirt of his clothes. He muttered something in his mouth and made a gesture with his hands. The sky is dead. The yellow sky is standing. And the age of Jiazi will be good for the world. Over the Song army camp, there were dark clouds. Silver snakes were tumbling. And there was faint thunder. The wind was raging high above. And Zhang Jiao shouted with all his strength, "Thunder Lord, help me!" Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded. And thunder fell from the sky. At the cost of his death limit, Zhang Jiao triggered a characteristic similar to that of Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu and summoned thunder. The mighty thunder struck a Song army camp and destroyed it. All the dozen Song army soldiers in the camp were instantly killed. And a black hole appeared on the ground. Boom! Boom! More than a dozen thunderbolts fell one after another, all falling into the Song army camp, destroying the camp and wiping out the Song army soldiers. The fire caused by lightning spread in the Song army camp. Even if the rain continued, the fire could not be extinguished in a short time. Hundreds of soldiers of the Song army were killed by lightning, and a platinum-level general of the Song army was turned into ashes by lightning. The Song army was shocked by the terrifying celestial phenomenon. Almost all Song soldiers were frightened and looked uneasily at the thundering sky. No one knew whether thunder would fall on their heads at the next moment. Zhang Jiao used change of storms and thunder to directly kill the Song army. Secondly, the shock and confusion caused by the thunder were the main effect. The morale of the Song army dropped significantly, and it fell into chaos. The fire in the Song army camp expanded to all directions. At this time, 80,000 peasant troops took advantage of the chaos and rushed into the Song army camp. Li Zicheng personally destroyed the antlers of the Song army, and the vanguard general Lu Zongmin led the Chuangwangliu civilian camp into the camp and fought hand-to-hand with the Song soldiers. Morale will affect the combat effectiveness of soldiers. When the morale of both sides waxes and wanes, the peasant army may not be able to defeat professional soldiers. In the later stages of each dynasty, the peasant army could even chase and kill the officers and soldiers. Don't panic. Each general should go ahead and control his troops. Pan Mei, the general of the Song army, tried to control the chaos caused by the thunder. However, the peasant army generals such as Li Zicheng, Chen Sheng, and Wu Guang would not give Pan Mei enough time to regroup. Princes, generals, and prime ministers would rather have the seed. Qin Sheng and Wu Guang used their own characteristics, and the morale of the late Qin uprising army was high, and they attacked overwhelmingly. The sky is dead. The yellow sky should be established, and the age of Jiazi will bring good luck to the world. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang's Yellow Turban army still chanted the slogan that has remained unchanged for more than 10 years and fought hard. Zhang Bao's sword killed a Song general, while Zhang Liang, armed with a spear, rode through the Song camp on horseback. The Yellow Turban chief and the Yellow Turban warriors destroyed the antlers and killed the Song soldiers they encountered along the way. A yellow scarf warrior wielded a hammer to kill the infantry soldiers of the Song dynasty. The Yellow Turban warriors are the elite of the Yellow Turban army, and their combat power is similar to that of other high-level infantry. The three generals of the Song army were not bad in ability, even though they were at a disadvantage at the beginning. They continued to gather the scattered troops and horses and tried to counterattack. Wu Jia, the general of the Song army, held a divine arm bow and shot and killed a leader of Chuangwangliu's civilian camp, while Lu Zongmin, the general of Chuangwang, came towards Wu Jia with a gun. Wu Jia abandoned the divine arm bow, drew his sword, and fought with Lu Zongmin in the heavy rain. Fight back! Another Song army general, Qiao Bin, was also a famous general. After blocking the attack of the peasant army, he actually planned to organize a counterattack. Boom! There was another loud noise, and a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell on the camp behind Qiao Bin, killing dozens of Song soldiers. The tribe that Qiao Bin finally gathered fell into chaos again. What kind of sorcery is this? Qiao Bin confidently fought in formation,
and the peasant army generals could not be his opponent. But the abilities Zhang Ju used were beyond his cognition. Chapter 1037 Capturing Pan Mei. Swords and guns collided. Song Army General Wu Jie and Chuan King Army General Lu Zongmin fought in the heavy rain. The thunder summoned by Zhang Jiao fell from time to time and illuminated the Song army camp. Wu Jie and Lu Zongmin fight to the death. With one knife and one shot, the two warriors fought for dozens of rounds and a dozen breaths. And their boots left 2-inch deep footprints in the soil. Die! Wu Jie desperately attacked Lu Zongmin, and the short knife hit Lu Zongmin's shoulder armor. Lu Zongmin let out a groan and stabbed Wu Jie in the side with a spear. The rain fell on the armor of the two generals, splashing water with blood. The peasant army and the Song army saw each other back and forth in the camp. The highly motivated peasant army suppressed the Song army's military power, and almost all the antlers set up by the Song army around the camp were destroyed. 80,000 peasant troops invaded the Song army camp from all directions.
Wu Jie, our army has been defeated. Retreat quickly.
Qiao Bin held a long spear, nailed a yellow scarf warrior to death, and urged Wu Jie to retreat. The peasant army occupied Tianshi and attacked bravely. But Qiao Bin could not control the troops. Wu Jie, who was fighting bloody battles, sheathed his sword, and Lu Zongmin, the general of the imperial army, fell in a pool of blood. Wu Jie panted.
Let's evacuate.
The Song army retreated, and the shouts of killing gradually disappeared. Li Zicheng led the soldiers into the Wanglu camp and pursued them for 20 miles.
Puff!
Zhang Jiao couldn't bear the cost of using
Bong Yanshan color,
and vomited blood, which covered his robe. The price of changing circumstances becomes heavier each time.
It is estimated that if you use it again, you will die.
Zhang Jiao noticed his body's weakness. Feng Yun's changing characteristics are very perverted, and the price is unbearable. Zhang Jiao's temples have turned white, and he can no longer bear the cost of using
Bong Yanshan color.
For the third time.
My lord, we have broken through the Song army camp and captured 10,000 people.
When the war ended, Zhang Lian came back to report to Zhang Dao, who stayed in the camp. Zhang Dao said,
Zhang Jiao contributed a lot this time, so he should be credited with the first contribution. You two are not bad either. Lord, the two of us captured the enemy general alive.
Qin Sheng and Wu Guang, two peasant army leaders, captured a Song army general alive in the melee. Zhang Dao saw Qin Sheng and Wu Guang returning with an enemy general in custody. The latter had disheveled hair and mud on his face. In the melee in the heavy rain, almost all the soldiers were disgraced. Wu Guang said,
This person doesn't want to tell his name, but this person's armor is high grade, and he is definitely not an ordinary general.
Zhang Dao asked personally,
Who are you?
The captured Song general responded,
How can a defeated general be famous? If you don't tell your origin, then all the captured Jingzhou troops will be killed.
Zhang Dao stared at this general. It was obvious that he was one of Yang Zhulong's generals, and he had a high self-esteem. This is normal. But all famous generals will pay more or less attention to their dignity. The Song general had no choice but to reply.
The defeated general is Pan Mei. It turns out to be Pan Mei.
Zhang Dao suddenly realized. Pan Mei, Qiao Bin, and Yang Yi were all military generals at the beginning of the Northern Song dynasty. Pan Mei and Qiao Bin were subordinates of Song Emperor Zhao Kuangyin, while Yang Yi was originally a military general in the Northern Han dynasty. Later, when the Northern Han dynasty fell, he defected to the Song dynasty and served for the Song dynasty. Interestingly, Qiao Bin, Pan Mei, and Yang Yi all participated in the northern expedition of Song Taizong Zhao Guangyi, and were defeated by Xiao Chua, Yelu Xiuge, and Yelu Xiezhen. Yang Yi died in the battle, and Qiao Bin and Pan Mei were demoted. They suffered miserably since the establishment of the Song dynasty. Of great defeat, the combination of Qiao Bin, Pan Mei, and Yang Yi was considered a dream combination in the early Northern Song dynasty. Unfortunately, the other party's monarch was Xiao Chua, while their own monarch was Zhao Guangyi. Zhang Dao's peasant army accidentally captured Pan Mei alive, which was equivalent to weakening part of Yang Zhulong's strength.
Pan Mei, the situation in Jingzhou is over. Why not surrender to me? Surrendering to me temporarily is equivalent to serving King Xia in the future.
Zhang Dao tried to recruit Pan Mei for Chu Tian. Pan Mei's ability is pretty good. Pan Mei shook her head.
I cannot surrender. Come here. Take him down and continue the attack.
Seeing that Zhang Dao could not persuade him to surrender, he did not waste time. After capturing the entire Jingzhou, These generals would naturally surrender, as they had nowhere to go. Yang Yi was also very loyal to the Northern Han dynasty. When the Song dynasty captured the Northern Han dynasty, he would still be loyal to the Song dynasty. Pan Mei's expression changed slightly when she heard that Zhang Dao was going to continue to attack the main force of the Song army. However, Pan Mei can't help. He is already a prisoner.
General Lu Zongmin died in battle.
When Qin Sheng and Wu Guang captured Pan Mei alive, Zhang Dao's peasant army also paid a heavy price in order to defeat the 100,000 Song army. The pioneer General Lu Zongmin, who broke into the royal army, was killed by the Song army General Wu Jie. When Li Zicheng, the king of Chuang, learned that Lu Zongmin had been killed in battle, his eyes turned red, and he wanted to kill Pan Mei to avenge his subordinates. Zhang Dao ordered people to stop Li Zicheng.
How many people have fought in ancient times? Lu Zongmin was given a generous burial.
There are countless famous generals who died in Lord. Even generals such as Temujin, Huang Fusong, and Wang Yanzhang were killed in the war. And many famous generals were buried in horse leather. Zhang Dao killed 20,000 Song soldiers in this battle and captured more than 10,000 people. The remaining Song soldiers were routed. Some of the remaining soldiers fled back to the main camp of the Song army under the command of Wu Jie and Cao Bin. Yang Shirlang and Su Shu were shocked when they heard that Cao Bin and Wu Jie were defeated by Zhang Dao's peasant army and Pan Mei was captured. With the abilities of the three military generals Cao Bin, Wu Jie, and Pan Mei, they even had a slight advantage in military strength. Their defeat to a group of peasant troops was not part of Yang Zhulong's plan. 100,000 Song troops were defeated, and Yang Zhulong might have to abandon his camp in Jianbei. Wu Jie said,
"There are people in Zhang Dao's army who know magic. They can attract thunder and cause chaos to our army. Otherwise, we will not be defeated." Sorcery? Is it Zhang Jiao? How could Zhang Jiao summon thunder?
Yang Shirlang knew that the three Zhang Jiao brothers served under Zhang Dao, and were the only generals in Zhang Dao's army who could use sorcery. Zhang Jiao struck a thunderous blow, causing Cao Bin and Wu Jie to be defeated by being caught off guard. This was beyond Yang Zhulong's expectation. Originally, Yang Zhulong thought that Zhang Jiao's
change of storms
was just to attract wind and rain, but he did not expect that he could also summon thunder. Yang Zhulong pondered for a while and finally said,
"Zhang Jiao's abilities are so incredible that they must have limitations. Otherwise, Zhang Dao would not be reduced to the territory of only 3 counties. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much." Zhang Dao attacked from the west, and Wu Qi advanced from the east. They attacked from both sides, with the Han River to the south.
Su Shu laid out the map flat, and because Zhang Dao won, the Song army was on the defensive.
Report: Wu Qi's army is less than 30 miles away from our camp.
Not long after the defeat of Cao Bin and Wu Jie, Wu Qi's Wei soldiers marched in the rain. On the Xiangfan battlefield, the two warring parties marched and fought in the rain, playing games with each other. Any defeat may affect the entire situation.
Wu Qi is a military strategist and a sub-sage. With the power of one person, I dare not break the siege of Fancheng. At this time, Wu Qi can only attack with point-breaking attacks. If Wu Qi can be killed, perhaps the entire Xiangfan battlefield can be revitalized.
Yang Shirlang was so afraid of Wu Qi that the Song army was still unable to open up the situation. An ideal way to deal with a saint-level commander is to use the force of a fierce general to take the enemy's general's head among the thousands of troops. Lao Qin once used Lu Bu and Taiying Rui to raid Shutian in an attempt to break the situation. But this time Yang Zhulong had to consider the same way. Yang Shirlang looked at the few fierce generals in Jingzhou.
Wang Gong, Qin Xiong, and Su Chu. You three have the highest military force and can take on this important task. I said that Tang generals Qin Xiong and Su Chu entrusted you to me. And now that Tang dynasty has been being besieged in Wancheng, the situation is precarious. Are you willing to fight to the death for your lord?
Qin Xiong replied.
Of course I do.
The tiger idiot Su Chu snorted, which was equivalent to acquiescence.
The Xia army's powerful generals have entered Shu. This is indeed an opportunity.
Su Shu agreed with Yang Shirlong's idea. The intimidating power of Wu Qi alone was still higher than that of tens of thousands of Wei soldiers, which made many generals in Jingzhou restrained. Guizi and Zongzi asked for orders.
The two of us attract Wu Qi's main force head-on. Then the arrangement is like this. Cao Bin and Wu Jie, you two will send troops to resist the peasant army again. But my lord, the two of us were defeated by Zhang Dao not long ago. Zhang Jiao's abilities are limited, so don't worry about it.
Yang Shirlong's intuition was keen,
and he believed that Wu Jia's talents were superior to those of Zhang Dao generals. Therefore, after replenishing Wu Jia's troops, Yang Zhulang asked Wu Jia to continue to resist Zhang Dao, while he fought with his back against Wu Qi in the heavy rain. Saint-level Commander Wu Qi. The morale of his legion will not fall below a certain value. In addition, his Wei soldiers' legion is extremely powerful. The 7th level troops are used as 8th level troops, and the number is extremely large. Yang Shirlang studied the Saint-level commander Wu Qi and speculated that Wu Qi had 2 special abilities, maintaining morale and strengthening Wei soldiers. But it is one thing to speculate on Wu Qi's characteristics, and another thing to defeat Wu Qi. Disaster. Yang Zhulang looked at the gloomy sky. The heavy rain on the Xiangfan battlefield has been going on continuously for a month. This battle must be won. Huang Zhong took out the longbow wrapped in oil paper. The 3 tiger generals Huang Zhong, Qin Qiong, and Su Chu are already Jingzhou's last hope. In the heavy rain, groups of Wei soldiers in sharp attire marched in the rain, using thousands of carriages. Many carriages fell into muddy puddles, and Wei soldiers worked together to push the carriages out of the puddles. Wu Qi did not ride a war horse, but marched in the rain with Wei soldiers. Another general of Wei Wuzu, Pang Wan, saw that Wu Qi and Wei Wuzu shared joys and sorrows, and had no pretensions to the commander of 100,000 army. So he had no choice but to dismount and push the cart like Wu Qi. Pang Wan finally understood why Wei soldiers were willing to fight to the death for Wu Qi. Because Wu Qi always stood with them, eating and sleeping in the open. In the eyes of Wei Wuzu, Wu Qi was their comrade in life and death, rather than a high-ranking figure who could not be seen in peacetime. 50,000 Wei soldiers, 20,000 low-level infantry, and 30,000 low-level cavalry approached the main camp of the Jingzhou army. Pang Wan came to Wu Qi and said, "General Wu Qi, do you have any clever plans for attacking the Jingzhou army this time?" Wu Qi replied, "It's enough to defeat the Jingzhou army head-on. Why do you need a cunning plan?" Pang Wan was speechless for a moment. Qimo is just an auxiliary, and the final victory still depends on your own hard power. 50,000 Wei soldiers were Wu Qi's confidence. Chapter 1038, Beheading Tactics against Wu Qi. The Wei Wuzu army appears. Guozi Shuafang army and Yang Shirlang's Jingzhou army formed a square formation in advance, and Kai Mao at the front notified the entire army. Guozi, Yang Shirlang, Su Shu and other generals from the Jingzhou faction looked towards the horizon. The Wei soldiers who feared the Jingzhou army were murderous and silent. Wei Wu soldiers, wearing heavy armor and holding halberds, pressed towards the Jingzhou army's position. The bonus of the Saint-level commander Wu Qi covers an army of 100,000, of which 50,000 Wei soldiers advanced forward. Wu Qi did not risk any tactics. There were also counselors such as Su Shu and Kuai Liang in the Jingzhou army. If he wanted to deceive these grown-up Jingzhou counselors, the probability of success was not high. It's better to fight head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums rang out from the Jingzhou army's formation, echoing in the western suburbs of Fancheng. The Battle of Fancheng West begins. This battle was initiated by the Xiao army, aiming to annihilate the main force of the Jingzhou army north of the Han River, isolate Wancheng and Fancheng, and allow the Xiao army to mobilize enough troops to capture these 2 isolated cities. The purpose of the Song army and Tang army that formed the Jingzhou army was to crush the offensive launched by Wu Qi and Zhang Dao and relieve the siege of Fancheng. If Fancheng is lost, Xiangyang will be difficult to defend. We must go all out in this battle. This was not the first time that Yang Shirlang fought with Wu Qi. Several small-scale conflicts broke out between the 2 sides before, and the Jingzhou army found it difficult to please Wu Qi. Qin Qiong recruited 400 Xuanjia troops. Su Chu recruited 800 Tiger Guards, and Qin Dao had thousands of white soldiers as the elite division of the Jingzhou coalition. Guozi Shuafang army also numbered tens of thousands, but they were of lower rank than Wu Qi's Wei soldiers. Even so, Guozi Shuafang army was the main force competing against Wu Qi's Wei soldiers, and the Song dynasty general Zongzi, who had the ability to inspire morale, served as his deputy. Wei Wuzu and Shuafang's army marched towards each other in a tight formation. Shuafang's army set up a fence and was on the defensive. On the west side of the Battle of Fancheng West, Zhang Dao's peasant army arrived on the battlefield and blocked Wu Jia's army, who set up antlers. Finally caught up in time. Zhang Dao could already see the Jingzhou army's defense line. In the battle in the west of Fancheng, the Jingzhou army backed up the Han River and occupied the high ground, focusing on defense while blocking Zhang Dao and Wu Qi's attacks. Above the Han River, the Jingzhou navy led by Han Shizhong Zhang Yuan, and Wapin provided a retreat so that the Jingzhou army could fight with all its strength. The stalemate on the Xiangfan battlefield lasted for a year, because the Lengjia kingdom was threatened. The imperial guards retreated. Apart from capturing Xinya, the Xiao army made little progress. However, this time, Wu Qi obtained follow-up troops and immediately organized an offensive. Hush! Hundreds of powerful cavalry arrived at the edge of the battlefield when the Wei Wuzu phalanx was fighting the Jingzhou army. Li Guang arrived in time with an imperial longbow on his back. The war has begun. I didn't expect it to be faster than I thought. Wu Qi concluded that his strength was sufficient to defeat the enemy, and launched a direct attack in order to prevent the main force of the Jingzhou army from escaping to the south of the Han River. A total of 400,000 troops from both sides fought north of the Han River. The crossbowmen fired thousands of arrows, and the shields of Wei soldiers walking in the front were filled with arrows. An arrow grazed the Wei soldier's armor, and the arrow cluster rubbed against his helmet, causing a harsh collision. Wei Wuzu's ears were ringing due to the impact, but he still moved forward despite the rain of arrows. Thousands of Wei Wu soldiers and Shuafang soldiers were killed one after another. The two armies were only a few dozen meters apart. Kill! Pang Wan drew his sword and pointed it straight ahead. Wei Wuzu gradually accelerated his pace and attacked the Jingzhou army's defense line. Wu Qi provided high bonuses to Wei soldiers, and the combat power of Wei soldiers was greatly improved, which immediately made the Jingzhou army's defense line crumbling. In front of Wei Wuzu, Guozi's Shuafang army could only rely on simple defenses such as wooden fences to resist them. The fire arrows released by both sides burned the wooden fences and antlers. A small number of Wei soldiers were equipped with heavy weapons such as axes, destroyed Shuafang's army's defense line, and fought hand-to-hand with Shuafang's army. Wei Wuzu, 7th level. Shuafang army, 5th level. Wu Qi's terrifying combination with Wei Wuzu was quickly revealed. This is why Yang Sherlang has never been willing to fight Wu Qi head-on. As a Saint-level commander, Wu Qi's bonus to Wei soldiers is already very high. Wei soldiers are a large-scale high-level army, which is different from the small Xuanjia army. The number of Wei soldiers was tens of thousands, and they were used in frontal attacks, which was even more terrifying. Qin Qiong's Xuanjia army was only 400, but Wu Qi brought 50,000 Wei soldiers in this battle. It can't be stopped at all. When the two armies were fighting, Guozi had realized that his Shuafang army could not compete with Wu Qi's Wei soldiers. Use the advantage of our troops to consume the morale and physical strength of the Wei soldiers. When the Wei soldiers break through our defense line and relax a little, we will order Huang Zhong, Qin Qiong, and Su Chu to attack Wu Qi directly. Zongzi will inspire morale at the right time. Yang Sherlang knew that Zongzi had the characteristic of greatly improving morale, which could help the Jingzhou army delay time and consume the physical strength of Wei soldiers at critical moments. At the same time, Zhang Dao's peasant army launched another offensive against Wu Jia's army. As a defensive Bao general, Wu Jia greatly increases the power of the divine arm, Bao, when his legion is equipped with it. Wu Jia defended, and it was not easy for Zhang Dao to defeat this southern Song general, who was all-powerful at the same time as Yu Fei and Han Shizhong. Tens of thousands of divine arm bows fired volleys, and crossbows blocked the peasant army. More than 1,000 yellow scarf soldiers were shot and killed one after another. It was difficult for the peasant army to break through the defensive formation formed by the divine arm bows. The damage of the Jingzhou army's crossbows seems to be too high. Sure enough, without the help of Zhang Jiao's ability, it will be difficult to defeat the Jingzhou general on the opposite side. Zhang Dao sent Li Ziqing, the bravest king of the Chuang dynasty, to take the risk to attack Wu Jia, but was suppressed by the western army of the Song dynasty equipped with divine arm bows. Although Li Ziqing was a brave general, Wu Jia was not bad either. Zhang Dao's army relied too much on Zhang Jiao's abilities. Qin Sheng and Wu Guang's commanding abilities were actually very average, but they were good at boosting morale. I can only trust Wu Qi at this time. Zhang Dao was the side force, while Wu Qi was the main force that defeated the Jingzhou army head-on. The fierce battle on the frontal battlefield has become fierce. 50,000 Wei warriors have torn apart the Shuafang army's defense line. The morale of the Shuafang army is declining rapidly. Cross the river! Cross the river! Cross the river! The old Zongzi rolled up the big flag with one hand and galloped and shouted among the Jingzhou army, trying to turn the tide. The Jingzhou army was encouraged and their morale was greatly restored. The Jingzhou soldiers felt filled with enthusiasm and high fighting spirit. They puffed up their chests and fought back against the Wei soldiers. Song General Zongzi in the Battle of Jingkong.
triggered the S-level characteristic.
Cross the river! Cross the river!
To restore the morale of the Jingzhou army and maintain the front line again.
Let Huang Dong, Qin Xiong, and Su Chu go to battle. Instruct Qin Dao's white soldiers, and lead Dao Zong's cavalry to attack with all their strength and cover the advance of the three generals.
Taking advantage of the Jingzhou army to regain its formation, Yang Shirlang invested a large number of troops and implemented beheading tactics against Wu Qi. Qin Dao's white soldiers appeared from the flank and attacked the flank of Wei Wuzu. The famous Tang General Li Daozong led a group of cavalry to attack Wei Wuzu at the same time, trying to throw Wei Wuzu into chaos. Huang Zong took off his long bow. Qin Xiong wielded a tiger-headed golden spear. Su Chu carried a tiger-shaped sword. And the three emperor-level generals joined forces to charge into the battle. As a general of the Bao system, Huang Zhong had amazing eyesight and had already locked the flag of Wei Wuzu.
It is said that Wu Qi and Wei Wuzu share the same joys and sorrows. And his flag is not behind the army, but in front of the army. And it is true.
Qin Xiong raised his spear and said,
even if we can't defeat Wu Qi, we will still cut off his commander's flag and make everyone confused. My lord is still trapped in Wancheng. If Wu Qi is not defeated in time, something will happen if he is too late.
Su Chu could no longer hold back.
Stop talking nonsense. Just kill Wu Qi. Superior.
The Jingzhou army has secured enough opportunities for its three fierce generals. Three fierce generals, commanding 400 Xuanjia troops, 800 Tiger Guard troops, and 2,000 low-level cavalry, assaulted the flag of the Wei soldiers. The war horses are galloping, and the three fierce generals of Jingzhou join forces to advance.
Die!
The tiger idiot Su Chu roared loudly, and the morale of the Wei soldiers within a radius of 100 meters dropped significantly. The Huban sword rotated in Su Chu's hand, like a tiger roaring in the forest. The air waves were rolling, and there was a roaring sound of a tiger. Su Chu rushed into the Wei soldiers, killed the Wei soldiers along the way, and opened a gap among the Wei soldiers with his own strength. Even though Su Chu was injured under the counterattack of Wei Wuzu, Su Chu didn't care and marched straight in. The name of Tiger Madness is well deserved. Qin Qiong led the Xuanjia army and then opened the gap. The tiger-headed golden spear turned into dozens of spear shadows in Qin Qiong's hands, easily piercing the shields and armor of Wei soldiers. It is difficult for high-level soldiers to survive the attacks of emperor-level warriors for several rounds. In one encounter, they will either die or be injured. Huang Dong, as the third echelon, was superb in his Bao skills, and his arrows were all fired. The Wei soldier was shot through the throat and died directly. The three fierce generals are aiming directly at Wu Qi.
These are already the three most courageous generals in Jingzhou. Success or failure depends on this.
Yang Zhulong placed his hope on the beheading tactic against Wu Qi. Using a fierce general to attack the legion of a holy commander head-on is tantamount to asking a fierce general to die. But if there are enough troops to restrain the front, and fierce men enter from the side, there is a certain probability that they can successfully execute the beheading tactic on the holy commander. Young Wei Yan followed Yang Shirlang. Wei Yan's command and strength had not grown, so Yang Zhulong did not send Wei Yan to die. Only Su Chu, Qin Qiong, and Huang Dong, a few emperor-level warriors, had the force to fight through life and death. However, Wei Yan's force entered the army formation of Wei Wuzu, and there was no chance of death.
General, a cavalry force broke through the formation from the flank and is difficult to stop. Please leave this place quickly.
Pang Wan stood on a high place and watched the battlefield. He saw that Xuanjia's army was overwhelming, and it was approaching Wu Qi, the commander of Wei's soldiers. He immediately sent cavalry to remind Wu Qi.
Using me as a breakthrough?
As a saint-level commander, Wu Qi lacked strong generals as bodyguards, but Wei Wuzu himself was capable of the task of protecting him.
Lay out a curt formation.
Wu Qi used more than 1,000 Wei soldiers to protect the commander's flag, and then hid himself among the army. A Wei soldier was knocked away by the galloping Xuanjia army, and Su Chu, a bloody tiger warrior, burst out from among the Wei soldiers. He raised his sword and said,
Wu Qi is dead.
However, Su Chu could not see Wu Qi. There were more than 1,000 Wei soldiers near the commander's flag. When Su Chu suddenly rushed under the commander's flag, he fell into a war formation of hundreds of Wei soldiers. The soldiers of Wei attacked Su Chu from three sides. Chapter 1039, Capturing the Tiger Fool.
The enemy General Wu Qi is not here. Behead Wu Qi's handsome flag.
Su Chu attacked Wu Qi and defeated him in the air. Qin Qiong reminded Su Chu to kill Wu Qi's flag, which affected the morale of Wei soldiers.
Su Chu shouted loudly and rushed left and right among the Wei soldiers. He slashed out with his big sword and cut off the handsome flag several meters high with a ray of sword light. The morale of Wei soldiers will drop soon. When Qin Xiong saw Wu Qi's commanding flag fall, even if he failed to kill Wu Qi suddenly, he could still severely damage the morale of Wei soldiers. Wu Qi is on guard. Retreat quickly. Huang Zhong saw that Wei soldiers were surrounding him, and the three of them were in a critical situation. Generally speaking, one party will not easily use strong generals to surprise the enemy's general unless it has to. As long as the enemy's general is not a fool like Yin Liang, the probability of success is very low, and a strong general will be lost. The 7th level heavy infantry Wei Wuzu encircled them. With the bonus of the Saint level commander Wu Qi, they were large in number. Once encircled, it would be difficult for other generals to escape except for the powerful generals at the level of Overlord Xiangyu. Su Chu was confused. We haven't killed Wu Qi yet. How can we retreat now? The tiger's sharp sword rolled over and killed more than a dozen Wei soldiers, causing a bloody storm. Wu Qi had foreseen it a long time ago, so don't rush in. Qin Xiong also called Su Chu to retreat. Of the 50,000 Wei soldiers, 10,000 can be used to besiege 3 powerful generals. Qin Xiong did not think that Su Chu could find Wu Qi among the 10,000 Wei soldiers, about 150 steps to the northeast. However, with his amazing eyesight, Huang Zhong noticed that Wei Wuzu's order came from another general's flag. Wu Qi was surrounded by generals guarding him, so he discovered Wu Qi's current location. I'm going to kill him! The reckless Su Chu rushed to the front, trying to turn the tide. The two of us will cover you. Qin Xiong took out his gun, while Huang Zhong bent his bow and arrow, aiming at Wu Qi, in order to protect the general. Qin Xiong's Xuanjia army and Su Chu's tiger guards tried their best to fight against the Wei soldiers. If this arrow can kill Wu Qi, then the siege of Xianfan can be solved. Huang Zhong pinned his hopes on killing Wu Qi with one arrow. It is not uncommon for an army to retreat because a general is killed in battle. Huang Zhong's momentum was rising rapidly, as if the entire battlefield had become quiet, and Huang Zhong became the focus of the surrounding Wei soldiers. The armor-piercing arrow in Huang Zhong's hand was released, and a stream of light shot towards Wu Qi. The lightning and flint were like a rainbow, and the sky and the earth changed color. According to Huang Zhong's strength, it is entirely possible to kill Wu Qi with one arrow. After all, Wu Qi's commanding ability was at full level, but his military force was completely incomparable to Huang Zhong's. Wu Qi faced Huang Zhong's full-strength arrow, but still gave orders and turned a blind eye. Suddenly, a second stream of light flashed across the sky like fire, colliding with Huang Zhong's full arrow in midair. The two arrows were destroyed almost at the same time. Huang Zhong frowned. He saw a fierce general appear after Wu stood up, holding a red long bow. Flying General Li Guang has archery skills that are not inferior to Huang Zhong's. 10 rows of Wei warriors formed a copper wall and an iron wall to block Wu Qi's front, and were guarded by Flying General Li Guang. It is almost impossible for Huang Zhong, Qin Xiong, and Su Chu, whose physical strength has been exhausted at this time, to kill Wu Qi in such a situation. Wu Qi would not stay where he was. If Li Guang could delay time, Wu Qi could continue to retreat at any time. Su Chu, don't be reckless. Qin Xiong also discovered the existence of Li Guang, and it was impossible to kill Wu Qi under the siege of Wei Wuzu at this time. In order to protect the 3 generals Qin Xiong, the Xuanjia army and the Tiger Guards suffered numerous casualties. Su Chu had already plunged into the Wei soldiers and defeated 3 rows of Wei soldiers, but he could only retreat unwillingly. Li Guang held the imperial level Li Guanggong and kept firing arrows. The arrows shot by Li Guanggong have fire damage. Once hit, Huang Gong, Su Chu, and Qin Xiong may be severely injured. Huang Zhong and Li Guang competed with each other in archery among thousands of troops, and the speed of arrow shooting was dazzling. You retreat quickly. My arrows may not be enough. Huang Zhong must block Li Guang's archery. Otherwise Su Chu and Qin Xiong may be injured by Li Guang's archery during their retreat. For you? Qin Xiong threw a quiver of quivers to Huang Zhong and retreated on horseback. Get away! Su Chu was like a fierce tiger, roaring all the way, his mount wearing iron armor, trampling through the Wei soldiers blocking him, breaking through all the way. How is it possible? Even though Wu Qi's commanding flag has been cut off, why is the morale of Wei soldiers barely affected? Qin Xiong thought that if he succeeded, cutting off Wu Qi's flag would seriously affect the morale of the Wei soldiers. However, while the 3 generals were trapped among the Wei soldiers, the morale of the Wei soldiers hardly dropped much. They were still fighting with Guozi, Chen Dao, Li Daozong's various Jingzhou soldiers and horses fought. Even if the most important commander's flag is broken, it cannot affect the state of Wei Wuzu's army. This shows Wu Qi's dominance over Wei Wuzu's army, and Wei Wuzu's trust in Wu Qi. Even if the commander's flag is broken, the Wei soldiers' army still maintains high morale and fights with the enemy. Wu Qi's SSS-level legion characteristics have no numerical bonus. However, he also has the God-level characteristics with Fanbi, SSS-level legion characteristics. Absolutely obey Wu Qi's orders. Even in unfavorable situations such as lack of food, being besieged, etc. Defect. Will not be confused. Will not retreat without authorization. Will not be affected by fear effects. Morale will not be lower than 50 under any circumstances. Saint-level commanders all have something unusual. Not only numerical bonuses, but also some special effects that are more practical. Huang Gong, Qin Qiong, and Su Chu rushed into the battle. Not only were they unable to kill Wu Qi, but they were also unable to create chaos. Instead, they found themselves trapped in a tight siege. Huang Zhong tried his best to resist Li Guang's archery. The two fierce generals Qin Qiong and Su Chu covered Huang Zhong and fought while retreating. The physical strength of the three fierce generals is gradually declining. Once their physical strength is exhausted, it will be quite dangerous for them. The fierce general Qin Qiong was almost forced into a desperate situation, and his potential exploded. There were hundreds of Wei soldiers who fell to Qin Qiong and Su Chu's attack. Qin Qiong's spear was like a dragon in his hand, and only a few dozen Xuanjia soldiers were left following their general to protect Qin Qiong from breaking out of the formation. The Dark Wei soldiers seemed to be separated by sharp blades, and Qin Qiong's eyes suddenly became clear. Qin Qiong finally broke out from the Wei soldiers. Huang Zhong also rushed out afterwards, and the bowstring broke due to being overwhelmed. Where's Su Chu? I don't know. Qin Qiong and Huang Zhong turned around and found that Su Chu's arrow fell from his horse and was overwhelmed by the densely packed Wei soldiers. Su Chu had to fight on foot. The injured Su Chu went into a frenzy. His size increased dramatically. He grabbed the halberd that was stabbing him and threw several Wei soldiers away. However, the number of Wei soldiers was almost endless. Hundreds of Wei soldiers besieged Su Chu. Sooner or later, Su Chu's physical strength would be exhausted. I'm going to rescue Su Chu. Qin Qiong and Su Chu both worked for the Tang dynasty and had a good relationship with Su Chu. At this time, they saw Su Chu was trapped in a tight siege, so they planned to enter the battle with a gun to rescue Su Chu. We have used up all our arrows. Going back will only lead to death. Huang Zhong stopped the impulsive Qin Qiong. Flying General Li Guang participated in the siege of Su Chu. Su Chu fell from his horse and was shot by Li Guang. Huang Zhong ran out of arrows and was unable to compete with Li Guang. Su Chu struggled hard and killed more than 100 Wei soldiers. Finally, his physical strength was exhausted and he fell to the ground. Don't kill him. Keep it. My lord may have a great use for him in the future. Li Guang knew that Chu Tian liked strong generals. Su Chu and Dian Wei were both strong guard-type generals, who could also be used to charge into battle. So Li Guang intended to capture Su Chu alive and go back to claim credit from Chu Tian. Li Guang has been granted the title of Marquis, but he still has pursuits in life. After being granted the title of Marquis, it is possible to be granted the title of King or Duke, or attain a higher official position. Tie it up and don't let it escape. Considering that Su Chu was extremely powerful, Li Guang specially ordered Wei Wuzu to use iron ropes to tie up the exhausted Su Chu. Ordinary hemp ropes could not tie up a strong general like Su Chu. Huang Zhong and Qin Qiong's raid failed, and the tiger fool Su Chu was seriously injured and exhausted. Wu Qi ordered people to re-establish a backup commander's flag and command the Wei soldiers to defeat the Jingzhou army. The Jingzhou army suffered tens of thousands of casualties and retreated toward the Han River. Wei Wu soldiers pursued them in the rear. Flying General Li Guang led a small group of cavalry to expand the victory and continuously shot and killed the enemy troops. The Jingzhou navy was anchored on the edge of the Han River to respond to the increasingly unfavorable Jingzhou army. The Jingzhou army was unable to stop Wu Qi and was forced to the edge of the Han River. Fortunately, the Jingzhou navy of Han Shizhong, Wang Yun, and Wei Ping came to the rescue, and the fled Jingzhou army hurriedly boarded the ship. Protect the lord! Wei Yan escorted his lord Yang Shilang to board the ship. Qin Qiong and Huang Zhong came back to resume their duties, but they had lost the fierce General Su Chu. Su Chu! Although Su Chu was not Yang Zhulong's general, without Su Chu's help, Yang Zhuolan could no longer do anything to Wu Qi. Wu Qi's Wei Wuzu army was too terrifying. And even Guizi's Shuafang army suffered heavy losses. Han Shizhong, Wang Yun, Wan Bin and other naval generals could not help but remain silent when they saw the defeated Jingzhou army. Because the Jingzhou army lost the battle west of Fancheng, they completely abandoned the land north of the Han River. Wancheng and Fancheng almost became isolated cities. This means that once Fancheng is captured, the Xia army's next target will be Xiangyang City. When Zhou Yafu's Xiliu camp arrived near Fancheng, the battle was over. Wu Qi attacked the Jingzhou army head-on and won. In this battle, we lost 12,000 Wei soldiers and 20,000 low-ranking soldiers. We captured the enemy's fierce General Su Chu. We killed 50,000 enemies and captured 30,000. Pang Wan counted the losses and gains and reported them to Wu Qi. Zhou Yafu saw the battlefield littered with corpses. I came a step too late this time, Wu Qi said calmly. I will also use your troops to attack Fancheng and capture Fancheng as soon as possible. The main general of Fancheng is Lu Renjian, a first-class defender. However, a top-notch defender may not be able to defend a city that a powerful force is determined to capture. Let me go! After Su Chu woke up, he found that he had been captured by the Xia army and bound by 2 iron chains. He couldn't help but be furious. The Wei Wu soldiers guarding Su Chu were hit hard by Su Chu, and his ribs were broken. Su Chu has the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Even if his hands and feet are restrained, he can injure Wei soldiers with his strong body. Reckless man. If you want to survive, you must be calm, or I will shoot you to death with 1 arrow. The flying general carrying Li Guangdong appeared. Su Chu glared at Li Guang, and it was Li Guang who shot an arrow from behind, causing Su Chu, who was about to break the formation, to fall from his horse and be captured alive by Wei soldiers. Chapter 1040 Defeat Lu Sun. In the eastern part of the Shua Plain, the 4 major heroines joined forces to confront Jiannong Army General Lu Sun. Lu Sun's army came out of Junan Mountain Road, just across the Shua Plain from Xia City. However, this plain is like a natural chasm. Lu Sun needed to defeat the women's army and the Protectorate army, who came to help. Lu Sun held his sword and stood on the hill at the exit of Junan Mountain Road, watching the Xia army's defense line ahead. The famous Bohemian General Jieska built a chariot fort outside the mountain pass. Lu Sun's Shan Yu army needed to break through the chariot fort before crossing the plain. For Jiannong soldiers and horses, the plains will always be an insurmountable trench. Facing Xia's army, who was waiting for him, Lu Sun could not find a flaw. The leader of the Xia army is Hua Mulan, but the military advisors have been replaced by Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who are both Fang Mao Du Duan. Lu Sun might be able to plot against Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying and others, but it would be extremely difficult to plot against the 2 counselors Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. The effect of Fang's plan to stop made Fang Xuanling's intelligence reach 98. It seems that we can only have a chance to capture Xia City by defeating the Xia army head-on. Lu Sun saw that Xia Jun was well prepared and could not find any loopholes, so he had no choice but to give it a try. If he wins and captures Chutian's main city, then he will be a famous general throughout the ages. If they lose, Jiannong army's situation cannot be worse. Xia City is close at hand. This may be Jiandong's only chance to capture Xia City. After a long silence, Lu Sun finally gave the order. Attack! The 150,000-strong Shan Yu army in formation pressed toward Jishika's chariot and fort. The Xia army's military formation was composed of 4 legions of the Women's Legion and 2 servant armies of Bohemia and France of the Protectorate Legion as the main force, with a number of approximately 120,000. 13-year-old Ma Yunlu follows Hua Mulan. Lure! Wait for the big battle. You don't want to go into battle. You can only watch the battle from the sidelines. Hua Mulan regards Ma Yunlu as her apprentice and is worried that something will happen to Ma Yunlu. The girl Ma Yunlu nodded. There were beads of sweat on her forehead. This was the closest she got to the battlefield. And the Sangatsu army on the opposite side had more people. The Langya kingdom was divided into several battlefields. Huiqing, Zhuge Liang and others were guarding Xia City, while Hua Mulan came out to fight against the enemy. Hold on! Jeshka led the crossbowmen and musketeers of the Hussite army, hiding behind the chariot and fort. And a battle broke out with the Shan Yu army, which was trying to win a quick victory. The Hussite legions were equipped with muskets, which were more primitive than matchlocks. Tens of thousands of crossbows were fired in unison, and muskets were fired. The Shan Yu soldiers at the front fell one after another. Kill! Zhu Lang, Peng Hu and other Shan Yu leaders strode forward and rushed forward. Hua Mulan Xia army relies on Xia City and can obtain supplies at any time, while the supplies of the Shan Yu army need to be transported through the navy. Lu Xun's attack was forced. Liang Hongyu's Jianyan crossbowmen were on the left and right wings of the chariot, and their divine arm bows fired at the Shan Yu army with crossfire. Hua Mulan and Fan Lihua's cavalry were waiting for the right moment to attack. How are they going to break through the car fort? Two military advisors, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, were watching the battle. Jeshka is a defensive general. His Hussite castle can build a simple city wall in the wild. The chariot and fort, coupled with the Jianyan crossbowmen equipped with divine arm bows, and the Xia army's most proud cavalry, were enough to block the attack of the Shan Yu army. The Sankoshi archers fired a volley to cover the Sankoshi infantry and Danong soldiers. Each of the Shan Yu infantrymen brought a bunch of hay and threw the hay onto the wooden wagon. Danong soldiers threw torches and forced fire attacks. Jieska's car fort defense line was connected with special large wooden boxcars. Some of the wooden boxcars burned fiercely and were quickly covered by fire. Lu Xun's characteristic fire battalion came into play again. The fire broke out and spread in the car fort, with black smoke billowing. Extinguishing! Jeshka ordered the fire to be put out, and buckets for extinguishing the fire were prepared on the wooden boxcar. The Hussite auxiliaries rushed to put out the fire with water. Ahem! Cough! Cough! General, the fire seems to be a bit fierce, and some wooden carriages cannot contain the fire. The Hussite army soon discovered that Lu Xun's fire attack had a high bonus when facing enemy camps and carriages. Some wooden carriages could not extinguish the fire even if they ran out of spare water. The fire took advantage of the wind and spread to half of the fort's defense line. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other. Their understanding of Lu Xun's abilities was still slightly off. Zhou Yu, Lu Xun, and Wei Rui all have high fire attack bonuses and are fire attack commanders. However, the fire attack abilities of the three people actually have different emphasis. Zhou Yu was good at water and fire attacks, while Lu Xun was good at burning camps and destroying defenses. Jeshka's chariot and fortress was impregnable, but it was crumbling when faced with the Shan Yu army's arson at the expense of self-destruction. The car fort defense line sacrificed mobility in exchange for defensive power, making it an easy target for Lu Xun's fire attack. As expected, my lord asked us to pay attention to the general who uses fire attacks. Lu Xun! At this time, we can only use cavalry. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui originally relied on Chengjie Shika's car fort defense line to defend and counterattack. When the car fort was attacked by Lu Xun's fire, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui chose to send in the cavalry that the Xia army was proud of. 5,000 Shiliang cavalry gathered under Fan Lihua's command. Kill! Fan Lihua raised her paired gun high, and 5,000 Shiliang cavalry bypassed the Hussite fortress and launched a surprise attack on the Shan Yu army. Lu Xun could attack the chariots and forts with fire, but it was difficult for him to keep up with the astonishingly mobile cavalry. Scout Iron Eagle, listen to my orders. Hua Mulan led 10,000 Northern Wei Iron Eagle scouts to attack the Shan Yu army from another direction. Array up! Pan Zhang, Dong Shi and other generals from Jiannong shouted at this time and led the Danyang troops into formation. The beacon fire is burning. Black smoke is curling up. Shiliang cavalry pigs rush into the mountain to conquer the army. The galloping steel torrent hits the Danyang soldiers holding shields. The Danyang soldiers lost the mountain bonus and encountered the Shiliang cavalry on the plains. Even if they formed a spear phalanx, they could not stop the Shiliang cavalry. Fan Lihua defeated a group of Danyang soldiers commanded by Pan Zhang, and then collided with the even larger Shan Yu army. The pear blossom spear was like snow in August, with heavy shadows. The Shan Yu infantry stabbed by Fan Lihua was either dead or wounded. Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle scouts joined the battle and attacked the Shan Yu army, raining arrows down. Unlike the Shiliang cavalry who directly fight head-on, the Iron Eagle scouts mainly focus on harassment. Once the formation of the Shan Yu army is chaotic, the Iron Eagle scouts will show their sharp fangs and use their sabers to completely defeat the Shan Yu army. Ah! Zulong, the leader of Shan Yu, tried to fight Fan Lihua, but Fan Lihua shot him away with a spear. The sharp blade of the gun penetrated Zulong's armor and disemboweled him. The battlefield is extremely cruel. Fan Lihua has experienced hundreds of battles and has become accustomed to tragic scenes. With almost no expression on her face, she continues to command the Shiliang cavalry to advance. The meaning of Shiliang Iron Cavalry's existence is to continuously break formations until all enemy troops are destroyed.
Joan of Arc holds the flag of fleur-de-lis, waiting for the right opportunity. The Xia army's war drum sounded. As military advisors, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui believed that the time had come to attack. So they ordered the warriors in the army to beat the drums with all their strength. The holy flag waved, and Joan of Arc activated the SSS level characteristic. Joan of Arc. The morale of all Xia troops on the battlefield increased by 25%, and the morale was restored. At the same time, the fanatical effect of Saint Joan of Arc was activated, and all Xia troops fell into a state of fanaticism, with their pain perception reduced by 50% and their attack power plus 15%. At this time, all Xia Jun went crazy. Regardless of the pain, they went forward one after another. As a top motivational hero, Joan of Arc has amazing auxiliary abilities. The SSS level characteristic, Joan of Arc, hardly conflicts with other characteristics. It greatly boosts morale in a short period of time, making all soldiers crazy and only knowing how to attack. 30,000 French protectorate troops went into battle, and a holy and fanatical light descended. Under the command of Joan of Arc, they launched a counterattack against Lu Xun's Shan Yu army. When Joan of Arc leads the French protectorate army, there are additional attribute bonuses that can strengthen the combat power of the French protectorate army. Fight back! The famous Bohemian General Zheshka behind the Hussite fortress did not care about defense at this time, but ordered the soldiers of the Hussite Legion to cross the burning Che fortress and launch a full counterattack against Lu Xun's army. Mu Guiying commanded the surviving heavy infantry and also participated in the counterattack to avenge the Battle of Junin Mountain Road. The young girl Ma Yunlu watched Xia Jun's counterattack on all fronts, and her blood boiled with excitement. She also rushed forward, and the guards around her quickly followed. Chapter 1041, Xiao Mok, the fierce general of the southern dynasties. Ma Yunlu withdrew her spear, and a Shan Yu infantry was killed by her. Ma Yunlu, who had killed an enemy for the first time, couldn't help but tremble all over. In the Battle of Shuhe, the Shan Yu army lost tens of thousands of people and had to retreat to the hills. After Hua Mulan withdrew her troops, she held Ma Yunlu in her arms and asked Ma Yunlu to calm down. Watching on the battlefield is quite different from going into battle to kill the enemy in person. Fan Linghua came over on a bloody horse. Sir, the Wu army has retreated into the mountains and forests. Should we take advantage of the victory and pursue it? Shan Yu can make up the gap with us in the hills and cannot be pursued. Hua Mulan knew that Lu Xun's Shan Yu army had terrain bonuses in the mountains, and Lu Xun might prepare the next fire attack at any time. Xia Jun did not dare to enter the hilly area easily. Defeating Lu Xun and defending Xia City has achieved the strategic goal. The Wu army was unable to make progress, and Wu Qi had already tried his best to sweep away the Jingzhou army in the Xiangfan area. It must be only a matter of time before he captured Fansheng. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were counting the losses and gains. We killed 20,000 enemies and captured 20,000 prisoners. We only lost 10,000 people. However, many carriages were burned. Lu Xun's fire attack ability is really terrifying. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui could see 500 burned wooden carriages, many of which were still emitting billowing black smoke. The Chutian forces lack fire attack generals like Zhou Yu and Lu Xun, so it is difficult to estimate the destructive power and use of Zhou Yu and Lu Xun's fire attacks. Let me go! Jiandong General Dong, she was captured by the Xia army and tied up, but he could not break free. On Junin Mountain Road, Lu Xun summoned Pan Zhang, Peng Hu and other generals to collect the defeated troops and counted the losses. He found that he had lost 40,000 people and was still unable to compete with the Xia army's cavalry. The motivating effect of Joan of Arc gave the Xia army's cavalry higher combat power, and their offensive against the Shan Yu army was almost devastating. It seems that we still cannot capture Xia City. The plains are suitable for cavalry attacks. If we leave the mountains, our legion's combat effectiveness will inevitably decline, making it difficult to withstand cavalry assaults. General, where should we go next? Lu Xun was in a dilemma. Attacking the Shuhe plain is really impossible to win. Wei Rui, who attacked Zhu County, how is he doing now? Lu Xun's attack here is not going well. We can only wait and see what happens to Wei Rui, who attacks Zhu County. In the eastern part of Zhu County, Xiao Liang and Xiao Chu joined forces to supervise the Monan army of Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Kuo, and the Khitan army of Yelu Xioge and Yelu Xiezhen to block Wei Rui's Southern Dynasty army in Zhu County. Wei Rui's Southern Dynasty army came out from the Jubiai Mountain Road. Zhao Shi immediately launched an attack. Li Mu adopted encirclement and annihilation tactics of strengthening the left and right-wing forces to carry out a pincer attack. Brother Yell Xiu, Yelu Xiezhen, and Xiao Talon attacked as the Central Army. Wei Rui did not dare to engage in a frontal battle with the Xia Army's cavalry on the plain. So he used horse-drawn carriages to defend and then looked for opportunities to counterattack. Wei Rui's cavalry were deployed on all sides of the vehicle formation, acting as rangers to disrupt the Xia Army's offensive rhythm. The Xia Army in Zhu County was almost all cavalry. The Wu Army was equipped with a large number of bows and crossbows, and arrows rained down like rain. The Xia Army's attack on Wei Rui's chariot and fort was unfavorable, and thousands of cavalry were lost. Xiao Kuo was wounded in this battle. After the Xia Army failed in their first attack, they changed their tactics and surrounded Wei Rui without attacking.
In addition to fire attack, Wei Rui also seems to have a bonus against the car and fort.
During Xiaoliang's siege on Wei Rui, he discovered that Wei Rui's carriages were in formation and thousands of crossbows were firing. It was obvious that Wei Rui was a defensive general of the crossbow system. Xiao Chua said,
Wei Rui got out of the formation, attracted us to attack, and after suffering heavy losses, he tried to make progress. We only need to wait until Wei Rui's food and grass are exhausted, and he will have to retreat. And then, it will be our opportunity.
Xiao Liang nodded and agreed with Xiao Chua's idea.
I have transferred Sun Bin and Chao Gui. Then I will use their abilities to defeat Wei Rui in one battle.
Xiao Liang knew that Wei Rui was a general in the southern dynasties during the northern and southern dynasties. In the same era as Qin Qingji, he was probably an imperial commander in the southern dynasties. Imperial commanders generally have epic victories as their achievements. Wei Rui's battle of Zhongli defeated the northern Wei dynasty, and the fierce northern Wei general Yang Dian was injured by Wei Rui's chariot formation. The duel between Wei Rui and Yang Dian also shows that the emperor-level warriors are probably no match for the emperor-level commanders with their personal strength. The current Xiao army does not have this problem. Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua are both good at strategy. Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Yelu Xiu are all famous generals. Sun Bin has various strategist auxiliary effects, such as divine calculation,
Giga art of war,
10 formations, and ambush, which do not conflict with the characteristics of the main general. He is currently the strategist with the strongest auxiliary ability among the Xiao army. Chao Gui has the characteristic of
shooting in one go,
which can increase the legion's combat power in the first round of offensive. Wei Rui's intention was discovered, and after Xia Jun entered a stalemate, Wei Rui had no better way for a while. The grain and grass of Wei Rui's army needed to be transported through mountain roads, while Xia's army could obtain supplies from Zhu County. Xiao Mok, the emperor-level warrior of the Southern Dynasty army, saw that food and grass were getting less and less. He could not hold back and wanted to fight Xia's army decisively, but was stopped by Wei Rui.
You are so timid. Why did my lord let you be the commander-in-chief?
Xiao Mok was very dissatisfied, and several major generals of the Southern Dynasty army also thought Wei Rui was a little timid. Wei Rui shook his head.
Otherwise, a general should be timid and not be brave at all. We don't have enough food and grass. Do we have to stay here all the time? If you don't go out to fight, then I will go and break the formation.
Xiao Mok jumped on his horse with a gun, led a group of cavalry out of the chariot formation, and attacked Xia Jun's camp.
Xiao Mok, come and meet General Xiao.
Wei Rui was gentle and looked more like a gentle civil servant. When he saw Xiao Mok going to war, he was ready to respond. Khitan pioneer Xiao Talon did not expect that a fierce general from Wei Rui's army, which focused on defense, would suddenly attack and be attacked by Xiao Mok's cavalry into the camp.
General, the Wu cavalry has entered the camp. Fight!
Xiao Talon was furious and led the Khitan cavalry to attack Xiao Mok's Southern Dynasty cavalry. Xiao Talon is a fierce Khitan general with a peak strength of 92. Because Xiao Chua can strengthen the generals of the Khitan civilization, Xiao Talon's strength can reach 94. He fights bravely and has made many military exploits for Chu Tian. Chu Tian led a large number of fierce generals into Shu. Among the Xia troops in Zhu County, Xiao Talon even became the one in charge of military force. At this time, when Xiao Talon faced Xiao Mok who was attacking the camp, his first reaction was not to retreat, but to fight. Xiao Mok charged into the Khitan army and killed all directions. The Khitan cavalry who responded to the battle did not have a single enemy.
Xia Jun is nothing more than that.
Xiao Mok fought all the way to the center of Xiao Talon's camp and chopped off Xiao Talon's flag. Among the Southern Dynasty legions, Xiao Mok was the most powerful general, and one of the few generals who dared to compete head-on with the Northern cavalry.
Court death.
Xiao Talon was furious when he saw that his general's flag was chopped off by Xiao Mok, who made a surprise attack. If word spread like this, he would lose face among the fierce generals of the Xiao army.
Let me see what you're capable of.
Xiao Mok urged his horse to come forward and confront Xiao Talon. Xiao Talon's mace roared in, enough to kill most generals.
Break!
Xiao Mok shot away Xiao Talon's mace. Xiao Talon's body was shaken. His hands holding the mace were numb, and he almost lost his weapon.
How can it be?
Xiao Talon was quite confident in his own force. But at this moment, he was completely suppressed by Xiao Mok, which was unbelievable.
Come again!
Xiao Mok turned around and continued the battle. Khitan General Xiao Talon was completely suppressed by Xiao Mok and could only defend passively. After dozens of rounds, Xiao Talon had completely lost his way.
Puff!
Xiao Talon was unable to block Xiao Mok's violent attack, and was shot down. His internal organs were shocked, and he fell off his horse, feeling depressed.
General!
The Khitan cavalry under Xiao Talon rushed to rescue their general. The fierce general Xiao Mok of the Southern Dynasty charged back and forth among the Khitan cavalry 10 times. Khitan cavalry kept falling off their horses and being trampled by the Southern Dynasty cavalry. After Xiao Talon fell from his horse, he was injured and fought on foot to avoid the spears of the Southern Dynasty cavalry. Xiao Mok did not take Xiao Talon as one thing, but concentrated on breaking through Xiao Talon's camp and trying to open up the situation for the Southern Dynasty Legion. Xiao Mok, who had the strength of the 5 Tiger generals, broke through Xiao Talon's camp. The morale of the 5,000 Khitan cavalry dropped, and they were defeated.
Set this camp on fire!
Xiao Mok set fire to the Khitan cavalry camp, and the fire spread. The generals of the Southern Dynasty army were overjoyed when they saw that Xiao Mok had defeated a Xiao army camp, and asked the General Wei Rui for a battle.
Xiao Mok has won. Now we can attack across the board.
Wei Rui frowned slightly.
The Xiao army's cavalry are about to form an encirclement. Quickly fire arrows to make Xiao Mok withdraw. Otherwise it will be too late.
The generals of the Southern Dynasty looked at the black smoke billowing from the Xiao army camp. Sure enough, around Xiao Talon's camp, 2 Liao commanders, Yel Xiaoge and Yelu Xiezhen, under the command of Xiao Chua, attacked the Southern Dynasty, who had entered Xiao Talon's camp. The fierce generals carried out encirclement and suppression. Xiao Chua strengthened the abilities of the 2 commanders Yel Xiaoge and Yelu Xiezhen, as well as the Shushan army, one of the elite Khitan legions. Xiao Liang then urged the 3 generals Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Qi to watch from the sidelines. As long as Wei Rui or other Southern Dynasty generals go to battle, they will be attacked by the 3 generals of Zhao State. Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Guisai cavalry have the
Ufu cavalry and archery
skill, which can increase the power of cavalry and archery in a short time. Xiao Mok fell into siege by the Shan army, and there were elite Khitan cavalry everywhere.
Kill!
More and more Khitan elites aroused the blood in Xiao Mok's heart, and he fought hard, killing hundreds of Khitan cavalry in a row, and his battle gun was stained red with blood. Xiao Mok's personal bravery could not defeat the Shan army of 20,000 people, and he was also seriously injured under the Shan army's offensive.
Answer Xiao Mok.
Wei Rui had long thought that this would be the outcome of the battle. Xia Jun's strength has exceeded Wei Rui's estimate. The Xiao army is now attacking Bashu and Xiangfan at the same time to suppress the rebellion of Goryeo. There are actually so many military generals and elite cavalry gathered in Zhu County to block Wei Rui's march to Xia City. If the elite legions of the Xiao army are truly mobilized away from the mountains, then Wei Rui will have a chance to capture Xia City.
It seems that the only option is to retreat.
Wei Rui saw that the Xiao army's cavalry was very powerful and believed that under such circumstances, it was impossible to capture Xia City as planned, so he should retreat. Chapter 1042, Flooded Dragon and Dragon. Wei Rui's Southern Dynasty army was defeated in the first battle of Zhu County. Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua launched a massive attack when Wei Rui retreated. The Southern Dynasty army suffered a heavy loss. Like Lu Xun's choice, Wei Rui could not find a chance to march towards Xia City, so he retreated among the mountain roads. Retreat towards the seaside in the east of Lengya Kingdom. Neither Lu Xun nor Wei Rui could cross the Shua Plain. There is no doubt that Lu Xun and Wei Rui have commanding abilities, but they are not cavalry commanders, and their methods are very step-by-step, facing the fierce cavalry in the north. Neither Lu Xun nor Wei Rui have particularly effective methods of restraint. Lu Xun's fire attack could not stop the cavalry assault, but Wei Rui's car formation blocked the cavalry assault. However, after Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua failed to attack Wei Rui's car base, They changed to siege tactics and forced the defending Wei Rui to attack. The commanders of the two Jiandong dynasties had no choice but to retreat. If the relatively cautious Lu Xun and Wei Rui had not been in charge of the military and replaced by other generals, their army might have been completely wiped out in Langya Kingdom. Tong Ke and Zhou Yu's Jiandong navy retreated to Langya Kingdom at this time. In the naval battle of Qinjiadao, the Jiandong navy commanded by Tong Ke and Zhou Yu did not achieve great results at the hands of the Fubo army, but both sides suffered losses. In Xihai County, the Western Region Protector General Gong Gong, the famous Roman General Varus, and the famous Byzantine Empire General Siphias tried their best to defend the city. More than 50,000 high-level troops were assembled in a county town, causing considerable damage to the Beifu army. The losses prevented the Beifu army from entering the city in a short time. However, both Gong Gong, Varus and Siphias were injured one after another under the fierce offensive of the Beifu army. 13,895 people were killed in the 5 schools of the Northern Army. 5,871 horsemen were killed in the Three Rivers Cavalry. 3,751 people were killed in the Roman Legion. And 1,245 people were killed in the Byzantine Western Teaching Corps. The Beifu army is the first force in Jiangnan. Although we have not suffered more than half of our troops' casualties, the city walls of Xihai County were almost turned into ruins by the Beifu army's trebuchets and ballistae. Gong Gong, the defender of Xihai County, is a defensive general. He led a group of soldiers from the 5th School of the Northern Army to repair the scarred city wall. The Beifu army used hundreds of trebuchets and 700 crossbows. They fired tens of thousands of giant crossbow arrows into Xihai County, destroying the city wall of Xihai County many times. Gong Gong and his craftsmen quickly repaired the city wall with architectural drawings. The wooden fence quickly filled the gap, preventing the Beifu army from entering the city through the gap. The defenders of Xihai County lost 20,000 high-level soldiers, and Xihai County was almost razed to the ground. If this trend continues, it will only be a matter of time before Xihai County is captured by Xie Xian. General, I only need to lead 1,000 people to the team first to capture this city. Lu Laoji saw that the time was ripe, so he asked Xie Xian, the commander of the Beifu army, for orders. Even though Lu Laoji was a fierce general, he still had to be humble in front of Xie Xian, who founded the Beifu army. The time is indeed almost here. Xie Xian knew that the city wall in Xihai County was riddled with holes and was seriously lacking in durability. If he attacked with all his strength, the Beifu army would definitely be able to capture the city. General Xie Xian, my lord has ordered that the Beifu army, together with Generals Lu Xun and Wei Rui, withdraw to Jiangnan. When the Beifu army was about to capture Xihai County and turn this battle into the glory of the Beifu army, King Wu Tongke recalled the Beifu army and prepared to return to Jiangnan because his plan to attack Xia City was frustrated. Jiangdong's army failed to attack Langya Kingdom, and it could not break the situation even if it stayed in Langya Kingdom. It might also be completely wiped out by Xia's army in Langya Kingdom. So Tongke couldn't help but retreat. After the victory of Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan, they moved forward step by step towards the seaside in the east of Langya Kingdom, threatening Jiangnan army's retreat. After Xie Xian received the order, he couldn't help but sigh. It's time and destiny. Let's give it up. The generals of the Beifu army were unwilling to give in, but they had no choice. The military orders were like mountains. After receiving the order to retreat, no matter how unwilling they were, they could only retreat backwards according to the order. On the seaside in the eastern part of Langya Kingdom, Jiandong Navy was temporarily anchored. Tongke looked at the land of Langya Kingdom, but couldn't take it, and couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Yu came over, but there was something wrong with his expression. My lord, Xian Yin is besieged by the Xia army in Gaoyu County, Guanling County, and is asking for help from us. Why did Xian Yin retreat to Gaoyu? The Xia army commander in Guanling County was not Lu Su. Although Lu Su also has some military talents, he may not be able to defeat Xian Yin at a disadvantage. Even if Xian Yin fails, he will retreat to Jiandu instead of Gaoyu. The Xia army has changed the general of Guanling County. Now the general of Guanling County is Yu Fei. A few days ago, in Guanling County, the famous Wu General Xian Yin and the fierce General Long Chia led 200,000 troops and surrounded Lu Su, Wenyang, Chen Deng and others in Guanling City. Because Sun Jian and Chu Tian had a private agreement, Yu Fei left the important city of Hefei and led 8,000 Beiwei troops and 20,000 Yuejia troops to march towards Guanling County in the rain. Heavy rains continued,
and Guangling County turned into a marshy country. The Wei army was subject to certain restrictions in such terrain. Yu Fei ordered Zhang Xian to lead his troops to the south of Hanlo overnight to block the canal. Yu Fei personally led 20,000 troops to fight Xiang Yin and Long Jie outside Guangling City. He deliberately retreated to attract Xiang Yin and Long Jie to pursue him. No! The river level has changed! Xiang Yin chased to the river beach and found that the water level had dropped. So she immediately took precautions. However, it was too late. Zhang Xian broke open the sandbags at this time, and the river suddenly swelled, surging, and rushed in, sweeping away 200,000 Wu troops. No! The Wu army officers opened their eyes wide in panic. Even if many of the 200,000 Wu troops are proficient in water, it does not mean that they can survive a sudden flood. As a section of the canal, Hanlo flows from the Yangtze River into the Huaihe River. At this time, the water in the Yangtze River surged due to many days of rain, coupled with Zhang Xian breaking the embankment and releasing water. At least tens of thousands of Wu troops were directly swept away by the sudden flood. Xiang Yan's horse was affected by the flood, and Xiang Yan was almost submerged by the flood. Under the protection of his own soldiers, he finally climbed ashore. Yu Fei's 20,000 soldiers took the opportunity to turn back and fight back. The fierce General Yang Zixing led a group of cavalry carrying the Wei army to break into the Wu army and killed thousands of the enemy. As a famous general, Xiang Yan was completely unable to control the Wu army in the face of the terrifying water attack. Xiang Yan's scalp was numb. Tens of thousands of Wu troops were swallowed up by the flood, and many Wu troops were driven into the flood by the Yu family's army. The emperor-level warrior Long Jie was also in a state of disarray and was almost swept away by the sudden flood. Long Jie asked Xiang Yan, who was in charge of commanding an army of 200,000 people, "What should we do now? The direction of Jiandu has been occupied by the Xiao army. Retreat to Gaoyu County and wait for the Lord's support." Xiang Yan knew that the Jiandong Navy could go to Gaoyu County through Hanlo at any time to rescue him. At this time, the Wu army was severely defeated by the flood, and Yu Fei's offensive was fierce, so he could only find a city for temporary refuge. Fortunately, Xiang Yan captured Gaoyu County north of Guangling City in advance, so Xiang Yan could still hold on to Gaoyu. Xiang Yan and Long Qi fled in despair. As soon as Yu Fei arrived, he quickly defeated Xiang Yan's 200,000 troops with water attacks and broke the siege of Guangling City. In this battle, Yu Fei annihilated a total of 20,000 Wu troops and captured 20,000 prisoners. 40,000 Wu troops disappeared or fled, leaving less than 120,000 Wu troops, who retreated to Gaoyu County to wait for reinforcements. Lu Su and Wenyang, who were located in Guangling City, also sent troops to participate in this battle and attack Xiang Yan's Wu army. Yu Fei's Beiwei army was really brave, defeating Xiang Yan so quickly. Lu Su was surprised by Yu Fei's ability. Wu Qi is suitable for the Wei soldiers, while Yu Fei is suitable for the Beiwei army. The exclusive troops they command are enough to defeat enemies several times their own. The use of water attack allowed Beiwei's army to crush Xiang Yan's Wu army. Xiang Yan and Long Jie, with 120,000 men, were besieged by Yu Fei and Lu Su with less than 70,000 troops, including more than 20,000 Yu family troops and 50,000 Guangling County troops. Xiang Yan and Long Jie's troops were still at an advantage, but after being attacked by the water, their morale had dropped below 40, and they had no intention of fighting again. The Jiandong army's offensive against Langya Kingdom and Guangling County completely failed. Ta Ke, who received Xiang Yan's request for help, took back all the Wu troops in Langya Kingdom and marched south to Guangling County to relieve Xiang Yan. The Xiao army learned that Yu Fei and Lu Su were cooperating with each other to besiege the Wu army generals Xiang Yan and Long Jie, so they gradually increased their troops to Guangling County. The decisive battle between the Xiao army and the Wu army was brewing in the humble Guangling County. Chapter 1043: Encirclement and Annihilation of Wuhan. In September of the 16th year of the Lord's calendar, on the Deccan Plateau, in the golden tent of the Mongolian Khan, Ajadai, the second great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, summoned the generals. The Mughal princes of India retreated to the Deccan Plateau to resist the Mongol Empire. The Deccan Plateau, located in the southern part of the Indian peninsula, has been eroded and fragmented for a long time. It is full of residual hills, horsts and ditches. The Mongol Empire's military front was blocked on the Deccan Plateau. The Indian Lord Brahman led the coalition of Indian princes to use the Deccan Plateau as the battlefield, block the offensive of Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry.
the Turan lowlands, the Kazakh plateau, the Hindu Kush mountains, the Indus plain, and the Ganges plain were all captured by the Mongol and Turkic coalition represented by Ajadai. They were invincible wherever they went.
Yelu Dashi requested to recruit 200,000 Frost Kingdom soldiers to go to Dewan Kingdom?
Wakutai looked at Yelu Dashi's general Shao Zala Abu, who was kneeling below. Shao Chela Abu replied,
Great Khan, the Han Empire has recruited Mongolian cavalry from Mabei to support the Dayuan Kingdom. Yelu Dashi and Batu are not sure of capturing the Dayuan Kingdom. The cavalry in Mabei were originally the subjects of my father Khan. At this time, they are working for Chu Zi and are enemies of this Khan. Capture them, and let them return to my tent.
Wakutai heard that Chu Tian dispatched the old Mongolian troops in Mabei to support the Dewan Kingdom, and felt Chu Tian's provocation. Mabei was originally Temujin's territory. After Temujin left Mabei, Chu Tian took over Mabei. The Mongolian tribes that originally served Temujin also loyal to Chu Tian, who succeeded to the throne as Great Chanyu. Using Mongolian cavalry against Mongolian cavalry would make it difficult for Wakutai to feel at ease.
Yelu Dashi wants 200,000 soldiers from the Guishang Kingdom, and I will give him 400,000. Take the Dewan Kingdom for me.
Faced with Chu Tian's somewhat provocative arrangement, Wakutai spent a lot of money to recruit 400,000 troops from the Kushan Empire to reinforce Yelu Dashi and Batu. The millions of troops in the Kushan Empire were completely different in the hands of King Kushan than in the hands of Wakutai. Wakutai seemed to have thought of something.
Has Chu Zimi unified the Han Empire at this time?
Timur replied,
Not yet, but I guess it's almost there. Accelerate the conquest of the Deccan Plateau and complete the conquest of the Deccan Plateau before Chu Zimi unifies the Han Empire. Recruit 200,000 Turkic cavalry from the Seljuk Empire, 100,000 Turkic cavalry from Khwarezm, and 2 troops from the Kushan Kingdom 100,000 cavalry,
400,000 infantry from Delhi, and 400,000 infantry from Bengal. A total of 1.3 million troops. In addition, 50,000 Persian craftsmen are required from Tualei.
In the Han Empire, in the southern barbarian region, Wang Ming, who was sent by Liu Bei to suppress the southern barbarian tribes, was besieged by 100,000 Mongolian cavalry and 150,000 southern barbarian troops. The war lasted for 3 months. The 100,000 Shu troops brought by Wang Ming and the southern barbarians faced almost 3 times the force. The enemy troops were passive and retreating steadily. Even though Wang Ming is an all-rounder, the gap in military strength is very obvious. The southern barbarian army has terrain bonuses in the mountains and forests. And there are Mongolian cavalry from Mabei. Yuezhi County and Zhangji County were fully occupied by the Mongolian cavalry and the Nanman army. The Mongolian and Nanman coalition forces marched towards Ezhou County, the most important county in the Nanman region. Wang Ming put up layers of defenses and was still resisting desperately, trying to wait for a turn of events. In Ezhou County, Qin Liangyu led the Wudongfei army, Baian soldiers, Tingjiao army, and 50,000 Nanman soldiers to surround Wuhan, who came to defend. As for Wang Ming, he was restrained by the famous Tang generals Wang Zhongxi and Huan. As former princes, Huan and Nyuk were each equivalent to a commander-in-chief. Wuhan's 30,000 people were besieged by at least 10,000 elites and 50,000 Nanman soldiers. Wuhan occupied a mountain defense and struggled to hold on in the face of the attacking Nanman soldiers. Qin Liangyu commanded Wudong Feijuan, Baiganbing, and Tingjia troops to launch a general attack on Wu and Han. The southern barbarian archers fired thousands of arrows.
Ming Ba, Yong Kai, and Gao Ding are divided into 3 groups. Wu Tugu will follow me and take the opponent's flag directly.
Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu, the 2 most powerful generals, joined forces to attack Wuhan's camp from the front.
Nan barbarians are attacking.
Nanman soldiers all over the mountains and plains appeared from the mountains and forests, causing panic among the Wu and Han legions. Wu Han, one of Yuntai's 20 generals, was suppressed in the Nanman area. Wu Han drew the sword from his waist and commanded the 30,000 surrounded Shu troops.
Don't panic.
Arrows rained down like rain, and the shields and wooden fences of the Shu army were covered by the dense rain of arrows.
General, we have less than 100,000 arrows left. I'm afraid this battle is over and without arrows. Our entire army will be annihilated. Break through toward Dianji Lake.
Faced with the deteriorating situation, Wu Han had to choose to break out. 30,000 Shu troops gathered and went down the mountain to break out. Facing Wu Han head-on were the female General Qin Liangyu and the barbarian leader Wu Tugu, from the southern barbarian region. Wu Tugu's height is almost the same as that of two soldiers superimposed, like a giant, standing out from the crowd. What's even more terrifying is that Wu Tugu, whose peak strength reaches 98, is riding a 9th level armored war elephant. Using the armored war elephant as a mount, Wu Tugu led a group of elephant soldiers into the Shu army and trampled the Shu army. Facing the thick armor and rough skin of the war elephants, the Shu soldiers' spears were almost impossible to break through. Wu Tugu swung the giant mace, and with one sweep, several Shu soldiers were knocked away. The Shu army opened their eyes wide in fear, looking up at this ferocious humanoid beast in the southern barbarian mountains and forests. A Wutugu man riding an armored war elephant is an army. The armored war elephant's tusks are tied with poisonous blades. Even if the Shu army is hit by the armored war elephant, even if they are lucky enough to escape the sharp tusks, they will be wiped by the poisonous blade. Injuries can also lead to death. 100 kilograms of mace was in Wu Tugu's hand, and it turned into a whirlwind as if it were nothing. Wherever it went, all the soldiers and horses of the Shu army fell to pieces. Qin Liangyu's exclusive unit of white pole soldiers was arranged in a long spear formation to resist the Shu army's breakout, while the Wudong flying army ran like flying in the mountains and forests, under the leadership of Qin Liangyu. The target was directed at Wu Han, the leader of the Shu army. The white spear in Qin Liangyu's hand was like warm white jade, drawing white light and killing dozens of enemy soldiers in a row. Qin Liangyu went on foot and defeated the Shu army with Wudong Feijuan, Meng Ba, Yong Kai, and Gao Ding, the three powerful men in Nanzhong, encircled Wu Han's Shu army. The famous general Wu Han was surrounded by a group of military generals and the Nanman army who were familiar with the terrain. He was miserable. Kill! The young Meng Hua followed his father Meng Ba and participated in the encirclement and suppression of Wu Han. He held a hunting bow and shot a Shu army. The son of the leader of a barbarian tribe goes into battle at a young age. Meng Hua also showed a certain amount of force. And when he grew up, he was also a fierce general. Especially the tribal army who commanded the southern barbarians, which had extra bonuses. Wu Han personally participated in the breakout, beheaded a barbarian general with one sword, and led his troops to advance 5 miles. However, Wu Han's Shu army could not advance as fast as the southern barbarians living in the mountains and forests. And Wu Han was still besieged by Qin Liangyu's army. The Shu army was unable to organize a fire attack, facing the invulnerable vine armor soldiers. It was difficult to break through the defense, and was defeated by the vine armor soldiers again. Qin Liangyu single-handedly picked up more than 100 enemy soldiers and fought until they were in front of Wu Han. Wu Han! You have been defeated. Surrender immediately. Qin Liangyu recognized the general Wu Han in the intelligence. Wu Han was one of the generals who followed Liu Bei and made great contributions to Liu Bei. At this time, he defeated the southern barbarians. How can I, Wu Han, be captured by a woman? Wu Han swung his sword and stabbed Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu's white spear faced Wu Han and defeated Wu Han in less than 10 rounds. The long sword in Wu Han's hand was released, and even he couldn't believe it. Your lord will be ambushed and fighting will be of no use. Why not descend quickly? Qin Liangyu shouted loudly, and the soldiers around Wu Han saw Qin Liangyu's white spear pressed against Wu Han's chest. So they all abandoned their weapons and surrendered. The Shu army, which was still fighting hard, gradually gave up resistance and surrendered to the Nanman army. The Shu army fought with the Nanman army for 3 months in the mountains and forests of the southern barbarians, exhausting their will. In this battle, Wu Han's Shu army only had 17,000 men left, all of whom were captured by Qin Liangyu. Wu Han had a strong personality and was captured by the female general Qin Liangyu. He was deeply ashamed and kept silent. But in fact, Qin Liangyu may be ranked among the top 3 female generals who can lead an army alone, which is not comparable to ordinary women. Myuk had always treated Qin Liangyu in a carefree manner, letting Qin Liangyu lead the army alone. The Wu and Han legions guarding the southern barbarians were completely annihilated by generals such as Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu, Meng Ba, Gao Ding, and Yong Kai. At present, the only Shu army left in the Nanman area is Wang Ming, Deng Chong, and Zhang Hao. As an imperial counselor, Wang Ming knew that he could not save the day by himself. So he gathered the last troops of the Shu army in the Nanman area. He got 40,000 soldiers and returned to Chengdu from the teleportation array in Yizhou County. Wang Ming was forced to hand over the 3 counties of Nanzhong and Yongchang County,
which was still besieged by King Dongyu Manginglong, to Huan and Yuk.
Wuhan was captured. Wang Ming retreated. And we finally completed our mission. Next, we can march to Chengdu.
Huan is miserable. In order to complete the Mongolian-style Great Detour, Huan spent a year crossing the western Sichuan Plateau from Longnan and entering the Nanman region. He fought with the Shu army and the southern barbarians for several months, and finally managed to annihilate Wuhan and force Wang Ming away. Yuk shook his head.
Yongchan County is besieged by the army of Tunga Kingdom. Yongchan County is also one of our territories. We must find a way to relieve Yongchan County.
Huan was in a dilemma.
With great military strength and speed, we captured the 3 counties of Nanzhong. We should immediately march to Chengdu. But you were right. Yongchan County is the southernmost county of Izhou and must be saved. The troops were divided into 2 groups, marching all the way to Chengdu and forcing Manginglong back. The grievances with Manginglong will be settled in a few years when the empire stabilizes.
Chapter 1044 Zhang Song.
Sir, Huan and Yuk have captured the 3 counties of Nanzhong. Qin Liangyu captured Wuhan, and Wang Zhongxi delayed Wang Ming, sharing the first achievement.
Chu Tian led his troops to besiege Fu County and confronted the defenders Minggong, Li Yin, Wu Yi and others. Chu Tian was waiting for other troops to make progress in attacking Shu. Although Chu Tian only had less than 30,000 elite soldiers and 20,000 to 30,000 low-level troops recruited in Yiping and Jiangyu, Chu Tian's group of strange soldiers who sneaked into Yiping contained at least 200,000 Shu troops, unable to support Nanzhong or Hanzhong. Strategically, Chu Tian's goal has been achieved. It depends on whether the troops attacking Hanzhong and Nanzhong can make progress. Huan and Yuk, who had transferred to Nanzhong from thousands of miles away, lived up to Chu Tian's trust and successfully captured the 3 counties of Nanzhong. Baimihu continued to read the information from Nanzhong.
In addition, Huan and Yuk hope to send a team of soldiers and horses to support Yongchan County and repel King Manginglong of Tunga Kingdom after marching into Chengdu. Manginglong of Dongyu Kingdom.
When Chu Tian learned about Huan and Yuk's request, he was also in a dilemma. If the 3 counties of Nanzhong are merged into Chu Tian's territory, Chu Tian can use the 200,000 troops currently commanded by Huan and Yuk to attack Chengdu. As long as Chengdu is captured, Liu Bei's power may collapse. The kingdom of Tian Abundance relied on Liu Bei's power. Without the tens of millions of people in the Chengdu plain, with the millions of people in Hanzhong, even with the danger of the Qinling Mountains, they could not compete with Chu Tian. Population is really too important. By then, Liu Bei may have no choice but to surrender like Zhang Lu. Historically, Zhang Lu was not highly regarded. However, Zhang Lu occupied Hanzhong and served as the emperor for decades. After surrendering to Cao Cao, he was treated leniently and made a marquis and general. Brothers Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were killed, and Liu Bei was defeated in the Battle of Yiling. Huan and Yuk divided their forces to attack King Manginglong of the Tunga Kingdom, so the number of troops used to attack Chengdu would definitely be reduced. However, Yongchan County, as a territory of the Han Empire, was besieged by the Tunga Kingdom and repeatedly asked Tizhou for help. If Yongchan County was not saved, it might chill everyone in Yongchan County. Manginglong attacked Dongshu Kingdom, which more or less angered Chu Tian. Ahem. A counselor coughed lightly outside the camp. Chu Tian heard that it was the cough of military advisor Jia Su. Jia Su's characteristic, chaotic martial arts, can provide a strategist's auxiliary aura, randomly reducing the enemy's defense by 1% to 15%. When facing famous generals who are good at defense, Jia Su is sometimes more practical.
Come in.
After getting Chu Tian's permission, Jia Su entered the camp. Jia Su was good at protecting himself wisely. After coming in, he first observed the expressions of Chu Tian and Bei Mihu to make sure that he did not disturb their good deeds.
What's wrong with the military advisor? There is a person who I would like to introduce to my lord.
Who?
Zhang Song's retainer. Zhang Song?
Even someone like Chu Tian, who has seen the vast world, is surprised by this. Zhang Song was a famous young man in the late Eastern Han dynasty. Zhang Song was the mastermind who encouraged Liu Bei to enter Shu and replace Liu Zhang. Chu Tian's 5 armies attacked Shu, and the 4th army, Huan and Yuk, captured the 3 counties of Nanzhong and threatened the city of Chengdu from the south. All the noble families in Shu were alarmed. At this time, the famous young man Zhang Song sent a retainer to visit him, and Chu Tian knew what was going on without even thinking about it.
Bring him to me.
You know, if you can use Zhang Song to easily win Chengdu, It will be a good deal. Soon, Zhang Song's retainers were brought in by the Tiger Guards.
Your master asked you to come to see this king. Why?
Chu Tian sat in the main seat with a condescending attitude. Zhang Song's retainers were trembling. In the eyes of the aristocratic families in Shu, Chu Tian swept across the central plains and divided his troops into 5 groups to attack Shu. He was more like a great devil than Dongzhuo in the past. Many of his disciples in Shu were killed. Zhang Song's retainer trembled and said,
Our master wants to make a 3-part agreement with His Highness the King of Xia to end the troubled times in the world. If His Highness the King of Xia can agree, our master can try to open the gates of Chengdu and meet the king. Oh, it's interesting. Feel free to mention it. First, after the Xia army enters Chengdu city, they are not allowed to kill. They are not allowed to disturb the residents. Especially they are not allowed to disturb the aristocratic families. And they are not allowed to kill surrendered generals. Secondly, all Shu families will still be restored to their official positions. And affairs in Yizhou will still be managed by local families. The governor of Yizhou and the prefect of Shu County must come from Yizhou families. Thirdly, if this matter is successful, my master hopes to be ranked among the 3 princes and be granted the title of Marquis of Chengdu in the future.
Zhang Song's disciple carefully proposed the 3 conditions of the 3-chapter agreement, and also carefully and secretly observed the changes in Chu Tian's expression. Chu Tian frowned slightly. Jia Su was thoughtful. And even Bai Mehu, the queen of Yamatai Kingdom, also saw Zhang Song's thoughts. Zhang Song made a 3-part agreement, and it seemed that he was the only young man in Chengdu. But in fact, Zhang Song represented the interests of the surrender faction in Shu. Otherwise, Zhang Song would not specifically propose to protect the interests of the Shu family in the 3 chapters of the agreement. The local aristocratic family even hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to control the positions of Yizhou governor and Shujin prefect. Needless to say, the status of the governor of Yizhou is important, and Shu County is the most important county in Yizhou. And the position of the prefect of Shu County is also very important.
The governors, prefects, and county magistrates in the world are all directly ordered by the imperial court. I have never heard that aristocratic families can decide the candidates for governors and prefects. Does Zhang Song regard me as a stupid person? Now the 3 counties of Nanzhong belong to me. The army came to Chengdu, and it only took a year and a half. If the Shu family has such an attitude, then if Chengdu is captured, all the families will have to pay the price.
Chu Tianji's voice was so stern that the retainer sent by Zhang Song was frightened and hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy.
Please calm down, Your Highness. King Xia, if Your Highness is dissatisfied, we can talk. We can talk.
Only then did Chu Tian calm down. In any negotiation, you must maintain a tough attitude. Otherwise Zhang Song will get into trouble.
What's Zhang Song's bottom line? This. Please let the king of Xia take over the land of Shu and leave the officials and generals of Shu alone. Our master will serve as one of the 3 princes. As for the Marquis of Chengdu, it depends on the wishes of the king of Xia and the court.
After Chu Tian became angry, the disciples sent by Zhang Song were intimidated by Chu Tian's momentum and hurriedly exposed Zhang Song's bottom line. The bottom line for the Shu family is to preserve their existing interests. Zhang Song, on the other hand, pursues personal interests and hopes to be ranked among the 3 nobles. Liu Bei is currently only the king of Hanzhong and cannot be canonized as one of the 3 dukes. Chu Tian controls the court, but he can satisfy Zhang Song's wish to be among the 3 dukes. Zhang Song's disciple was extremely nervous, fearing that Chu Tian would ask him to take another step back. To the surprise of the diners, Chu Tian did not continue to lower Zhang Song's asking price, but easily agreed to the request of Zhang Song and a group of Shu families represented by Zhang Song. The Qinling Mountains and the Shu Road really took up too much of Chu Tian's time and energy. As Chu Tian entered his 30s, he realized that his personal energy was limited, and he would make concessions to obtain benefits at the appropriate time. Yizhou has a high degree of recognition of China. It does not have to be like dealing with the tribes on the grassland, and it must be beaten until they obey, as long as the Yizhou aristocratic families are obedient. Chu Tian has no intention of using the knife on them for the time being. The Han Empire had gone through more than 10 years of chaos, and it was time to unify. Chu Tian was already accelerating the progress of unifying the Han Empire.
Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. I will go back and resume my duties now.
When Zhang Song's disciples saw that Chu Tian finally agreed to the 3-chapter agreement, they kowtowed repeatedly and happily returned to their master Zhang Song. Jiasu watched the retainer leave and said to Chu Tian,
Master, do you really want Zhang Song to be one of the three princes? Zhang Song is mediocre. If he were to serve as the three princes, he might not be able to convince the public.
Jiasu's worries are unfounded. Chu Tian's power is not only like a cloud of powerful generals, but also numerous civil servants. And the competition is quite fierce. Even Jiasu didn't think he was qualified to serve as Sangong. Fan Xianling, the most senior, supports Xiao Liang's ascension to the throne. Li Kui was unknown. But just like Xiao, he supported Liu Bang. He was responsible for managing agriculture and providing food and grass for Chu Tian's millions of troops. Sun Bin, who had been loyal to Chu Tian longer than Jiasu, made suggestions. There are also celebrities, like Sun Yu, and Sun Yu who came from the Yingchuan family. In addition, Sang Hong'an, who was in charge of the economy, was as important as Li Kui, who was in charge of agriculture. This does not include ministers such as Zhang Jiao, Zhang Hong, Chen Kun, Li Si, Gao Jiong and others. Cao Cao can also be used as a civil servant in governing the world. There is also Lu Su who supported the Sun family's daughter to rise to power. Although Lu Su worked for Chu Tian, he still helped the Jiangdong Sun family secretly. It has to be said that it was fate. Chu Tian said in a low tone.
After capturing Chengdu, just find a reason to kill Zhang Song. In addition, let Huan and Nyuk divide their troops to rescue Yongchan County according to their wishes. The Han Empire will have to fight for the division of territory.
Chapter 1045. All three levels surrendered. In the Golden Bull Road of Shu, there is a sword pavilion and a towering Chui Wei. One man can guard the gate, but 10,000 men cannot open it. This pass was guarded by Tianyu, Liu Bei's general brought from Yudo to Izhou. There were 15,000 troops stationed there. Even 100,000 troops could not capture Jiangna. Jiangna could also receive reinforcements from Shu County and Ba County. However, the Xiao army led by Chu Tian bypassed Jiangna via the Yinping Ancient Road, leaving Jiangna vulnerable to enemies from both sides. The news that Chu Tian captured Jiangyu Pass and Nanzhong was lost reached Jiangna, and the 15,000 Shu soldiers in Jiangna were panicked. At Baishui Pass in the north of Jiangna, Yang Huai, commander of the Baishui army, was attacked by Ma Yuan and Yang Shihou of the Xiliang army. Yang Huai stood at Baishui Pass, looking down at the Xiliang army at the pass. The Xiliang army, with about 50,000 soldiers and horses, bypassed Hanzhong and Yangping Pass and attacked Jiangna directly. The Xiliang army and the Guanzhong army had strong soldiers and horses to contain the Hanzhong soldiers and horses. So Ma Yuan and Yang Shihou's partial army could enter Shu without restraint. The entire Izhou was disturbed by the soldiers and horses entering Shu from all directions, and was in disarray. As an old member of Lu Yin and Lu Zhang, Yang Huai was in charge of the Baishui army and guarded Baishui Pass. Baishui Pass was originally the front line of the battle between Lu Zhang and Zhang Lu. The difficulty of the Shu road lies in breaking through Baishui Pass, which is also blocked by Jiangming Pass, Jiangna, Zidong, Fuxian and other passes. Chu Tian is located in Fu County, while Ma Yuan and Yang Shihou are in Baishui, with Mingguan, Jiangna and Zitong in between. The soldiers at Baishui Pass were extremely panicked and said to Yang Huai,
General, our family members are all in Chengdu City. I heard that the Xiao army entering Nanzhong and the barbarian soldiers from the Nanman tribe are marching towards Chengdu City. If this continues, sooner or later our family members will be invaded. Prisoners of the Xiao army.
Yang Huai carefully looked at the Xiliang army below Guanqing. The Xiliang army had an amazing number of horses. The Xiliang army of 50,000 people had at least 80,000 or 90,000 horses. Only Xia Jun was so generous that a single legion could produce tens of thousands of war horses. Tens of thousands of war horses are already a valuable strategic material for the Shu army.
There seems to be no difference between surrendering to Liu Bei or Chu Tian.
Yang Huai faced the Xiliang army and hesitated.
Sir, Ma Yuan from the Xiliang army wants to come in for a chat. Let him come in and see me.
Under the guard of Baishui army soldiers, Ma Yuan came to Baishui Pass and negotiated directly with Yang Huai, commander of Baishui army. After gaining an advantage in the use of troops, you can basically use a combination of hardness and softness to divide the enemy's forces through various means. Ma Yuan knew that Baishui Pass would be difficult to capture in a short time, so he tried to negotiate to capture Baishui Pass.
The king of Xia has captured the 3 counties of Nanzhong, and the soldiers and horses of Nanzhong marched to Chengdu. The distance to capture Chengdu City can be as fast as 1.5 years. or as slow as 3 to 5 years. But no matter what, Shu can't defend it. Without the natural danger of Qinling Mountains, how can we hold on to Shu? I was ordered to defend Baishui Pass. How can I be swayed by your few words? When Liu Bei entered Shu, you were also the guard of Baishui Pass. So why did you surrender? Yang Huai remained silent when Liu Bei entered Shu, because Zhang Song and Fa Zheng presented the city. Yang Huai, as the guard of Baishui Pass on the border, did not react at all. The city of Chengdu had been captured, and Yang Huai's family fell into the control of Liu Bei, Wang Meng and others. As a guard outside, I am helpless. But Liu Bei didn't do anything to these people. The situation is over. You use less than 20,000 soldiers to block the Imperial Army. This is disloyal. Chengdu is about to fall. But you cannot protect your family. This is unfilial. If you are unloyal and unfilial, how can you stand up as a human being? Seeing that Yang Huai was wavering, Ma Yuan stood on the moral high ground and accused Yang Huai. After Chu Tian annexed Guangzhong, he coerced the emperor to order the princes, and under the banner of the imperial court, he had a considerable deterrent effect on the generals of Shu. Yang Huai's expression kept changing, showing a sign of struggle, and he finally said unwillingly, "That's all. Let's fight for the world with Shu. Who in the world can succeed? As long as you treat the people of Shu well, I will bear the blame." In September of the 16th year of the Lord's calendar, Baishui Pass guard Yang Huai led 12,000 people to open the gate and surrender to the Xiliang army of Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho. In the same September, after the surrender of Yang Huai, the guard at Baishui Pass, Fei Guan, the guard stationed at Jiaming Pass, also surrendered to the Xiliang army that entered Shu. Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho captured Baishui Pass and Jiaming Pass without losing their troops, and marched to Jiangnan in October. Yang Shiho's silver spears were so effective that the army easily won 2 dangerous passes without a fight. So much so that Yang Shiho was deeply surprised. Everyone says that the road to Shu is as difficult as climbing to the sky. In my opinion, except for Yamping Pass, which Liu Bei personally guarded. Other than that, there is nothing difficult about the Shu road. If this continues, we can capture Chengdu in less than 3 months. Ma Yuan said, if people's hearts are gathered, the road to Shu will be difficult. If people's hearts are scattered, the road to Shu will be easy. In Jiangnan, the guard Tian Yu has a close relationship with Liu Bei, but he has no intention of surrendering. Ma Yuan learned that the Jiangnan defenders were Liu Bei's old troops when he was in Yuzhou. Instead of trying to persuade them to surrender, they had people shoot letters persuading them to surrender into Jiangnan to divide the Jiangnan defenders. As Liu Bei's old Yuzhou tribe, Tian Yu may not surrender. But this does not mean that the other guards of Jiangnan will not surrender. The Nanman army's march towards Chengdu has shaken the morale of the Jiangnan army, because many of the family members of the Jiangnan defenders are in Chengdu. Ma Yuan's letter persuading him to surrender was shot into Jiangnan, and the defenders of Jiangnan discussed it privately and were in an uproar. In his letter persuading him to surrender, Ma Yuan promised not to blame the Jiangnan defenders and that his family members would be protected. As for the generals who surrendered, they would be reinstated at their discretion and would not be suppressed. Otherwise, once Jiangnan is breached, all the Jiangnan defenders and family members will be executed. The contrasting conditions forced the Jiangnan defenders to consider their own position. If they persist in defending, once the Xiliang army breaks Jiangnan, they will be the meat on the chopping block, and the Xiliang army will have no need to negotiate. Submit all the letters to the Xiliang army urging them to surrender. Anyone in the army who talks about surrender will be shot without mercy. Tian Yu was unwilling to betray Liu Bei, so he took tough measures and confiscated the letters sent into the pass by the Xiliang army. As long as one pass is held, it will be difficult for the enemy to enter the Chengdu plain. Even if Baishui and Jiaming Pass are lost, Jiangnan can still stop them. However, Tian Yu's method did not fully work, and the sky above Jiangnan was filled with dark clouds. Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho were blocked below Jiangnan for 5 days. Ma Yuan did not attack, but put invisible pressure on the defenders of Jiangnan. To the north of Jiangnan were Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho's 50,000 Xiliang army, and to the south was Chu Tian's army. On the 7th day, the Jiangnan defenders finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The defenders were homesick and mutinied. Under the leadership of several Shu generals, they surrounded Tian Yu's camp. In the eyes of the Shu army, Tian Yu, as a general of the Yuzhou faction, was just an outsider. General, I'm sorry. Several generals took Tian Yu hostage. Open the gate of Jiangnan. led the Jiangnan defenders out, and surrendered to the Xiliang army. 50,000 Xiliang troops lined up under the Jiangnan pavilion. Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho rode on their war horses to receive the surrendered Shu troops. Many Jiangnan defenders stood on the edge of the city wall, nervously waiting for the result. Surrender is risky. In the Battle of Chongping, the Zhao army surrendered to the Qin army and was killed by the Qin army. In the Battle of Julu, the Qin army surrendered to the Chu army and was killed by the Chu army. An important premise for the surrender of the Jiangnan garrison was that after the surrender of the Baishui Pass and Jiangming Pass garrison, Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho did not do anything to them. Yang Shiho, the commander-in-chief of the Silver Spear Army, looked at the sword pavilion that was so majestic that it made people reluctant to attack by force. He couldn't help but sigh.
If we attack by force, 10,000 defenders can stop 200,000 soldiers and horses.
Tian Yu was betrayed by the Jiangnan defenders, tied up and sent to Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho. Yang Shiho said to Tian Yu,
"Do you know why they betrayed you? Because the situation is over, and you are just resisting in a corner. A good bird chooses a tree to live in, and a wise minister chooses his master to work. Why don't you take refuge in my lord?"
Tian Yu remained silent.
This man has an old relationship with Liu Bei. If Liu Bei doesn't surrender, he will probably not surrender. Just imprison him. After taking down the 3 passes and capturing Zitong, the teleportation array can be opened. Xiliang soldiers and horses can easily enter Shu and fight with the lord. Let's join together. It seems that we only occupy 3/3 of Shu, but in fact we already occupy 7/3.
Ma Yuan's insight into the situation was astonishing. He had already seen that the Xia army had the absolute initiative in Shu, and it would only be a matter of time before they conquered Yizhou. Several Shu generals from the Jiangnan looked at the 2 generals of the Xiliang army, as well as Yang Huai and Fei Guan who had surrendered to the Xiliang army, hoping that Yang Huai and Fei Guan could speak for them. Yang Shiho comforted the people of Shu.
"Don't worry. We won't break our word yet. You lead your troops and follow us to Zidong and Fujin."
Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho easily took the 3 passes, leaving 3,000 Xiliang sergeants to guard each. As for the 40,000 Shu troops guarding Baishui Pass, Jiangming Pass and Jiangnan, they became the vanguard of entering Shu and immediately attacked Zitong County. The 4th Legion of the Xiliang army was only 1 county away from Chutian's camp. 3 great passes on the Shu road surrendered without a fight. This news spread to Zitong County, Mianzhu, Fu County, and Chengdu. All the civil and military officials in Shu were in an uproar. This news even frightened the Yizhou family more than the 3 counties in Nanzhong were captured by Huan and Yuk. Wang Mang and Wuhan managed to hold on to the 3 counties of Nanzhong for several months. But the proud Shu road surrendered without a fight, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the morale of the Shu army. Not only that, the Sanhuan garrison also assisted the Xiliang army in attacking Zitong County, which had a teleportation array. Once Zitong County is lost, Xia troops will continue to enter Shu through the teleportation array, and their strength may even reach 1 million. In Fujian, the defender Meng Gong, who advocated fortifying the walls and clearing the country, was also in a dilemma at this time. Zitong was in the north of Fu County and had to be rescued.
At this time, we can only go out of the city to fight. If we win, we can still defeat the Xia army and regain Jiangnan and Jiangyu Pass. Otherwise, it will just postpone the day of destruction for a few months.
Meng Gong judged that the time for the decisive battle had come. Chu Tian invested millions of troops and horses to attack Shu, and the soldiers were divided into many directions. The Shu road, which was originally regarded as a natural danger, was riddled with holes. Li Yan, Wu Yi and other Shu generals gritted their teeth. They went out of the city to fight back, which was equivalent to gamblers who were forced into a desperate situation and made a desperate move. The Wu army and the Shu army were preparing for a decisive battle with the Xia army almost at the same time. At this time, Wu Qi's Central Plains army, Zhang Dao's Shangyong army, and Wei Qing's Yuzhou army were aggressively attacking Fancheng north of the Han River. Chapter 1046 Iron-Blooded Fancheng. Hundreds of large counterweight trebuchets were throwing stones and fireballs almost at the same time, and 500 crossbows were firing crossbows day and night. A dense offensive covered Fancheng. Boom! 24 Hongyi cannons filled the air with smoke and fired solid bullets at Fancheng. The solid bullets violently bombarded the walls of Fancheng. The Shangyong army invested 50,000 troops. The Yuzhou army invested 100,000. The Central Plains army invested 150,000. and tens of thousands of captured Jingzhou troops. A total of 300,000 troops, under the command of Wu Qi, attacked Fancheng day and night. The huge crowds of people almost flooded the city. The only thing Fancheng relied on was the troops and food brought by the Jingzhou Navy from the water. However, Fancheng's walls were destroyed faster than guard Lu Renjian could repair them. The Xiao army had two powerful siege weapons, the Xiangyang cannon and the Hongyi cannon. In addition, Wu Qi applied to transfer Lu Yi, the Thunderbolt chariot, that had a bonus to the trebuchet. Therefore, the Xiao army's offensive was extremely brave, and they were good at defense. Lu Renjian, the famous southern Tang general, was also increasingly tired. Lu Renjian finally fell ill because of his intense battle to defend the city. At this time, Xia Jun's offensive became more fierce. Han Shizhong led the Jingzhou Navy to continuously support Fancheng, but he did not dare to land from other places. Otherwise, he would be defeated by the Xia army on land. Fancheng was raging, and Han Shizhong was helpless. His deep sense of powerlessness made Han Shizhong feel guilty. Fancheng has now become an isolated city in the north of the Yangtze River. Lu Renjian sticks to Fancheng, which is a dead end. It is better to give up Fancheng. However, almost all Jingzhou generals knew that if Fancheng was abandoned, Xiangyang would probably not be able to defend it. Rumble. With a loud noise, a wall of Fancheng collapsed because it could not withstand the continuous high-intensity bombardment of Xiangyang artillery and Hongyi artillery. Kill! Li Guang led Zhou Yafu Shiliu camp to seize the gap and started a fierce street battle with the Fancheng defenders. It has to be said that Lu Renjian, as a first-class defender, provided many bonuses to the Fancheng defenders. However, once the wall that the defenders used as a barrier collapsed, it almost meant the fall of a city. Li Guang was like a god descending from heaven on the battlefield in Xiangfan, shooting and wounding the tiger idiot Su Chu. As the first general of Shiliu camp, he took the lead into Fancheng. Unstoppable, Huang Zhong and Qin Qiong, who could stop Li Guang, retreated to Xiangyang, leaving Lu Renjian to fight alone. You guys, follow me to kill the enemy. Lu Renjian got up from the hospital bed, dragged his seriously ill body, and led the Fancheng defenders to fight against the trapped beasts. The defenders of Fancheng were influenced by the general. After Fancheng was breached, they still refused to surrender and fought bloody battles with more and more Xia troops in the city. Li Guang galloped through the city, emptying all the arrows in his quiver, and even killed two defenders with one arrow. Li Guang had to pull out his Huanshou sword and fight hand-to-hand with the Fancheng defenders. The fighting spirit of the Fancheng defenders is extremely tenacious, and they will fight to the death. Fan City has been destroyed. Surrender immediately. Li Guang killed dozens of people, shouted loudly, and tried to recruit the Fancheng defenders to surrender. The defenders of Fancheng are still defending tightly with the help of antlers, fences, arrow towers, and other defensive fortifications. Every step forward by Shiliu camp will have to pay a price. Wei Wuzu, Yellow Turban Army, Yulin Wei and other elite armies also successively attacked the city, and Fancheng was bleeding like a river. Besiegers are most afraid of such stubborn defenders. When Wu Qi saw that the Fancheng garrison under the command of Lu Renjian was still fighting to the death after the city was broken, he couldn't help but feel a headache for Lu Renjian. Top-notch city defenders generally have the charm to influence the defenders to defend to the end. War! Lu Renjian pressed his sword and beheaded a soldier from Shiliu camp. More than a dozen Shiliu camp soldiers armed with long halberds besieged Lu Renjian, who was seriously ill. The halberd pierced Lu Renjian's chest. Lu Renjian fell to the ground suddenly, knowing that it was in vain. Lu Renjian did not receive the order to surrender and kept fighting until his death. The Battle of Fancheng was extremely brutal. In the end, almost all the 50,000 Fancheng defenders were wiped out, and only 2,000 to 3,000 were captured. Wu Qi got a city in ruins. Li Guang was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Fancheng was in a mess. Black smoke was billowing, and corpses were everywhere. He did not see many surrendered soldiers. Even if some soldiers were captured, it was because of injuries. Fancheng guard Lu Renjian was killed in battle, and his body was brought to Wu Qi. Most of the famous generals who guard the city will encounter misfortune. Come, give them a good burial. Wu Qi has no kindness for women. On the contrary, Wu Qi treated himself and his soldiers strictly, sharing joys and sorrows and adversities. Wu Qi knew that CI did not command troops. In troubled times, it is common for both our own generals and enemy generals to be injured or killed. Lu Renjian turned Fancheng into a bloody city
and inflicted tens of thousands of casualties on Wu Qi's siege troops, which earned him Wu Qi's respect. However, the opponent is the opponent after all. Only by capturing Fancheng and oppressing Xiangyang can the Xia army's combat goal be achieved. Fancheng was lost, and Wu Qi's army was only separated from Xiangyang by the Han River. The shipyards in Xinya City and Shangyong City are mass-producing warships. As long as we prepare enough ships to transport 300,000 troops to the south of the Han River, we can capture Xianyang, and then Jiangling and Jing'an. No, maybe if Xianyang is taken, all Jingzhou will surrender. Wu Qi stood on the ruins of Fancheng and looked at Xianyang across the Han River. It is more difficult to attack Xianyang City than Fancheng. Xianyang City is on the south bank of the Han River, with the Han River as a moat to the north. The city is high and the pool is deep, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, Fan City is on the north bank of the Han River, with an unobstructed view of the terrain and no danger to defend Xiangyang. Therefore, there is a saying that Xiangyang is made of iron and Fancheng is made of water. The 50,000 defenders of Fancheng were completely wiped out. The Jingzhou Navy witnessed the tragic and bloody battle of Fancheng, but was powerless to watch Wu Qi, Li Guang, Wei Qing, Zhou Yafu and others annihilate the 50,000 defenders of Fancheng. The navy has more restrictions than the cavalry, and is often powerless. The Xia army almost razed Fancheng and were preparing warships to cross the river. As long as they are willing to spend money, Xinya and Shangyong City can quickly produce hundreds of warships. Xia Jun's purpose was just to cross the Han River. Lu Renjian is really a ruthless person. When it comes to defending the city, I am far inferior to him. Han Shizhong also had to think that Lu Renjian was a ruthless city defender who lived and died with the city. The Jingzhou Navy generals were silent. The situation was not optimistic for them. The Xia army has made progress on various battlefields. In Hanzhong and Dingjun Mountain, Liu Bei received news one after another that the 3 counties of Nanzhong had been lost and the 3 passes of the Shu Road had surrendered without a fight. He looked lonely. No matter how strong Liu Bei's will was, he could not withstand the sudden blow. There was a fire in the backyard, and the territory Liu Bei worked so hard to manage was in shambles. I have been wandering all my life, from Yuo to Jizhou and Izhou. Could it be that in the end, I am just a mirror in the mirror? Faced with such a situation, Liu Bei didn't know what to do. The alien strategist Chun Shi also fell into a long silence. Brother, let's fight hard again. Defeat the Xiliang army, and take advantage of the opportunity to capture Xiliang and Guangzhong, not Shu County. When everyone was silent, Zhang Fei had a sudden thought. Chu Tian went to steal Chengdu, but Zhang Fei thought he could go to Xiliang and Guangzhong. Liu Bei's first reaction was to look at Chen Shi. Chen Shi said slowly, "What you said may not be unreasonable, but the probability of success is close to 0. Guan Yu stroked his long beard. Since there is still one breath left, then Big Brother might as well give it a try. Whether we live or die, we will fight on the battlefield with Big Brother." Liu Bei seemed to have made up his mind. Jin Lu can still hold Chengdu. Let's take the risk and fight to the death with the Xiliang army at Dingjun Mountain. If we win, we will attack Wudu County and Hanyang County and capture the entire Liangzhou. Instruct Yang Su to try to defeat Wang Jian and capture Guangzhong. Only in this way can we have a chance of survival. At this time, Liu Bei pinned his hopes on changing homes with Chu Tian and taking over Liangzhou and Guangzhong. The strategic position of Liangzhou and Guangzhong is even higher than that of Izhou. The Shu army gathered at Dingjun Mountain, intending to start a decisive battle with the Xiliang army, defeat the Xiliang army in one fell swoop, and then attack Liangzhou. Military advisor Chen Shi was indifferent and did not stop Liu Bei even though he knew that Zhang Fei's suggestion had a very low success rate. Liu Bei is too tenacious and ambitious. It is difficult for him to be truly loyal to other princes without being desperate. Chen Shi also gave up dominating Liu Bei's forces. Any plot or strategy would be difficult to make up for in the face of the absolute strength gap. Chen Shi can only hope for a miracle to happen, provided that there is a miracle. In the Qinling Mountains, the Guangzhong army of Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Ji fought for a long time with generals such as Yang Su, Han Qinhu, Shi Wansui, Hirobi, and the 3 generals of the northern Qi dynasty. Yang Su and other generals guarded all exits of the Qinling Mountains and set up fortresses to prevent the Guangzhong army from deploying their forces, blocking Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Ji and others for more than a year. Yang Su's generals of the Sui dynasty and the three generals of the Northern Qi dynasty were not inferior to the generals of Guanzhong. Chu Tian also ordered three generals of the Great Wall Army, Wang Li, Su Jiao, and Shi Jian, to join Meng Tian's army and lead the Great Wall Army to support Meng Tian. Wang Li, Su Jiao, and Shi Jian were not of sufficient skill to intervene in a battle of this scale. Regardless of the three generals Yang Su, Han Qinhu, and Northern Qi, their abilities were all superior to Wang Li's. However, Wang Jian and Meng Tian could serve as generals. So the three generals of the Great Wall Army also participated in the Battle of Qinling.
Liu Bei claimed that the Xiao army was approaching Chengdu and asked us to fight to the death and survive.
Yang Su received Liu Bei's order. The Shu army was in a critical situation and had been forced into a desperate situation.
Although I am not very willing to obey Liu Bei's orders, it seems that if I don't defeat the troops in Guanzhong, my position will not be guaranteed. Reorganize the troops and horses, make way for the Qinling Mountain Road, and fight to the death with the Guanzhong army.
Under Yang Su's order, the soldiers and horses originally guarding the fortress gave way to the passage, and the Shu army formed a formation at the exit of Qinling Mountains. They had no choice but to engage in a decisive battle with the Guanzhong army. Otherwise, the Shu army in Hanzhong will be blocked in the Hanzhong Basin until they surrender. The three generals of the Northern Qi dynasty, Hu Luguang, Lanling Wang, and Duan Shao, formed a separate army. Yang Su was another group of soldiers, including three Sui generals, Shi Wan Sui, Han Qinhu, and Hirobi. Most of these are the old troops of the former player Lord Xiaolong, who has a grudge against Chu Tian, and a group of generals recruited by Yang Su.
The Shu army finally plans to fight us in Hanzhong. It seems that they have reached a dead end, so we don't mind giving them a push.
When Wang Jian learned that Yang Su had retreated and made way for the exit of the valley in the Qinling Mountains, he immediately understood Yang Su's intention. If Yang Su insists on defending, he will definitely not give up space for the Guanzhong army to form an array. Then there is only one possibility. The Shu army will fight for the last time in Hanzhong. Wang Jian's group of soldiers and horses left Xia Valley to fight Yang Su, while another group of soldiers and horses led by Li Ji left Luo Valley and fought against the three generals of Northern Qi. Groups of soldiers and horses in Guanzhong emerged from the Qinling Mountains. Liu Bei launched the decisive battle at Dingjun Mountain in an attempt to defeat the Xiuyang army and revitalize the situation. Chu Tian's strategy was to press forward step by step, forcing Liu Bei's forces, who were still defensive, into a dead end. Chapter 1047 The Decisive Battle in Hanzhong. Liu Bu's determination. At the exit of Xiegu in the Qinling Mountains, the Guanzhong army commanded by Wang Jian, because of Chu Tian's strategy, forced Yang Su to fight decisively and finally entered Hanzhong. Opposite Wang Jian's Qin army was Yang Su's Sui army, with an army stretching as far as the eye could see. The Guanzhong army that appeared in Xiegu consisted of the 1st Legion, with Wang Jian as the main general and Li Xian as the deputy general. The main force was Qin Ruishi, a high-level military unit in Guanzhong. The 2nd Legion, father and son Meng Wu and Meng Tian, was led by Golden Fire Cavalry and Qin Ruishi. At the same time, the Great Wall Legion formed by Wang Li, Su Jiao, and Shi Jian served under Meng Tian. The hostile Sui army, Yang Su, Han Qinhu, Hirobi, and Shi Wan Sui, the three major Sui generals, had a lineup no less than Wang Jian's. The famous generals of the Qin and Sui dynasties faced each other in Xia Valley, and the autumn wind was bleak. Each legion of the Guanzhong army had 80,000 men. Wang Jian commanded 160,000 soldiers and horses to attack Hanzhong through the Xia Valley. He fought with Yang Su in the Qinling Mountains and killed tens of thousands of people. With the support of 3 Great Wall Army generals from Wang Li, the strength was restored to 150,000. Yang Su only had 100,000 troops left. Population is the advantage of Chu Tian's power. The population of Guanzhong is larger than that of Hanzhong anyway.
My lord has created an opportunity for us to have a decisive battle with the Hanzhong army. This battle must not fail no matter what. Otherwise, if we miss the opportunity to capture Hanzhong, not only will we not be able to tell our lord, but we may also lose Guanzhong.
Wang Jian summoned the Qin Ruishi, the Great Wall Army, the Golden Fire Cavalry, and a group of low-level troops, and divided them into 3 armies. Wang Jian led the middle army, Meng Wu and Meng Tian were the left army, and the 3 Great Wall Army troops were the right army. Li Xian commanded the reserve team.
In addition to the smaller number of troops on the opposite side, the lineup of generals is not weak at all. Yang Su led the central army on his own. Han Qinhu and Hirobi each led an army on the left and right, and Shi Wanshui served as the raiding team. Wang Li's Great Wall Army is good at defense. Therefore, in this battle, Wang Li will be on the defensive, while Meng Wu and Meng Tian will be on the offensive. Meng Wu and Meng Tian need to defeat the opponent's right army before they defeat Wang Li. Wang Jian considered that Wang Li's ability was weaker than that of himself, Meng Tian, Meng Wu, and Li Xian. So he asked Wang Li to defend while he, Meng Wu, and Meng Tian attacked. Fortunately, the Great Wall Army is good at defense and can stand alone and hold on. Meng Tian put on an iron pocket and held a halberd. 3,000 Golden Fire cavalry formed in formation behind Meng Tian, and Meng Wu's Qin Ruishi cooperated with Meng Tian's Golden Fire cavalry. The Meng family army was responsible for the main attack. Our Great Wall Legion has just been formed. I didn't expect to go into battle so soon. 3 generals, Wang Li, Shi Jian, and Su Jiao, were recruited by Chu Tian during the Battle of Julu to form the Great Wall Army and intervene in the Battle of Xiegu. The Sui army's cavalry ran back and forth delivering orders. Yang Su squinted his eyes and said to the fierce General Shi Wanshui beside him, "Long live Shi! When the time is right, kill the general and seize the flag to show off the power of our army." As an imperial general, Shi Wanshui stood in the middle camp of the Sui army with a gun, looking directly at the Guanzhong army coming out of the Qinling Mountains. "Yang Su, Chuzi murdered our lord, so I am willing to serve you. The previous battle of Jizhou we lost. We cannot lose this battle no matter what." Yang Su replied, "That's natural." Not only Shi Wanshui, but the 2 tiger generals Han Qinhu and Hirobi had the same idea as Shi Wanshui. They each led their troops and prepared for battle. At the exit of Luogu, the 3 legions of Li Ji, Feng Yi, and Yang Yi faced off against the 3 generals of the northern Qi dynasty, Hu Luguang, Duan Shao, and King Lanling. Li Ji, Feng Yi, and Yang Yi were facing a formidable enemy. The 3 generals of the northern Qi dynasty were considered a powerful combination in the eastern Han dynasty, stronger than the 3 generals of the Great Wall Army. The most famous of the 3 generals of the northern Qi dynasty, King Lanling Gao Changdong, had the lowest commanding value among the 3 generals of the northern Qi dynasty. From this comparison, it can be seen that the commander-in-chief of Hu Luguang and Duan Shao is not less than 90, or even higher. Gao Changdong put on a ferocious bronze mask to cover his handsome face. Gao Changdong and Di Qing would wear masks before battle. However, King Lanling could not scare the enemy because of his handsome appearance, while Di Qing did it to cover up the tattoos on his face. King Lanling put on a mask, indicating that this would be a tough battle. Hu Luguang carries a long bow on his back. As a relatively rare bow-type general, Hu Luguang possesses considerable military power. Hu Luguang, Duan Shao, and King Lanling glanced at each other intentionally or unintentionally. The 3 of them had a close relationship. At this time, they joined forces to confront the 3 legions of Li Ji, Feng Yi, and Yang Yi, currently about 200,000 soldiers and horses. The strength of the 3 generals of the northern Qi dynasty was less than 150,000. At the appropriate time, I will lead the Baibao Xianbei armored cavalry to attack the enemy's formation. Behind King Lanling, there was an elite cavalry force called the Northern Qi Baibao Xianbei Cavalry. The 3 generals of the Northern Qi dynasty did not look relaxed at this time. The Guanzhong army coming out of the Qinling Mountains had a large number of troops. Once defeated, the entire Hanzhong would be lost. Opposite the Guanzhong army, Feng Yi's Binming soldiers and Yang Ye's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry are high-level units and are ready to attack. Yang Yanzhao followed Yang Yi into battle. They have fought against the 3 generals of Northern Qi many times, and they are quite afraid of him. At the same time, the 3 generals of Northern Qi have gained the respect of Yang Yi and others. The number of cavalry in the Shu army is small, but there is an elite armored cavalry with an astonishing impact. Be careful and guard against it. Yang Yi suffered a lot at the hands of King Lanling. The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry is a high-level light cavalry and can easily be dispersed by the Baibao Xianbei armored cavalry, which is a high-level heavy cavalry. Yang Yanzhao said to Yang Yi, "Father, I will keep an eye on Gao Chagong when the battle comes. Once Gao Chagong and his Baibao Xianbei appear, I will send troops to intercept and kill them." As the commander-in-chief, Li Ji frequently issued orders, appointing Feng Yi as the left army and Yang Yi as the right army. In the early Tang dynasty, Shui Wanche, a fierce general, led a group of heavy cavalry to make a surprise attack. Even if they are just ordinary heavy cavalry of the 4th level, as long as the number is large enough, they can defeat high-level units. Li Ji mobilized a large group of heavy armored cavalry. Among the 4th order heavy cavalry, many were equipped with horse-drawn armor and bright light armor. In the 2 major battlefields of the Qinling Mountains, Xiegu and Luogu, about 600,000 troops faced off, and the final decisive battle broke out. The famous generals on both sides were almost evenly matched. But the Guanzhong army had a numerical advantage. Time passed little by little, and the soldiers on both sides of the battlefield almost held their breath, waiting for the general to issue orders. Neither side can afford a crushing defeat. If Yang Su and Hu Luguang fail, Hanzhong will be lost. And if Wang Jian and Li Ji fail, Guanzhong may be lost. War! War! In the 2 major battlefields of Xiegu and Luogu, almost at the same time, the 4 generals of both sides issued orders to attack. The 600,000-strong army moved slowly, and the Battle of Hanzhong broke out. King Lanling could feel the murderous aura permeating the battlefield. The 3 legions of Li Ji, Feng Yi, and Yang Yi coming out of Luo Valley were pressing towards the 3 generals of northern Qi. King Lanling Gao Changdong raised his horse, and Bai Bao Xianbei was in dead silence. The momentum was brewing and might explode at any time. The 2 armies gradually approached, becoming more and more sharp. At Dingjun Mountain, Liu Bei gathered Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Lu Bu, Lu Guang and other main forces, with more than 100,000 troops, and only guarded Yangping Pass with a small number of troops. The center of gravity of the warring parties changed from Yangping Pass to Dingjun Mountain. Chun Shi said, "We occupy a favorable location and deploy a cavalry on the mountain. If necessary, we can go down the mountain to fight. This may have a surprise effect. Third brother, you are a special soldier." Liu Bei brought his male and female swords and went to the battle in person. The Shu troops gathered in Dingjun Mountain, and Su Fengyan, who was commanding the Xiliang army, had already felt the change in the Shu army's momentum. The Shu army is in a desperate situation. It seems that they want to fight to the death with our Xiliang soldiers. It just depends on whether they have the ability to defeat us. Su Fengyan summoned all the generals and started the final battle with Liu Bei for Dingjun Mountain. In addition to the Xiliang army, there were also 2 supporting armies, the Baipao army and the Goryeo army. Ding Zhenchen's fierce generals gathered, and both sides fought with all their strength. Lu Bu stood on Dingjun Mountain, looking down at the Xiliang army below Dingjun Mountain. Ma Chao of the Xiliang army, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun of the White Robe army are all characters who can fight with Lu Bu. The Xiliang army also has Pangda, Hua Xiong, Li Hu, Dugu Xian and other subclass generals who are also capable of fighting. The generals of Goryeo also have a group of passable generals. Lu Bu, as the first representative fierce general of the Eastern Han Dynasty and Lord, had a bad premonition at this time. In the decisive battle, any famous general may fall. There will definitely be war and chaos in Hanzhong. You should take refuge in the countryside for the time being. If there are rebels and looters, hide in the cellars. Before the decisive battle, Lu Bu warned his wife Yan Shi and his only daughter Lu Lingqi. I don't know if I can survive this battle, so I will leave some of my abilities to you. At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Bu passed on his abilities to Lu Lingqi. Father. Lu Lingqi seemed to have a premonition of something and grabbed Lu Bu's clothes. Lu Bu said to Yan, "Take her away from Dingjun Mountain." "Miss Sir." Yan also had a bad premonition. Lu Lingqi burst into tears. "Dad." Both sides gathered 400,000 troops in Dingjun Mountain, and the war was about to break out. "Let's go!" Lu Bu threw off his robe, and Yan could only take Lu Lingqi into the carriage and head to the place of refuge. Not only Lu Bu, but other generals were also prepared to be wrapped in horse leather. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, although they have different surnames, have become brothers and work together. They do not wish to be born in the same year, the same month and the same day, but they only wish to die in the same year, the same month and the same day. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei swore an oath at Dingjun Mountain and made a last-ditch effort to live up to their hearts. Player strategist Chen Shi can feel the brotherhood between Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, so the Taoyuan friendship will be passed down through the ages. Perhaps Liu Bei was a little aggrieved when he encountered the suppression of Chu Tian, the son of the plain, in the world of lords. But Liu Bei at least persisted until the end. Lu Bu's momentum seems to have weakened. Chen Shi suddenly noticed that Lu Bu, who had always been conceited, no longer had the same momentum as before. Lu Bu, who had been fighting in the world of lords for 16 years, betrayed others many times, and was betrayed and used by others many times, felt a little lonely. What happened? Chen Shi may not be able to understand that when Lu Bu saw his daughter growing up, the world was over and the unification of the Han Empire was unavoidable. It was only a matter of 1 or 2 years. Lu Bu had already lost his pride and ambition as a fierce general. The strength of Chu Tian's fortune eclipsed Cao Cao, Yu Wentai, Liu Bei, Lu Bu and others. At the foot of Dingjun Mountain, Shuaren Gui, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao put on brand new white robes and prepared for the final battle. Chapter 1048 Dingjun Mountain. The war begins. In Dingjun Mountain, there are gold and iron horses, and flags are like a forest. Guan Yu holds the Qinglong Yanyu sword, which weighs dozens of kilograms, in one hand, followed closely by the 500 axe hands. The eldest son Guan Ping participates in the final battle with Guan Yu. Zhang Fei holds a snake spear 8 feet long, and Zhang Bao joins the battle. All the Shu army generals look towards Liu Bei, waiting for the order from Liu Bei, the king of Hanzhong. Lonely Lu Bu had few generals around him. Wei Su, Song Xian, and others betrayed Lu Bu in Guanzhong. Lu Bu was not very popular among Liu Bei's forces, and was almost alone. Li Yuanhao, the king of Xixia, got along better with Lu Bu. However, Li Yuanhao just wanted to use Lu Bu. If the situation goes bad, surrender to the Xia army or hide in the mountains and forests. You may be able to survive. Li Yuanhao reminded Lu Bu. The Xiliang army's camp was deployed at the southern foot of Dingjun Mountain, and antlers were set up to block the Shu army's cavalry from descending from Dingjun Mountain. I, Liu Bei, have great ambitions, but it is difficult to realize them. If God helps me, this battle will be won. Otherwise, let's give up. Liu Bei raised his male and female swords high. Attack! The war drums of Dingjun Mountain sounded in unison, and the dull drum sound echoed in Dingjun Mountain and the surrounding valleys, like muffled thunder. General Zhou Dui led the Shu army infantry down the mountain and took the lead in attacking the Xiliang army. Brother, I'm going too! Guan Yu rode his horse and led the cavalry with swords and axes, and went down the mountain to fight back. Lu Bu, Li Yuanhao, Lu Guang and other generals came down the mountain one after another. Liu Bei and Chen Shi commanded the crossbowmen to provide cover for the troops with arrow rain. Liu Bei invested almost all the famous generals in Dingjun Mountain and worked hard to annihilate the Xiliang army. The ones defending the antlers of the Xiliang army were the Goryeo army serving as cannon fodder. The Goryeo army was responsible for consuming the Shu army's strength and morale. A group of famous defensive generals from the Goryeo kingdom led the Goryeo infantry to guard behind the antlers set up by the Xiliang army. The king of Goryeo, Li Chonggui, provided bonuses to all generals from the Goryeo kingdom. At the same time, he commanded the elite long archers of the Goryeo kingdom. He teamed up with another Goryeo arch general, Jiang Hanzhen, to cross-shoot the Shu army from the left and right sides. The infantry commanded by Zhou Dui was also equivalent to cannon fodder, used to destroy the Xiliang army's antlers. And then, the cavalry took advantage of the terrain to launch an attack from a high position. This is also the only tactic that Liu Bei, who is in a favorable location, can adopt. The Goryeo military generals left their homes and entered the pass to fight for the Chutian forces. They knew that if they could not win this battle, they would not be able to return to Goryeo to reunite with their families. Therefore, the Goryeo generals all fought to the death. The infantry of the Shu army and the infantry of the Goryeo army saw each other back and forth near the antlers. The infantry of the Shu army carried hay all over the mountains and fields. The Shu army's fire arrow team located at a high place threw fire arrows, and the dry grass was ignited and burned, burning the Xiliang army's antlers. The two infantrymen fought fiercely amidst the fire and smoke. Zhou Dui rushed into the battle with a gun and killed 3 Korean generals in a row in the melee, killing 200 enemies. A group of Thailand army cavalry followed Zhou Dui, broke through the Korean army, and penetrated the Korean army's antlers defense line. Kill! Zhou Dui was infected by the atmosphere of the battlefield and fought hard, putting life and death aside. Behind Zhou Dui and Tianlin's army was a battlefield blackened by thick smoke, with burning antlers and broken shields everywhere. Zhou Dui, who had dug through the antlers, did not show the slightest expression of satisfaction. because behind Li Chunggui and Jiang Hansen's Goryeo army was the neatly dressed Wuchuan army. Yu Wentai, together with generals such as Li Hu and Dugu Xian, served as the second echelon. Yu Wentai's military management ability is quite amazing. And the Wuchuan army has strict footing and cavalry. Li Hu and Dugu Xian are two brave generals. The Dark Wuchuan Legion blocked Zhou Dui from continuing to advance forward. However, Yu Wentai did not directly attack Zhou Dui, because at this time Li Chunggui had already dispatched tens of thousands of Korean troops to attack Zhou Dui from behind. Zhou Dui, who penetrated the Korean army's formation, fell into a dilemma. Zhou Dui could feel that the Wuchuan army was composed of elite cavalry and a large number of crossbowmen equipped with divine arm bows. So he did not dare to attack the waiting Wuchuan army with more than 1,000 Thailand troops without support. Kill back! Zhou Dui did not challenge Yu Wentai, Li Hu, and Dugu Xian's Wuchuan army head-on. Instead, he turned his horses around and penetrated the Goryeo soldiers and horses again. Zhou Dui and the iron-armored Thailand army defeated the low-level infantry of Goryeo. The low-level infantry were helpless in front of the armored cavalry. The galloping horses knocked the low-level infantry of Goryeo several meters away. Zhou Dui once again killed 100 people and came out from the Goryeo army. At this time, Guan Yu came to kill him, and with a flip of his right wrist, the Qinglong Yanyu sword made a clear dragon cry and split out a green light. The antlers in front of him were destroyed by the light of the green light, and several Korean infantrymen behind the antlers were killed by Guan Yu. Kill! 500 swordsmen and axemen broke through the destroyed antlers and rushed into the Goryeo army, with their swords raised and dropped. The cold light shone, and the Goryeo soldiers were harvested in pieces. Guan Ping wields a sword and follows his father Guan Yu, serving as a sharp blade for the 500 sword and axemen and more cavalry behind them, breaking through the enemy army. Die! Guan Ping slashed out a sword and cut a Goryeo general in half. As the son of a tiger general, Guan Ping's military power will not be much inferior. Fire the arrow! Fire the arrow! Li Chunggui fell into madness, and the Goryeo army had already killed 20,000 people under the fierce offensive of the Shu army, which was put to death. Li Chunggui used a large number of longbowmen and sharpshooters from Goryeo to snipe the Shu army that came down from Dingjun Mountain with longbows. Li Chunggui personally shot an arrow, and an unknown Shu army general was shot through the throat by Li Chunggui's arrow. Blood spurted out, and he fell off his horse. Tens of thousands of Goryeo longbowmen threw dense rain of arrows at the Shu army, blocking the sky and the sun. The Qinglong Yanyu sword seems to be integrated with Guan Yu. The green light protects the body. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal. The broadsword rolls, blocking the dense rain of arrows, charging among the Goryeo soldiers and horses, trying to break the Goryeo army first. The soldiers behind Guan Yu were not as powerful as their leader. Many soldiers were shot dead by random arrows and died at the foot of Dingjun Mountain. The banner of the Shu army was shot through by the long archers of the Goryeo kingdom and was riddled with holes. As the commander of the king-level archery system, Li Chunggui should not be underestimated in the legion of long archers he commanded. Under random arrows, many middle and low-level Shu army generals would be shot dead and become the dead souls at the foot of Dingjun Mountain. Guan Yu and Zhou Dui, as the vanguard of the Shu army, severely damaged the Goryeo army. However, the Goryeo army seemed endless, constantly consuming Guan Yu's special sword and axemen and Zhou Dui's Thailand army. The number of arrows thrown by Li Chunggui's long archer army at the Shu army reached an astonishing number of millions. Chu Tian's forces were economically strong, and in order to unify the Han Empire, they produced hundreds of millions of crossbows and bows. This is an extremely scary number. Lu Xuanda is certainly a hero, but I have a lot of troops here. The Goryeo army has 150,000 troops. Su Fengnian commanded thousands of troops on a hilltop near Dingjun Mountain, calmly watching the blazing battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses fought, and 150,000 Goryeo troops were used as cannon fodder by Su Fengnian to block the front and consume the Shu army status. Because Su Fengnian was not a lord, he could not see the data panel of the Goryeo army and could only make a simple estimate based on the momentum. Even if the 150,000 Goryeo army can only consume 50,000 Shu army, Su Fengnian thinks it is worth it. The Chutian forces had a large population. In order to win the crucial decisive battle, Su Fengnian regarded human life as nothing. To stop war with force means that the empire is built on white bones. The cavalry of Guan Yu and Zhou Dui repeatedly defeated Li Chunggui's 150,000 Goryeo army. However, as Su Fengnian estimated, The number of 150,000 Goryeo army was too large, and was constantly consuming the troops of Guan Yu and Zhou Dui. Not only that, Guan Yu, Zhou Dui, and Guan Ping's personal physical strength was also declining rapidly. Lu Bu's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry drove straight in, and broke into the Goryeo army from the left. Fang Tian's painted halberd danced wildly in Lu Bu's hands. Lu Bu still showed strong force, and killed hundreds of people. Bingzhou Wolf rides on horseback, and his shooting ability is comparable to that of a nomadic tribesman cavalry, who has lived on horseback since childhood. Li Yuanhao's iron kites and bubazi, one a heavy cavalry corps, and the other a mountain heavy infantry corps, attacked the enemy's formation from the right. Because Zhou Dui's Shu army infantry cooperated with Liu Bei's fire arrow team to burn the antlers of the Xiliang army, Li Yuanhao's iron kites cavalry could directly disperse the Goryeo infantry and cavalry on the right, and then break into the Goryeo long archer phalanx. Bubazi, as a mountain heavy infantry, has bonuses on the terrain of Dingjun Mountain. At this time, Bubazi broke out and completely demolished the antlers and wooden arrow towers of the Xiliang army. No! The morale of my troops has dropped significantly, and we need to retreat. Li Chunggui realized that his legion was being used as cannon fodder, and was very helpless. He was heartbroken at the heavy losses to his legion. When the loss of the Goryeo army exceeded 60,000, Li Chunggui had to ask Su Fengyan, the commander-in-chief, to withdraw the troops. The Goryeo army can retreat and turn the front team into a reserve team. After their morale is restored, they can participate in the war again. Su Fengyan judged that the morale of the Goryeo army had dropped below 40 and was in dangerous condition. So he ordered Li Chunggui to retreat. After using Li Chunggui and Jiang Hanzhen to consume the physical strength of Guan Yu, Lu Bu, Zhou Dui, and other fierce generals, Su Fengyan finally sent the main force of the Xiliang army to the battlefield. It's our turn to go into battle. No one can take a step back without my order. Yuan Tai, Li Hu, and Dugu Xian led the 3rd Wuchuan army of the Xiliang army into battle. The white-robed regiments of Chen Qingji, Xuerengui, and Zhao Yun marched from the left. The 1st Legion of the Xiliang army, including Generals Ma Teng, Han Sui, Pang De, etc., marched from the right. The 2nd Legion of the Xiliang army, including Su Rong, Zhang Xiu, Hu Qir, and other generals, were also gearing up. The scholar Xie served as the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Legion. The 2nd Corps served as a reserve for this battle, except for the 4th Legion of Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho, who went south to attack Jiangnan and join Chutian. The other 3 legions of the Xiliang army all went into battle. I personally command the 1st Army. Su Fengyan, as the player general, replaced Ma Teng and Han Sui as the chief general of the 1st Army. The Battle of Dingjun Mountain was already a decisive battle between the Xiliang army and the Shu army. Su Fengyan had not fought in person for a long time. In fact, he was also a fierce man. Attack! Su Fengyan ordered that the real main force of the Xiliang army go into battle to replace Li Chunggui's Goryeo army. Chapter 1049 Su Fengyan's ability. Xiliang fight to the death. Yuan Tai's Wuchuan Legion cavalry rushed forward, and 2 military generals, Li Hu and Du Guxin, led the troops to face the armies of Zhou Dui, Guan Yu, and Guan Ping. There was already sweat on Guan Yu's red face. Li Chunggui's 150,000 Goryeo army was not completely cannon fodder, but could also be regarded as an elite of civilization. In order to defeat Li Chunggui, Guan Yu charged through the Goryeo army and consumed a lot of energy. Yuan Tai's Wuchuan Legion was mainly composed of cavalry, and its ability to advance was stronger than that of Li Chunggui's Longbow Legion. Guan Yu must save his energy, otherwise he may be captured by the Xia army due to exhaustion. The cavalry fought fiercely in the narrow mountainous area. Du Guxin, who was a handsome man like Gao Chongong and Zhou Yu, took a long bow and shot an axeman next to Guan Yu with one arrow. The arrow hit the front of the axeman cavalry, killing it instantly. Guan Yu raised his eyebrows, dragged the Qinglong Yanyu sword, and took Dugu Xian directly. Guan Yu's appearance was so obvious that Du Guxin recognized him at a glance as Liu Bei's right-hand man. Du Guxin knew that he was no match for Guan Yu. So with his superb riding skills, he turned back and retreated into the dense Wuchuan army cavalry. Since his personal strength is not as good as Guan Yu's, he relies on high-level light cavalry to completely exhaust Guan Yu's physical strength. The Qinglong Yanyu sword let out a roar, and the oncoming Wuchuan cavalry was struck down by Guan Yu, killing dozens of them. Guan Yu was arrogant. After setting his sights on Dugu Xian, he wanted to take Dugu Xian's head among the thousands of troops. At this time,
The Red Rabbit horse is still in Lu Bu's hands, and Guan Yu lacks famous horses, so Dugu Xian is relatively safe at the moment. Li Hu, another brave general of the Wichuan army, fought with Guan Ping, the son of Guan Yu, with a sword. The horses crossed each other, and the two long swords collided several times. Neither of them could take down the other. The leader of the Wichuan army, General Yuan Taidu, advanced his army and launched wave after wave of attacks on the Shu army with the Wichuan cavalry. Yuan Tai and his coach Su Fengnian had the same idea. As long as the Xiliang army exhausted Liu Bei's forces, Liu Bei would have no choice but to surrender. The Chutian forces were extremely large in both territory and population. The Xiliang army, the White Robe army, and the Goryeo army were only part of the Chutian forces, and they were not the absolute main force. After Liu Bei's main force is exhausted, Liu Bei will be cornered. Generals such as Guan Yu, Guan Ping, and Zhou Di all fell into the Xiliang army's military tactics. The Wichuan army cavalry is a high-level unit, more advanced than ordinary human sea tactics. Guan Yu and Zhou Di are consuming their own physical strength to fight against the Wichuan army. Su Fengnian personally held a spear and jumped on the horse, together with Ma Teng, Han Sui, Ma Chao, Pang De and other direct Xiliang generals. They launched an attack from the right and fought against the Xixia king Li Yuanhao. When Su Fengnian was still a prince, he often went into battle in person and fought bravely, facing the Iron Kite's cavalry of Xixia king Li Yuanhao. Su Fengnian did not give in. Instead, he directly used the Xiliang Iron Cavalry to challenge the Iron Kite's cavalry head-on. The fierce General Ma Chao was alone and took the lead. He opened a distance of tens of meters from the Xiliang cavalry and was the first to fight the Iron Kite's cavalry. 100 Gene Iron Spear hit an Iron Kite cavalryman. The latter was seriously injured and flew several meters upside down, knocking down the Iron Kite's cavalry behind him. Despite the heavy armor and weight of the Iron Kite's cavalry, they were shot away by Ma Chao, which shows the great strength of Ma Chao, who inherited part of Long Iron Spear's abilities. The Iron Spear was as light as nothing in Ma Chao's hand, and one horse was worth 1,000. Even the charged formation of the Iron Kite's cavalry was stunned, seeing that Ma Chao had taken away the title of Xiliang's most powerful general. Pang De was not to be outdone. He dragged his sword and ran out from among the Xiliang cavalry. He slashed forward with his sword energy, and the blade hit Tai Yuzi's helmet, splitting it apart.
Throw the javelin!
Su Fengnian knew the capabilities of the Xiliang Iron Cavalry very well. Before the two steel torrents of the Xiliang Iron Cavalry and the Xixia Iron Kites collided, the Xiliang Iron Cavalry threw a sharp javelin. The javelin explodes with amazing armor-breaking ability, piercing through the Iron Kite's armor and killing it. After the volley of javelins, the Xiliang Cavalry held their spears and collided face-to-face with the Xixia Iron Kites. Refusing to give an inch, the heavy cavalry collided, and the sound of the golden armor could be heard endlessly. Li Yuanhao gritted his teeth, held a strong bow, and shot a Xiliang cavalryman. The two groups of heavy armored cavalry have been mixed together, making them indistinguishable. The Xixia Bubazi mountain heavy infantry charged from a high position and attacked the Xiliang cavalry from the flank.
Han Sui! Stop Bubazi!
Su Fengnian quickly arranged for Han Sui's legion to block Bubazi, and Su Fengnian personally killed himself among the Iron Kite's cavalry. Su Fengnian personally held a gun and assassinated the Iron Kite's cavalry. The gun blade penetrated the thick armor, and the repulsive force of the heavy armor made Su Fengnian's wrist numb slightly. However, Su Fengnian still relied on his own force to successfully kill this high-level Iron Kite cavalry. Su Fengnian's characteristics blessed the Xiliang cavalry and enhanced the power of the Xiliang cavalry. Su Fengnian himself is a player general of the cavalry department. As the original lord of Longxi County, Su Fengnian learned his characteristics from many activities and tasks. Su Fengnian always pays attention to his physical strength and condition. Name, Su Fengnian. Title, Duke of Longxi County. Official position, Bingzhou Governor. Level, 95. Stamina, 85/100. Commander, 90. Force, 85. Intelligence, 75. Politics, 81. Characteristic 1, King of Xiliang SS level trait. Within the Legion, soldiers from Xiliang soldiers have all attributes plus 15%. Every time an enemy is defeated, part of their morale will be restored. The more enemies defeated, the more morale will be restored. Characteristic 2, Horses stepping on flying swallows, S-level trait. When the Legion is equipped with Liangzhou war horses, Xiliang war horses have explosive power plus 25%. endurance plus 10%, and speed plus 5%. Characteristic 3, Shiliang Death Battle, S-level characteristic. Within the Legion, soldiers from Shiliang soldiers have plus 8% in all attributes. When the morale drops below 50, they will enter a battle to the death state, and 20 morale will be restored immediately. This can only be triggered in one battle. Once. Feature 4, Animal Husbandry, A-level feature. When raising warhorses, the output rate of fine warhorses is plus 3%. The fatality rate is minus 1%. And the cost of raising horses is minus 2%. Special Unit, Shiliang Iron Cavalry, 7th level cavalry. Number 5000. Su Fengnian's bonus to the soldiers of Shiliang is not low. And he also has a special bonus to the horses of Liangzhou. The soldiers of Shiliang plus the horses of Liangzhou are very terrifying under the command of Su Fengnian. Not inferior to the king of Shixiao Li Yuanhao. An important ability of Su Fengnian is that he can continuously restore the morale of the Shiliang army, as long as the enemy can be defeated. The Shiliang army can instantly restore part of its morale and continue to fight. Ma Chao and Pang De were at the front, riding 1,000 horses at a time, while Su Fengnian, Ma Teng, Han Sui, and others were at the rear urging the Liangzhou army to attack with all their might.
Shiliang, fight to the death! Shiliang, fight to the death!
The Liangzhou army shouted loudly, with a momentum that shook the heavens and the earth. The Liangzhou Legion, no matter which dynasty they belong to, are all brave and good at fighting. Shiliang's cavalry is enough to dominate the world. The Shiliang cavalry attacked with all their strength and began to suppress Li Yuanhao's Shixiao army. The special units of Su Fengnian, Ma Chao, Pang De, Ma Teng and others are all Shiliang Iron Cavalry. All Shiliang Iron Cavalry combined have a large number of people. However, Li Yuanhao's Iron Kites are less than 3,000 and are defeated by the more numerous Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Suppress. In addition, Ma Chao and Pang De teamed up to contain at least 1,000 Iron Kites. Liu Bei and Chen Shi were on Dingjun Mountain. When they heard the tsunami roaring from the Shiliang army mountain below, their morale was high, and they suppressed Li Yuanhao. Their expressions changed slightly. Su Fengnian's Shiliang cavalry is a pure Shiliang cavalry. It has the most powerful general in Shiliang, Ma Chao, and is equipped with the best horses and the most sophisticated armor in Liangzhou.
Shiliang is indeed one of the most courageous states in the empire. It seems that the third brother must be allowed to fight in order to defeat Ma Chao.
Liu Bei and Chen Shi thought it was Ma Chao's effect, so they decided to let Zhang Fei and Zhang Bao, who were still on standby on the mountain, lead their troops to attack Ma Chao. Zhang Fei and Zhang Bao wore heavy armor and led Yozhou's sudden cavalry, like tigers descending the mountain. The surrounding scene quickly retreated. On the left side of the foothills of Dingjun Mountain, Chen Qingji's white-robed army and Zhao Yan's white horse Yisong faced Lu Bu, while Xuerengui once again targeted his old enemy Lu Bu.
Lu Bu, where is your red rabbit horse?
Among thousands of troops, Xuerengui discovered that Lu Bu had replaced a king-level war horse. But the red rabbit horse that Lu Bu was proud of was nowhere to be seen. Lu Bu Fangtian drew his halberd and pointed it directly at Xuerengui.
Without the red rabbit and horse, I will kill you. Today you will live or die.
Chapter 1050 The Decisive Battle in Guangling. In Guangling County, the Jiangdong Navy entered Hongou, with thousands of warships and a mighty force. Thousands of Guangling County soldiers stationed in Jiangdu County were repelled by Jiangdong Army. Jiangdong Army's famous generals Xiang Yin and Long Jie, together with 120,000 Jiangdong Army, were surrounded by Yu Fei, Lu Su, and Wenong and Gaoyu, Guangling County, so that the main force of Jiangdong Army came to relieve Xiang Yin. Yu Fei and Lu Su originally planned to capture Gaoyu County as soon as possible, but the Xia Palace believed that this was an opportunity to encircle the point for reinforcements and annihilate the main force of the Jiangdong Army, so they did not attack. At the same time, generals such as Xiao Liang, Xiao Chua, Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, Valuz, Jishika, Li Mu, Brother Yelxiu, and their legions were transferred from Langya Kingdom to Guangling County. Zheng He, Zheng Jilong, Li Shunchen, Yu Yuanwen and other naval generals led the Fubo army southward and entered the East China Sea from the Yellow Sea. According to Xiao Liang's order, the Fubo army moved to the Yangtze River basin for the first time and intercepted the Jiangdong Navy entering Guangling County. King Wu Tongke took advantage of this opportunity to relieve Xiang Yin and Long Jie, and launched a massive attack on Guangling County, surrounded Guangling City, cut off Guangling County's teleportation array, and prevented more Xia troops from teleporting to Guangling. The Xia army gathered troops in Xiapi State and entered Guangling County in large numbers. The two sides competed in a vast battlefield. Guangling County is a battlefield that Tongke recognizes. This place is a marshy country and is not conducive to large-scale cavalry assaults. The Jiangdong army began to go ashore and assemble, relying on the Jiangdong navy. If the Xia army's cavalry attacked Jiangdong army would only need to retreat to the riverside and rely on warships and carriages to defend themselves.
Fortunately, the area of the Lord's world is larger. Otherwise, if the water volume decreases in autumn, our navy may not be able to enter Hangzhou.
Take brought Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, and Wei Rui. And this time, they wanted to combine the power of the three fire gods to launch a larger-scale fire attack. With the three fire gods, I'm afraid Yu Fei wouldn't dare to be easily attacked by fire. Fire and water are merciless.
Since Yu Fei, who is guarding Hefei, has arrived in Guangling County, I ordered my brother-in-law and Song Jiang to lead the navy to join me,
in order to strengthen his own troops and fight to the death with the Xia army in Guangling County. Tongke specially recruited two independent forces, Sun Jian and Song Jiang. Yu Fei joined forces with Xiao Liang's reinforcements and faced off with the Wu army in Gaoyu County. Both sides had more than 1 million troops.
The decisive battle to defeat Shu has begun. Even if Tongke doesn't fight us, he can't help it. There has never been a precedent for Shu to be able to defend Jiangdong after losing Shu.
Xiao Liang felt Tongchua's fighting spirit, so he mobilized his troops and gathered all the troops in Guangling County to compete with Jiangdong army. The Xia army can obtain supplies from Xiapi State and Donghai State, while the Wu army can obtain supplies from Jiangdong via the Yangtze River. Therefore, the supplies of both armies are not a problem. It just depends on who can defeat the other in the war.
Our scouts have received accurate information. Tongke intends to summon Sun Jian and Song Jiang's legions to gather in Guangling. If he defeats us, he can take advantage of the trend and go north to capture Xiapi, Donghai, Langya, and capture Shuzhou, Qinzhou, the land of Yanzhou, and we will have no troops to stop us. This is why he decided to fight us in Guangling, which is not very suitable for cavalry operations.
Shui Yu, who used players to collect intelligence, provided important information at this time.
The premise is that he can defeat us. Someone come and recruit Lu Su.
In the cool summer, people call Lu Su.
I wonder what your Royal Highness has to say. You try to enter Sun Jian's camp and give him this letter. Yes.
Lu Su accepted the secret letter, although he didn't know what the content was. It was probably related to this decisive battle. Xiao Liang has always been measured. Lu Su believes that his intelligence is not inferior to his, so he only needs to do as he is told. Lu Su left, tried to find out Sun Jian's whereabouts, and then sneaked into Sun Jian's camp.
Guangling County has assembled the Beiwei Army, Khitan Army, National Protector Army, Jinhua Army, Monan Army, and Lishan Army. Only the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sana Cavalry of the Su Wei Army are left to guard the Langya Kingdom. We are in Guangling County to defend the country. Mainly, defensive counterattack. If Jiangdong Army transfers Sun Tzu to Guangling County, then Cao Cao will be transferred to Guangling County.
Xiao Liang has made complete arrangements. Military advisor Sun Bin and Zhang Bin checked the deployment and thought there was no problem. It is Jiangdong Army who is anxious to attack now, while Xia Army is on the defensive. Xiao Liang is waiting for his chance. Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Xiao Chua, Joan of Arc, Sun Bin, Zhang Bin and others guarded the central army. Yu Fei guarded the left camp, and Li Mu guarded the right camp. Yu Fei and Li Mu are both emperor-level commanders who are capable of achieving epic victories. The Xia army had just adjusted their camp, and the Jiangdong army could not wait to launch an attack. This time, Jiangdong's army carried a large number of fire crossbows, fire arrows, gunpowder arrows, and hay, and once again relied on fire attacks. The mighty Jiangdong army launched an offensive towards the Xia army camp. Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, and Wei Rui provide bonuses to all fire crossbow and fire arrow teams, enough to cover all fire attacks. Xiao Liang, Xiao Chua, Hua Mulan and others stood on a hill, overlooking the entire battlefield. Fire arrows filled the sky covering the Xia army camp, and 100,000 fire arrows pierced the sky, like fireballs, trailing dazzling firelight. The bolide crashed into the Xia army camp, and the fire spread and burned.
We lack such a fire attack star.
Xiao Liang saw the fire attack of Jiangdong army, and couldn't help but sigh at the powerful fire attack capabilities of Zhou Yu and other generals. The Chutian forces really haven't seen many famous fire attack generals. However, Xia Jun prepared many buckets in the camp and hurriedly put out the fire. At the same time, the Xia army's camp was crisscrossed with ravines to prevent the fire from expanding. Xiaochua said,
"It is obvious that Jiangdong army wants to advance step by step with a fire attack until our defense line is burned down, and then launch a general attack. The Fubo army should have entered the Yangtze River Basin by now. If we endure any longer, the Jiangdong Navy will soon be blocked in Guanling County."
Xiao Liang is patiently waiting for the opportunity. In the Yangtze River Basin, Sun Jian led the navy and was about to join Tong Kai. Sun Jian was in a dilemma. Wu Jun and Xia Jun fought to the death. Sun Jian could not sway and had to choose his position. Sun Ce and Sun Jian were on the same warship, looking at the land of Guanling County.
"Although my sworn brother also has a chance of winning this battle."
The chance of winning is not great.
Sun Jian had his hands behind his back, unable to make a decision. Sun Ce said,
"Father, Jiangdong has frequently used troops in recent years, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses killed and injured. The people complained that it was time to end the troubled times. I am willing to help, Father."
Sun Jian nodded.
"Your martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. You must have obtained part of Xiang Yu's inheritance. It just so happens that you can help me in this battle."
Shang Pu, Huang Gai, Han Dang, Zhu Mao, and several Jiangdong veterans quietly followed the two generations of family heads without any complaints. Basically, the decision of the two family heads, Sun Jian and Sun Ce, is their decision.
Chapter 1051 The Tiger Falls. At Dingjun Mountain, war horses galloped and Fang Tian's painted halberds clashed. The two fierce generals passed by each other. The sound of the impact was numb.
"Lu Bu, you have regressed."
Xuerengui's Fang Tianhua halberd was opened and closed, and he struck Lu Bu hard. From the strength of Lu Bu's fight back, it was judged that Lu Bu's force was declining. At first, Xuerengui thought that Lu Bu was deliberately showing weakness. But after dozens of rounds of fighting between the two, Xuerengui was very sure that Lu Bu was not his opponent now. As Lu Bu's old opponent, Xuerengui can clearly feel that his momentum has changed. Without the Red Rabbit Horse, Lu Bu's ability has dropped a lot. Red Rabbit Horse's bonus to generals is not low.
"After you retreat, I will still kill you."
Lu Bu did not deny that his force had declined, but instead commanded Bing Zhou Longqi to continue fighting Xuerengui to the death. The White Robe Army harvested from the Shu Army, and Bing Zhou Longqi was no match for the White Robe Army blessed by Chen Qingji. As a 7th level light cavalry, the White Robe Army has higher statistics than the Bing Zhou Wolf Cavalry of the 6th level light cavalry. In addition, Chen Qingji's commanding ability is higher than that of Lu Bu. The White Robe Army defeated the Bing Zhou Wolf Cavalry. There were fewer and fewer cavalry around Lu Bu, and he was surrounded by white robes. Lu Bu fought with all his strength and defeated hundreds of white robe troops.
"Xilong, go and help Yuantai. Lu Bu has nothing to fear."
Xuerengui saw that Guan Yu and Zhou Dui were charging into Yuantai's Wuchuan army and directly captured Yuantai. So he asked Zhao Yun to help.
"Good."
Zhao Yun led the White Horse Eats Song to attack Guan Yu's tribe. The White Horse Eats Song rode and shot. Guan Yu and Guan Ping's soldiers were killed one after another. Guan Yu cut off Dugu Xian's spear with one strike and almost killed Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian's soldiers tried their best to protect Dugu Xian, but these soldiers were killed by Guan Yu's Qing Long Yanyu sword. Under the protection of his own soldiers, Duguxin was able to retreat in time. However, Guan Yu had already seen Yuantai's general flag and rode towards Yuantai. As long as he broke through Yuantai's formation and killed Yuantai, he might be able to break the situation. Yuantai was unmoved, and groups of Wuchuan cavalry rushed out from behind, besieging Guan Yu with thousands of cavalry.
"I'll stop them."
Zhou Dui led the Tailan army and knocked away the Wuchuan cavalry as light cavalry, opening a gap for Guan Yu to advance. Guan Yu said nothing and took Yuantai directly. The Qilong Yanyu sword opened and closed widely, with green light and dragon roar, and cut the Wuchuan cavalry with low defense into two pieces with one strike. Guan Yu charged forward, and all the cavalry blocking Guan Yu were killed by Guan Yu. Yuantai was so close. Guan Yu and Yuantai were dozens of steps apart, and they could even see each other's faces. Suddenly, a white figure appeared, and the weapon also roared with dragon roar, stabbing Guan Yu.
"Drink!"
Guan Yu dragged his sword and slashed, and the green light bloomed. As soon as the knife comes out,
Use all your strength. The Qilong Yanyu sword presses on the Jinshan bright silver spear. One green and one white. The two dragons are fighting. Guan Yu and Zhao Yun go back and forth to attack and defend. The surrounding cavalry seemed to fall into silence. And the focus within a radius became Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, who were fighting. Guan Yu's broadsword is powerful and heavy, while Zhao Yun's spear is as fast as a thunderous dragon. The two are evenly matched, and it is difficult to defeat the other. Beima Yi obeys my command and breaks the enemy's formation. Yu Wentai saw that Zhao Yun was holding Guan Yu back, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. So he temporarily replaced Zhao Yun to control the white horse Yi Song, joined the Wuchuan cavalry, and surrounded the troops of Generals Zhou Dui and Guan Ping. Guan Yu was in trouble, and Zhao Yun became Chu Tian's general. Guan Yu's plan to suddenly kill Yu Wentai failed, and he was unable to defeat Zhao Yun, let alone take Yu Wentai's head. On the other side, Zhang Fei, Zhang Bao, and his son came down the mountain and charged at the powerful Xiliang cavalry. Yu Go suddenly rode down the mountain, smoothing the originally rugged mountain road. Ma Chao of the Xiliang army had already penetrated the military formation of Xixia King Li Yuanhao, bumped into Zhang Fei's cavalry, and was instantly overwhelmed by Zhang Fei's Yu Go cavalry. Ma Chao did not retreat but advanced, single-handedly riding a sudden charge in Yu Go. Yu Zhou Tuki was whipped several meters away by Ma Chao, almost flew into the air, and fell heavily. Good guy! Zhang Fei took advantage of the terrain to capture Ma Chao. Zhang Fei was originally a powerful warrior, but he was also condescending. With one blow, his Zhangba snake spear knocked away Ma Chao's iron spear and almost missed Ma Chao's armor. Ma Chao turned around and shot Zhang Fei in the back. Zhang Fei's thoughts were exactly the same as Ma Chao's. As soon as they crossed paths, he responded with a spear, causing the two of them to tremble. The endless Yuo cavalry in front of them went down the mountain. Ma Chao resisted and fought his way through the Yuzhou cavalry. Zhang Fei did not turn around, but moved forward bravely, leading the Yuzhou cavalry to attack the Xiliang cavalry. The Xiliang cavalry fought against the Xixia King Li Yuanhao's iron kite and Zhang Fei's Yuo cavalry at the same time. Xiliang's iron cavalry numbered tens of thousands, and a large number of Xiliang light cavalry provided cover. Han Sui's generals fought hard. Su Fengnian jumped on the horse with a gun. His shirt was stained red with blood. There is no technical component. The collision between the steel torrents. The winner is determined by strength. Zhang Fei picked off a Xiliang general, but the latter was easily penetrated by the Zhangba snake spear. Ma Chao also killed everyone in Yozhou's sudden cavalry, and did not fall behind. Zhang Bao followed his father, picked up several Xiliang cavalry, and assassinated one of Pound's generals. Pang De, who defeated Li Yuanhao in the melee, saw that his generals were killed by the Shu army generals, so he drew his sword to fight Zhang Bao. Pang De's sword skills are fierce. One sword after another. The sword is getting heavier and heavier. After all, Zhang Bao was not as good as Zhang Fei. He gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on under Pound's offensive. Pang De, an imperial general second only to the 5 tiger generals, was suppressing Zhang Bao at this time, and had a strong tendency to kill Zhang Bao. The 8-foot-long snake spear came through the air. Zhang Fei, at his peak, was so powerful that he shot away Pound's sword with one shot, and Pound almost lost his weapon. Xiliang men, come and fight! Zhang Fei attacked Pound fiercely, and the tide turned, suppressing Pound. The battle at Dingjun Mountain was extremely fierce. Corpses were everywhere at the foot of the mountain. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting in the narrow terrain. The white-robed army had completely defeated Lu Bu's army. Lu Bu was strong in force and breaking formations, but his ability to command troops was crushed by Qin Qingji and Xuerengui. Bingzhou Longqi was also in disarray under the siege of the white-robe army, and even Lu Bu himself was trapped in a tight siege. It was extremely difficult for Lu Bu, who had no red rabbit and horse, to escape from Xuerengui's attack. Lu Bu will most likely be defeated, so he must help. Otherwise he will lose everything. Qin Shi saw that Lu Bu was defeated by Qin Qingji and Xuerengui, so he reminded Liu Bei to go and support Lu Bu. Liu Bei wielded his male and female swords and fought against the fierce Chong general Lu Guang down the mountain. On Dingjun Mountain, only Qin Shi and a small group of soldiers were left. This battle is lost. Chen Shi talked to himself after Liu Bei left. He was unwilling to attack Liu Bei, but judging from the current situation, even if Liu Bei's main force won the battle of Dingjinshan at a heavy price, it would be too difficult to capture Liangzhou.
With the strong recovery ability of Chu Qian's forces, Liu Bei went from Dingjun Mountain to Liangzhou. Maybe Liangzhou formed another army of 100,000 people. The Liangzhou army only has 200,000 soldiers and horses. This does not mean that Liangzhou can only support 200,000 soldiers and horses. It is just that maintaining such a number usually puts less pressure on the finances. At special times, Liangzhou can also quickly explode its troops. Moreover, it is difficult to say whether the Battle of Dingjun Mountain can be won. The 2nd Legion of the Xiliang army has not yet entered the battle. Li Qinggui's Goryeo army is seizing the time to restore its physical strength and morale. Once the Goryeo army recovers, the 90,000 Goryeo army will make a comeback.
The overall situation has been decided.
The scholar Xie I was dressed in white, looking at the Dingjun Mountain where the war was raging and the troops were fighting, and dispatched the 2nd Legion of the Xiliang army. The 2nd Legion of the Xiliang army, like the 1st Legion, is composed of Xiliang sergeants. Its troops will be Dong Zhuo's old troops: Su Rong, Hua Xiong, Zhang Xiu, and Hu Chaer.
My sword is already thirsty.
Hua Xiong's temples are white, and he is getting stronger with age. He wipes the blade with yak leather. Su Rong and Zhang Xiu saw Xie Ai's command flag waving, and knew that the time to attack had arrived.
Let them see the terror of the Xiliang cavalry.
Su Rong and Zhang Xiu commanded the Xiliang cavalry to dispatch, with Hua Xiong personally serving as the vanguard. As long as he doesn't meet Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, or Lu Bu, Hua Xiong is also a fierce general. The 2nd Legion of the Xiliang army, and thousands of Xiliang cavalry. The cavalry of the Xiliang army showed a terrifying side. There are a large number of Xiliang generals under Su Fengyan. Even if each of them only recruits a small group of Xiliang cavalry, the Xiliang cavalry of all the generals together will already number 20,000. The terror of high-level heavy cavalry is something that all the lords and generals lords know very well. Fang Tian's painted halberd collided, causing sparks to fly. The fierce General Schwerin-Gui overwhelmed Lu Bu. But Lu Bu was not as angry as before, but kept fighting with Schwerin-Gui all the time, just to kill him. The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry had been killed and dispersed by the White Robe army, and Qin Qingji fought with the reinforcements of Liu Bei and Lu Guang. Lu Bu no longer cared about the life and death of Bingzhou Longqi.
Lu Bu, if you surrender, you can still survive. Don't even think about it. Well, that's it.
Schwerin-Gui shows no mercy. The ghost Fang Tian's painted halberd is filled with black energy. Schwerin-Gui takes action with all his strength. Lu Bu, who had no exclusive equipment or a red rabbit horse, suffered repeated heavy losses under Schwerin-Gui's violent attack. His armor was dented and riddled with holes. Lu Bu's mouth was bleeding, but he still didn't say a word and fought Schwerin-Gui to the death. Schwerin-Gui was dressed in white robes, and was the leader of the 3 armies. With his full strength, not many generals in the Eastern Han dynasty could stop him. Lu Bu's energy was exhausted and his movements became slower and slower, becoming full of flaws in Schwerin-Gui's eyes. The ghost Fang Tian Hua Ji, Lu Bu's original exclusive weapon, fell into Schwerin-Gui's hands, and after 300 rounds, it penetrated Lu Bu's chest. Lu Bu vomited blood. The blood stained his armor red, and his face showed an expression of pain. Schwerin-Gui pulled out Fang Tian's painted halberd and looked at this old opponent who had been fighting with him for more than 10 years. He saw the will to die in Lu Bu's eyes.
Are you seeking death? I, Lu Fengxian, have never been weaker than others in my life. How can I be willing to be inferior to others?
The look in Lu Bu's eyes gradually disappeared, and he fell off the horse. Lu Bu, a generation of reckless generals with the courage of a tiger, believed that no one could tolerate him, and finally chose to die in battle at Dingjun Mountain.
How can one be useful if he is brave but not loyal?
Schwerin-Gui just sighed, then rode his horse to fight the D General Lu Guang. Chapter 1052 March into Chengdu.
It seems that some powerful generals were killed. I wonder what the situation is like at Dingjun Mountain.
On the battlefield of Fu County, Chu Tian led the cavalry army to defeat Ming Gong, who had to go out of the city to fight, and captured Yizhou General Li Yin. Li Yin can also be regarded as a celebrity during the Three Kingdoms period, because he thought highly of himself. He failed to compete with Zhuge Liang for power, and was demoted to a commoner. Li Yin has comprehensive abilities, and is a second-tier figure in the Three Kingdoms. Chu Tian temporarily imprisoned Li Yin until Chengdu was conquered. Liu Bei was conquered, and then he surrendered. Although Ming Gong was a master of defense, the Xia army advanced in multiple directions, and Yizhou's defense line was riddled with holes. Ming Gong was forced to fight. but was defeated by Chu Tian and returned to Fu County to hold on.
Ming Gong is no match for my king's cavalry in the wild. However, when he retreats to the city, the cavalry is helpless. In addition to Fu County, there are also Mianju and Luo counties, blocking Chengdu.
Chu Tian's soldiers and horses have been blocked in Fu County for a long time, and they need to find a way to make a breakthrough. At this point, things took a turn for the worse.
My lord, Zhang Song's disciples are here and can do something. Military advisor, how credible are Zhang Song's words? 90%. Then, I will personally command 5,000 cavalry troops and march directly to Chengdu.
Chu Tian had experienced hundreds of battles and had experience in risky military operations. At this time, the opportunity came to bypass Fu County, Mianju, and Luo County. Chu Tian personally sent troops and only took away 5,000 cavalry troops. Jiasu didn't object. He was confident in his inference. Chu Tian took away Bei Mihu, Dian Wei, Yang Dian, Gao Shun, Monk Wan Yinchen and others, leaving Jiasu, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, Tai Shirzi, and continued to besiege Fu County, pretending that the main force had not moved. At the same time, Chu Tian led 5,000 high-level cavalry, bypassed the defense lines outside Chengdu, and made a surprise attack on Chengdu. If there were no inner ghosts in Chengdu, attacking a huge city with 5,000 cavalry would undoubtedly lead to death. But if there is a mole to help, the result may be completely different. In Chengdu, after Wang Ming returned from Nanzhong, he immediately reorganized his troops. However, the situation in Yizhou has deteriorated, and even if Wang Ming is talented, he can't turn the tide. The 3 passes of Shu Road were lost, and Zitong County was besieged by Ma Yuan and Yang Shiho, who asked Chengdu for help. Fu County was besieged by Chu Tian and asked Chengdu for help. The decisive battle in Hanzhong began, and they asked Chengdu for help. After Huan conquered the 3 counties of Nanzhong, he commanded 50,000 Mongolian cavalry and 50,000 Nanman troops. They came out of the mountains of Nanzhong and marched towards Chengdu from the south. Wang Ming needed to send troops to defend the passes in the south of Chengdu. The population of Yizhou was so large, but it had lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses in successive wars and maintained a huge force. Wang Ming's clever wife could not make a living without rice. In Zhang Song's mansion, a group of Yizhou aristocratic families had already discussed surrendering to the Xia army behind Wang Ming's back.
Liu Bei and Wang Ming are outsiders, and we in Yizhou are fighting for outsiders. And almost all of our young people have been killed or injured. If things continue like this, there will be no one left in Shu. When Liu Yin and Liu Zhang and their sons were governing Yizhou, there had never been such a tragic battle. We were really wrong at the beginning. Everyone, please rest assured that King Xia will soon take over Chengdu. At that time, you will still be restored to your posts. Yizhou will return to loyalty to the court. Rest and recuperate, and there will be no more chaos in Shu. When will it be soon? It won't take 3 or 5 days.
Zhang Song's words finally made a group of Yizhou aristocratic families feel relieved. Chu Tian mobilized millions of troops to conquer Yizhou. Yizhou suffered heavy casualties. No matter how Liu Bei and Wang Ming tried to appease people's hearts, the casualties of the Shu army were still there. The Shu army was very tenacious in fighting spirit and could resist Xiliang, Guanzhong, Nanman, and even Mongolian cavalry with one state. However, Shu County lost hundreds of thousands of young men due to the war, and almost every household had a young man killed. Such a heavy price has made the Yizhou families lose their patience. Or in other words, they have been frightened and are unwilling to continue. Be an enemy of the imperial court. Population is always a flaw. Yizhou's territory seems very large, but most of it is covered with mountains and forests.
Our family has military officers controlling the North City Gate. As soon as King Xia's troops arrive, the city gate will be open to welcome King Xia. At that time, you will command 500 private soldiers to capture Wang Ming alive and present it to King Xia.
Zhang Song made some arrangements.
Are you going to drag Fa Zheng into trouble? He is grateful to Liu Bei and must not let him know about our plot. Otherwise, if things are revealed, you and I will both be killed by Wang Ming.
Zhang Song also seemed a little afraid of Wang Ming. Wang Ming appeases the common people while suppressing the aristocratic family. He is a ruthless man. Zhang Song's talents are like the light of a firefly in front of Wang Ming, unable to compete with the sun and the moon.
Then it is agreed that if there is any breach of contract, once the king of Xia takes control of Yizhou, his whole family will be executed.
All the Zhou family members present were awe-inspiring. Maybe some of them risked their lives. But when it comes to their family, they have to think carefully. Otherwise, they will definitely cause a bloody storm among the Zhou family. Chu Tian led 5,000 cavalry to surprise Chengdu and bypass Fujian. On the defense line in the north of Chengdu, the Shu cavalry finally discovered Chu Tian's cavalry. Seeing the divine soldiers descending from the sky, they actually surrendered to Chu Tian. The Shu army had been discouraged and formally surrendered to Chu Tian. Chu Tian marched into Chengdu from the north, while Huan marched into Chengdu from the south. The main force in Yizhou entered Hanzhong, while the second-tier main force was in the northern defense line of Chengdu. As for the southern part of Chengdu, the force was weak. Wherever Huan's 100,000 troops went, various tribes and small groups of Shu troops all surrendered to Huan. The governor of Qianwei County even surrendered to Huan. At this time, the soldiers and horses in various counties in Yizhou were no longer thinking about resistance, but about finding ways to surrender honorably. Huan was advancing with great success. Unstoppable and unstoppable. Wang Ming was alone, facing the attack from the north and south, with a frown on his face. Sending troops to the south of Chengdu means that the defense in the north is empty. If we despise the defense of the south and concentrate our forces to defend Nianzhu and Luoxian counties in the north, then Huan's increasingly larger army will capture Chengdu from the south. Huan continued to recruit soldiers from Jianbing and Nanman tribesmen in Jianwei County, and his strength reached an astonishing 200,000. Muyuk and Huan divided their forces and personally commanded 30,000 Mongolian cavalry and 70,000 Nanman troops. They also supervised generals such as Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu, Meng Ba, and Yong Kai, and went south to rescue Yongchan County. Yongchan County was still besieged by the army of Tengde Kingdom. Except for the county town, almost all the cities were captured by King Manginglong of Tengde Kingdom. Manginglong plundered the population in Yongchan County and moved to Dongyu Kingdom. As the overlord of Tengde Kingdom, Manginglong also knew the importance of population. With population, there will be taxes and military resources. Yongchan County has been besieged by Manginglong for a long time. The army and supplies will be cut off. The city walls are in ruins, and it is in danger. Wang and his wife, the prefect of Yongchan County, and Lu Kai, a meritorious officer, defended Yongchan County to the death and refused to surrender. Manginglong sent people many times to recruit people to surrender, but they were beheaded by the Wang and his wife. Manginglong couldn't help but become furious.
Master Taisho, the food and grass can only last for 3 days at most. If there are no reinforcements in 3 days, it may be possible.
The grain officer reported the unfavorable news to Wang and his wife. Lu Kai's expression was gloomy. His face was sallow and thin due to lack of food.
Yizhou is in raging war, and the princes are in civil war. We, Yongchan County, are on the border and have been forgotten by the world. I'm afraid there will be no reinforcements.
The king and his wife looked pale, pacing on the vicissitudes of the city wall, and seemed to have made up their minds.
The food ration for each person will be reduced by half, and it can be extended to 6 days. If there are no reinforcements after 6 days, then I will lead my troops out of the city, fight to the death. After I die, the people in the city can leave the city and surrender.
Lu Kai said to Wang and his wife.
I am willing to fight to the death with the prefect out of the city.
The defenders of Yongchan County also said in unison.
We are also willing to go through life and death with you. Okay.
The Yongchan County defenders, including Wang and his wife, struggled hard in the face of an almost certain death situation. Day after day, the garrison of Yongchan County in the southern part of Yizhou County could not see the reinforcements and fought alone, becoming more desperate. On the 6th day, the Yongchan County garrison still saw no reinforcements. The food and grass had been exhausted. The people in the city could only eat bark to satisfy their hunger. The prefect Wang and his wife gathered the last thousands of soldiers and horses and assembled at the city gate. Yizhou has many dead soldiers. If the people besieging the city were the princes of the Han Empire, then the defenders of Yongchan County might choose to surrender the city when they saw that the situation was over. But at this time, the soldiers and horses of other civilizations are besieging the city, and they will definitely not surrender. Wang and his wife glanced at the last remnants of the Yongchan County army.
Soldiers, we have no reinforcements. We will escape death if we leave the city this time. If you don't want to fight, you can go back.
Thousands of soldiers. No one retreated.
As expected of a man from Yongchan County, open the city gate and go out to fight back. Kill!
Under the command of the prefect Wang and his wife, and the meritorious Chao Lu Kai. The last few thousand soldiers and horses of Yongchuan County came out of Nancheng. Opposite them were the Tunga army that was 30 times their number. They looked at death as if they were home.
It's just a mantis using its arms as a chariot. Kill them all and take this city.
Mang Yinglong sat on a golden war elephant, waved his hand, and more than 100,000 Dongyu soldiers and horses overwhelmed the Yongchuan County defenders. Chapter 1053 Qin Liangyu defeats Mang Yinglong. The war elephants and sword soldiers of the Tunga Kingdom overwhelmed the Yongchuan County defenders, and the soldiers around Wang and his wife died in battle one after another. They were unable to compete with the elite troops of the Tunga Kingdom. Mang Yinglong sat on the golden throne of an ironclad war elephant. The cavalry and elephant soldiers of the Taungu Imperial Guard, as well as a group of Portuguese musketeers, were responsible for guarding Mang Yinglong. In the eyes of Mang Yinglong, the Yongchuan County garrison was just stubbornly resisting.
Capture this city and move the population to Shan State.
Mang Yinglong was very interested in the population of Yongchuan County. The plundering of the population is undoubtedly faster than the natural growth of the population. The defenders of Yongchuan County were struggling in vain against hundreds of thousands of troops. There were only a few hundred county soldiers left beside Wang and his wife, and they were still fighting bloody battles. During the battle, Lu Kai, the meritorious officer of Yongchuan County, had his left hand cut off by a sword soldier from the Tunga Kingdom, and the blood continued to flow. The last defenders of Yongchuan County fell into despair. Suddenly, the troops and horses of the Tunga Kingdom stationed north of Yongchuan County were defeated, which gradually caused panic in the main force of the Tunga Kingdom.
Your Majesty, reinforcements from the Han Empire have arrived.
The generals of Dongyu Kingdom who escaped from the north returned to their king Mang Yinglong. Mang Yinglong's expression changed slightly.
According to the information I have received, the princes are fighting within the Han Empire and Yizhou is in chaos. Why do you care about the border areas?
To the north of Yongchuan County, Qin Liangyu led the Mongolian cavalry as the vanguard, traveled a long distance, and finally came to Yongchuan County from Yizhou County to relieve Yongchuan County. 30,000 Mongolian cavalry quickly defeated the Tongyu garrison in the north and attacked Mang Yinglong. The Mongolian cavalry is not adapted to the mountains and forests, but it is not impossible to fight in the mountains and forests. But its attributes will be reduced. This group of Mongolian cavalry followed Temujin and took refuge in Chutian. They have been training every year. Their average level is over 80. They have experienced hundreds of battles. Under the command of Qin Liangyu, they defeated the garrison in the northern part of the Tunga Kingdom. Qin Liangyu's Mongolian cavalry immediately attacked Mang Yinglong's formation. The Mongolian bows were bent, and they fired arrows at Mang Yinglong's formation. Hundreds of Tunga soldiers were killed by random arrows.
Protect the king!
The main force of the Dongyu Kingdom's army attacked Yongchuan County for several months, but they never saw reinforcements sent by the Han Empire to Yongchuan County. Thinking that the Han Empire had abandoned Yongchuan County, caught off guard, the Dongyu army was attacked by Mongolian cavalry. Qin Liangyu rushed to the front and shot away a general from the Tunga Kingdom. He was like no one in the middle of the Tunga Kingdom army. The Mongolian cavalry drew their sabers, roared their horses, and charged into the Tunga army. Their sabers roared, cutting down the Tunga soldiers and horses along the way. Hundreds of Portuguese musketeers lined up in front of Mang Yinglong. As the emperor of the Taungu dynasty, Mang Yinglong can hire musketeers from Portuguese civilization as his own special unit of Portuguese mercenaries. At this time, the panicked Mang Yinglong hurriedly ordered Portuguese mercenaries to protect himself. Hundreds of thousands of Taungu soldiers and horses changed their formations, creating chaos.
Your Majesty, retreat immediately.
The general of the Imperial Guards of Dongyu State was not sure that he could protect Mang Yinglong in the chaotic situation, so he asked Mang Yinglong to withdraw his troops.
How could a partial army of the Han Empire be forced to retreat by it?
As the overlord of the Tunga Kingdom, Mang Yinglong was furious when the general of the Imperial Guard asked him to avoid a partial army of the Han Empire. The Tunga Kingdom also has a population of tens of millions, and those who came to save Yongchuan County cannot be the main force of the Han Empire, or even the main force of Yizhou, but only some soldiers and horses from the southern barbarians. The 20,000 Tunga Imperial Guards immediately formed a formation. The Mongolian cavalry had already reached the front of the Tunga Imperial Guards. Before forming a spear phalanx, the Mongolian cavalry swung their sabers and killed a group of Tunga Imperial soldiers. The archers of Dongyu Kingdom fired a volley, and some Mongolian cavalry were hit by arrows. In the mountains and forests of the southwest,
The troops of the Taunjia Kingdom are similar to the Nanman troops. They are equivalent to fighting on the home field. They have terrain bonuses, and dare to deal with the Mongolian cavalry head-on. Qin Liangyu saw the king's flag of Mang Yinglong in Dongyu Kingdom. So he led the Mongolian cavalry to charge into the formation in a cone shape and directly attack Mang Yinglong. Get her! Mang Yinglong wanted to capture the generals of the Han Empire and increase his own strength. So with a wave of his hand, several generals from the Tunggu Kingdom came forward and tried to capture Qin Liangyu alive. The generals of Dongyu Kingdom were armed with swords, maces, bows, arrows, spears and other weapons, and were attacking from all directions. Cover, General! The Mongolian cavalry have lived on horseback since childhood and have a tradition of hunting. They are good at cooperating with each other. At this time, seeing the Mongolian cavalry in crisis, they fired arrows one after another, covering a group of Taunjia generals. The accuracy of the Mongolian cavalry's riding and shooting surprised the generals of the Taunjia Kingdom. They waved their weapons to block the attack, and many arrows were knocked away. When the general of the Taunjia Kingdom blocked the Mongolian cavalry's cavalry shooting, Qin Liangyu took action with all his strength, and the white barrel spear stabbed dozens of afterimages in Qin Liangyu's hand. Qin Liangyu passed by on horseback, and several generals from the Taunjia Kingdom fell off their horses and were killed by Qin Liangyu together. Because of Qin Liangyu's terrible performance and the death of several generals in the army, the morale of the main force of the Taunjia Kingdom dropped. The Mongolian cavalry took advantage of the situation and advanced, forcing the Tunggu army to retreat. The Tunggu army was retreating steadily. The supervising team comes forward. Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy. War elephants and musketeers stepped forward to stop the Han Empire's cavalry. Seeing that his cavalry troops were no match for the Mongolian cavalry, the king of cavalry, Mang Yinglong, sent in war elephants abundant in Taunjia country and Portuguese mercenaries. Mang Yinglong's Portuguese mercenaries were elite musketeers who served the kings of the Tunggu dynasty in the Age of Discovery. They were also an important force in Mang Yinglong's conquest of the Tunggu Kingdom. A group of Portuguese musketeers wearing large-brimmed hats loaded black powder and lead bullets, and under the cover of elephant soldiers and spearmen, fired at the Mongolian cavalry commanded by Qin Liangyu. White smoke filled the air. Muskets fired, and a row of Mongolian cavalry were shot and fell from the backs of galloping horses. Dozens of war elephants blocked the charge of the Mongolian cavalry and divided the Mongolian cavalry. The roaring war elephant trampled a Mongolian cavalryman and his horse together, and the latter's ribs were all broken. The Mongolian cavalry rushed in from the gap between the war elephants and fought with the spearmen of Taunjia Kingdom. The sword soldiers of Taunjia Kingdom threw javelins at the Mongolian cavalry and killed the Mongolian cavalry. Qin Liangyu used one against 100, and under the cover of several Mongolian cavalry, he killed through a gap. Kill! During the fierce battle between the Mongolian cavalry and the Tunggu army, in the jungle, the southern barbarian soldiers all over the mountains and plains fought out, and the mountains roared and the tsunami roared. The 30,000 Mongolian cavalry are the vanguard, and the 70,000 barbarian army behind are the real main force. The nearly 3-meter-high Wutubone drags a wooden mace, and the mace is full of iron nails. Like a giant, around Wutubone, there were densely packed barbarian Tingjia troops, killing each other in horror. Wudong Feijuan and White Pole soldiers rushed forward to meet Qin Liangyu's Mongolian cavalry. Sitting on the back of the golden war elephant, Mang Yinglong was sweating profusely. The number of reinforcements from the Han Empire far exceeded Mang Yinglong's imagination. The situation in Yizhou changed faster than Mang Yinglong imagined. When Mang Yinglong thought that the princes of the Han Empire were inextricably linked, Chu Tian already had enough power to send 100,000 troops to rescue Yongchuan County. Moreover, these 100,000 soldiers and horses are not temporary recruits, but warriors who have experienced many battles. And there are also several special units. A general of the Taungu Imperial Guard asked Mang Yinglong for instructions. Your Majesty, do you want to use the White Elephant Army? Withdraw troops? Mang Yinglong's decision surprised the generals of the Tunggu Kingdom, who originally thought they were going to fight to the death with the reinforcements of the Han Empire. However, under Mang Yinglong's order, they led the Tunggu Kingdom army to retreat backwards. However, Qin Liangyu had no intention of letting go of the Tunggu army. Anyone who offends a strong man will be punished no matter how far away he is. As a county in the southern part of the Han Empire, Yongchuan County was invaded by the Tunggu Kingdom, which angered the generals of the Han Empire. The Mongolian cavalry bit the Tunggu Kingdom's army, and the faster Wudong Feijuan caught up and defeated the Tunggu Kingdom's sword soldiers.
The Mongolian cavalry replaced their spears with spears and stabbed the war elephant in the eyes, causing it to go into a frenzy without distinguishing between friend and foe. Wu Tugu wielded his mace and repeatedly hammered a war elephant. Its powerful force actually killed the war elephant. Only a warrior of Wu Tugu's size can defeat a 9th level war elephant head-on. War elephants are powerful but inflexible, and are easily restrained by powerful generals like Wu Tugu. The 70,000 Nan-man army, which also had terrain bonuses, and the Mongolian cavalry, defeated the Dongxiu army. The Portuguese musketeers could not face the overwhelming reinforcements, so they mounted their horses and fled. Mang Yinglong had to sacrifice a group of war elephants to block the Han army so that he could escape. If Mang Yinglong's army of hundreds of thousands could be arrayed in time, they might still have the strength to fight, or even be able to win evenly. However, Qin Liangyu's surprise attack was so fast that he did not give Mang Yinglong time to gather his troops. He waited until Muyuk and Wu Tugu urged him to do so. After 70,000 barbarians joined the battle, the Taungu army had to be defeated. Outside the city of Yongchang County, corpses were everywhere, and the banners, war horses, and war elephants of the Tungta kingdom could be seen everywhere. Muyuk, Qin Liangyu, and Wu Tugu, a reinforcement force of 100,000 people, killed 30,000 Dongxiu soldiers, captured 2,000 prisoners, and captured 3,000 war horses and 20 war elephants. There were less than 300 Yongchang County defenders left, and the county prefect Wang and his wife died in the battle. Lu Kai, the hero of Yongchang County who survived the disaster, and the 300 defenders still couldn't believe that reinforcements actually came to the remote Yongchang County. I heard that Muyuk, the original lord of the southern barbarians, had arrived. Lu Kai led the defenders to surrender to Muyuk, and Yongchang County was still controlled by the Han Empire. King Mang of Taungu Yinglong was defeated, fought wits and courage with the air, and worried that there were hundreds of thousands of reinforcements behind Muyuk. So he withdrew the troops stationed in various cities in Yongchang County, returned to Tungta Kingdom, and fully defended the border. Chapter 1054, Going to Chengdu. The divine fortune teller Wang Ming finally arrived at the gates of Chengdu. When Chu Tian saw the majestic city of Chengdu, his heart surged. By capturing the city of Chengdu, Shu will basically be conquered. Chengdu's status in Shu is as important as Luoyang and Chang'an in the Han Empire. The unification of the Han Empire is close at hand. Chu Tian only led 5,000 cavalry troops to break through Chengdu's outer defense line. And by the way, he recruited tens of thousands of Shu soldiers and horses. If Chu Tian only had such a small number of troops, he would not dare to attack Chengdu. But if Chengdu had insider support, then Chu Tian could completely reproduce the script of Deng Ai's entry into Shu. Chu Tian was stationed in the north city of Chengdu, peeking into the city, waiting for Zhang Song to respond. There are still 50,000 troops in Chengdu, but Wang Ming doesn't dare to go out of the city to fight. The reason is also very simple. The elite of the Shu army are either in Hanzhong or all are exhausted in Nanzhong. Chengdu does not have any special arms that can deal with Chu Tian's cavalry army. In addition, Wang Ming sent 30,000 troops to the south to stop the Huan army marching towards Chengdu. But he was unable to do so. There are tens of thousands of soldiers and horses in Minju, Fujian and other places, and they are encircling Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian ignored it. As long as Chengdu is captured, and the families of the Shu army officers and soldiers are obtained, most of the Shu army will surrender without a fight. Yizhou's aristocratic families have a lot of wealth in Chengdu. Taking Chengdu also controls the lifeblood of local aristocratic families. Wang Ming stood on the majestic north wall of Chengdu, looking at the Xiao army soldiers and horses outside the city, and said nothing for a long time. With Wang Ming's intelligence, he knew exactly what was going on in Yizhou now. But Wang Ming was still holding on to his last glimmer of hope. The Xiao army only used thousands of soldiers and horses, mixed with more than 10,000 surrendered soldiers. Do you think they can capture Chengdu? Wang Ming believed that unless Xiao's army came with 100,000 men, he could be sure to capture Chengdu, which Wang Ming defended with 50,000 men. Chengdu is a huge city with towering walls and numerous arrow towers. If everyone works together, even 100,000 Xiao troops cannot capture it. But now, the Xiao army only came with a few thousand cavalry, and they carried the Shu army captured along the way. Suddenly, Wang Ming's heart moved, and he probably understood what Chu Tian meant. The Xiao army cannot march in danger for no reason. Then the Xiao army soldiers and horses under the city must be 80 to 90% sure of taking Chengdu.
It turns out there is an internal response. It seems that the Ezhou families have made a choice. Chengdu cannot be defended.
Wang Meng understood inside. This is the decision of the Ezhou family. During the Three Kingdoms period, the influence of local aristocratic families in the world of lords is not small. Even if the lords recruited civil servants and generals from other dynasties, taxes and conscription could not bypass the local families of the Three Kingdoms. Many low and middle-level generals and civil servants came from local families, and they could intervene in taxation, conscription, agriculture, and the economy. Liu Bei, Chun Shi, and Wang Meng were outsiders and not natives of Ezhou, so they relied more on the power of the Ezhou aristocratic families. When the Ezhou aristocratic families found that they could not protect their own family interests by following Liu Bei, these aristocratic families decided to change owners. It's not that there are no aristocratic families who continue to support Liu Bei, but as the situation in Ezhou deteriorates, more and more aristocratic families who have taken advantage of the situation have changed their stance. The guards of Baishui Pass, Yan Huai, and the guards of Jiaming Pass, Fei Guan, surrendered without a fight, which already represented a group of Ezhou aristocratic families who rebelled. Wang Meng couldn't blame these aristocratic families. The unification war of the Han Empire was just a struggle between princes for interests, and there was no question of which side was just or not. The Ezhou family has helped Liu Bei and Wang Meng a lot. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the war in Ezhou. The population of Ezhou can no longer bear more casualties. Otherwise, in the next few decades, the population of Ezhou will be higher than that of other states. The population is much smaller.
The Ezhou family rebelled. So the people guarding the city must have spies. F.A. Zheng? No, it's not him. It's probably Zhang Song. And so on.
Wang Meng knew what was going on, and even made a mental list of a series of families that might have rebelled. But what to do with him? Wang Meng paced back and forth on the city wall, his blue shirt fluttering in the wind. If he were an ordinary military commander, he might have captured the people who were about to rebel in the city. However, Wang Meng fell into thinking.
Urgent report. Huan, the protector of the western regions, led an army of 200,000 people out of the southern barbarian mountains and defeated our army in Guangdu County. He killed 30,000 people, and the entire Guangdu County garrison was wiped out. Dot.
The 30,000 defenders sent by Wang Meng to defend southern Chengdu not long ago were destroyed by Huan. Huan's force was a combination of Mongolian cavalry, Nanman army, and surrendered troops from Jianwei County. He had enough force to launch a fierce offensive, directly attack and annihilate the 30,000 defenders in Guangdu County. Huan and Chu Tian have surrounded Chengdu from the south and north. The Shu army general who reported the news looked at Wang Meng cautiously.
Commander, what should we do?
Wang Meng didn't answer for a long time, and finally said slowly,
You lead a team of elite soldiers. That's it.
The Shu army general's eyes widened.
Commander, do we really want to do this?
Wang Meng sighed.
The situation is over.
As night fell, at the north city gate of Chengdu, the generals from the aristocratic family, who served as Xia Army's inner responders, changed their defenses and took control of the entire north city gate. Zhang Song came to the north city gate specifically to confirm that the troops and horses of the surrender faction had been replaced.
Wait until the time of Yin, and use fire as a signal to respond to the king of Xia. Clear. Wang Meng is Liu Bei's military advisor, and will definitely lead his troops to resist. I will lead my private soldiers to kill Wang Meng. Wang Meng is unexpected, and will definitely be killed by me.
After Zhang Song determined that there was an internal agent in Beicheng, he and several people from aristocratic families assembled more than 1,000 private soldiers to attack Wang Meng. Wang Meng suppressed the family, and many people were dissatisfied. Chu Tian couldn't sleep at night, and led 5,000 cavalry troops outside the gate of Chengdu North City, waiting for the signal.
Zhang Song is greedy, and will not regret it. Lord, look, there is a signal on the city.
Beini's soft cry brought Chu Tian back to his senses. In the North Tower, there was indeed a Shu general waving a torch to welcome the Xia army into the city. The north gate of Chengdu was opened by internal forces. Gao Shun led the enemy camp and entered the city first to prevent Wang Meng from setting an ambush or the Shu army to surrender. Soon, the trapped camp that entered the city occupied the city gate and responded to Chu Tian.
Invade Chengdu and take the city lord's palace directly. No looting is allowed.
Chu Tian made repeated orders, saying that after the capture of Chengdu, this place would still be an important main city for future attacks on Tundra Kingdom and even on the Indian Peninsula. Therefore, Chu Tian never wanted this huge city to be destroyed. 5,000 cavalry troops galloped into the city and went straight to the city lord's palace. Soon, the cavalry army entered the city, causing panic among the 50,000 Shu troops in the city, and a battle has already broken out near the city lord's mansion. Iron cavalry are everywhere, and the city of Chengdu is filled with swords and swords. The Xia army entered Chengdu, and the Chengdu defenders had no fighting spirit and surrendered one after another. Chu Tian led the cavalry to the city lord's palace.
Chengdu is mine.
Chu Tian did not expect to capture the most important city in Ezhou so easily. He achieved his goal with almost no decent battle, and through strategy and internal response. There were many corpses near the lord's mansion. Wang Ming led a team of soldiers and horses to ambush Zhang Song, who led the attack on the lord's mansion. He killed Zhang Song and several military generals from aristocratic families, and the private soldiers of the aristocratic families dispersed in a hurry. Wang Ming and Chu Tian confronted each other at the lord's mansion. However, what surprised Chu Tian even more was that Wang Ming quickly surrendered to Chu Tian with his official seal. Chu Tian stared at the counselor, who surrendered with his official seal in both hands. He always felt that Wang Ming's reaction was too calm.
Wang Jinlu, could it be that you have guessed that there is an insider in the city?
Wang Ming calmly replied.
It's just that Zhang Song and others saw that the situation was over and dedicated the city to seek glory. Why not take advantage of the strategy and set up an ambush in the city? If you kill me, Chengdu can be defended. Your Highness's words are certainly reasonable. However, I heard that the Crown Prince of Xia was both civil and military, and already looked like a king. Even though the guilty officials set up an ambush to kill His Highness, they only suffered a larger-scale revenge from the Xia army. The emperor was so angry that he laid down millions of corpses and shed blood, thousands of miles away.
I'm afraid that by then, thousands of miles away in Shu, there will be no human habitation, and not even a blade of grass will grow. The guilty officials have been harassing Shu for a long time, and they can't bear to risk the lives of people in Shu and resist. Then why did you kill Zhang Song and other heroes? Are you not afraid that I will kill you and give an explanation to the Ezhou family?
Chu Tian questioned Wang Ming, but Wang Ming remained silent. However, Chu Tian had already seen the answer from Wang Ming's eyes. Wang Ming killed Zhang Song, first out of anger, and secondly because he thought Chu Tian also wanted to kill Zhang Song and was unwilling to fulfill his promise to Zhang Song. So before surrendering, he simply helped Chu Tian kill Zhang Song. This is a Zhuge Liang-like figure who helped Fu Jian's former Qin dynasty unify the north. If Wang Ming did not die, Fu Jian would have a chance to unify China. Wang Ming had completely guessed what Na Ying and Chu Tian were thinking. It's not terrible.
I am not happy to get Chengdu, but I am happy to have you. I will forgive you.
After Chu Tian saw Wang Ming's power and knew that he would get an all-rounder again, he naturally forgave Wang Ming. As for the aristocratic family represented by Zhang Song and others who were killed by Wang Ming, Chu Tian also came forward to appease them. All good things go to the Lord, and all the blame goes to the Lord. The personal feud between these families and Wang Ming will gradually fade as Wang Ming is transferred away from Ezhou. Chapter 1055 Wang Ming and the three generals of the former Qin dynasty. In Chengdu City, a group of civil servants and generals from Shu County trembled and looked at Chu Tian, the king of Xia who had taken over Chengdu. Chu Tian defeated Chengdu with 5,000 cavalry, which can be regarded as creating a big miracle in Lord. A small group of aristocratic families stared at Wang Ming dissatisfied. Wang Ming set up an ambush to kill several family members, including Zhang Song, which aroused dissatisfaction among the surrendering families. Zhang Song is the representative figure of this group of aristocratic families. At the same time, Wang Ming governed Ezhou and suppressed the powerful people of the aristocratic families, which made the aristocratic families in Ezhou somewhat resentful of Wang Ming. If Wang Ming is killed, he can satisfy the Ezhou families to the greatest extent and win over their hearts. However, Wang Ming's face was very impressive. It was impossible for Chu Tian to really kill Wang Ming in order to win over the Ezhou family. Suppressing the aristocratic family is a measure that every good prime minister will take. Name: Wang Ming. Talent: Imperial Civil Servant. Level: 98. Identity: Former Qin Prime Minister. Loyalty: 70. Commander: 94. Force: 49. Intelligence: 98. Politics: 99. Charm: 69. Faciality: Calm. Favorability: 55. Characteristic 1, Wang Zhuo, SSS level trait. All city economies in the force plus 10%. Food production plus 10%. Cultural influence plus 10%. Public security and people's support will not decline easily. The clarity of official administration will increase. Multiple civil servants in the force have when this feature is used. The effect decreases. Feature 2, Good Prime Minister of Guangzhou, SS level exclusive feature. When governing Guangzhou, Guangzhou's economy plus 10%. Grain output increased by 10%. Cultural influence plus 10%. Attack the aristocratic family. The aristocratic family's influence will decrease. And the aristocratic family's dissatisfaction with Wang Ming will increase. Feature 3, Golden Knife Strategy, SS level feature. Using separation timing, greatly increasing the success rate. Characteristic 4, Commander of the former Qin dynasty, SS level characteristics. Aura of the whole army. When serving as battlefield commander, the attack power of the entire army plus 5%. Defense power plus 5%. The army commanded by the generals of the former Qin dynasty. The morale of the entire army plus 20. Halo effect doubled. Characteristic 5, Weishui Oath, SS level characteristic. Swear oath before battle. Whole army morale plus 50. Attack power plus 25%. Characteristic 6, Managing the army, S level trait. Morale decline rate minus 50%. Troops are less likely to fall into chaos when encountering unfavorable situations such as ambush, fire attack, water attack, siege, etc. Special arms, none. Wang Ming's abilities are extremely comprehensive. Apart from the fact that his force is too low to charge into battle, he has the characteristics of commander, intelligence, politics, etc. And he can be a general or a prime minister. Wang Ming is indeed a very similar character to Zhuge Liang. The relationship between Wang Ming and Fu Jian is the same as the relationship between Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei. They are like a fish in water. And Fu Jian trusts Wang Ming very much and kills the powerful D people who exclude Wang Ming. The fates of the two people are somewhat similar. Wang Ming died before he could complete his vision of unifying the world. And Zhuge Liang also failed to complete his vision of the northern expedition. During the 300 years of the Jin, southern and northern dynasties, many heroic heroes were born. Illusions such as throwing a whip to cut off the flow of water, turning every tree and plant into an army, dancing at the sound of a chicken, being infamy for thousands of years, and making a comeback all come from the war-torn dynasties. Chu Tian, who had Wang Ming's allegiance, naturally would not kill an all-rounder to gain the support of the Zhou family. Wang Ming was the best candidate to govern Guangzhou. In addition, with Chu Tian's military achievements, the Zhou families did not dare to be dissatisfied. As the commander-in-chief of the former Qin dynasty, Wang Ming's surrender also indirectly led to the surrender of two 10,000 enemies, Deng Chong and Zhang Hao. Two generals, Deng Chong and Zhang Hao, stood beside Wang Ming. Name, Deng Chong. Talent, Emperor-level warrior, cavalry type. Level, 96. Identity, former Qin warrior general. Loyalty, 60. Commander, 86. Force, 97. Intelligence, 70. Politics, 66. Charm, 37. Phaseality, unruly. Favorability, 41. Characteristic 1, enemies of 10,000 enemies, SS level trait. When charging into battle, personal attack power plus 30%. Enemies fighting against generals with this trait will have a fear effect to lower their forces. Characteristic 2, repeatedly charge into the formation, S level feature. Every time the enemy formation is penetrated, the enemy's morale will drop by 5 to 30 points, which is inversely proportional to the enemy general's command value. When multiple generals on the same battlefield have this feature, the effect will be decline. Characteristic 3, honesty and perseverance, negative traits. Upright character, greedy for success, easy to disobey orders. Special arms, Deer and heavy cavalry, 7th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit 3000. Deng Chong is a fierce general who breaks the formation. Every time he breaks the formation, he can reduce the enemy's morale. If the opponent is not an army general, then drill through the enemy's formation once and greatly reduce the enemy's morale. The military management characteristics of commanders such as Zhou Yafu and Wang Ming are very useful when facing strong generals like Deng Chong who weaken the enemy's morale. Deng Chong's morale-lowering effect must be reduced by at least half. But as long as he does not encounter a general who is particularly good at running an army, and does not encounter a powerful general who is evenly matched, then Deng Chong can completely destroy the opponent's morale by repeatedly charging into the formation. Another enemy of 10,000 people, Zhang Hao,
has two characteristics that are exactly the same as Ding Chong's two characteristics. Except that Zhang Hao does not have the third negative characteristic. Name Zhang Hao. Commander, 81, Force, 95, Intelligence, 35, Politics, 45, Charm, 60. Zhang Hao is also a fierce general and partners with Ding Chong. In addition to Ding Chong and Zhang Hao, Ding Chong also had a military-type deputy general named Su Chung. Name Su Chung. Commander, 71, Force, 89, Intelligence, 38, Politics, 40, Charm, 55. Ding Chong and Zhang Hao are equivalent to Wang Ming's thugs. And Su Chung is the thug of Wang Ming's thugs. Wang Ming's surrender was equivalent to Chu Tian gaining a prime minister and 3 powerful generals. The loyalty of the 3 former Qin generals was not high, just because they had just surrendered. In fact, all 4 generals, including Wang Ming, were Han, not Di. Fa Jing and other officials guarding Chengdu were captured alive.
Wang Jinlu, why are you?
Fa Zheng was greatly surprised when he saw Wang Ming standing next to Chu Tian like a fine person. Wang Ming replied,
The situation is over. Zitong has been lost. The Xia army can enter Shu at any time through the teleportation formation. To the south, there are still 200,000 Xia troops. With us, we cannot hold Chengdu at all.
After hearing this, Fa Jing remained silent. No matter how fierce Wang Ming was, he could not hold Chengdu without enough troops. In several battles, the Xia army consumed hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses in Yizhou, leaving Wang Ming with no soldiers at his disposal. Not to mention Wang Ming. Even Han Xian and Bai Qi may not be able to save themselves from the corrupt situation in Yizhou. Zidong County has been captured, and the teleportation array between Yizhou and Liangzhou has been opened. The Xiliang army can continuously enter Shu. Even if Han Xian and Bai Qi guard Chengdu, Chu Tian can kill them. National strength always comes first, followed by Commander-in-Chief. Relying on the ability of the commander to reverse national power must also be based on the huge difference in the command levels of the two sides. Chu Tian has generals such as Wu Qi and Yu Fei. Even if Bai Qi defends Chengdu, if Chu Tian gives Wu Qi or Yu Fei several times as many troops as Bai Qi will still be resentful. Not to mention, most of the Yizhou families in Chengdu have rebelled, and public sentiment has also declined due to years of war and chaos. Wang Ming assessed the situation and thought it was no longer necessary to defend Chengdu, so he gave up. Chu Tian glanced at all the Shu officials. The latter surrendered one after another after everything was done, and Fa Jing was no exception. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the general trend is difficult to reverse. Chu Tian temporarily let everyone in Yizhou perform their duties. After Liu Bei surrendered, he would readjust the official positions, select some talent from the Yizhou family to go to Shuzhou, and then parachute a group of foreign officials to prevent the Yizhou family from growing bigger. Yizhou's relatively closed terrain and the natural dangers of the Shu Road made it easy to form a separatist regime. Even Chu Tian's 5-pronged expedition to Shu took nearly 2 years to capture Chengdu.
Send a message to the defenders in Yanzhou, Fuxian and other places and order them to sacrifice the city.
Chu Tian took the Yizhou government seat, decided to surrender without a fight, and recruited generals from all over the country to surrender. Wang Ming reminded Chu Tian.
Zhang Ren, Lianpe and other generals are currently imprisoned in the dungeon. Zhang Ren and Lianpe? I didn't expect that after so many years. Lianpe still hasn't served Liu Bei.
Chu Tian probably knew that Lianpe and Zhou Dui were captured by Zhao Long during the Battle of Jizhou, and later fell into the hands of Liu Bei. Years later, Lianpe was still imprisoned, along with Zhang Ren, who was loyal to Liu Yan, Liu Zhang and his son, and several other Yizhou generals. Liu Zhang is still alive and has some value.
Take me to the dungeon.
Chu Tian intended to recruit Zhang Ren to surrender. At this time, Liu Zhang's influence could still be used. Zhang Ren was loyal to Liu Yan and Liu Zhang. Liu Bei replaced Liu Zhang, and Chu Tian replaced Liu Bei. He had no enmity with Zhang Ren, so he could definitely recruit Zhang Ren. As for Lianpe, Lianpe's old master, Hu Ma, served as a civil servant in the Chu Tian forces, so it was not difficult to recruit Lianpe to surrender as Chu Tian. Capturing 2 famous generals at once was just a little interest gained after capturing Chengdu. Chu Tian came to the dungeon and saw the old Lianpe and the stubble-faced Zhang Ren. Chapter 1056. Lianpe is old. Can he still make a living?
Who are you?
Zhang Ren, who had a stubble on his face, looked at the man who had come to the dungeon. He was less than 40 years old. His eyes were as strong as a sharp blade, and his demeanor was murderous. He had obviously experienced hundreds of battles.
I am the king of Xia. Chu Zimu. It's you?
Zhang Ren's body was shaken. After being captured by Liu Bei. In order to recruit Zhang Ren, Liu Bei never killed Zhang Ren, but had him imprisoned in a dungeon. Zhang Ren said lonely.
Since you appeared in Chengdu, you must have defeated Liu Bei. Yes. Liu Bei is trapped in Dingjun Mountain. Failure will happen sooner or later. I want you to be loyal and fight for me. Dot.
Zhang Ren was in a dilemma. At this time, Chu Tian winked at Lu Zhang, and Lu Zhang quickly said,
I have surrendered to the Imperial Court. On behalf of the Imperial Court, King Xiao will conquer from all directions and unify the world. If General Zhang continues to be imprisoned in this dungeon, why bother?
Lu Zhang personally came forward to persuade Zhang Ren. When Zhang Ren saw the son of his old master, he couldn't help crying.
Zhang Ren is willing to surrender. Ding! Diamond-level Commander Zhang Ren pledges his allegiance to you.
Under Lu Zhang's persuasion, Zhang Ren finally surrendered to Chu Tian. Chu Tian could already see Zhang Ren's panel. Name, Zhang Ren. Talent, Diamond-level Commander, Infantry type. Level, 97. Identity, a famous general in Ezhou who blocked Liu Bei from entering Shu. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 86. Force, 84. Intelligence, 76. Politics, 59. Charm, 76. Character, Loyalty. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, General, S-level trait. Legion defense plus 25%. Characteristic 2, Mountain General, A-level trait. When fighting in mountainous terrain, all attributes of the Legion plus 8%. Characteristic 3, Unyielding, B-level trait. Will not surrender without orders from the Lord. Special arms, none. Zhang Ren is obviously a defensive general with pretty good abilities. During the Three Kingdoms period, it seemed that Ezhou had no outstanding military generals. The 5 tiger generals of Shuhan, Wei Yan, and even Ma Dai and Jiang Wei all came from other places. The more famous generals in Ezhou may be Wang Ping, Zhang Ren and others. Chu Tian missed a fierce general who ran to Jiangdong. Gan Ning was from Bajuan, Ezhou.
Lu Zhang. From now on, if you move to Xia City, I will have someone prepare a place for you.
After using Lu Zhang, Chu Tian abandoned him like a shoe. Lu Zhang's influence in Ezhou is still not small. If he continues to stay in Ezhou, it will hinder Chu Tian's efforts to rectify Ezhou. Therefore, Lu Zhang was moved to Xiaqing and monitored together with Yuan Shao, Chao Song and others. The celebrities of the Three Kingdoms must be monitored. And Chu Tian was relieved. Especially Sima Yi. Sima Yi was older than Zhuge Liang, now 21. And Chu Tian believed it was necessary to eradicate this threat. Once Sima Yi's power in Chu Tian is the same as that in Chao Wei. If he keeps a low profile and bides time, and the Sima family comes to power in the future, it will be a big deal. Not everyone will feel relieved when Chu Tian uses it. There is no shortage of civil servants and generals in Chu Tian's power. There is no more than Sima Yi. And there is no shortage of one less. Now Chu Tian employs more people to consider loyalty and checks and balances. Sima Yi's threat to Chu Tian is that Sima Yi is too young. Chu Tian dared to use Cao Cao, Yu Wentai and others because although these people were ambitious, their lifespans were short. While they were alive, Chu Tian could suppress them, and they did not dare to make any small moves. But Sima Yi could live for more than 50 years, which was enough to kill most of the civil servants and generals of Chu Tian's power, including Chu Tian. Once Sima Yi takes power, the empire left by Chu Tian may be taken away by the Sima family. The moral character of Sima Yi's descendants is even less good. It was the Western Jin dynasty founded by Sima Yi, which caused the 5 husbands to disrupt China, move southward, and destroy China. This is also the reason why Chu Tian is afraid of Sima Yi and does not want to appoint him. No matter how talented a person is and poses a threat to the king will never reuse him. Historically, Cao Cao's treatment of Sima Yi was actually quite good. But if Cao Cao knew that Sima Yi's family would replace his own, Cao Cao would definitely find a way to kill Sima Yi's family to avoid future troubles. Cao Cao's empire was conquered by himself, so it would be too unacceptable to give it to the Sima family like this. Chu Tian also had the same idea. Chu Tian believed that he might be beaten to death by Sima Yi, so Sima Yi became quite dangerous. Just imagine, 40 or 50 years later, Chu Tian, Fang Xinling, Zhuge Liang, Yu Fei, Wu Qi and other people who can suppress Sima Yi will wither. With Sima Yi's seniority and ability, it is not difficult to rise to the top. At that time, who can suppress Sima Yi? Chu Tian temporarily put aside this idea and turned his attention to the elderly General Lianpe. When Lianpe was recruited more than 10 years ago, he was already quite old and his hair was gray. When Lianpe saw Chu Tian arriving, his cloudy eyes sparkled with energy. Chu Tian ordered people to open the dungeon and let Lianpe out. He couldn't help asking,
Lianpe is old. Can he still eat?
Without saying a word, Lianpe picked up the rice bucket in the dungeon, chewed the meat and devoured it. Lu Zhang and others were all shocked. Lianpe actually ate a bucket of rice and 10 pounds of meat. Lianpe lifted Lu Zhang up with one hand again, with food in his mouth, and said vaguely to Chu Tian,
How?
Poor Lu Zhang was lifted up, like a chicken, by the brave General Lianpe. He couldn't breathe and blushed. Chu Tian smiled slightly.
As expected of General Lianpe, he can still be used. Your late master Huma serves for me. And you also serve for me.
Lianpe then put Lu Zhang down and said in a loud voice,
I will obey you. Good.
Chu Tian patted Lianpe on the shoulder. Lianpe was still very strong and could kill several cows. Lianpe and Huang Zhong were both good and strong generals. Of course, being stronger and stronger does not mean that the force will not decline. But the decline will be less than that of ordinary people. Lianpe's ability may have been underestimated by many people. He was still able to fight at the age of 70 or 80. After the Battle of Chongping, the young and strong Xiao army, which had suffered many casualties, violently attacked Yin and Wei. As for the defeat in the Battle of Chongping, the Battle of Chongping was a dead end, and there was no solution to the gap in national power. If Lianpe was mediocre, Fan Zhu, the Prime Minister of Qin, would not have to resort to alienation tactics and ask King Zhao to change his general. At least Lianpe did cause a headache for the Qin army, and it was considered necessary to use alienation tactics to eradicate Lianpe. A few years later, the Qin state once again used a divorce plan to eradicate Li Mu. In Lord, Lianpe's attributes are pretty good, although he is not as good as Bai Qi, Wang Jian and Li Mu. He is still a first-rate field defensive general. Name, Lianpe. Age, 67. Talent, King-level commander, infantry type. Level, 100. Identity, for famous generals of the Warring States period. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 95. Force, 89. Intelligence, 60. Politics, 16. Charm, 84. Phaseality, brave. Favorability, 55. Characteristic 1, Type Barrier, SS level trait. When building fortifications in the wild, the Legion's defense power is plus 30%. The durability of the fortifications is plus 20%. And the damage to the enemy by the fortifications is plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Veteran of hundreds of battles, S level trait. With combat experience, the attack power of the Legion is increased. It becomes more difficult to improve as you go to the later stage. Current Legion attack power bonus ratio, 20%. Characteristic 3, Lianpe is old. Can he still make a living S-level trait? Various attributes will not decrease with age. Special arms, none. Lianpe, Lord, is positioned as a famous defensive general in the field and also has certain offensive abilities. In addition, the S-class feature.
Lianpe is old. Can he still eat?
Allowing Lianpe to have a long standby time. He is still proficient in bow and horse even in his 60s. This ability alone is enviable.
Ding! There are two heroes, Lianpe and Lin Xiangru, in your force at the same time. Complete the S-level achievement General and Prime Minister Harmony. The relationship between all civil servants and generals in your force has improved, and the probability of internal strife has decreased slightly. Lianpe and Lin Xiangru's favorability degree has been greatly improved. Chu Tian has not received any prompts from the achievement system for a long time. But this time, the S-level achievement,
General Harmony,
was completed. After Huma defected to Chu Tian, Lin Xiangru actually worked for Chu Tian forces and is currently managing internal affairs in Bingzhou. The story of Lianpe, Prime Minister Lin, and the reconciliation between generals and prime ministers is probably well known to all players in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Lianpe and Zhang Ren were brought under his command, and the generals of Chu Tian's forces became stronger. Based on the ages of Lianpe and Zhang Ren, Chu Tian concluded that they could probably serve him for another 20 years. 20 years was enough for Chu Tian to complete the Great Conquest plan. The generals of the East will sometimes fall. So how about the generals of the West? The Caesars of the West are also old. In addition to Zhang Ren and Lianpe, Liu Bei's forces also imprisoned other generals who were unwilling to surrender, all of whom were recruited by Chu Tian. sending people to Dingjun Mountain to recruit Liu Bei to surrender. He has continued to struggle in vain. Chu Tian gained 2 new generals, so he sent people to the battlefield of Dingjun Mountain to recruit Liu Bei to surrender. Lu Guanzhong was a big help, and Chu Tian believed that Liu Bei would be useful in the grand conquest plan. While Chu Tian stayed in Chengdu, Wen successfully led an army of more than 200,000 people to Chengdu. Just as Wen was gearing up to attack Chengdu, the scouts reported that Chengdu had been captured by Chu Tian in advance. This made Huan's charge punch seem to hit the air. It's a pity that the capture of Chengdu was a great achievement. Huan naturally knew that capturing Chengdu was almost equivalent to destroying the country. The elimination of a large prince in the Han Empire was equivalent to the destruction of a medium-sized kingdom in other civilizations. The credit for capturing Chengdu still went to Chu Tian. Chu Tian has personally participated in countless battles, and his military achievements are still the first in power. No one can shake him, and there is no need to worry about the achievements of his subordinates shaking the master, because no one has made more achievements than Chu Tian. In all important battles, Chu Tian basically intervenes. Huan and Chu Tian met in Chengdu and gave Chu Tian a bear hug. Thanks a lot. Chu Tian knew that Huan had spent more than a year fighting in the western Sichuan Plateau and Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, and had made great contributions. Without Huan's troops threatening Chengdu, Wang Meng would not have surrendered so easily, because Wang Meng had already seen through the plot of Zhang Song and other internal agents, and he just surrendered when he saw that the situation was over. It was not that Wang Meng could not stop Chu Tian's 5,000 men, cavalry, but Huan's more than 200,000 soldiers and horses. When Chu Tian and Huan joined forces, the battle in Hanzhong became more fierce. Chapter 1057 The Battle of Hanzhong ends. In the Luo Valley of the Qinling Mountains, King Lanling held a horse stem in his hand, his right hand trembling constantly. After 3 consecutive days of fighting, even a warrior of King Lanling's level gradually exhausted his physical strength. Chu Tian marched into Chengdu, but the Qinling side didn't know it. The battle lasted for several days, causing heavy casualties. Even if the generals in Guanzhong learned that Chu Tian was about to capture Chengdu, they would not give up their determination to fight Hanzhong soldiers and horses in order to gain military exploits and completely defeat the resistance of everyone in Hanzhong. In troubled times, those who disobey will be beaten until they surrender. The battle between the 3 northern Qi generals and Li Ji, Feng Yi, and Yang Yi was extremely fierce, and the 6 generals were almost evenly matched. However, the Guanzhong army had a larger number of soldiers and horses, and relied on its strength advantage to gain a slight upper hand. Yang Yi brandished the Yang family gun and fought with King Lanling among thousands of troops. King Lanling's Baibao Xianbei armored cavalry relied on their uniforms to disperse Yang Ye's Bingzhou wolf cavalry. King Lanling wore a ferocious mask and charged among the Bingzhou wolf cavalry. The horse pierced through the thin Bingzhou wolf cavalry as a light cavalry. Half of his body was pierced with armor, and he penetrated the Bingzhou wolf cavalry all the way. Yang Yi fought against King Lanling for the 7th time among the rebellious army. Yang Yi uses a long spear, while King Lanling uses a longer horse. The 2 are evenly matched, and both are formation-breaking warriors. Li Ji knew that the Bingzhou wolf cavalry could not withstand the attack of Baibao Xianbei. Baibao Xianbei was a famous armored cavalry among the Xianbei cavalry. It was the most powerful cavalry in the northern Qi dynasty, equivalent to Tuoba Xianbei's tiger pattern cavalry and Murong Xianbei's dragon city cavalry. Therefore, Li Ji asked Shui Wanche, a fierce general in the early Tang dynasty, to command 10,000 low-level ordinary heavy cavalry to support Yang Yi. The 4th-level heavy cavalry forcibly exchanged casualty ratios with Baibao Xianbei. Shui Wanche joined the battle between Yang Yi and King Lanling with a horse spear. The 2 passed each other many times, and the horse spears in their hands stabbed each other, making a sound of breaking through the air. At the same time, both men tried to seize the other's horse and take the other down. King Lanling's horse blade almost brushed against Shui Wanche's helmet, and Shui Wanche's horse blade crossed King Lanling's breastplate. Yang Yi, leave this person to me, and you go help General Li. Shui Wanche fought with all his strength against King Lanling, while Li Ji was fighting back and forth with Hu Luguang's cavalry and lacked escorts. A pair of father and son, Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao, joined the Chinese army and joined forces with Li Ji to attack Hu Luguang's cavalry. Hu Luguang, as the commander-in-chief, drew his strong bow and fired his arrows without missing a beat, killing hundreds of Xia army cavalry. In addition to being the commander-in-chief, Hu Luguang was also good at his own military force. Therefore, Shui Wanqie was worried that Li Ji would be shot by Hu Luguang. So he asked Yang Yi and Yang Yanxiao to protect Li Ji. Li Ji commanded a large number of cavalry to entangle with Hu Luguang. The two cavalry were fighting like black dragons. They harassed with mounted fire, attacked from the front, and deterred from the side. Li Ji used all means to fight with Hu Luguang. The two men tried their best to fight one another. Feng Yi, one of the 28 generals of Yantai, commanded the Binming soldiers, and fought fiercely with the fire crossbow soldiers of Duanshao, one of the 3 generals of the Northern Qi dynasty. The Binming soldiers were equipped with divine armed bows and fired thousands of arrows, covering Duanshao's military formation. Duanshao's soldiers and horses suffered hundreds of casualties. Duanshao quickly counterattacked, firing a volley of fire crossbows, forming fireballs in midair and falling into Feng Yi's running soldiers. It was rare for Feng Yi to encounter such a powerful opponent, and the soldiers died and suffered many casualties. Runners are high-level infantry. When faced with fire crossbows that deal burning damage, they will also die if they are hit in the vitals. Many flags of Feng Yi's army were hit by fire crossbows, causing black smoke to billow. The battlefield was filled with choking black smoke. The soldiers held long halberds and charged with fire crossbows. They fought hand-to-hand with Duanshao's army in order to weaken the lethality of Duanshao's fire crossbows. Feng Yi himself was smoked by the black smoke and was still among the soldiers, advancing and retreating together with the soldiers. Cries of killing echoed in Luo Valley. In the 3-day battle, both sides suffered more than 100,000 casualties. The valley was dyed red with blood. The generals in Guangzhong and the 3 generals in Northern Qi fought hard and devoted their last troops to the decisive battle. The battle on the 3rd day lasted from early morning to dusk. Both sides suffered casualties and returned to camp. The situation is not favorable for the 3 generals of Northern Qi. The 3 generals of the Northern Qi dynasty fought with all their strength, but they could not win, and their troops were constantly depleted. After Li Ji and others lost their troops in Guangzhong, they might soon be able to recruit new soldiers from Guangzhong or Hedong, Heshi and other places. However, Hanzhong's war potential has been exhausted, and it will soon face the embarrassing situation of having no troops to recruit. A penny can stump a heroic man, and a soldier can stump a king-level commander. Our troops are getting smaller and smaller as we fight. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for 2 days. Chuzi murdered our old master. How is this hatred? Victory and defeat are common matters for military strategists. How many times have people fought in ancient times? The 3 generals of Northern Qi were in a dilemma. Among the 3 generals of the Northern Qi dynasty, Duanshao was a general who joined Yang Su's army later. However, Lanling King Gao Chonggong and Luoyao Governor Hu Luguang were the former subordinates of Zhao Long in Jizhou, and they were very upset about Zhao Long's death. King Lanling and Hu Luguang are relatively loyal generals, so until now, they have been fighting against Chu Tian for their old master. However, now that the situation is over, no matter how hard the 2 of them work, they cannot save the situation. The 3 generals of Northern Qi were in painful struggle. On the 4th day of the Luogu battle, which was also the 2nd day after Chu Tian entered Chengdu, the player finally conveyed the news of the fall of Chengdu to Luogu. The 3 generals of the Northern Qi dynasty learned the news and were relieved. On the 4th day, when the 2 sides lined up to fight again, the 3 generals of the Northern Qi dynasty ordered the white flags to be raised and led the remaining soldiers to surrender to Li Ji, Feng Yi, and Yan Yi. King Lanling and Hu Luguang were a little unwilling, but they had to surrender due to the general situation, and they had nowhere else to go. On the Xiegu battlefield, Yang Su, the 3 generals of the Sui army, and Wang Jian saw each other, and it was also a tough battle. The fierce General Yan Liang who disappeared in Jizhou, as well as the counselors Tian Feng and Zhishou all appeared in the Battle of Xiegu. They were also dissatisfied with Chu Tian's army for killing Zhao Long, so they fought with all their strength against the Guangzhong army commanded by Wang Jian, so that the valley is littered with corpses. Wen Chou was killed in the Battle of Jizhou in the past, so Yan Liang, who was close to Wen Chou, fought bravely and was hit by more than 10 arrows. Thanks to the amazing protective power of Yan Liang's armor, Yan Liang did not die in the battle. Yan Liang entered and exited the Guangzhong army 3 times with a sword. In 3 days, he killed hundreds of Qin Rui soldiers. Wang Jian's Qin Rui soldiers were numerous, well-organized, and had halberds like a forest. They pressed forward step by step. With a large number of high-level heavy infantry, they suppressed Yang Su's Sui army. Wang Li's Great Wall Corps held firm, adhering to the Sui army's large number of troops.
Meng Tian led the Golden Fire Cavalry and shuttled back and forth between the battlefields, looking for opportunities to attack. The horses galloped and the dust rolled. The Golden Fire Cavalry followed the General Meng Tian, weaving in and out on the ever-changing battlefield. As night fell on the third day, Meng Tian finally found an opportunity to directly attack Yang Su's formation.
Back to the rescue!
Shi Wanshui, the most powerful general of the Sui army, quickly returned to help Yang Su. However, Meng Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry has broken into the Qin army's lineup. The Golden Fire Cavalry with somewhat gorgeous armor were like gilded flames, gathering into a dense charging formation. Each row was separated by a distance of more than 10 meters, and they continuously attacked the Sui army's formation. Yang Su was attacked by the 8th level Golden Fire Cavalry, who were constantly interspersed on the battlefield. The guards blocking Yang Su were knocked away by the Golden Fire Cavalry. Meng Tian rushed to the front and attacked Yang Su. Yang Su is maintaining Zhao Long's old troops. If Yang Su is killed, then the Sui army in front of him can be forced to land. Yang Su can be said to be the core figure of the Sui army.
Die!
Waving his halberd, Meng Tian killed 2 ordinary generals who tried to block him, killing them easily. Blood splashed on Meng Tian's gilded black armor. Meng Wu used thousands of Qin warriors to contain the rest of Shi Wanshui's cavalry to return reinforcements, buying time for his son to defeat Yang Su. Yang Su was regarded as the first commander-in-chief of the Sui dynasty, but he was attacked head-on by the Golden Fire Cavalry. The Golden Fire Cavalry trampled past him, causing many casualties among the Sui soldiers. Yang Su took off his bow and arrow and retreated while fighting. The armor-piercing arrow penetrated the gilded iron armor of the Golden Fire Cavalry and killed an 8th level Golden Fire Cavalry. Meng Tian didn't care about the loss of 1 or 2 Golden Fire Cavalry, but charged forward with all his strength. Meng Tian took the lead and knocked away Yang Su's arrow with his halberd.
No!
Yang Su and the guards around him did not expect that Meng Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry Zhu Tu would be overwhelmed by the Golden Fire Cavalry. The Golden Fire Cavalry wielded their halberds and were invincible. Meng Tian personally killed Yang Su, the famous Sui dynasty marshal Yang Su, who was once Zhao Long's confidant, died in Xiegu. When the mighty Golden Fire Cavalry trampled past, Yang Su and his guards were wiped out. When Meng Tian turned around, the battle flags and drums of the Sui army in Xiegu could be seen everywhere, and corpses were everywhere.
Yang Su has been killed in battle. Surrender immediately.
After Meng Tian killed Yang Su and accomplished a great feat, he ordered the cavalry to shout in unison. The flag of the Sui army collapsed. The Sui army did not see Yang Su's order. At first, they thought it was Meng Tian's plan. However, each Sui army failed to receive the order, so Sui generals surrendered one after another.
Yang Su actually died in the same battle as Zhao Long, and the places where he died were all at the exit of the valley. Time and fate?
Tian Feng and Jushu, who appeared at the Battle of Xiegu, originally wanted to help Yang Su and resist Chu Tian's Xiao army. However, when they saw that Yang Su, like his old master Zhao Long, was overrun by the opponent's cavalry in the battle, then even if you die in battle, you have to believe in fate. Tian Feng and Jusho were both counselors who could observe the sky at night. The same coincidence made them doubt Chu Tian's luck.
I cannot be reconciled.
Yin Liang was seriously injured and was still attacking Qin Ruishi. As the Sui army surrendered one after another, Wang Jian had enough troops to suppress Yin Liang, who was still fighting hard. Tens of thousands of Qin Rui soldiers besieged Yin Liang. Yin Liang was seriously injured and defeated, and was captured alive by Qin Rui soldiers. Han Qinhu, Hirobi, and Shi Wanshui saw that the only one who could serve as commander-in-chief, Yang Su, died in battle. They were only generals, and could not compete with Wang Jian as a commander. In extreme unwillingness, the 3 generals of the Sui army also surrendered one after another. Tian Feng and Jushu, who were captured by the Xiao army, remained silent and unwilling to surrender. The next day, news of Chu Tian's entry into Chengdu reached Xiegu. The Sui generals knew that the situation was over, and any of their struggles would be of no use. The Battle of Xiegu was not meaningless. It completely destroyed the Sui generals' will to resist, and they fought until they were convinced. Rather than until they were convinced, Wang Jian marched towards Nanjing County and easily captured Nanjing, the most important city in Hanzhong. Chapter 1058 Liu Bei surrenders. On Dingjun Mountain, Liu Bei and Su Fengyan fought for 5 days. The attack on the Xiliang army was not successful, and they had to completely shrink and retreat to the Dingjun mountain camp. Liu Bei's army was severely weakened and almost lost all its main force. At the foot of Dingjun mountain, there were hundreds of thousands of corpses lying on the ground, bleeding for hundreds of miles, and curled-edged swords everywhere. The fierce generals Liu Bu, Li Yuanhao, and Lu Guang were killed in Dingjun mountain, and more than 100,000 Shu troops were killed. Guan Yu was injured by an arrow, and Guan Ping, Zhang Bao, and others were injured in varying degrees. The Xiliang army, including the Goryeo army, suffered more than 150,000 casualties. However, Su Fengnian had the capital to exhaust Liu Bei's direct troops and Liu Bei's savings over the years, leaving Liu Bei with no chance to make a comeback. Only in this way can the strong-willed Liu Bei be forced to give up the idea of doing something big in the world. As long as there is one king, it is enough. Liu Bei and Qin Shi inspected the Dingzhinshan military camp where morale was low, and they couldn't help but sigh. This time even Liu Bei, the most tenacious of the Han Empire, had to admit defeat. The number of Shu troops in Dingjun Mountain and Yanping Pass is less than 100,000. According to Chen Shi's estimation, the morale of these Shu troops is only about 30. And their morale will soon disappear completely. And then they will be defeated. Report. Zitong County surrenders to Xia Army. Report. Zhang Song and others from Chengdu City are internal liaisons to assist Xia's army. Chengdu has been lost. King Xia has entered Chengdu. Report. The cities in Yinzhou and Fujian counties surrendered to the Xia army one after another. Report. Yang Su was defeated and died in Xiegu, and the rest of his troops surrendered to the Xia army. Report. Luogu defenders surrendered. Hanzhong. Almost all of Hanzhong was lost. Report. The governor of Ba County has raised the entire county to surrender. Liu Bei, who was located in Dingjun Mountain, was the last to learn of the surrender of various counties in Izhou. The occupation of Chengdu was undoubtedly a major earthquake for the counties and counties in Izhou. Most of the Shu army's family members were in Chengdu, and Liu Bei was defeated. So they unanimously surrendered to the Xia army. When Liu Bei learned that the counties had surrendered, his expression became even more sad. Chen Shi couldn't bear to say. Chuzi's fortune was in full swing, and he conquered east and west. Although there were disadvantages, he did not suffer a major defeat. This is destiny, so you don't have to blame yourself. After hearing this, Zhang Fei said carelessly, "What bullshit luck. It's just about success and failure." Chen Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had never heard anyone call himself a bandit. Liu Bei was silent for a long time, making his final psychological struggle. More than 10 years of hard work were in vain, and Liu Bei could not let go of his persistence. However, Liu Bei's forces only had a piece of Dingjun Mountain left, plus less than 100,000 troops, let alone compete with Chu Tian, who now has millions of soldiers and horses. With this small force, even if they compete with Chu Tian 10 years ago, they may fail. At the foot of Dingjun Mountain, Su Fengnian gathered the remaining troops, in order to eliminate Liu Bei's new army and make Liu Bei give up the idea of self-reliance. The Xiliang army fought with all its strength and suffered a lot of losses. Su Fengnian also received news of success from various counties in Izhou. Even Bajuan surrendered voluntarily, which meant that the counties in Izhou had given up on Liu Bei. When Liu Bei and Chu Tian gave the counties of Izhou the same benefits, whoever had the bigger fist had the final say. The importance of military exploits lies in intimidating all parties. Su Fengnian was no longer in a hurry to attack, but sent Xia Ai up the mountain to persuade Liu Bei to surrender. At the foot of Dingjun Mountain, Su Fengnian still had 200,000 soldiers and horses. In Hanzhong, Wang Jian and Li Ji still had 300,000 Guanzhong troops left, plus more than 100,000 Shu soldiers who had surrendered, and more than 400,000 troops, who were divided into plundering various places. In other words, Liu Bei had less than 100,000 troops, and was trapped between Dingjun Mountain and Yanping Pass by an army of more than 600,000. He was unable to fly, similar to Xiang Yu, the overlord in the siege of Gaixia. But Liu Bei did not have Xiang Yu's holy-level military force, and was unable to break through the encirclement. The Xiliang army besieged Dingjun Mountain for 3 more days. Liu Bei finally gave up, and led his troops to surrender to the Xiliang army. From then on, he withdrew from the ranks of the Han Empire's princes, and became a military general. Cao Cao was annexed by Chu Tian very early, and Liu Bei was able to persist until this point, which is quite remarkable. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei seemed a little dissatisfied with the decision of their eldest brother Liu Bei. On the eve of surrender, Zhang Fei whipped two of his subordinates named Fan Jiang and Zhang De to vent his anger. However, dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. And venting anger is venting anger. Chen Shi persuaded Liu Bei to comply with the destiny. Liu Bei personally made the decision. And Guan Yu and Zhang Fei must also abide by it.
From now on, you will not be under my jurisdiction. Please be safe on your own.
Liu Bei summoned other civil servants and generals except Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and threw wine to bid farewell to them. After surrendering to Chu Tian, even Liu Bei must obey Chu Tian's orders, and may not be able to continue fighting with this group of generals. There was a sound of sobbing in Liu Bei's military camp, just like in the past when he was besieged on all sides, which was very moving. After 16 years of fighting, they finally returned to the combination of the three brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang. Except for those who died in battle, Liu Bei's army surrendered, and all players and NPCs in the Han Empire were shocked. The Han Empire was finally nearly unified by one lord. If Yizhou surrenders, then the surrender of Jingzhou and Yangzhou is just a certainty. Taking history as a guide, it is only a matter of time before China occupies the northern and Bashu kingdoms at the same time and unifies China. In Guanling County, Sun Jian and Song Jiang led the fleet to join Tong Kai. Cao Cao was ordered to urge the Cao family, the Xiahou family, and the 5 good generals to lead 300,000 troops to join the Xiao army in Guanling County and try their best to prevent the Jiangnan army from attacking. At this time, the various counties and counties of Chu Tian's forces exploded their troops like crazy and sent troops to Guanling County in a steady stream. The Xiao army in Guanling County had more than 1 million troops. Jiangnan army could not capture Xiao army's camp no matter what. In the Yangtze River Basin, naval generals such as Zheng He and Qinlin commanded 300,000 Fubo troops to cross the Yangtze River and prevent the Jiangnan army from retreating from Guanling County. Xiao Liang and Xiaochu's strategy was obvious. They wanted to wipe out the main force of Jiangnan army in Guanling County to avoid cross-river fighting. 800,000 Jiangnan troops were besieged in Guanling County and found it difficult to escape. The Xiao army began to gradually counterattack. And Yu Fei, Cao Cao, and Li Mu's troops advanced. Jiangnan army retreated steadily, and finally had to rely on rivers and warships to defend. Even with Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Xie Xian, Lu Meng, Wei Rui and others, it was difficult to reverse the situation. When the news of Liu Bei's surrender reached Jiangnan army's camp, Jiangnan army was even more panicked. In Sun Jian's camp, Lu Su disguised himself as a retainer, risked his life, entered the camp, and handed the secret message to Sun Jian. Sun Jian finished reading and finally sighed.
It's a foregone conclusion. I will force my sworn brother to surrender and force him to surrender. This is related to the lives of 800,000 Jiangnan children.
Lu Su bowed and said,
Brother Wutai understands the righteousness well. If we succeed, we can save 800,000 Jiangnan children and tens of millions of Jiangnan people from water and fire.
Sun Ce said to Sun Jian,
I will help my father go to force him to go to the palace. Don't harm your sworn brother's life.
Sun Jian felt guilty about Tong Kai. But even Liu Bei, the most resilient, chose to surrender. And Sun Jian had to go to force the palace in person. Chapter 1059 All Jiang's famous generals surrendered.
Brother-in-law, you came just in time. We gathered all the warships, used fire ships to open the way, recaptured Jiangdu, and returned to Jiangdong.
Tong Kai saw Sun Jian's arrival, and Sun Jian also brought Sun Ce, Zhou Tai, Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, Han Dang and other generals. Tong Kai pointed at the march route on the map and had already thought of a breakout strategy. Xie Xian, Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Lu Meng, Wei Rui, Song Jiang, Wu Yong and other generals were present.
Brother-in-law, Liu Bei, the king of Hanzhong, has surrendered to the Xiao army. There is no obstacle for Chu Zizi to unify the Han Empire. He only needs to go down the river to capture Jingzhou and Jiangnan without any effort. At this point, it is not only disadvantageous to go to war. He will also risk the lives of 800,000 Jiangdong disciples.
Sun Jian did not discuss the withdrawal of Jiangdong with Tong Kai, but persuaded Tong Kai to surrender.
Could my sworn brother be Xia Jun's lobbyist?
Tong Kai discovered that something was wrong with Sun Jian a long time ago. Now it seems that Sun Jian may have secretly communicated with Chu Tian. For a moment, the Jiangnan army camp was at war, and Xie Xian, Zhou Yu, Lu Meng, Lu Laoji and others all looked at Sun Jian in shock. If Sun Jian chooses to side with Chu Tian at this time,
the morale of Jiandong army will undoubtedly be affected. And it will also be a betrayal to Tong Kai. Xiao Mok, who was guarding Tong Kai, came to arrest Sun Jian, wanting to subdue Sun Jian first, and then wait for Tong Jue's decision. Sun Tzu stood in front of Sun Jian and met Xiao Mok's fists, causing their bodies to tremble. Why is Sun Tzu's force so powerful? Tong Kai was surprised when he saw Xiao Mok, the current #1 general of the Jiandong army, being blocked by Sun Tzu. Logically speaking, Sun Tzu's military strength is not at the level of the 5 Tiger generals, but on the same level as Taisher Ci. And Xiao Mok's force. Tong Kai is clear about it. Now Sun Tzu can defeat Xiao Mok head-on, somewhat like a king. Even Zhou Yu was surprised by this. Sun Jian and Tong Kai looked at each other. While Sun Tzu protected Sun Jian's safety, the 800,000 Jiandong army broke up. If the Xia army wanted to wipe out the 800,000 Jiandong army, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. So Sun Jian was used by the Xia army to divide them. Conquering the 800,000 strong Jiandong army will become a new force. Brother, don't you understand? Yizhou is owned by the Xia army, and Jiandong cannot defend it at all. Sun Jian was taking a risk, betting that Tong Kai would surrender, unless Tong Kai thinks he can still make a comeback in such a situation. Tong Kai remained silent, and the atmosphere in the military tent was extremely tense. Song Jiang and Wu Yong's status in Jiandong army is not high. Tong Kai and Sun Jian are the leaders of Jiandong army. They can only wait for Tong Kai and Sun Jian to decide the winner. Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Lu Meng, Xie Xian and others all looked at Tong Kai, waiting for the master's order. It was not easy for Sun Jian to hold Tong Kai hostage. Xiao Mok, Lu Laoji and other fierce generals were on Tong Jue's side. Tong Kai stared at Sun Jian. Brother, what are the conditions of Xia Jun? Sun Jian handed the secret letter to Tong Kai. All Jiangsu's famous generals turned their attention to this secret letter almost at the same time, wanting to know the conditions proposed by Xia Jun to everyone in Jiandong. Tong Kai browsed through it hurriedly, said nothing for a long time, and finally said, It seems that we have no way out. The Xia army has mobilized a total of 1.2 million troops. Xie Xian, Zhou Yu and others couldn't help but be moved. The Jiandong army only has 800,000 soldiers and horses. And with the rebellion of the soldiers and horses brought by Sun Jian, it is possible that none of the famous Jiangsu generals here can escape back to Jiandong. All armies are on standby. I will go to Guangling City in person. Tong Jue's words were almost like the dust had settled. Unlike the heavy damage to the Yizhou army, the Xia army mainly focused on appeasing the Jiandong army. The reason is also very simple. Many generals in the Yizhou army resented the Xia army that killed Zhao Long secondly. Liu Bei has a strong will, and will not give up until the end of the road. Lord, think twice. Xiao Mok, Lu Laoji and other generals could not help but be moved. I have made up my mind. Brother, let's go together. Can. Sun Jian took the surrendered bronze bird to Guangling City. After Chu Tian captured Chengdu, he immediately came to Guangling County and presided over the annihilation of Jiandong army. However, Jiandong's army quickly decided to surrender under the diplomatic offensive. The Chu Tian forces did not even have to fight across the river. They had already won the east of the river. This is also very normal. The defeat is like a mountain. If you lose the decisive battle, you have lost. You did a great job while I was gone. Chu Tian met Xiao Liang and Xiao Chue, who were coordinating an army of 1.2 million to besiege 800,000 Jiandong army. The original siege of Xiangyin turned into a siege of the main force of Jiandong army, and the two of them made great contributions. Tong Kai tried to use 800,000 Jiandong troops to open up the situation in Guangling County, enter the Huai River, and then attack the Central Plains, but failed in the end. Lu Su came to report to Chu Tian. My lord, the King of Wu and the Duke of Changsha are willing to surrender. Bring them to me. Chu Tian was quite satisfied with Sun Jian's performance. The 800,000 Jiandong army surrendered. This new force was not weak. There are many talented people from Jiandong, and there are countless celebrities from Jiangsu. Tong Kai and Sun Jian surrendered with 800,000 Jiandong troops, and Chu Tian still needed to arrange considerable titles and official positions for them. Tong Kai and Sun Jian entered the city. Yu Fei, Li Mu, Cao Cao and other generals lined up and looked at Tong Kai and Sun Jian. The little overlord Sun Tzu followed Sun Jian on horseback, and looked at the 5 good generals behind Cao Cao. Invisible sparks flying. Now Sun Tzu's military force is enough to compete with the 5 good generals. I didn't expect that I would lose in the end. This time I lost. Tongke came to Chu Tian and confronted Chu Tian. Years of war have consumed a lot of national power. I think the national power we saved can be used to conquer other kingdoms. You mean? When Tongke heard Chu Tian's words, he reacted immediately. Chu Tian's ambition was not just to unify the Han Empire. Tongke and Sun Jian's 800,000 Jiangdong army can be used to conquer the civilized areas of Southeast Asia. As a player, Tongke couldn't help but understand Chu Tian's intention. There are teleportation arrays in every civilized area. It is not difficult to achieve a larger-scale conquest than the Arabian conquest and the Mongolian Western expedition, as long as you have a large enough population and generals. Chu Tian looked at Xie Xian, Zhou Yu, Lu Sun and others brought by Tongke. These were all handsome men. But now, this group of Jiangsu's famous generals have all followed Tongke to seek refuge, which is equivalent to obtaining several emperor-level commanders, dozens of historical generals, and hundreds of ordinary generals at once. Chu Tian couldn't even look at it. After the surrender of the 800,000 Jiangdong army, they will definitely be reorganized to weaken Tongchua's influence in the Jiangdong army. Tongchua's position as king of Wu was deposed. He was demoted to Pingyuan Duke, and he moved to Xiaqing to live. Sun Jian was changed to Wugong, and other Jiangsu civil servants and generals were merged into the Chu Tian power system, and their official positions were reduced. I heard that you single-handedly defeated the 5 great generals. Chu Tian looked at Sun Ce, Sun Jian's eldest son. He had heard that when Sun Ce attacked Sichuan, he defeated the 5 good generals who were serving under Cao Cao at that time. According to Chu Tian's estimation, Sun Ce's military strength should be about the same as Zhang Liao's. But he was able to defeat the 5 good generals together, which was beyond Chu Tian's expectation, because of their marriage to Sun Jian. Chu Tian and Sun Jian were of the same generation, so Sun Ce was a junior to Chu Tian. In addition to Sun Ce, Sun Quan is also an adult. He is dressed in purple robe, young, energetic and high-spirited. Sun Ce is willing to serve King Xia. Sun Ce knew that the Sun family was about to become relatives of the emperor, so he readily pledged his loyalty to Chu Tian. Ding! The king-level General Sun Ce pledges his allegiance to you. After Sun Ce pledged his allegiance, Chu Tian glanced at Sun Ce's panel and finally understood why Sun Ce could defeat the 5 good generals with his own strength. Sun Ce actually possesses one of Xiang Yu's SSS-level single-target characteristics, which is so powerful. Name Sun Ce. Talent, King-level warrior. Level 80. Identity, Jiangdong Little Overlord. Loyalty, 90. Commander, 90. Force, 95, Intelligence, 74, Politics, 68, Charm, 91. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 90. Characteristic 1, Jiangdong Little Overlord, SS level exclusive trait. Personal attack power plus 20%. Enemy morale decline rate plus 10% when charging into formation. Legion formed by Jiangdong soldiers. Attack power plus 23%. Characteristic 2, Heroic and Heroic. Characteristics of S-level legions. Generals and soldiers are willing to die for Sun Ce. The probability of defection, chaos, unauthorized retreat, and fear is reduced. Morale will not be lower than 30 under any circumstances. Characteristic 3, Powerful, SSS level personal trait. Power from the Overlord of Western Chu. Personal attack power plus 30%. Defense power plus 30%. Physical consumption speed minus 25%. Attack speed plus 10%. Can actively enter the violent state. Gain black air protection. Personal attack power plus 50%. Defense power plus 50%. Physical consumption speed minus 25% additional. Attack speed plus 10%. The effect lasts for a longer period of time. The violent state cools down period, 1 month. Characteristic 4, Frivolous, negative trait. Contempt for one's own safety. Increased probability of assassination. Special arms, Jiangdong's disciple Sun Ce. 7th level all arms, fire extinguisher. Upper limit 4000. Exclusive weapon, Overlord Fierce Spear, Emperor level weapon. Sun Ce has the SSS level single target characteristic, powerful, although his strength is only 95. With his powerful characteristics, he can defeat generals with the same strength. Therefore, it is understandable why Sun Ce can challenge 5 good generals alone. Jiangdong Little Overlord. And strengthening the mountain. The violent state can increase Sun Ce's attack by up to 100%, defense by 80%, and attack speed by 20%, and reduce physical consumption by 50%, greatly improving Sun Ce's actual combat effectiveness. And not just looking at force. No wonder Xiang Yu in the Battle of Jiulu was like a god descending to earth, smashing the cavalry in front. Sun Tzu's 95 force, combined with such characteristics, is already amazing. If Xiang Yu's 100 force, coupled with the two SSS level characteristics of Overlord of Western Chu and strengthening the mountain, the actual combat effectiveness would be even more terrifying. As a descendant of the military sage Sun Wu, Sun Tzu is quite capable. He is considered a brave general and has his own Jiandong disciples. Chu Tian believed that Sun Tzu, as the little overlord, should have been recognized by Xiang Yu in the Battle of Jiulu and inherited some of Xiang Yu's abilities. Sun Tzu's military force has not improved, but his actual combat power has been greatly enhanced, and he is full of strength because of the marriage relationship between the Chu family and the Sun family. Sun Tzu has high loyalty and favorability towards Chu Tian and is worthy of trust. Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu stand together. Both of them are handsome men in the late Eastern Han dynasty, which makes people look eclipsed. As expected, people of the same species flock together, and animals flock together. Sun Zhongmo is willing to serve King Xia. At this time, Sun Quan fantasized about becoming a famous general like Sun Jian and Sun Tzu, and wanted to be recognized by Chu Tian. So he also imitated Sun Tzu and became loyal to Chu Tian. Sun Zhongmo. Chu Tian looked at the younger Sun Quan. Sun Tzu was between the first generation and the second generation, while Sun Quan was a complete second-generation general. Chapter 1060 The Generals of the Jiandong Sun Family. You will follow me from now on. Since the Sun family has recruited 800,000 troops from Jiandong for themselves, it is not impossible to support Sun Quan. Sun Quan was not a first-class fighter, but his political ability was still good. As long as he was not an emperor and had restrictions, Sun Quan could not act according to his own preferences. So he must be an okay civil servant. Name Sun Quan. Talent, King-level civil servant. Level, 39. Identity, King Wu of the Three Kingdoms. Loyalty, 86. Commander, 67, 76, Force, 70, 81, Intelligence, 75, 83, Politics, 80, 92. Charm, 90. Faciality, Calm. Favorability, 83. Characteristic 1, give birth to a son like Sun Zhongmo, SS level exclusive trait. Whole army aura, the legion commanded by Jiandong force generals. When the war comes, the legion's all attributes plus 5%. Morale plus 10%. Water warfare ability plus 10%. Jiandong 4 civil servants handling internal affairs efficiency plus 10%. Characteristic 2, shoot the tiger yourself and watch Sun Lang, S level trait. Personal and legion bow damage plus 15%. Feature 3, develop Jiandong, S level feature. The Shanyu tribe is afraid of Sun Quan, and the probability of surrender is increased. The efficiency of reclaiming farmland and building water conservancy in Jiandong is plus 15%. Feature 4, opening up sea routes, S level feature. Shipbuilding speed plus 5%. Shipbuilding cost minus 5%. Characteristic 5, suspicious of killing, negative trait. After old age, various attributes decrease, and the compatibility changes from calmness to suspicion. Special unit, Jiafan soldiers, 6th level light infantry. Upper limit 5,000. As expected by Chu Tian, Sun Quan's various abilities were not bad. After all, he was one of the core figures of Su Chao's forces. Of course, Sun Quan was not a first-rate commander. His most important role was to strengthen the capabilities of the civil servants and generals of Su Chao, as well as conquer Shan Yu and build ships. Sun Quan's special unit, Jiafan Bing, is good at mountain warfare and water warfare. It is considered an elite unit of the Jiandong forces and has great uses. Sun Quan's shortcoming is that, like Sun Tzu, he has negative characteristics. Contrary to a continuous general like Lian Pe who is strong and strong over time, Sun Quan's abilities will decline in his later years. This situation is not uncommon, because Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty was also like this. Not all generals will be at their peak, and their abilities will generally decline as they age. Sun Tzu and Sun Quan both became Chu Tian's generals, and Sun Jian, the head of the Sun family in Jiandong, also declared his allegiance. Ding! King-level commander Sun Jian pledges his allegiance to you. Name Sun Jian. Talent, King-level commander, cavalry/naval system. Level, 100. Identity, Marquis Wucheng of the Eastern Han dynasty. Loyalty, 90. Commander, 91. Force, 94. Intelligence, 77. Politics, 72. Charm, 90. Faciality, brave. Favorability, 90. Characteristic 1, Kodong Tigers, SS level exclusive trait. Personal attack power plus 15%. Enemy morale decline rate plus 20% when charging into formation. Legion formed by Jiangdong soldiers. Attack power plus 23%. Feature 2, General Polu, S-level Legion feature. When on the offensive. Legion attack power plus 17%. Characteristic 3, Advancing rashly, negative trait. Taking the lead. Prone to enemy ambushes and hidden arrows. Special arms, Jiangdong Disciple Soldier Sun Jian, 7th level of all arms, fire extinguisher. Upper limit 4000. Exclusive weapon, Ancient Ingot Knife, Imperial weapon. Sun Jian and Sun Tzu's personal abilities, and even character flaws are very similar. They lack defense and are easily plotted. As for their ability to lead troops in battle, there isn't much to criticize. Sun Jian and Sun Tzu each have 4,000 Jiangdong soldiers, which can be combined into a weakened version of 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers. Naturally, these 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers cannot be compared with Xiang Yu's 8,000 soldiers. But they are still very powerful. They belong to a rare full range of arms, and can serve as infantry, cavalry, archers, and the navy, which the Jiangdong soldiers are best at. Without Sun Jian and Sun Tzu, the Jiangdong forces were quite unable to fight on the plains. You know, during Sun Jian's crusade against Dongzhuo, even Dongzhuo, who had Xiliang cavalry, was very afraid of Sun Jian. Sun Jian also suppressed the Chang rebellion in Xiliang. Sun Jian regarded himself as a descendant of the military sage Sun Wu, so his ability was naturally not bad. As for the marriage, wait until Wu comes of age, then hold the wedding, and make your daughter the crown princess. How about that? Since Sun Jian persuaded the 800,000 Jiangdong army to surrender, Chu Tian did not intend to go back on his word. After all, it was so sweet to get the 800,000 Jiangdong army for nothing. In addition, the military commander group of Jiangdong Sun family is also very popular. Sun Jian, Sun Tzu, and Sun Quan all have very strong abilities. In addition to this, there are also a group of civil servants and generals from the Sun family in Jiangdong. Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, Han Dang, and Zhu Mao were 4 old officials of the Sun family. Zhou Tai, Jiang Qin, Yang Yuji. Wait, these are the generals Sun Jian managed to recruit. Sun Jian's generals had the arrow god Yang Yuji, which Chu Tian did not expect. Yang Yuji's archery skills are unparalleled in the world, and he can penetrate the Yang with 100 steps. The power, talent, and contributions of the Sun family were so great that Chu Tian had no choice but to fulfill his promise to Sun Jian. In addition, he also proposed that Sun Jian be the Duke of Wu, Sun Tzu be the new Marquis of Wuqing, and even grant Sun Quan the title of Marquis to win over people's hearts. If the merit of recruiting and surrendering the 800,000 Jiangdong army cannot be greatly rewarded, then it will inevitably lead to a crisis for others, and the prestige of Chu Tian will also decline. Sun Jian relied on his own merits to firmly support his daughter to become the future crown princess, making the Sun family prosperous for a century. New aristocratic families are rising to replace the old ones. The Hua family in the western regions, the Sun family in Jiangdong, the Su family in Xiliang, etc. are inextricably linked to Chu Tian. At the same time, they represent the interests of powerful local aristocratic families. For example, under the Sun family in Jiangdong, there were families such as Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, and Han Dang, and under the Su family in Xiliang, there were powerful families such as Ma family and Han Sui in Xiliang. Sun Jian also knew that his daughter Sun Shangxiang was still young, so he agreed. It's very good. Chu Tian couldn't help but check the attribute panel of Jiangdong's 4 veterans. Name, Huang Gai. Commander, 81, Force, 83, Intelligence, 70, Politics, 52, Charm 81. Phaseality, Brave. Feature 1, Fire Ship Offensive, A-level feature. When fire attack is successful, fire ship damage plus 15%. Characteristic 2, Staying Strong with Age, A-level trait. Attributes will not decrease significantly with age. Characteristic 3, Suppress Shan Yu, A-level trait. Legion's damage to Shan Yu tribe plus 15%. Characteristic 4, Sun family veteran, B-level trait. Will not betray the Sun family. Huang Gai is quite decent, good at using fire ships for fire attacks. And he is also a naval general. He can be incorporated into the Fubo army in the future. Name, Cheng Pu. Commander, 85, Force, 84, Intelligence, 79, Politics, 74,
Charm 86. Phaseality, Calm. Characteristic 1, Chung Gong, A-level trait. Respected by Army Sergeants. Warrior Morale plus 10%. Legion Attack Power plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Staying Strong with Age, A-level trait. Attributes will not decrease significantly with age. Characteristic 3, Suppression of Rebellion, A-level trait. Legion's damage to rebels plus 15%. Characteristic 4, Sun Family Veteran, B-level trait. Will not betray the Sun family. Good guy. Chung Pu is somewhat similar to Huang Gai. Then, there are Han Dang and Zhu Mao. Name, Han Dang. Commander, 76, Force, 87, Intelligence, 61, Politics, 51, Charm, 75. Phaseality, Brave. Characteristic 1, Trap the enemy and capture prisoners, A-level trait. When serving as a vanguard and trapping the enemy. Personal attack power plus 12%. Legion damage plus 5%. Characteristic 2, Bow and Horse proficiency, A-level trait. Personal riding combat. Archery damage plus 12%. Characteristic 3, Sun Family Veteran, B-level trait. Will not betray the Sun family. Name, Zhu Mao. Commander, 70 Force, 71 Intelligence, 66 Politics, 53 Charm 80. Han Dang can be regarded as a Jiangdong Tiger general. As for Zhu Mao, one of the 4 veterans of Jiangdong. He is the weakest among the 4. These people have their own uses. And they can fight on land as well as on water. Their abilities will not be reduced due to land fighting, which is quite rare among naval generals. Although the Fubo army is a naval force, sometimes it is necessary to go ashore for siege warfare. Chu Tian turned his attention to the other 3 generals of Jiangdong Sun family. Zhou Tai, Jiang Qin and Yang Yuji.